Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 14 of the series. Chapter 610, 605, Good Intentions. In response to Ma Sujiang's question, Wu Yu's thoughts were rapidly firing on all cylinders at multiple angles, yet he was still baffled by the question: how did she, the assistant manager of Golden Life Pavilion's third branch, know about Wei Wuyin, and how she guessed that he was sent by him? He realized there was a gap in his knowledge, but he didn't dare show it. Despite his heartbeat accelerating, his outward expression and aura was unfathomably serene. It was as if the question was an expected one, rather than as if he was ignorant or entirely unbothered. As a former monarch of trillions at one point, his ability of emotional control was impeccable. He gave her a brief glance, a knowing glance that could be inferred in many ways. And Ma Sujiang kept her protective distance, only staring at him as if on guard. They soon touched the outermost sky layer of immortal Yin, bypassing the ring of gray mist. When they made one last thrusting descent, they pierced into the atmosphere of the world with ease. They were all cultivators that had either grasped the means of mortal limits or exceeded it, so entering the planet's atmosphere wasn't an issue. June Baiyin was slightly nervous, but with an ascended from the Golden Life Pavilion acting as protection, she was comforted to a certain extent. She just didn't wish for a battle to unfold on the planet. Beings of their level could manifest planets with some effort, but utterly devastate them with even less effort. Venerable, my Dark Yin Palace might be lacking in some ways, but when tending to guests, if we boast that we're number 2, no other gold-tier force would dare claim number 1. Please, follow me. June Baiyin finally spoke after they passed the last sky layer, entering the rich essence-filled environment. Wu Yu was internally startled by the sheer quality of this planet. He had only visited 2 planets in this starfield, New Everlore and a planet neighboring it called Tuscan. He had grasped the Realm Lord from this nearby planet, gathered information, and made his way to Immortal Yin after learning of its characteristics and general location. Shockingly, it was considered a paradise for men due to the rumored outrageous number of beauties, so even someone at the edge of the starfield was aware of them, if only by rumor. However, June Baiyin's words did little to attract Wu Yu's attention. If it wasn't Wei Wuin's order, he might be a little tempted, but that mortal sovereign alchemist at sub-50 years with a cunning edge was not someone he wished to disappoint. He had set priorities. Number 1, find Na Sini. He never liked the concept of female-centric forces. They were often 2 things: farmhouses and treasure stores for the powerful men, or conniving constructs for espionage or illicit things of that nature. After all, regardless of what some refused to believe, women were outstanding spies and assassins, but also for other things. Cultivation was obscenely difficult, yet the untouched primal Yin of a female cultivator can not only contain the cultivation secrets that were extremely difficult to pass along to others, but pure Yin energies that can be actively cultivated to increase one's bodily strength, foundation, or certain cultivation methods. That being said, it did go both ways. The age-old saying of the Everlore Starfield, to rise, one can ride the lap of a dragon, was not said without meaning. A woman could similarly extract these things from men, and more effectively as well, because a man was not a single-time burst, but a continuous surge. His priority was to ensure that Na Sini, a gorgeous woman with a Yin physique, wasn't abused. If this location was a farmhouse or treasure store for men, just as he was about to sweep his spiritual sense throughout the world without reservation, Ma Sujiang sent him a message that caused him to turn and face her, his eyes sharply narrowed. If you're looking for his fiancée, you can rest assured. She's safe. Ma Sujiang's words were very telling, but more startling than anything. Wu Yu glanced at June Baiyin. With a casual wave of his hand, he ordered, "Leave us." His tone was authoritative, like a grand monarch of a great nation, sending off a servant. Clearly, he didn't give June Baiyin any face. And her slightly twisted expression revealed her feelings, yet she was still gorgeous with it. Anger simmered in her blue eyes, threatening to become a vocal entity, as she clenched her delicate fingers into a fist. This was her planet, her sex headquarters, and she was being dismissed. All her polite intentions rejected. When had she ever been treated like this? By a man, no less. Ma Sujiang sent her a message: leave for now. Don't lose your life over a moment of anger. Reminding her that she was simply not Wu Yu's match. As a mystic star phase cultivator, June Baiyin wasn't even considered a true ascended by the majority of the cultivation society of the Grand Cyclic Stellar region. There was a reason for this, and she didn't want June Baiyin to be reminded of it today. June Baiyin might be angry, but she wasn't ignorant of the difference. With a steady inhale and exhale, she replaced her expression with an enchanting smile, as if seeking to accommodate your every desire, and said, "If you need anything, Venerable." After that, she twisted her figure to reveal her outstanding, drool-inducing curves and vanished. When she left, Wu Yu turned his attention to Ma Sujiang. Ma Sujiang lifted her palm and clenched, the air rippled slightly around them. This was a mystic spell, a spiritual spell intermixed with mystic intent, and could conceal their presence and conversation. Not just from curious observers, but those who have extraordinary sight. Wu Yu noted this, inspecting the invisible ripples, and noted how even the ambient mana was frozen still. A defense against seers? He commented curiously, not just them, but oracles as well. You don't seem to have innate protection set up against them, so I've helped. Ma Sujiang answered, slowly lifting her sleeves to reveal a silver 3-inch tattoo on her right forearm that surged internally with sky blue, auroric light. It was in the shape of a mystic character, a language that only those who've ascended can read. Wu Yu stared at it for a moment. After a while, he pulled his right arm's sleeve, and clenched his right hand into a fist. A thrumming sound echoed out and his arm lit with multicolored light. A 3-inch tattoo appeared. It wasn't silver, but white, and inside it were multicolored stars that moved about in an animated fashion. Ma Sujiang stared at the tattoo silently, but her eyes were rippling with intense waves of emotions. It was clear that Wu Yu's actions had caused her heart to experience unfathomable levels of shock. "Is this enough?" Wu Yu asked. The tattoo of his gave off an oppressive air, yet its aura was very similar to Ma Sujiang's. Ma Sujiang took a while to react to his question, nodding briskly in reply, and removing the mystic spell that covered them, replaced by a standard sound isolation spiritual spell. Wu Yu didn't speak, because his questions were apparent. He simply waited for Ma Sujiang to organize her thoughts. She began, "You were sent by Wei Wuyin, and you're here to protect his fiancée, correct?" Wu Yu didn't deny it, directly nodding. It seems the prevailing theory about him having a unique background was correct. "To send an ascended at your level for a mere mortal woman, outstanding." Ma Sujiang commented, giving Wu Yu a visual once-over. No matter how she saw it, Wu Yu's body was incredible. It was remarkably similar to mystic ascendance at the third stage, the demi-mortal lord realm. It was as if his mystic intent was halfway integrated into his flesh and blood. He didn't even hide this fact. If there was a stage between second and third, Wu Yu would perfectly fit that stage. Wu Yu was internally intrigued by Ma Sujiang's words. He was aware that his current body, reborn by the ever-rebirth pill, had made him feel stronger than he was a few thousand years ago, but he wasn't certain about the difference or effects of the ever-rebirth pill. After all, he was banking on Long Chen to rebuild his body. The ever-rebirth pill was just a far-off hope at the time. The ever-rebirth pill functioned in a way where a cultivator's last recorded physical state by their natal soul, astral soul, or mystic soul was used as the basis for their resurrection. And since Wu Yu lost his physical body during his attempt to enter the third stage, the demi-mortal lord phase, where cultivators infused their mystic intent into their entire physical form, he was essentially reborn in that peculiar state. The peak-quality ever-rebirth pill was absolutely heaven-defying. Not only did it complete the entire resurrection process that usually had specifically stringent requirements, but it simultaneously stabilized Wu Yu in his most optimal state. After all, this physical state should have degraded until he firmly went back to the second stage to match his cultivation base. A normal low-quality ever-rebirth pill would have done exactly that. Ma Sujiang was far more experienced with the demi-mortal lord phase, so she noticed this irregular development instantly. She didn't think an ordinary mortal sovereign alchemist could complete this, and she would be right. The ever-rebirth pill was almost a pseudo-mystic pill, and unless one was absolutely outstanding as a mortal sovereign alchemist, concocting a peak-quality ever-rebirth pill was a dream for all except saint alchemists. Unfortunately, Wu Yu couldn't directly ask why she made her comment. He remained silent, calmly observing her, as he kept the outward visage of being aware of this unique background and waiting for her to finish her amazement. Ma Sujiang sighed in her heart, envying Wu Yu's body, but she continued, "Nevertheless, our golden life pavilion has not brought any harm to the beasts or his concubine. They are, in fact, being treated well." Ma Sujiang wanted Wu Yu to firmly understand and relay to Wei Wuyin that they didn't have any ill intentions. Also, noting that they were aware of his concubine's presence. She didn't know how Wei Wuyin received the letter, and didn't want the Golden Life Pavilion to offend an unknown force when they acted with good intentions. Wu Yu now understood that this golden life pavilion was the one that acted against all those with beast bloodlines, taking them away prior to the Starfield's mass evacuation. Furthermore, they had done their research on Wei Wuyin. Not many knew about Na Sini's status as his fiancée, but if one looked into it, they would find rumors about the agreement he made on the Myriad-Year continent, but nothing concrete. It wasn't concealed, but it wasn't out there. Only a few could confirm it. "Why are you here?" Wu Yu asked, his tone a little tough. Ma Sujiang wryly smiled. Clearly Wu Yu's orders must be explicit to protect her at all cost and from everyone, even them. "For the same reason as you, to ensure that Na Sini's treatment is fair and protected. We have no desire for our Starfield to be implicated because of the Darkeen Palace's shady practices. You have no need to fear, we've given her an adequate background that'll be respected." But Wu Yu gave a thin smile. Clearly her words weren't enough to placate his worries. But this made him feel vigilant, because it was all but confirmed that the Darkeen Palace had shady dealings. This was why he disliked female-centric forces to begin with. Ma Sujiang added, "Of course, you can set up your own protections. But I don't think your job is to overtly protect her. If so, you could have just demanded her and taken her away, no. Or even more directly breached the planet and snatched her. But rest assured, with her currently established identity, Exalted Pure White will exclude her from any dealings yet not give her any special treatment." Wu Yu lowered his smile. "These people have proven themselves to be extremely intelligent, and made a lot of preemptive moves to establish good relations. They suited being in business. You wished for my young lord to be in your debt," he said, young lord, to lay credence to their assumptions. While in a way, he was fine with being the subordinate of a mortal sovereign alchemist. Despite being a grand monarch, that proud title was inconsequential to reaching higher limits in one's cultivation. Ma Sujiang faintly smiled. "In our debt? No. We wouldn't dare. Just to understand our stance and ability, nothing more." Wu Yu frowned slightly, finally understanding a little of what Ma Sujiang and the Golden Life Pavilion wanted. They were quite ingenious, but just as he was about to further question their intent, Ma Sujiang's expression flickered. She glanced at the direction Jun Baiyin left in. Wu Yu also felt something, looking in that direction as well. A fluctuation similar to the creation of an entire world was erupting from that direction. The two vanished. Chapter 611, 606, Eclipsing Conventions. Chapter 611, 606, Eclipsing Conventions. Creating a world. The aura of this incident could only be sensed during 3 different occasions, normally. Firstly, the creation of the fixed space at the beginning of a starfield's life cycle, forming its central, external, and internal parameters. Secondly, the artificial creation of a world realm by cultivators at the realm world phase, the 7th stage of the astral core realm, or higher. Thirdly, and lastly, the formation of a domain seed shortly after ascending the realm world phase. The essential requirement to establish a world realm but in immortal Een, the first was impossible, the second was ill-advised and extremely difficult, and the third was also impossible. The third required the preluding event of an astral tribulation, yet no such thing was since prior to it. The first, for obvious reasons, was impossible. The only option left was the second, but Jun Baiyin would never allow something to begin. The formation of a world realm directly within the folds of immortal Een was severely ill-advised, and could even devastate the planet if performed incorrectly. Furthermore, due to the mystic radiance belt, the fixed space in this starfield was abnormally stable. Unless one was extremely adept at spatial arts or a true ascended, it would be as difficult as climbing a burning mountain as a mortal. Just a few minutes prior to Wu Yu and Ma Sujiang's conversation, Na Sini was in her secluded cultivation room designed to be private and sealed for core disciples. She was excited that her treatment in the Darkeen Palace was good, becoming a core disciple. While this was heavily attributed to her physique, she was happy that her physique wasn't just good for others to benefit. She sat in a lotus position and held the Neodawn Eclipse pill in her hand. It was within a sealed bottle, its aura and smell was restrained, yet visually it was quite gorgeous. The silver pill's radiance reminded her of Wei Wuin's eyes. As she brought it to her, she couldn't help but remember the last time his eyes were close to hers. Over 2 decades had passed since then, and it was the day she was turned into a woman. Her face blushed heavily as she touched her lower abdomen, almost as if she could still feel him inside her. She had to give herself a bit of time to recover from the memory, her breathing a little too fast. Who would have thought that she would become engaged to the men who saved her life, discovered her special physique, and had wanted to kill in the most gruesome way before. The world was odd sometimes. Whenever she thought about his demeanor, his personality, and his actions, the more she realized how rare and in love with it she was. He was truly different from other cultivators. He had a sturdy and stable heart. She slowly pushed away these thoughts, getting in a cultivation state, and slowly undid the seals on the bottle. Carefully, she opened the bottle, and a faint aura that reminded her of the moment Tua Bihan announced his ascension as a realm lord radiated from it. When he unleashed his worldly domain that day, her heart started to race. Can this pill truly form a domain seed? If so, this pill's value, she couldn't even begin to estimate it. But she didn't think Wei Wuyin was a liar. If there was anything she knew about him, he wasn't someone who would lie casually. With a deep inhale, she used her spiritual force to control the pill until she directly put it into her mouth. With a sharp swallow, the pill traveled down her esophagus and into her stomach. It started to throb and throb until it found its way into her dantian, directly before her astral soul. The silver radiance started to rapidly expand, until it covered her entire body in its color. From her skin, to her blood, her bones, even her cells such as her hair was changed into a silver color. It was literally eclipsing her entirety with its radiance. She felt her breath be taken away, the air from her body was seized, and even the moisture was no longer hers. Then, her astral soul roared in defiance for a moment, wishing to fight against the silver radiance by instinct, yet it was unable to put up any decent struggle. It was seized by the silver radiance, becoming entirely silver. Yet after it was taken over by the domineering color, it swiftly settled down. There were faint screeches of joy from it. Nasini had never felt her astral soul experience any form of sentience, and this was the first time in her entire life that she felt it have any type of emotion. While it would react violently like any organ, it was just instinctual defense mechanisms, but it had never howled in joy before. But even though she was doing something similar, her hands touched her body as she felt the euphoria overwhelm her. Nasinu felt as if she was brought back to the moment that Wei Wuyin laid her down, kissing her softly, gently caressing her skin, giving her the utmost care. She recalled never feeling like that before. She felt noticed, loved, and desired. At that moment, all of Wei Wuyin's attention was on her and only her. Not even her parents showed her such care, dismissing her due to her lack of talent. Her sect mates dismissed her because of her ordinary looks. Even her enemies dismissed her because of her weakness. She was nothing to them, and the first time she had ever felt wanted, desired, and cherished was on that makeshift bed. Ugh. The euphoria spiked as she remembered that moment of penetration. Her voice cried out softly in a heavy moan. What type of sensation was this? She found herself enthralled by her experience. Her memories of before evokes her emotions, and her deepest feelings. All of them. All the times when she was given no respect, not even a glance, and dismissed by her peers, instructors, and family, yet culminating in a man finding her and revealing that she was special. It was the beginning of a fairy tale for her. She would be his, and they would venture against the world together. But Wei Wuyin let her go. She was lost. Angry. Afraid. She felt used and discarded, dismissed by even him despite the way he made her feel on that day. While she later realized that he had his own difficulties, and that others wouldn't have given her that fairy tale ending, at the time, she was enraged at being used and thrown away like garbage. Her vengeful hatred stemmed from this, and she hated people, but mostly men. Yet she later found Long Chen, and that fairy tale was rekindled. She thought she wanted him, but as she basked in her current euphoria, she knew she just wanted what she got from Wei Wuyin, to feel wanted, desired, and cherished. But this evolved after she journeyed with Long Chen. She realized a fairy tale was a fairy tale. She was turned into a foil for someone, and she didn't get any respect. It reached the point where if Long Chen was removed from the equation, what was she? She didn't want herself. She didn't desire her life. She wasn't cherishing what she was. This all changed when Wei Wuyin made that promise. He said he would take responsibility, make her his wife, but he would support her. In her dreams and desires, not be her sky, but her pillar. This led to her understanding her own individuality, and what she wanted the most in this world. To be known, to be respected, to not be dismissed for being herself. She felt a bursting surge of sensual pleasure again, feeling the cascade of pleasure bombard her every cell in her body. After that day, she knew Long Chen wasn't what she wanted. He was merely a tool to satisfy her pathetic insecurities, a suppressor to face the world herself and claim what she most desired. He was just a proxy for that, nothing more. She was blinded by her own self, but no longer. Her entire body was completely silver, matching the shade of Wei Wuyan's eyes, and the soul fluctuations emitting from her were abnormally pure. She hadn't realized it, but the essence of her soul was currently being grafted onto the pill, replicating her soul aura. This was why her truest self was being brought out to the forefront, including her most defining memories. The euphoria was just a side effect of reliving that moment with Wei Wuyan, coursing through her entire sense of self. When Wei Wuyan devised the pill, he noted the issue with the soul aura inconsistent with Lin Ming's. As an alchemist, he immediately deduced that this would lead to extremely devastating consequences. He was familiar with how the change of self can cause cultivation problems. When he lost his memories, his mind sealed, his physical body utterly devastated, he was unable to manipulate his two spirits of cultivation, King and Ori. He could imagine the severe consequences of conflicting soul auras. So he devised a way to graft a cultivator's soul aura using spiritual mana and soul ash of divine jade, inspired by Qingye Ying's meridian grafting method concept. With this, infusing it into the domain seed would imply perfect control. After all, there would be no resistance when interacting with it. Gluttony was too enveloped in her memories, unaware that her body was surrounded by elemental energies, multicolored primary light, swirling gravitational forces, and refined spatial energies infused with spiritual mana, creating a unique substance similar to spatial force. They kept manifesting around her body, and these energies exuded the unique aura of a world's creation. They were all drawn to a silver pill that was within her dantian, slowly but surely funneling themselves into it. The domain seed's essential framework wasn't just formed out of nothing, but was the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill itself. In a way, the pill was the domain seed. The entire process took only a few minutes before the radiance receded, vanishing into the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill, Gluttony's domain seed. As she heavily breathed out, her breath was hot and her eyes were teary. Even her facial complexion was outrageously flushed, as if she had just been thoroughly ravaged by her lover. She touched her lower abdomen, this time feeling her dantian. She was entirely distracted by the domain seed within her, forged with her soul aura, and she felt its stable and firm connection to the utmost. It was linked to her astral soul, and it cuddled the domain seed with joy and excitement, releasing faint sounds of pounding throbs. This wasn't a verified sign of its sentience, but that it was instinctively happy to have this companion beside it. All the profundities for the cultivation stages were within this domain seed, and it seemed ready to suck it like a newborn baby to its mother's tit. It wanted to slowly obtain its nourishment. Gluttony was unable to notice that a few meters before her, within her sealed cultivation room, were three tall figures, the space around them sealed and concealed from her every perception. All three figures had intense expressions on their faces, especially the dark gray-haired figure, but while they were observing Gluttony without her notice, she interacted with her domain seed, and her soul idol manifested behind her vaguely, showing the signs of a gray-colored crystal with 9 rings. Her body lifted slightly from the ground as her worldly domain unfurled. It encapsulated the entire room. Ah! Gluttony's head snapped forwards, and noticed 3 vague figures in front of her. She shouted in panic. Chapter 612, 607, Prelude to a Shaken World. Chapter 612, 607, Prelude to a Shaken World. Gluttony had the fright of a lifetime. The 3 figures were vague, and she had only sensed them because of her newly formed worldly domain. She leapt upwards, her astral ward was erected, her palms out before her, and her stance was defensive. If this was a group of assassins, she would fight with her life on the line. She was not some pretty flower, and had her fair share of deadly battles. While her achievements in battle paled in comparison to Long Chen, she was not to be underestimated. If they sought her life, they should be ready to lose theirs. Her eyes were fiercely sharp, and her aura was absolutely tyrannical and chilled. With her rosy cheeks, she gave off a unique charm. Wu Yu was briefly shocked by the aura unleashed by Gluttony, even more intensely when he discovered her worldly domain, but then he recalled Wu Baozhai's question before. His heart pounded after realizing why she asked this question. Did he create an alchemical product that can manifest a domain seed before the realm world phase? His thoughts were severely explosive, the revelation shattering his beliefs about cultivation. While his reaction wasn't too intense, being exposed to the absolutely terrifying brilliance of alchemists in the form of the King of Everlore, he had never seen such a blatant disregard for convention. At most, the king of Everlore or other alchemists could retroactively change a cultivator's talent, not have them skip 4 full levels. The Everlore Ascension pill was one of the most highlighting pills of retroactively changing a cultivator's talent. The unique Everlore essence formed in the pill can change the mortal state level of an astral soul. Essentially, no other pill has been able to rival its effects in his knowledge. At its greatest form, it can retroactively give a cultivator the zenith mortal state, one of the requirements to reach the second stage of the mystic ascendant, the soul of mysticism phase. Those at the 9th mortal state were unable to transform their astral soul to a mystic soul. It just wasn't able to perform the deed, yet that only gave the qualifications to ascend beyond mortal limits. If lacking, the most a cultivator could reach was the mystic star phase. That 9th grade alchemical product, albeit low tier, was capable of giving one the qualifications to ascend. But that wasn't even close to what he just saw. Gluttony, at the soul idol phase, had formed a domain seed. Furthermore, it wasn't haphazardly formed, filled with instability. It was no different than a genuine worldly domain. Even false realm lords lacked qualities of this worldly domain. Wu Yu abruptly vanished. Ma Sujiang and Jun Baiyin left their concealment, revealing themselves before Gluttony. Jun Baiyin was shocked by Wu Yu's vanishing act, but Ma Sujiang wasn't. She stepped forward, holding a dignified expression that carried traces of severity. She couldn't even maintain her business-friendly smile. Her eyes fixed on Gluttony, inspecting her thoroughly with her senses. She was about to move forward when her eyes widened slightly. Wu Yu had just sent her a vicious warning to not act carelessly. This woman before he wasn't just a normal mortal, his young lord's fiancée. Furthermore, reminding her that they were to act in the shadows. Ma Sujiang was a little embarrassed at her thoughts, almost about to forcefully extract the domain seed from Gluttony, and swiftly regained her composure. She regained an amicable smile, taking a step back, sending a message to Jun Baiyin. Jun Baiyin was astonished by Ma Sujiang's restrained actions. It seemed Gluttony's backing was a little special, especially since she left the questioning to her. She had a bitter smile. Clearly from that unknown venerable to vanish and Ma Sujiang to delegate her desires to another, this gorgeous woman with a natural physique wasn't to be offended to ascended acting in such a strange manner to a mere mortal, and a soul idol nonetheless. There's no need for you to be alarmed. I'm Jun Baiyin, Palace Master of the Dark Palace. You're Gluttony, the new arrival from the Everlore Starfield, correct? Jun Baiyin decided to not approach this with an aloft like normally does with the other members of the sect. This woman was clearly not of a normal status. While Ma Sujiang had said that all those from the Everlore Starfield were being watched by a faction in the Everlore Association, and she shouldn't do anything untoward against them without expecting swift consequences, she never thought it was only fueled by one existence. Gluttony was startled by Jun Baiyin. The Palace Master herself. Considering the aura of Jun Baiyin was beyond her senses, it made sense that she wasn't ascended. At least, she exceeded the astral core realm. She still remained vigilant, looking towards Ma Sujiang who seemed to have ill intent earlier. While she exuded nothing now, it still made her weary. But in her mind, that woman had restrained herself due to the presence of the Palace Master. Jun Baiyin realized Gluttony's concerns. She comforted, "This is the assistant manager of the Golden Life Pavilion's 3rd branch, Venerable Ma Sujiang. She's here for business. I am Gluttony." Disciple greets Palace Master Pure White. Gluttony relaxed and respectfully bowed. There was no reason for Ascended to be amicable to her without cause, so it had to be genuine. Still, she remained vigilant. This junior greets Venerable Ma Sujiang. Gluttony bowed to Ma Sujiang as well. She didn't want to be neglectful for these beings whose cultivation exceeded mortal limits. She didn't even ask about the 3rd figure. Clearly, that person didn't feel the need to stay after being discovered. Jun Baiyin gave off a soft smile, giving her an enchanting appearance. Even Gluttony was shocked by how beautiful Jun Baiyin was, feeling slightly inferior. But when she thought about their sizes, Gluttony realized she was slightly better, a little more firm up top and rounder beneath. It was merely that charm produced by pure that elevated her beyond her, not appearance. "Little Cinny, how about showing me your worldly domain again? I'm quite curious how you formed it." When Gluttony was startled, her worldly domain receded, likely because of her unfamiliarity with it, so they couldn't perceive all its traits. Gluttony frowned, thinking about if she should. After all, her domain seed was formed by Wei Wuyan's alchemical product. She wasn't certain if it'll cause troubles for him. The concept having a worldly domain at the soul idol phase was likely inestimable in value. She could feel that from how her astral soul reacted. Even now, she felt that many questions she had towards spatial resonance were finally solved. For example, the essence of fixed space and its innate energies. She felt impossibly close to it. Wasn't this a straight path to the realm world phase? Furthermore, the most important aspect was that one could face the purely lethal astral tribulation of the 7th stage with a worldly domain. In the end, she decided to not keep it a secret. She feared her reluctance would cost her, and there was no way Wei Wuyan wouldn't think of this problem when giving them this product, and she was correct. Wu Yu was currently watching her. And he also realized why Wei Wuyan was so serious when he told him to watch over them all. This development was too insane. But will he be able to resist the possible fallout? But then he thought that most would definitely seek out how this pill was made, and likely wouldn't harm those who have already taken the pill. The fear of a mortal sovereign alchemist or that imaginary background might be enough. He was likely just backup. Moreover, the Golden Life Pavilion's intentions were quite certain at this point. They wanted to have a firm connection with Wei Wuyan or the force behind him. They definitely wouldn't allow any ounce of harm to them, and if I did, they would be swift in retaliation. Did he calculate this too? This man wasn't even here, yet the world was moving along his will. That was absolutely terrifying. He started to grow fearful that one of the alchemical products he took could strip him of everything. Nasini released her worldly domain. It extended until it reached 50 meters in diameter, then the distinct world pressure was emitted. The two were enveloped within it, but this world pressure was insignificant to them. What? Jun Baiyin was terrified. Not because of the worldly domain's strength, but its degree of influence. How is this impossible? Ma Sujiang had a heavy frown, her smile fading. Nasini was confused, and her heart was seized by various emotions. A false worldly domain, those of the false realm lord level, had the ability to exude world pressure. This pressure was twofold in purpose, and one of those functions was the aspect control, more convert. The world pressure can convert ambient mana, energies, and astronomical forces into one's own power. It acted in a similar yet different manner as intent. It didn't infuse, but grasped control over. It was far more forceful. But false worldly domains can only convert energies into their power, a single aspect, but this worldly domain wasn't just energies, but astronomical forces. This meant heat, gravity, fixed space, and other forces could be converted to their strength. While it lacked the aspect of ambient mana, the concept of converting astronomical forces into one's own was the principle for establishing a world realm, flat continental Earths, and creating planets. This meant this worldly domain between false and real was capable of performing feats of astronomical level. Ma Sujiang and Jun Baiyin glanced at each other. They had to learn more. Jun Baiyin hurriedly asked, "How did you create this worldly domain?" Ma Sujiang corrected, "Domain seed." Jun Baiyin realized what she asked wrongly and nodded, looking towards Nasini. Nasini didn't hesitate to answer, "I refined a pill called the Neodawn Eclipse Pill. It helped me manifest my domain seed." Jun Baiyin's eyes shined. She had so many follow-up questions. But Ma Sujiang's eyes explosively widened. It was a product of the silver-eyed alchemist. She was well aware of Wei Wuyan's moniker, the Ascendant Emperor of Neodawn. She abruptly vanished. Wu Yu and her floated at the edge of the sky layer, their eyes locked onto each other. Ma Sujiang spoke plainly, "Do you know the importance of this?" Wu Yu nodded, yet was entirely indifferent on the surface. But in his heart was like a war drum. This was truly a little too much. "You should kill her," Ma Sujiang said. Wu Yu glanced at the Darkeen Palace, piercing into the room that housed the excited Jun Baiyin and Nasini. He knew that Ma Sujiang was talking about Jun Baiyin, not Nasini, but he shook his head. Wei Wuyan would have given them orders if he wanted it to remain a secret. There was no need to slaughter for secrets. Furthermore, he wasn't aware of how many pills were out there and who had them. It would be stupid to slaughter everyone who found out, and that would certainly be noticed. Ma Sujiang frowned. He wants the pill to be known. Does he know how this will shake the very foundation of the world? Those in this world aren't that generous if they can monopolize such an advantage. But Wu Yu smiled, unconcerned. I think you should be worried about yourself. Ma Sujiang's heart shook. Why? If I know my young lord, the Golden Life Pavilion is about to receive some instructions. Have fun shaking the foundation of the world. Do survive, and prove you're worthy for his partnership. Wu Yu smirked. With a faint step, he departed. He had already left his protective means on Nasini earlier. Even if Ma Sujiang wanted to harm her, she would find it extremely difficult. Ma Sujiang was stunned. Instructions. Just at this moment, an old man entered the third branch's territory of the Endless Prosperity Domain, ruled by the Golden Life Pavilion, via a void gate. He had a weary expression, seemingly exhausted as he arrived. Ma Zheng, right. With his loose gray robes, he trekked forward to his predetermined destination. Chapter 613, 608, Dark Void of Eternal Sky. Chapter 613, 608, Dark Void of Eternal Sky. The trip to the Elementus domain from the edge of the Nine Worlds domain was a long, arduous journey through the Dark Void. While the option to use a void gate to travel was there, the price was disgustingly obscene. Due to the mystic radiance belt, the fixed space was infused with a mystic power, strengthening it in every aspect. The function of void gates was to establish a tunnel between the folds of fixed space, exiting out at a certain set coordinates, establishing a stable connection between 2 points in space. This was why void gates were affixed to certain locations as well, requiring an extremely powerful and stable foundation to pierce through fixed space, creating the tunnel and connection. It was this very characteristic that allowed the various forces to establish preventive measures even in the Everlore starfield. By strengthening the fixed space around the planet via a planetary formation, it would prevent others from tunneling through unannounced. Yet certain void disks and void gates would allow permissible travel, freely passing through ever-shifting purposefully weakening areas of the formation. Others would find it a difficult venture, but not impossible if enough power was used. However, with the entire Eternal Sky starfield's fixed base being strengthened by thousands of times, traveling using void gates needed thousands of times more power, which translated to requiring thousands of times more resources/wealth. But the distance between domains were utterly vast, even some domains exceeded the entire length of the Everlore starfield, and for every kilometer of distance traveled via a void gate, a certain amount of spatial resources or spatial energies were needed to be consumed to facilitate. The solution to this problem was the construction and utilization of void ships to sail across the dark void in a cheap, yet time-consuming manner. While practical and affordable, the journeys were oftentimes perilous, and long void ships functioned on essence stones, some spatial materials, but primarily can also be used with one's own innately cultivated energies. The last detail solidified its requirement in vast starfields, reducing the needed price considerably, allowing all cultivators in the astral core realm to safely travel. They became the main means of travel and transportation throughout the grand cyclic stellar region, constantly improved upon in form, function, and fuel efficiency. The various forces even created entire military fleets, a navy of sorts, with weaponized versions of void ships. The greatest manufacturer and the pioneers of new versions of void ships was the Yu clan, one of the 8 noble clans. They established themselves off this earned title, obtaining an incredible amount of wealth and stability from it. But what solidified their status further was their connections with the Golden Life Pavilion and Godforge Association. With the absurdly high price tag to journey across domains, Lin Ming, Lin Xiangxi, and Bai Yushi were forced to proceed their journey using the several thousand-year-old, greatly outdated, void ship. The void ship's top speed was rather lacking in comparison to the new ones, but it was still sufficient for long-distance travel. Because of this, it took them 3 full months before they reached the edges of the Nine Worlds domain to the edge of the Elementus domain. Throughout their travels, they had an escort, Exalted Yu. At first, the trio was displeased and annoyed by the tale, but after encountering interception a few times by unsavory characters seeking to fatten their wallets and shorten others' lives, they were reminded of the dangers that the dark void had besides astronomical phenomena and disaster, void pirates. Those characters turned tail quickly after seeing Spiritwalker at the hull of their escort. In the dark void, just like any civilization with a vast territory that was impossible to oversee at all times, even for cultivators, those with the intentions to earn off the misery of others were present. They sailed, hid, and waited in unregulated areas. Awaiting their next market was a dangerous profession, but most travelers in the dark void using void ships were in the astral core realm. Furthermore, they were oftentimes not even realm lords, being at the middle phases of lower phases of the astral core realm. Why? because they were simply the majority, and void ships were as common as beast mounts. It was even said that there were certain corsair companies, which were organized pirates for the imperial clan's various factions or other domain leaders. They raided other pirates and foreigners of domains, yet it was an accepted reality. It was similar to raising spiders to kill flies. Lin Ming was completely new to this type of complex civilization, while Lin Xiangxi and Bai Yushi had never made the trek across the starfield before. They were awed after seeing entire fleets of void ships filled with passengers travel through the dark void. Some of those passenger fleets carried chi condensation cultivators. There were also patrolling fleets of various territories, circling certain planets or lunar satellites. 7 bronze rank forces protected their airspace, or void space, the area directly above their territory in the dark void. Unable to monopolize a planet, they could only share it alongside other forces and stabilize their territory, including that above. There were a few times when combat-type void ships had launched long-distance beams of concentrated power and devastated cities or sects from the dark void. The art of warfare had more dimensions than the non-cultivator world. Despite Lin Xiangxi and Bai Yushi having special statuses, capable of using their backings to pay the high price for void gate travel, neither of them chose to. For them, as privileged cultivators, every second of cultivation was afforded to them, so how could their backers allow them to waste time like this in the dark void, an environment with very little cultivation opportunities? They didn't usually have to waste time navigating the depths of the dark void, finding out these exotic dangers, or experiencing the various disasters such as stellar rain or vanishing points. The former was like condensed, crystallized sunlight that traveled at such a light speed with a high density. You might not even realize you're dead before it hits you. The latter being strange locations where space was chaotic, twisting and turning and collapsing all forms of matter that entered it. They call those areas vanishing points because anything that enters them vanishes, and there's no sign of its existence after. These two phenomena were relatively rare, yet not even in the top 3 of the greatest dangers within the dark void. Those dangers required true Ascended to have even a remote chance of surviving. About a month in, the trio saw a void ship riddled with tiny, very tiny holes that added it until the entire structure looked like it was chewed by a monster with many teeth. It seemed they had gotten caught by stellar rain. It was relatively old, likely decades. There were even corpses infected and degraded by the chill of the dark void. Lin Ming marveled at the sight, thinking about traveling there to loot the corpses that were visible, still wearing their spatial rings, and even Bai Yushi wanted to, hopeful of finding a solution to her soul state, but Lin Xiangxi threw an astral weapon towards the ship. When it reached roughly 100 miles from the strange droplets of light lit up on the ship and explosively flew out, riddling the astral weapon with holes. There were hundreds of thousands of lights. It was just a heap of destroyed metal almost immediately. And the lights then returned to the devastated ship, becoming entirely unnoticeable. The duo were appalled. They both screamed with curiosity and horror, and the answer turned their hearts cold. Stellar rain isn't produced by solar stars, but are unique lifeforms birthed in the dark void, feeding off the solar energies they give off. You can't call them demons, but they're also like demons, more parasitic than anything. They exist as entire swarms. They lack a certain level of intelligence, and they automatically attack targets that enter their territory. If you're not prepared, sensing them out beforehand, then you'll be pierced through and through. Lin Xiangxi calmly explained, causing them to feel horror. While Lin Xiangxi hadn't traveled the dark void, she was extremely well read regarding aspects of the dark void. These little creatures also move locations. While in transit, they truly take the form of sunlight like rain. According to what I read, it's extremely beautiful, but their relocation takes place at least once a century. It's like flowers that are blown, but much more dangerous. But they are not without their benefits. The experts of the starfield capture stellar rain to extract their uniquely refined solar energies to produce certain alchemical products that can help fortify a cultivator's star core or to help create solar stars. But even Ascended would find it difficult to capture them. They're really fast. Lin Xiangxi's explanation left the two in even more awe as they looked at the destroyed ship. The dangers of the dark void also had its miraculousness. These life forms could reap life away, but also create solar stars that could allow life to flourish. The trio didn't see any vanishing points on their 3-month-long journey, but they saw planets of all types of sizes and colors. There were small-sized, medium-sized, large-sized, and even gigantic-sized planets. According to Lin Xiangxi, these planets weren't fixed in size. The experts that live there periodically infuse the planet with energies to enlarge them. A planet's size directly correlated to the size of their star core, which translated to the strength of its essence refinement ability, thus creating a healthier and richer environment. Furthermore, the added space allowed these locations to become dedicated fields of herbs, ores, produce, or other materials to be cultivated via methods. The Elementus domain and the Nine Worlds domain was divided by the Everlore domain. This was why travel was relatively easier, faster, and less chaotic for them. "We're finally here," Lin Xiangxi said as their ship bypassed the Elementus domain's border. There was a slight frown on her face as she observed the various planets and lunar satellites within the expanse that was the Elementus domain. There was a tinge of conflict within her eyes. Lin Ming felt his heart racing rapidly after arriving here. His eyes were bright, his fists were clenched, and his mind were filled with explosive activity. This was the first step of the rest of his life. Bayushi's spatial ring started to flare with a faint blue glow. Her hand fiercely trembled as she grasped it, her expression palling somewhat. These past 3 months of traveling with Lin Xiangxi and Lin Ming were filled with happy memories that made her relaxed and at ease, yet the ring broke her out of her fantastical dream. Her expression paled even further. Lin Xiangxi noticed this. Swiftly, she touched Bayushi's shoulder and used her spiritual force to stabilize her bodily situation. Due to her damaged soul, not only was her mind hectic and fragile, but any stimulation from her body can invoke all sorts of physiological reactions. At the moment, she was at the precipice of a heart attack. Bayushi's eyelids slowly closed. With a faint, waning voice, she said, "Li Lin Ming, you can." However, she was unable to finish her words before she fell unconscious. Her delicate body was light, falling into Lin Xiangxi's arms. Lin Ming snapped out of his thoughts as he turned to her. "Is she going to be okay?" he asked Lin Xiangxi. Lin Xiangxi sighed, but nodded. A damaged soul was not an easy thing to recover from, but with her status, she will. The issue wasn't if she could recover, it was the trouble that would result from her situation being made known, especially the reason for it. She never feared Bayushi's dying, she feared the result of not solving her predicament themselves. Yet Wei Wuyin wasn't even in the grand cyclic stellar region. So they couldn't exactly search the entire world for him, right? Exalted, you sent them a spiritual message, the Tang clan is here. The both of them lifted their eyes towards a certain area outside of the Elementus domain, and the stars in the distance were distorting. Their eyes widened as, like an abrupt blip, a void ship simply appeared a few hundred miles from them. At its hull was a unique symbol of a vermilion bird of mythical legend. It was animated, flying around the hull freely, releasing artistically designed flames that made it look like a painting every moment. Yet the beauty did little to calm the hearts of the two before they could even react. A figure appeared directly above their void ship. The figure floated within the dark void, standing on space as if it was flat ground, looking at them with a sharp light in their eyes. Lin Xiangxi's expression grew unfathomably dark after recognizing that figure. She gulped heavily, "Lord Guardian, I." Lin Ming's heart grew icy cold. This was the first time seeing his senior sister Lin filled with fear and dread. This figure that existed in the dark void without a worldly domain unleashed, he had to be an ascended. Chapter 614, 609, Mounting Troubles. Chapter 614, 609, Mounting Troubles. "Well, this will be interesting," Exalted You commented. He wasn't actually present, using an incarnation art to manifest himself here, but his spiritual senses reached his true body. Avidly aware of everything occurring, he felt excited at what would unfold. This was especially after noticing the arrival of that oppressive figure. While he wore a hood that concealed his facial expressions, his attire spoke volumes. The 9-colored design with perfect proportions and symmetry was accompanied by a large, white embroidered character at his heart. It said, "Guardian." There was only one individual in the entire Elementus domain, in the entire True Element sect, allowed to wear that character, to wear that design. The Guardian of the Elements, Han Yahweh. Even Exalted You felt an unfathomable pressure just observing this figure. And he wasn't even really here. Feeling his real body quiver slightly, he decided to just act as an observer for now. The Tang clan that seemed to be moving domineeringly forward halted instantly after that figure appeared. Clearly the screeching of space relieved their urgency. This figure was someone even the Tang clan was cautious of. Lin Xiangxi bit her lower lip in stress, her beating heart was unable to calm down. She expected this to occur, but she couldn't fathom the end result. She feared for Lin Ming, yet if Lin Ming didn't come with her, he would have certainly been branded as a fugitive, and his identity as a chosen wouldn't protect him. He absolutely couldn't forego that identity. Just venerable Spiritwalker wasn't a figure Lin Ming could face, let alone the Tang clan or the Guardian of Elements, Han Yuhei. Han Yuhei's eyes glinted from beneath the hood. His spiritually overwhelming eyes focused on Lin Xiangxi's body for a long moment, instigating a minute-long silence, before he moved slightly. Lin Xiangxi nearly jumped out of her skin when Han Yuhei appeared beside her. She hadn't even sensed the slightest hint of his arrival. It was as if a deadly tsunami appeared out of nowhere, yet all she could do was be frozen in fear. Lin Ming tightly clenched his fists. Who was this guy? Why was Lin Xiangxi so terrified? Han Yuhei's steps were completely soundless, as if floating. He reached out and took Bai Yushi from Lin Xiangxi's arms. As he did, his oppressive presence dwindled into a gentle gust. The soft body of Bai Yushi was taken, and Lin Xiangxi offered no resistance. Han Yuhei carried her softly in his arms in a bridal carry, her neck nestled between his shoulder and neck. Bai Yushi's pale complexion instantly grew healthier, rosy, and flushed with blood. Even her soft, pitiable breathing grew strong. She moved on her own, getting closer to Han Yuhei's body. Han Yuhei's features were still hidden, but his gaze lifted, turning towards Lin Ming. At that moment, Lin Ming felt his entire body descend into the depths of an unknown world. All his secrets, all his thoughts, and even his emotions and past was as if it was completely seen through by that gaze. Exposed, he didn't back down. He felt as if his entire soul was being searched, stripped completely bare. His gray eyes radiated a fiercely retaliatory light, utterly fearless. With a throat-filled roar, Lin Ming's astral force erupted in fury. He was not one to bow before anyone, to be examined freely, to be humiliated in such a manner. He had his own pride. Yet shortly after his eruption, a strange force abolished his powers and he felt himself floating from the deck. In that moment, all of the things he relied on to be strong were seemingly gone. For that moment, he felt like a mortal without a single bit of cultivation. He felt powerless. Completely and utterly powerless. He fell down on one knee without knowing, his eyes widened with unthinkable levels of shock. Han Yuhei didn't speak to Lin Ming. He merely moved his gaze away towards Lin Xiangxi. Her entire body stilled as well, but she clearly didn't feel the same probing oppression as Lin Ming. Where's the other? Han Yuhei spoke out, his voice was forceful, filled with boundless pride, and unwavering power. There was a charm of absolute authority within, forcing most to feel compelled to answer truthfully. Lin Xiangxi felt her legs become jelly. This was what she dreaded. She had to use a full minute to regather herself, replying respectfully, her head slightly bowed. The second chosen, Wei Wuyin, was absent from the world-shifting net. According to the Golden Gate Pavilion's Grand Seer, he's not in the Grand Cyclic Stellar region. Han Yuhei's eyes momentarily flickered, the light emitting from it still disguised his features. After a long moment, he asked, she lost portions of her cultivation, damaged her soul. Willingly. While he didn't look towards Lin Ming, there was a dark, fatal grip that seized his heart. A single thought, and Lin Ming knew that his death was certain. He had never felt such fear before. Was this an ascended? Was this Lord Guardian a normal ascended? Lin Xiangxi was prepared for this. She proposed it. She retrieved a crystal that recorded Bai Yushi's own statement, handing it to Han Yuhei. Without the slightest movement, the crystal vanished and reappeared before Han Yuhei. Then, it almost instantly shattered into glorious bits. The glittering specks of crystal were beautiful, yet it made Lin Xiangxi feel utterly helpless. If Han Yuhei wanted to act against them, she might be able to remain unscathed, but Lin Ming certainly wouldn't. Han Yuhei vanished, and Lin Ming felt his heart lighten. He was spared. Exalted Yu was quietly observing when Han Yuhei arrived on board without any indication. The various protections of the Spiritwalker void ship were utterly useless before such a character, but he didn't panic. He wasn't even here, that bitch still dares to make requests. Han Yuhei's voice was violently fierce, the entire void ship rumbled, creaks and cracks emerged everywhere. Exalted Yu's expression was completely unaffected, but his incarnation dispersed a little, losing its legs. He merely gave a bright smile. An oath was established. He was here for a task, and that was to retrieve the Elementus cache or items of similar value. A crystal appeared in his palm and floated towards Han Yuhei. Han Yuhei stared at Exalted Yu's figure for a long while, only shifting to the crystal after a while. After a moment, he released a soft snort, utterly impossible. Exalted Yu was unsurprised by this reaction. Those were products concocted by the King of Everlore himself. This list has been vetted and verified by the Everlore Association. If you believe they're incorrect in their assessment, please seek out the San clan for reappraising, but this price is 10% less than what they suggested. Han Yuhei remained silent. The breathing of the crew all halted simultaneously, absolutely fearful. If this man raged, they would all die. One favor, Han Yuhei countered. Exalted Yu's entire expression brightened considerably at those words. With a brilliant smile, he nodded. Venerable Spirit Walker agrees. She'll contact you within a few years, please be ready. With that, his incarnation couldn't sustain itself any longer and vanished. Han Yuhei's aura seethed a little, the void ship's formation started to shatter, suffering damage. With a soft snort, he vanished with Bayushi. He knew that he was schemed against, and Bayushi was the target of this, but what could he do? The financial situation of the True Element sect couldn't afford this. There were several minutes of silence, and the Spirit Walker void ship was decommissioned. It'll likely take them months to perform repairs. Fortunately, the life support and shielding remained alive, but motor functions, fueling ports, and steering formations were completely damaged. They couldn't move even if they wanted to. Lin Xiangxi and Lin Ming soon recovered their composure. Lin Ming took a long, steady breath, staring at the far-off distance into the depths of the Elementus domain. He couldn't help but ask, who the hell was that? Lin Xiangxi softly replied, Bayushi's grandfather, the guardian of the elements. He protects the entire Elementus domain, the strongest expert of our True Element sect. Grandfather. Strong expert. How strong is he? Lin Ming didn't expect Bayushi's background to be so terrifying. Why was she serving as an overseer for a chosen trial? He's an earthly saint. Don't set your eyes too far, focus on your own path. A single step at a time. Lin Xiangxi cautiously warned. Lin Ming felt his heart throb. An earthly saint. How powerful were they? Wait. What about Master? If Han Yuhei was the strongest expert of the Elementus domain, then what about the Divine King Han Zhe? After all, he was a chosen of Divine King Han Zhe's faction, and Senior Sister Lin promised that becoming a chosen enabled him to be his disciple. Together, they would be junior and senior disciples under the same master. Lin Xiangxi's expression slightly changed, but before she could answer, spiritual waves battered their void ship. It violently rocked in the dark void like a boat smashing against raging tidal waves. The Tang clan has come to collect. The troubles kept mounting. Chapter 615, 610, Sanyongli. Chapter 615, 610, Sanyongli. The last few months had been very life-changing, eye-opening, and wish-fulfilling for quite a few who came from the Everlore Starfield to the Eternal Sky Starfield. The richer environment, developed civilization, and given opportunities were seized with a gusto by those with ambition. The new world was filled with new life. But for a single figure amongst those inhabitants weren't unfamiliar with this new world. In fact, they spent the majority of their lives here, and even later died in its ensuing chaos. This person's story was one of tragedy, but also of happiness. The origin of which began in the past of two timelines. Yet to diverge, they started the same. It all started at the San clan, in the still-named Trivision Starfield exactly 34 years ago from the present. The exalted figure, praised and worshipped as the second strongest expert of the Starfield, the female San clan false realm lord, San Yuan had just learned she was pregnant. Despite her age that exceeded 1,000, her body experiencing menopause, she was still pregnant. The discovery left medicinal sages and alchemists baffled. Yet her body seemingly reversed in age, renewed in its ability to give birth. The father was a closely guarded secret, yet rumors abound. The prevailing theory was that the San Emperor had beseeched the greatest alchemical minds to concoct a pill to revitalize his sister's body, impregnating her with a pure-blooded heir for the San clan's legacy. In the end, it mattered little, as the San clan was the ruling family of the Trivision Starfield, and incestuous relationships weren't uncommon amongst certain beastman lineages and elven lineages. While it was less common in humans, it wasn't unheard of. A spicy bit of gossip was all it was. But that pregnancy led to the eventual birth of a baby. But this baby was said to have died during childbirth, suffering complications that led to their demise. The false realm lord, San Yuan, was utterly devastated. She went into secluded cultivation, leaving the managing of everything to the San Emperor. A decade later, the news that the San Empress had adopted a child, roughly the same age as the deceased child would have been, began to spread. Her name was San Yongli, and she was heralded as the little princess of the San clan. She was absolutely gorgeous, considered the top beauty of the entire starfield. But despite that, she was rarely seen by those outside of the San clan. Yet her reputation kept growing, with many details of her habits of playing around and not focusing on cultivation spreading wildly. She was considered talented, yet had no patience for cultivation. She dilly-dallied on the laurels of her family's dominance. This continued for 3 decades. At that point, the Everlore Association's San clan arrived. After a certain event, the San clan was forced by the hegemonic forces into a decline, especially after the San Emperor was killed by a young man named Long Chen. Their ruling rights were challenged, and they had no means to resist. At the precipice of their destruction, they were saved by their main branch. It seemed the San ancestor was extremely mindful, ensuring he had many descendants that left with the King of Everlore during his venture while he remained. They established the San clan of the Everlore Association, and the former servants of the King of Everlore became one of the 4 ruling factions of the Everlore Association. San Yuan, however, refused to leave. She stayed in the Trivision starfield, but her daughter, San Yongli, was energetically excited, utterly electric in her desire to follow this prestigious clan. Her story continued, her beauty stellar, and her life kept being supported by external powers. She relied on their reputation, her beauty, and their power as she ventured throughout the world and caused all sorts of trouble. But the Eternal Sky Starfield had to accept it. The San clan was not a force any organization could casually afford to offend, especially after this mischievous young woman had the support of San Luoyang, a prime alchemic mortal sovereign. It was a nightmare, yet it came to an end after a meeting. A fairy tale began, with love and delight between the Imperial clan and the Everlore Association, yet filled with bitter struggle and complex machinations. Breaking off from the Everlore Association, she became the concubine of a royal prince of the Tian clan, the Imperial clan of the Eternal Sky Starfield. But after severing her backing, with her low cultivation base and already defiled body by the royal prince, her relevance dwindled. Her promised position of a wife had been relegated to a concubine. But San Yongli's thoughts were simple: she dared to love, so she dared to risk it. But the whirlwind didn't stop. The fight for the throne of the Eternal Sky's imperial leadership had begun. The princesses and princes fought fiercely for the throne, leaving the starfield in hectic chaos as bloody wars were launched, planets left in ruin, and world realms destroyed. The death toll reached billions with ease. San Yongli was a mere concubine, hidden away in a world realm, hoping for the eventual end of this bloody battle to be with her beloved, yet the world realm's core was destroyed by a sinister scheme, and she along with it. At the age of 99, she died. On the planet Third Sky, ruled by the San clan, San Yongli sat on a rock, a freshwater lake before her. With pebbles in her hand, she tossed them, skidding them across the water's surface. She no longer wore her hood, her face revealed before the world. She was gorgeous, enchanting like the morning sunrise. Her long, white hair was like a cascading waterfall of heavenly water. Each strand glistened with a healthy glow, its whiteness didn't seem remotely plain. Her irises were radiantly crimson in color, as beautiful as treasured rubies, and as brilliant as the solar stars within the night sky. Her eyebrows were slightly thick but not too much. They were as dark as night and seemingly painted to perfection by a heavenly architect. Her pale pink lips were full, as soft as water itself. There wasn't a single feature that lacked symmetrical perfection, from her slender fingers to her long legs. Most notably amongst her exceptional features were her chest. They were tightly upheld by a firm brasserie, and her size exceeded even Qing Qiumu and Nasini. Yet it was held by a slender waist, firm and toned. Dressed in black, short sleeves, and form-fitting pants, she carried a wistful expression. Between her brows was not a lick of ignorance, but valiant might, giving her a heroic yet intelligent demeanor. There wasn't an ounce of laziness in her bones, completely eradicated by her tragic past. I won't make the same mistake again. She tossed another rock. It skidded 89 times before plopping. Her skill with stone skipping was legendary. And what mistake is that? A warm voice sounded out. San Yongli closed her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath before fixing her expression. She faintly smiled, turning to face Sen Luoyang with bright eyes. I'll never allow my starfield to be destroyed by a star devourer, she answered. Sen Luoyang walked over, standing beside the boulder. I know it's unexpected, but life is filled with the unexpected. What matters is that you're alive, you and your mother. As long as you have light in your eyes, you dash. You can achieve anything. Your destiny is still yours to decide. Sen Yongli finished Sen Luoyang's words. This was a famous saying that Sen Luoyang had always told her before, whenever he berated her for slacking in her cultivation efforts. This distant granduncle of hers was caring, and even now, they still shared that familiar affinity. Even though things change, some people don't. She genuinely smiled, her bright white teeth on perfect display. That arc was heart-snatching. Sen Luoyang grew dazed by this sight for a moment. He coughed slightly. You should smile more, he commented. It's been nearly 4 months yet Sen Yongli had never smiled genuinely, and this was the first time he felt her smile was earnest and real. It caused even his old heart to be moved. Sen Yongli noticed her actions, which caused her smile to fade. She touched her face, that gorgeous face that attracted the love of her life, and allowed her to experience true love. Yet it wasn't enough. She lacked strength, foresight, and intelligence before, but not again. This time, things will be different, just like everything else. Chapter 616 to 611, Endless Prosperity Domain. Chapter 616, 611, Endless Prosperity Domain. The territory of the Golden Life Pavilion was named the Endless Prosperity Domain, a domineeringly ambitious name to say the least. However, very few would ever call into question the likelihood of this name. After all, the Golden Life Pavilion was renowned as the greatest merchant organization, selling and buying goods, services, and integrated in almost every territory in the Eternal Sky Starfield. Their reputation was exceptional, neutral without any antagonistic conflicts. Their upright and fair manner of conducting business, from refunds to quality guarantees, over the tens of thousands of years since their establishment left them trusted by the vast majority. From the humble Qi condensation farmers to the lofty ascendant of mystic tier forces. The Golden Life Pavilion wasn't simply a business, but they acted as a secondary banking option for the cultivators of the Starfield. The first and primary bank was the Skylight Bank, directly ruled and managed by the Imperial clan. The Golden Life Bank gave out fair and interest loans, which have allowed many financially struggling forces to remain above water and survive certain desperate years, and secured deposits with annual interests. However, the Skylight Bank was renowned for refusing loans to low-tier forces that might collapse. A few gold-tier forces existed solely because, during their bronze-tier years, the Golden Life Bank helped support their geniuses, establish cultivation grounds, or trade their resources at a fair, stable price even if the value of that resource was lowered at that time. These types of investments and kind actions made many forces absolutely adore the Golden Life Pavilion, later allowing them to establish well-developed branches in the depths of their territory, functioning as their main merchants for all their needs. This was why they were given the Golden title, establishing themselves in over 90% of the Eternal Sky Starfield's territory. Despite their bank being referred to as the secondary option, they were highly preferred, with many only using the Skylight Bank due to the prestige and respect for the Imperial clan. It was hard for the Imperial clan to shut down the Golden Life Bank as it had existed long before the Skylight Bank, before the Imperial clan became the Imperial clan. Furthermore, it was too well received still. Many understood that to the Imperial clan, be it the Golden Life Pavilion or Golden Gate Pavilion, they both were like thorns. If they could remove them, the Imperial clan surely would. In the Endless Prosperity Domain, there were only 3 planets. These planets were absolutely massive, large-sized, enough to house tens of trillions comfortably, with sufficient resources, food, and a healthy environment to match. Surrounding these 3 large-sized planets were 2 rings that interconnected, forming an X. These rings moved at fast speeds, releasing faint glimmers of brilliant light. However, they weren't the only celestial bodies that existed in the Endless Prosperity Domain. Orbiting these planets were various lunar satellites that were called prosperous moons. They numbered 45, with the slightly larger planet having 17, the smallest of the 3 planets had 13, and the middle planet was surrounded by 15. Each of these prosperous moons weren't like normal lunar satellites. They were all terraformed to be like pseudoplanets, housing cultivators, miners, farmers, herbalists, and other workers. These prosperous moons were used to cultivate materials, provide jobs, and raise geniuses. If one looked closely, there were faint bridges of light exuding from the X rings to the prosperous moons, slowly feeding them highly refined astral essence. This made the environment even richer than some legitimate planets. This exquisite design allowed the Golden Life Pavilion to not just be merchants that facilitated sales, but had materials to sell or trade with others. They weren't considered as one of the wealthiest forces in the entire starfield due to their business practices, but also their cultivation of resources, essence stones, astral stones, and even the legendary mystic stones. The planets themselves, however, were not inhabited by trillions despite their size. They contained roughly a few billion cultivators each, all used to maintain the various formations and arrays, using the planet's refinement power to their benefit. Because of this, there were very few on the planet, as its energies, essence, and environment wasn't nearly as great as those 45 prosperous moons. By funneling the essence and energies to those prosperous moons, controlling the flow and ratio, the Golden Life Pavilion can control the environment they wish to manifest, manipulate the growth of certain resources, not needing to rely on the planet's whims or innate restrictions. For example, a heat-filled planet couldn't properly nurture ice-attributed resources, but it still had ice energies, various ice-attributed essences dispersed throughout the planet. By extracting these forces individually, carefully, they could send all these ice-attributed energies and essences into a single area of a prosperous moons, likely even nurturing mystic rank materials as a result. It was utter genius. The Golden Life Pavilion didn't lack ideas, and even foresight towards the future, but it didn't stop there. Their domain didn't lack world realms. They had 81 world realms established in the Endless Prosperity domain, each having their own series of gateway doors. These world realms were the main housing areas for the hundreds of trillions of inhabitants of the Endless Prosperity domain, and almost all of them were interconnected via void gates, allowing instantaneous travel to each world realm at minimum cost. Even some chi condensation cultivators could travel freely between world real MSIT was a well-connected civilization, almost entirely different from the other domains. But it wasn't all bright and gorgeous, as bronze, silver, and gold tier forces were unable to establish themselves in these world realms. While they could create branches in these world realms, to recruit or acquire resources, they had to use one of the near-the-border planets in the Endless Prosperity domain to set up their headquarters. That being said, conflicts were extremely minimal. Almost entirely restricted. If a force tried to stir up any issues, they and all those connected to them were expelled without question. After being banned for 100 or even 1,000 years, they would be allowed to return. It was both fair and ruthless. It's been 6 months since the Everlore domain's trillions were brought over, dispersed amongst the 3 domains of the Everlore domain, 9 Worlds domain, and Skyrim domain, and others were integrated into the various silver and gold tier forces. There were some who chose the second option, yet wanted to explore or were given a mission to locate others. For the former, quite a few made their way to the Endless Prosperity domain to find prospects with the greatest merchant organization, and some wanted to find a stable environment to work and avoid wars. As long as intelligent beings existed, so did conflict. This included death and pain. For cultivators, this was amplified. Even greater. It was unavoidable as they cultivated for life and power, most for the sake of pursuing personal freedom to act upon their innermost desires. These desires could be to find love, to obtain a harem of 1,000 beauties, or have their name etched upon history, or to explore the world's gorgeous scenes. It mattered not why, each of them would soon find conflict on their path. The latter wasn't many, and there was one in particular that was given an extremely important task. An old man in gray robes was currently in the 34th world realm named after the creator, the Grand Horse realm, with a black sack roughly the size of a washbin hung over his shoulder. Tuabihan wiped off the faint sweat on his forehead. He had arrived at the Endless Prosperity domain nearly 3 months ago, yet he had to travel a great distance to arrive here. While the world realms were all interconnected, due to the cheap nature, there were some restrictions. One such restriction made it so that to travel to certain world realms from other world realms directly was impossible. Most world realms only allowed easy travel to 3 other world realms. It formed a network where, if one navigated and planned properly, they could reach all the world realms for a similar price as going from nearby planet to planet in the eternal sky. Starfield's normal void gates, fortunately cheap, while also a little time-consuming, this wasn't the most glaring restriction. There were certain alignment requirements for void gates to reach other world realms, which meant only on certain specific times can one actually use the void gates. It was such a hassle. But the alternative was exiting the world realms, and traveling to a specific gateway door in the Endless Prosperity domain, which were all on the prosperous moons. but it was absolutely massive. Going from the border to the center of the domain was roughly a tens of thousand times more costly using a void gate, and even using a void ship might take years, if not decades if your void ship was just a little too slow. After all, not every void ship had an expert like Lin Xiangxi to provide it with spatial energies to function at maximum speed for months. Still, he made it here safely. The Grand Horse Realm, the homeworld of the Ma clan, Tuo Bihan had tried to find Ma Zheng, the third manager of the Golden Life Pavilion, but that was seemingly an impossible feat despite being called the third manager. It reflected not his rank, but his station of authority. He oversaw the entire third branch of the Golden Life Pavilion. There were 4 branches: the first branch, second branch, third branch, and main life branch. They each oversaw a quadrant of the eternal sky starfield. An entire quadrant, which encompassed 3 to 4 domains. It was extremely difficult to pinpoint Ma Zheng's exact location at any point of time. He was too busy tending to various needs and matters, but even if you did, he might not be there for longer than a few days. Even if Tuo Bihan sought out a meeting with him, he'd be casually dismissed. After all, he was just a realm lord. If he mentioned Wei Wuin's name, while it might provoke a response, who knows how long that'll take to reach Ma Zheng, especially if he wasn't taken seriously. His only option was to go to the source, their homeworld. With a heft of his bag, he reminded himself of his duty and pushed onwards. His job wasn't done yet. He had to find out where their headquarters were in this vast world realm. Chapter 617, 612, Shui Phase Treatment. Chapter 617, 612, Shui Phase Treatment. In the Grand Horse Realm, the 34th world realm of the Endless Prosperity Domain, there was an idyllic valley filled with lush vegetation, freshwater springs, and astral essence-rich environment. There was a waterfall that cascaded downwards from 100 meters high, and it released faint vapor that sparkled with a mystical light. This water settled, flowing downwards onto a set of rocky formations that resembled steps, each floor having a flood of clear, fresh water that led further below. At the base of this waterfall was a spring that accumulated this water, sprinkling with an aquamarine beauty that seemed as if it was designed by immortals. Beneath this spring's waters were several shadows, swimming about freely. A series of footsteps echoed out, followed by a figure arriving at the edge of the spring. It belonged to a human woman of medium height, petite build, eyes like green gems, and a fair complexion accompanied by neck-length brunette hair. She wasn't outstanding in terms of her looks, but she wasn't an individual that would be ignored in a crowd. Especially since she had a uniquely refined and dignified aura, her every step careful and steady. "Missy Fei," she called out. Her voice was official, stately. Clearly, she was trained to speak in a manner that everyone could understand her every word. The spring waters bubbled slightly as the shadows beneath it grew larger and larger, clearly about to break through the surface. Splash! An exquisite figure broke free, a slender, supple, and curvaceous body drenched in water revealed itself. Shui Fei's signature black hair was wet, and her hair flipped back to splash the air with its excess. With a swift movement of her hands, she removed the water from her face and observed the woman at the edge of the spring. Those hazel eyes of hers with navy blue flecks were astonishing to behold, even causing the stately and serious young woman to grow absent-minded. Furthermore, Shui Fei was completely naked. Without a strand of clothes on her, those perky, shapely, bouncy breasts of hers were free to be observed and admired. Her curves were not accentuated by any tightly hugging clothing, but after seeing her without any, it would provoke thoughts that it was a true pity that clothes hid such perfection. A soft gulp resounded. Shui Fei brushed her hair back again, ensuring no excess water remained. Her eyes directed at the young woman, a faint frown on her face. She didn't have any awkwardness being observed in the nude by another woman. As a princess, she was helped into her dress and bathed by female attendants most of her life. She walked out of the spring, each step leaving a trail of glistening water, and she grabbed her clothes. "What is it, Maru?" she questioned, using fire energies within her body to begin drying herself. The mist wrapped around her, shielding her body from sight. Maru snapped out of her daze. She had to clear her throat a little, continuing, "I've brought over the materials you asked for, Missy Fei." She brought out a spatial ring on a silver platter, and let it float slowly to Shui Fei. "If you need anything else, please don't be afraid to ask." "Need anything?" Shui Fei's tone was mocking. She slowly left the mist, fully clothed in a form-fitting, black-colored cheongsam with long sleeves. It had a 5-clawed dragon embroidered on it in violet, and oddly, a pair of black shorts that touched her knees. Even with her clothes on, Maru couldn't help but be shocked at how beautiful Shui Fei was. "Your people brought me here 6 months ago, told me that I'm just to stay and wait, providing me with these subpar resources to cultivate, and you tell me if I need anything. I need to go home. I need to see my husband. Can I get that?" Shui Fei asked, her eyes staring at Maru. Despite being Wei Wuyan's concubine, she referred to him as husband. Without warning, she was sucked into some strange world, and then brought here. While she was told that her starfield was destroyed by some star devourer, she still didn't believe it fully. But after learning that every beast was taken, and that every human, elf, and demon was taken by another force to prevent their destruction by this star devourer, she started to believe it. She met Zuhai, the dragons, the beastmen ascendants. Even Zen, the former Grand Imperial Sage of the extreme Imperial Mountain, was present. They were all in this world realm, kept here until someone returned for them. This was the explanation, at least she knew that someone was definitely Wei Wuyan, especially after she was given special privileges. For example, this spring was an extremely rare and precious astral star spring. Just swimming within it could refine the body, had miraculous healing and purification properties, and had water energies that exceeded mortal limits. Just drinking it caused her cultivation foundation to grow by a bit each time. Just being here for 6 months, her astral core had grown by a few dozen millimeters. The others weren't given such extraordinary treatment, clearly singling her out. Even still, the resources she was given wasn't remotely close to what Wei Wuyan provided her with. Many of their alchemical products were low quality or high quality, but Wei Wuyan never allowed anything but peak quality to touch her lips. While low quality still was a 100% effectiveness with no impurities, there was the concept of diminishing impact. For example, if an astral sea pill taken 10 times would then be 50% less effective, then even if one took a 10 low-quality astral sea pill and then a 10 peak-quality astral sea pills, those peak-quality products would still be 50% less effective, for the secondary and tertiary effects. The concept of diminishing impact made the quality of repeatable products important. Maru sighed, shaking her head. "I can't, Missy Fei." Her job was to aid Shui Fei, ensuring no discomfort in her stay, but she couldn't do anything else. She didn't even know why Shui Fei was being kept here, besides knowing she came from the recently destroyed Everlore starfield. Shui Fei clenched her teeth, but later released the tension with a sigh. There was nothing she could do. It's not like she didn't try to escape, but there were a dozen female guards hidden in the surroundings. They were all realm lords, with the leader being a time lord. She couldn't fight against that. Shui Fei took the spatial ring, inspected it, and frowned. "Where's the astral ocean pills? Why are these high blood refinement elixirs low quality? Some of them barely reach that. What is this?" The astral ocean pill was an high tier, 8th grade pill that was exceedingly precious in strengthening one's astral core, expanding one's world sea, and refining the meridians to better handle the circulation of powerful, copious amounts of astral force. As for the high blood refinement elixirs, they were suitable for refining one's physical energies. It was crucial for beastmen or beasts, but it was also a high-tier, 8th grade elixir. Shortly after entering the Valkyrie, she was given 5 peak-quality astral ocean pills to refine and 5 high blood refinement elixirs. She had never leapt so fast in strength or increased in cultivation foundation before. Maru pouted her lips slightly. "We ran out. Those astral ocean pills are hot commodities, bought and sent out almost immediately upon being concocted. You refined our last reserves a little too quickly, we need more time." Shui Fei's frown deepened. She understood the value of the astral ocean pill, but it couldn't have run out. She had only refined 3 in 6 months. "Aren't you guys the Golden Life Pavilion? Some great merchant force?" When Maru heard this, she felt both ashamed and angered. "Degree, you're refining products so recklessly, yet you ask this. Do you think these things can be produced with a snap of our fingers? It takes months just for one. You aren't our only responsibility, Degree." But she remained calm despite her thoughts, patiently answering, "Our alchemic emperors are among the best, but we have other contracts to fulfill. Moreover, these pills might take a few days to refine, but they take months, sometimes years, to concoct." Shui Fei's frown deepened. They had never fallen short before. "Can't you just buy more?" Maru was fiercely taken aback. What type of spoiled life did this Shui Fei live? Of course, Shui Fei wasn't at fault. She was always given resources by Wei Wuyin, and she had plenty to refine as she wished for 5 years. There was never a day she wasn't leaping in strength or cultivation. She lacked neither quality, quantity, or variety. Prior to that, she wasn't really given much resources or regarded with any importance. She was only protected thanks to Yuan Longshi's reputation and ruthlessness, not nurtured and cultivated by her family's resources. Her lopsided view was based on the fact that this starfield boasted millions of alchemic emperors and dozens of mortal sovereign alchemists, and compared them to Wei Wuin's standard. Ma Ru remained patient. The cost of an astral ocean pill is affordable, but you've asked for peak quality. They're quite difficult to procure from other sources. When available, they're swiftly bought out. So we'll be delayed in obtaining them. Shui Fei found this interesting and slightly contradictory. Then why did you give me low-quality high-blood refinement elixirs? We won't be able to obtain peak-quality ones for quite a while, because there's no alchemic emperor in our branch that is familiar with concocting them. This was the best we could do in short notice. I apologize, Ma Ru sincerely said. The high-blood refinement elixirs were meant for beasts and beastmen, yet that wasn't needed in the eternal sky starfield. With the advancements of technology, void ships and other modes of transportation allowed for an easier, cheaper, more reliable alternative. Beast mounts were mostly obsolete, only being useful for certain low-level cultivators who can't afford it or specialized beasts meant for battle. The Lu clan, one of the 8 noble clans, ruled that niche market, selling beasts to those cultivators. Shui Fei sighed. The other materials were just things she could casually refine, their quality not mattering much, but not nearly as important or quick resulted as alchemical products. She missed Wei Wuyin. They only briefly met in the 4 extreme continent, but they were separated once again. Just like the time the void gate of the Blood Forge continent was destroyed. Still, she knew that having her own life goal was important, and she didn't want to exist as the foil of another, like she was with Yuan Longshi. Yet that didn't mean she wanted to be separated from a man that she accepted in her heart. Can I visit the others? Shui Fei asked Ma Ru. Of course. Follow me, Ma Ru nodded, a faint smile on her face. It was much easier to do this than explain the concept of alchemic scarcity alongside supply and demand to someone. Chapter 618, 613, A Unique Dynamic. Chapter 618, 613, A Unique Dynamic. Shui Fei, under the open escort of 13 female cultivators, including Ma Ru, traveled through the Grand Horse Realm, exiting from her isolated living area, and arrived at a seemingly entire new world. There were beasts flying across the sky, be it hawk, falcon, winged dragons, or other beings of flight. They formed a delicate and developing ecological system, but were segregated in ways as to prevent an eradication of certain species due to an overabundance of predators. The continued ecological developments were maintained in a perfect, calculated balance, but these were merely the open fields for wild animals. Their destination was a network of interconnected cities that contained all the beastmen that were taken away, large enough to fill tens of billions. In a way, it was a single city with roads and pathways to lead to other cities. Just as they were flying towards the area, a titanic shadow loomed over the horizon in the east, opposite of the city. A ferocious, thunderous roar resounded. The 12 guards conjured their astral wards preemptively, as if expecting an outcome. Ma Ru stood next to Shui Fei and calmly held out her hand. A thin, nearly invisible film of air formed around Shui Fei and herself. The roar was powerful, causing the flying beasts to quiver and land, while those who were dragons to roar in joy. Those on the ground paused their activities and glanced at the sky in reverence and awe. They were soon engulfed by the vast shadow of a being, eclipsing the solar star that hung at the top of the Grand Horse Realm. It stretched for 30,000 meters, with wings that extended for over 40,000 meters. Its azure scales reflected the light from the solar stars, glistening with a mighty beauty. The roar induced a surge of chaotic wind that rushed towards the flying group, crashing into their wards and the thin film of air. Yet with their preparations, they were untouched. As for the beasts below, many were sent flying for miles helplessly. Their wails and cries went unanswered as they got forcefully relocated. At least, those who survived the landing. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flaps of those wings were terrifying, creating explosive noise. Shui Fei's eyes lit anew. She looked towards Ma Ru, who helplessly smiled, but nodded. Shui Fei flew forward, Ma Ru directly behind her, and the escort stayed behind. Anu's physical presence was stifling, and realm lords were incapable of resisting it if he unleashed it towards them. They've suffered before, so they were unwilling to do so again. Seeing Shui Fei, Anu's gigantic form slowed down, his feet landing on the ground in a crushing thud. There were minor earthquakes throughout the area. Its eyes that were a sea of gold with vertical pupils like night, Anu stared at the incoming Shui Fei with a soft snort. Using its massive claws, it scratched its chin to rid itself of an inch. Shui Fei was unafraid of the gargantuan beast that could shatter a continent with a mere swipe of its claw. After arriving here, she met the other dragons, the leader of which was Anu, an azure-scaled horned firmament dragon. She had never seen real dragons before, but she had the demonic dragon's soul inside her own. This demonic dragon wasn't always a demonic dragon, but a normal dragon that was a horned firmament dragon. When it died, its corpse laid alone for a long time until the soul impartation of the heavens enacted its grace, transforming the corpse into a demon. Revitalized, the dragon retained some of its original self, and had been a part of the dragon lineage during their glory times. Its reacceptance was only because it was the strongest dragon at the time, and it wasn't rejected by the other dragons due to its devastating might. As a beast beyond the star level, it rivaled True Ascended. She had regained its memories, even used it during her early years to help Yuan Longshi, and could even control the demonic dragon soul a little. When she combined the yin and yang soul together, resetting her cultivation, it became her spirit of cultivation. While she hadn't told anyone yet, not even Wei Wuyin, her spirit of cultivation was the demonic dragon itself, which transformed her heart. This was why she could be considered as pure of a hybrid as Wei Wuyin himself. Anu immediately sensed that, and was familiar with the demonic dragon of the same race. According to Anu, she had his great-grandmother within her. The horned firmament dragon even saw Shui Fei as a reincarnation of his grandmother's soul. This was even more shocking when she learned that Anu wasn't a descendant of the dead horned firmament dragon, but the demonic dragon that came after. He was partially a demon. Shui Fei arrived at Anu's snout, landing there and sitting down. She was like a tiny fly in comparison to a mountain when next to Anu. Anu lowered his head, closing his eyes as they started to spiritually communicate. "Are you okay?" Anu asked, concerned. Since they were taken, he was capable of restoring the rescued dragons back to a healthy state, but they were still trapped in this world realm. He had tried to resist initially, but 3 Mystic Star Phase experts instantly arrived and beat him down until he couldn't move for a month. They left, telling him not to act recklessly, and this situation was temporary. However, his race had been imprisoned and subjected to torture for thousands of years. How could he casually trust these humans? So he waited, built up his strength to one day break free. But he met Shui Fei one day, and he realized she contained the soul of his great-grandmother. He also noticed her aura was familiar. When she learned about the silver-eyed cultivator she called her husband, he was stunned. It was the same little boy that he met decades ago. The one who gave him life force. Her aura was filled with his because she consumed his alchemical products religiously, not refining out his aura as she did as normal. In a way, this was her act of proclaiming herself as fully his. She would never turn away from her choice. Shui Fei smiled, rubbing Anu's pretty scales. A single scale was bigger than 5 of her. "I'm fine. They lack resources, but it's acceptable." If anyone in the Eternal Sky Starfield heard this about the Golden Life Pavilion, they'd spew out massive buckets of blood, likely died on the spot from sheer ignorance. Shockingly though, they would be the ignorant ones. Anu sensed Maru nearby, quietly watching. This petite girl was not to be underestimated. She was one of the Mystic Star Phase experts that beat him down before. He had a healthy dose of caution towards her. "What about you? You're not doing anything reckless, are you?" Shui Fei asked, her tone caring and concerned. The memories of the demonic dragon and the residual emotions were still present within her, and while she could have expelled them, she didn't. Therefore, she felt maternal care for Anu in much the same way as Anu felt a filial affection towards her. Reckless? No. Anu was still waiting for a prime moment to sweep up his fellow dragons in his internal world and burst out of this cage. Even if he had to destroy the world realm's core. "You're not to do anything until Wei Wuyin arrives. You understand me?" Shui Fei knew of his habits, hurriedly saying with a fierce, unyielding tone. Anu lowered its head further, snorting softly, but didn't refuse or accept her demand. "This Wei Wuyin fellow can't be all that. And so what if he arrives? Can he do anything to that ascended in just a few decades? Shui Fei sighed with a wry smile, rubbing Anu a little more softly. Please, just wait. She didn't want Anu to act, and they dealt with him to avoid any problems. Her worries were, of course, not needed. The Golden Life Pavilion had innumerable ways to handle Anu without lethal actions. Anu's eyes opened, and he faintly nodded his gargantuan head. I will, all right. His voice had relented. Their dynamic was different from what anyone could expect from a human and a dragon, especially with such a vast power gap. Shui Fei beautifully smiled. Perfect. When he comes back, I'll be sure to ask him to concoct some products for you. He's good at making things for beasts, very good. Maru couldn't fathom how this unruly dragon became so tame, but she didn't mind. Considering how protective and careful the dragon was with Shui Fei, she just remained as a silent observer. The two kept talking about various things, such as the treatment of the dragons. After learning of what they experienced before, Shui Fei had a distinct hatred towards those who would be so despicable. Similar to Wei Wuyin, she saw herself as much as a dragon as she did as a human. She would never wish for that on humans or dragons, not even demons or elves. Actually, anyone. It was incredibly cruel and vicious, and their struggle had brought enraged tears to her eyes when she first heard it. She even decided to help Anu get revenge if possible. The entire dragon lineage of the desolate Dragnet stellar region deserved that. While their conversation continued, a figure arrived beside Maru. Maru immediately noticed this dark gray-haired figure, and hurriedly bowed. Maru greets assistant manager Sujiang. Ma Sujiang wore her standard-issue black toast robes with silver embroidery. Her youthful appearance was unchanged, but as she observed Shui Fei, there was a particular glint in her eyes. But she quickly concealed that, making her presence known. Shui Fei, you have a visitor. Shui Fei's eyes opened, looking at Ma Sujiang with a little shock. That shock turned into joy, then hope, and then happiness. Chapter 619, 614, Choices Begets Fortune. Chapter 619, 614, Choices Begets Fortune. A visitor. Shui Fei's excitement brightened her expression to the zenith, giving her a unique charm unlike anything before. If there was a visitor, then it could only be Wei Wuyin or one of Wei Wuyin's subordinates, such as Su Mei. She wished it was Wei Wuyin, but a faint fluctuation in her heart told her that it wasn't. Furthermore, it wouldn't be a good thing if it was. She wasn't certain about this Golden Life Pavilion's objective, but she realized that they valued Wei Wuyin. It was best to not interact directly with these people until he could reliably protect himself. She didn't want him to be relegated to a pill dispenser, enslaved, or forced to compromise unfavorably for her. Ma Sujiang turned to Maru. Find these two, Nyla Shur and Zuhai. They are respectively a beast woman of the Havana feline lineage and a beastman of the Sirius canine lineage. Go. Maru diligently nodded. She vanished from sight. Shui Fei was startled out of her thoughts. Nyla Shur and Zuhai. Was Wei Wuyin actually here? Did he ask for them or were they bringing members close to Wei Wuyin? Unsure, she wore a neutral expression and took a firm, stable breath. It seems that her thoughts and their situation might not be so simple. Anu eyed Ma Sujiang. There was a cautious light in his eyes. This woman might seem harmless, but she gave off a feeling of danger to him that caused his instincts to roar. She reminded him of that vile man in terms of strength, but not remotely close to that old man that snatched them. Ma Sujiang looked at the giant dragon before her. Its azure-scaled firm body of powerful muscle, bipedal form, and thick and fleshy wings gave her a distinct feeling. When she was born, dragons were already a rumored extinct existence. Seeing one that was 30,000 meters tall left her feeling all sorts of fascinated emotions. It was just a little unfortunate that this dragon, that was the strongest amongst his lineage, was so weak. She could kill him with little effort, causing her to rethink those legends of their prowess and abilities. You too, she said. With a last look, she turned around and gestured to them to follow her. Anu was taken aback. Him too. Shui Fei was even more confused by this, but she didn't ask any questions. Let's go. Whatever was awaiting them shouldn't be horrible or dangerous. After all, they had sufficient strength to wipe them all out, yet they were keeping them here to remain as strange prisoners/guests. Anu was about to resist, but after hearing Shui Fei, his curiosity got the better of him. With a low roar, his wings moved and lifted his body off the ground. The surging wind shifted the environment with a powerful flap. He followed along the small and seemingly fragile figure of Ma Sujiang. The majestic flight was startling to most, but the dragon lineage that had happily integrated with the other beasts roared with joy and pride a few hours earlier. Tua Bihan had made his way towards the 34th World Realm, Grand Horse Realm, a few days ago, and it took him tireless nights to find and locate the headquarters of the Ma clan. They were the leaders of this world realm, and they had incredible authority over the third branch of the Golden Life Pavilion. It was much easier to find them, and he soon made his way there. When he arrived, he was welcomed by an incredible sight. There was an entire island from the world realm's main landmass, and it was roughly 30% of the landmass size. It was surrounded by still water, and no matter what external influence tried to affect it, not even a single ripple would be produced. He tested this out at the shore, dropping a manifested ball of astral force, but it was as if the water was utterly resistant to all motion. It sank in oddly, creating an incredibly jarring picture that dissociated one's mental image of water. The curiosity led him to wanting to drink it, but he was warned by a native to not do that unless he didn't want his life. The water wasn't poisonous, but if it entered your body, it could infect it and bring your natural bodily functions to a halt. Even your blood would stop flowing. This terrified him. It was called Stillwater blood, and it was a mystic-grade material, while the body of water was called the Endless Stagnation Sea. It was fascinating. This was the first time he came across a mystic-grade material since arriving in this starfield. Even his spiritual sense couldn't sense anything, not even the water energies within. It must have been refined by this mystic quality, so I can't even sense it. That's terrifying. Is it possible that mystic-grade things are outside mortals' perception? Is those beyond the astral core realm truly beyond mortal limits like the little boss says? His thoughts and horizons were expanded by this discovery. Tua Bihan felt fortunate that he hadn't drank it. He made a mental note to be absolutely careful from now on, not wanting to die without knowing why. There were various energy signs floating at the edge of the coast warning to not fly across the lake or use spatial arts to do so. He had to wait for a ferry to cross the lake, which was by no means a small price. Fortunately, he could afford it. The Ma clan didn't turn away visitors. They even welcomed them with open arms, establishing a ferry service to ensure these visitors can cross the Endless Stagnation Lake. It was quite generous of them. They were, after all, a clan that established themselves on business. When he arrived on the island, there were individuals from the Ma clan that were waiting, and they were quite amicable as they asked for their purpose on the island. Most of those on the ferry seemed to be visiting members of the Ma clan, trying to integrate into the Ma clan, or deliver taxes and discuss business contracts. He found it interesting that there were individuals coming to deliver taxes, and they all had bright smiles and happiness in their eyes. When have taxes ever been a joyful thing? As a grand imperial sage, he knew how ungrateful other forces were, and they would make up any type of excuse to pay less or delay it. Tua Bihan was shocked to realize that one of these figures had an aura that resembled a mighty celestial body, clearly a Star Lord. While it was subtle, his strength was by no means concealed. Even that expert had a bright smile, laughing and joking with the attendants that greeted him. The respect he gave the Ma clan people was praiseworthy, yet those individuals weren't even realm lords. There was even a soul idol phase amongst them. Tua Bihan felt that the Golden Life Pavilion and the Ma clan were by no means simple. Would he face any unexpected troubles in his delivery? He could only hope not. Sir, your purpose for visiting our little clan. The female attendant had a warm smile. Her pretty face and youthful vigor was quite attractive. Her life aura was roughly 200, yet she was at the spatial resonance phase. This was outstanding. In the Neo-Dawn starfield, if one excluded irregularities such as Wei Wuyin and certain others, like Long Chen, then being 200 and at the soul idol phase was sufficient to be considered an absolute genius, titled Heavenly Kings in the Myriad Monarch sect. Yet this was a mere attendant at the spatial resonance phase. While her foundation wasn't stellar, only 4 ripples to reach that level at her age was incredible. Of course, with her foundation, it's unlikely she'll successfully become a realm lord, so it made sense she was a mere attendant. Even in this great environment, be it ambient energies or resource-rich, yet she still only reached the 4-ripple spatial resonance. It just goes to show. Cultivation is difficult, Tua Bihan wistfully said. His words caused the pretty young attendant's expression to distort. Her eyes glinted with a depressive light for a moment. But it was only momentary, sir. Tua Bihan regained himself, once more appreciating his identity as an alchemist and Wei Wuin's value. As an emperor alchemist, he helped establish Qin Rui and Yaozhen's outstanding cultivation bases, yet his best efforts still caused both of them to fall short of the requirements to become a realm lord. I'm here to meet Ma Zheng, third manager of the Golden Life Pavilion. I have a message for him from Ascendant Emperor Wei Wuyin. He decided not to just use Wei Wuyin's full name, resorting to his title. If the name reached Ma Zheng, he should understand it. After all, it was Wei Wuyin's most prestigious title, and there might be other Wei Wuyins in this starfield. It was a good name. Patriarch Ma. Ascendant Emperor Wei Wuyin. The attendant was gobsmacked. She gave Tua Bihan an once-over, finding his clothes shabby in comparison to other high-ranking envoys and his cultivation severely lacking. And she had never heard of this Ascendant Emperor before. Such a domineering name. Furthermore, anyone with the qualifications to meet Ma Zheng wouldn't do so via this way. She couldn't help but heavily frown. The crowd also halted, turning to Tua Bihan, who seemed like a bum realm lord out of the sticks. Tua Bihan understood her concerns, but he had a mission. He added politely, "Can you at least tell someone important about this? If they're connected to Ma Zheng, they'll certainly understand who I represent. I can assure you, you'll be rewarded heavily for your efforts and diligence." He knew that most attendants might dismiss him, mostly to avoid trouble, so he humbled himself and enticed this pretty attendant. Yet this only seemed desperate in the eyes of the crowd, and the attendant's expression became dissatisfied as she shook her head. "It's impossible, I can dash." Her words were about to reject his request, send him on his way, but she felt her throat seize up. She felt an oppressive power engulf her, her eyes widened in terror. "Bring him to the second region's concentration field," a voice resounded to the surroundings, shocking the crowd. A new attendant seemed to have received a message, placing on a genial smile and stepped forward towards Tua Bihan. "Sir, please follow me." His words were as polite as possible, and Tua Bihan looked at the pretty attendant for a moment. A trace of pity in his eyes. If only she was a little more diligent in her job, not dismissive, perhaps her fate might have changed today. Clearly whoever spoke waited to hear her reply before abruptly shutting her off. It was judging a book by its cover, and lacking an instinct to grasp fortune. Not every fortune was the product of the heavens, but of people, based on their individual choices. Chapter 620 to 615, Predestined Owners. Chapter 620, 615, Predestined Owners. Holy! Tua Bihan's eyes widened as he saw Anu, his gigantic and imposing form that seemed capable of casually shattering planets in the distance. After the events at the attendant's station, he was brought to a wide-open grassland. This area was filled with dense, pure astral essence. Every breath invigorated his body, giving him a comfortable feeling that made him absolutely satisfied. It was denser, purer, and easier to refine than the highest level of the extreme mountains. If he had to estimate, perhaps 3 to 4 times. This meant cultivating here could turn 3 days there to 1 day here, or 300 years into 100 years. The effects would be world-defying. This is the second region's concentration field. It is reserved for certain geniuses of our Ma clan, and it's currently undergoing repairs. The attendant explained. Repairs? Is it fully functioning? His heart quaked as he asked, anxious about the answer. The attendant knowingly smiled, shaking his head slightly with a glint of pride in his eyes. It's currently functioning at 20%. Tua Bihan felt his world be overturned. 20%. Didn't that mean the astral essence was 15 to 20 times greater than the myriad monarch sect's greatest cultivation grounds? Holy sh. This starfield truly was further advanced than the Imperial Dawn starfield. They were like country bumpkins. After all, the Golden Life Pavilion was one of the 16 hegemonic forces in the Eternal Sky starfield, while the myriad monarch sect was one of 5, yet the differences between their respective forces was utterly massive. Moreover, this might not be the best cultivation condition available. What's that? Tua Bihan asked, pointing at Anu's distant shadow. When he had arrived, he had relayed to the attendant the individuals he wanted to speak to, excluding Ma Zheng, as they had asked, as if expecting his purpose to ensure their safety and current status. He mentioned 4 additional names, as according to Wei Wuyin's note for the rings: Shui Fei, Zuhai, Nyla Shur, and Anu. The attendant didn't know, so he only gave him a faint smile. He stopped his flight, and gestured forward. Assistant Manager Sujiang will be with you in a moment. After saying this, he patiently waited for Tua Bihan to fly forwards. Tua Bihan clasped his hands in thanks, and then flew onwards with his eyes focused on Anu's gigantic form. It took him a while before he fully entered the incredibly expansive concentration field. There, he sat several figures standing beneath the gigantic azure dragon that was observing his approach. His heart raced as the dragons eyed him. What terrifying physical presence! Anu's draconic pressure was extremely terrifying, and just observing its existence felt oppressive to one's bodily functions. He had to circulate his innate energies to ease this discomfort. Fortunately, it didn't seem to be hostile, and its aura was just passive. He recognized 3 of these 5 figures: a feisty, petite beast woman with sharply shaped brown eyes and short-styled brown hair. She had a puffy pout, her expression incredibly cute despite her clear dissatisfaction. Her cat-like ears twitched a little, and those eyes stared at Tua Bihan. For a moment, they revealed a trace of disappointment. Clearly, she was expecting someone else. This was Nyla Shur, one of Wei Wuyan's lovers in the Myriad Monarch sect and a member of Valkyrie. Her physical presence was fiery, shocking Tua Bihan. If one looked closely, her veins and arteries had flowing light within. She was at the light reflection phase. With her flesh and blood heart acting as her dantian, her light energies were continuously pumped into her body, producing an incredibly powerful presence. When he noted the white color of that light, he couldn't help but marvel once more at Wei Wuyan's talent in nurturing others. After all, Nyla Shur's talent was quite low. In fact, most beastmen had difficulties cultivating. They needed both bloodline enhancing and normal cultivation resources. This was because they were heavily flawed. Unlike beasts that can devour other beasts or cultivators to enhance their bloodline powers, beastmen lacked this ability. Furthermore, with their heart, a vital organ, acting as their dantian, this furthered the dangers of cultivation deviation. Even a minor one was fatal. An vital aspect that added to their cultivation difficulties was strength of innate energies versus dantian. If their meridians, veins, and arteries weren't strong enough to resist the circulation of their power, or if their heart wasn't strong enough to store their power, they'll just explode, or at least be unable to exert their fullest strength. This limited the beastmen greatly. Even Ji Changkong, the strongest beastman in the Imperial Dawn Starfield, Grand Imperial Sage, only reached his level because of his 2 intense, saber and sword, that could regulate his energies. As for Zen, she spent the most time cultivating her heart and foundation, living for over 3,000 years as a member of the tortoise lineage. Yet to Wei Wuyan, this was minor. The light energies within Nyla Shur's body was stable, and her veins, arteries, or heart had no trouble containing her innate energies. However, amongst beastmen, the most terrifying was the figure that stood beside Nyla Shur Zuhai. When Tua Bihan saw him, his heart chilled. His scarlet eyes weren't as vibrant as before, but contained void black flecks. Those sharp eyes of his were calm, eerily so, as if staring into the depths of death itself. Yet the bloody and viciously heart-pulsing feral sensation was still present. It felt like his existence radiated unfettered carnage. His slender yet incredibly toned figure was loosely wrapped in a robe, showing off his chest to the world. Glaringly, there was a large scar of distorted flesh at the center of his chest. The wound was horrible, as if someone had pierced through him entirely, affecting his entire heart, lungs, and spine. The blow he suffered from Lin Ming. Tua Bihan immediately recalled that impressive fight that resulted in both of their bodies being utterly devastated. He had thought Zuhai had died, until Wei Wuyan took action. After all, his entire heart was completely eviscerated by Lin Ming's attack. For a beastman, that was their most vital organ, even greater than their brain. Tua Bihan frowned. He couldn't sense Zuhai's cultivation, yet the sensation he gave him was utterly dreadful. The last recognizable figure was Shui Fei. She was still as gorgeous as before, and he faintly smiled. Wei Wuyan truly had taste, and no one could say otherwise. The other 2 he didn't know, but they were Ma Ru and Ma Sujiang. When he finally arrived, the shadow of Anu over them, he clasped his hands in greeting. After realizing the cultivation of those 2 figures exceeded his understanding, Ma Sujiang stepped forward. "You're Tua Bihan." Tua Bihan nodded. "I am. Here's the 4 you asked for. As for Patriarch Ma, I've sent him a message. He should be here soon." Ma Sujiang calmly stated, referring to Ma Zheng as Patriarch Ma. If it was in an official setting, she would have referred to him as Manager Ma Zheng 4. Tua Bihan was surprised. "Anu?" he asked. The dragon above, Ma Sujiang frowned, lifting her finger to point at the golden-eyed dragon. She didn't expect Tua Bihan to be unaware who Anu was. And Tua Bihan's expression betrayed his surprise. A dragon. Holy! He had never seen a real dragon before. They had gone extinct before his birth, and even the depictions of their form had too many variations. Some were said to be slender, long, with short legs, while others were bulky, muscular, with powerful legs and large claws. Anu fits the latter. His bipedal form seemed like a beast of the lizard lineage, yet those wings were like eagles. That powerful, wide body was huge, yet it lacked any semblance of slender. Anu eyed Tua Bihan closely, causing wind currents to surge with his movements. This little thing was so weak. If he wanted, he could annihilate this old man with a casual swipe of its claw. It briefly snorted, dissatisfied that it wasn't that silver-eyed boy. Tua Bihan took several breaths in awe to calm his breath. He turned to Ma Sujiang and became serious. I'm here on a mission to deliver letters to these four. Can I have some privacy? Ma Sujiang frowned, but she didn't reject his request. We'll give you space. She and Maru vanished, leaving the four alone. But Tua Bihan wasn't a fool. It was likely they were observing using means beyond his perception, and there was nothing he could do if that was the case. A message from Wei Wuyin. Nyla Sher's eyes brightened. She leapt forward in jubilant excitement. It's been nearly 4 years since she last saw him in the flesh, and she was always beset with worry about his status. While she felt that nothing would happen to him, the cultivation world was full of unknowns. One day, you could be bathing while thinking of your lover with animated fingers frustratingly failing to reach the depths they could. The next you were brought to another world. It wasn't something that one could predict, so she was justified in her fear. Unlike Shui Fei, she didn't receive special treatment and was placed alongside the other beastmen of her lineage, forced to live in cohabitation in a limited area. Unable to leave with very little explanation, they could only cultivate and strive to survive in this unfamiliar environment. Tua Bihan smiled with a nod. For all of you. Don't resist the spiritual force when it happens, it contains the message. Tua Bihan had 7 rings left, and 4 were now about to reach their predestined owners. Chapter 621, 616, Redeem Yourself. Chapter 621, 616, Redeem Yourself. The first was the wildly excited Nyla Sher. She rushed forward, waiting to receive the message, but they were all curious when they noticed that Tua Bihan removed a silver box from the bag that was tied to his shoulder. When he brought it out, a soft exclamation resounded from afar, unheard by the 5. Ma Sujiang was astonished. She couldn't sense into that box. It was as if her spiritual sense sank into an endless chasm of nothingness, making her feel lost and uneasy. Maru looked at this prestigious figure of the clan, and also her cousin, and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Unlike Ma Sujiang, she wasn't curious about any message or details, so she didn't even bother to try to sense the box. Nothing, Ma Sujiang calmly replied. Tua Bihan used the spell he was given, slowly extracting the spatial ring labeled Nyla Sher within. "Give me your hand," he asked. Nyla Sher noticed the ring, and her eyes brightened considerably. It wasn't just her. Shui Fei's hazel eyes became astonishingly radiant, lit with excitement and expectations. It was a ring just like this that contained her portion of the Valkyrie resources. Nyla Sher stretched out her hand, and Tua Bihan performed the same spell as before. The ring emitted a spiritual light that entered Nyla Sher's palm. She then heard the voice that made her heart race, "My little biter, it's been a while, huh?" Wei Wuin's voice echoed in her mind, and it caused her to fiercely blush. Especially at that nickname, clearly referring to her constantly biting him at her climax. While she could never even break skin, she couldn't help it. "I don't know if they explained it to you, but if you're getting this message, then our starfield is destroyed. Don't feel angry at them, these people did something that I hadn't even thought was necessary, and that was to save all the beasts. So don't cause too much of a ruckus, okay?" The concern in Wei Wuin's voice touched her. She had indeed caused some issues, but they were far too strong to deal with. She got smacked down and taught a lesson about her weakness. While she did hear that their starfield was destroyed, she also learned the others were shifted away so no one was harmed, but she didn't expect that they saved the beasts. Did that mean they would have been left behind? She felt a tightness in her chest. The images of her family, her friends, and all those that belonged to her lineage flashed within her mind. They were all at the precipice of death. I know. It's a lot to take in. But the good thing is you're all okay, and as for me, I'm perfectly fine. So cultivate, keep the Valkyrie's mission alive. I might need that strength, I might need your strength. Within this ring contains resources and materials suitable for your cultivation, as well as the continued development of your Valkyrie unit. Don't let them slack off. Nyla sure felt the warmth that Wei Wuyan's voice radiated. Genuine concern and care was present in every syllable. When she was in the sect, she was a short-tempered type that stood for no bullshit. This got her into trouble often, and if it wasn't for her status as a disciple of the Myriad Monarch sect and her family, she might have been killed off already. She missed him. Wei Wuyan added, "Wherever I am, I'm missing you. So be sure to stay safe. Don't do anything reckless until I'm there. Promise me, okay?" Nyla sure said aloud without hesitation, "I promise." There were tears flowing from her eyes, her nose slightly filling with mucus. She sniffed heavily, wiping the tears from her cheeks with little success. They kept flowing. Zuhai and Shui Yifei watched the emotional display of Nyla sure, her every expression and those 2 words. Zuhai clenched his right fist, but his eyes still reflected a death-like indifference. Tua Bihan knew that Wei Wuyan's message was perfectly tailored to each of them, and some of them responded strangely with Ing or Wen Mingna, and others responded emotionally like Na Sini and Deshan. Nyla sure couldn't stop her tears. She moved away, staying with herself for a moment as she recalled Wei Wuyan's words in her heart. When swore she'll stay safe until he returned, then she'll go wild. Be it on him or others. This caused her crying to stop, happily laughing in between her sniffles. "Zuhai, come here." Tua Bihan chose Zuhai as the next recipient. And this caused Zuhai to freeze for a moment, forcefully relaxing his fist. With a few steps, he held out his hand. Tua Bihan brought out his ring, but it didn't read Zuhai. Instead, it read, "My claws, my fangs." Zuhai's pupils constricted after seeing those characters. The indifference in his eyes faded away, replaced with an emotional light. Those words redefined his life, gave him a second chance, and he swore on his very existence by it. The spiritual light flowed onto Zuhai's pale palm, coursing through him with lightning speed. Despite the swift, unique display that shocked even Tua Bihan, the message it carried was remarkably simple yet utterly explosive in Zuhai's mind. Redeem yourself. Zuhai's eyes became as wide as saucers. His heartbeat became violent, and thumped with such force that it was audible to everyone present. The ground even shook and Anu released a low roar, staring at Zuhai's small figure with a tinge of fear. Zuhai clenched his fist around the ring, and his eyes became absolutely fierce with his sharp incisors bared before the world. Yes. Shui Yifei was stunned. Since meeting Zuhai a few months ago, he had never shown the slightest emotion or spoken out a single word. She felt that the fight in the Grand Spirit Trials had traumatized him, ruined his heart of cultivation. He seemed quiet, listless, and wasn't even as defiant as Nyla sure or some of the weaker beastmen. Even Anu tried to escape despite suffering defeat once before, but Zuhai just quietly accepted his situation. Yet when he spoke just now, she felt this domineering savagery that shook her core. Zuhai turned to Tua Bihan and bowed deeply. Tua Bihan nodded. Whatever Wei Wuyan told him was clearly what Zuhai needed to hear right now. He couldn't help but feel that Wei Wuyan's understanding of people was utterly terrifying. Anu, Tua Bihan lifted his head to the giant golden dragon eye that stared at Zuhai. It seemed its focus was entirely on Zuhai at this moment. If Tua Bihan knew what Anu was feeling, he would be stunned. There was abject fear to Anu. Zuhai became an apex predator that harnessed utter savagery, murderous intent, and felt like death itself. If it wasn't for the faint traces of dragon bloodline within his body, he would have submitted before Zuhai. He was completely frozen with fear, however. Anu. Tua Bihan was confused by the dragon's reaction. Was it unable to understand language? He sent a spiritual transmission via a communication spell, the same spell most cultivators use to interact with their beast mounts, but it still provoked no response. Anu. Shui Yifei touched Anu's claw, sending her spiritual sense into his body. Anu's body didn't instinctively reject it, allowing it because it carried his grandmother's aura. She then felt his cold, abyss-like fear. Her heart raced, her mind felt as if she was sent into a world of carnage and death, and that was what Anu felt at this moment. Anu. She screeched through her spiritual sense. Ha! Anu snapped out of his daze, her eyes blinking swiftly. He regained his posture, and looked back towards Zuhai. Zuhai, however, returned to his indifferent expression. Those void black flecks in his eyes were even darker. Pure Tua Bihan didn't need Anu to hold out his hand, just retrieving the ring that was titled Anu. It did the rest. The spiritual light flowed into his scales and vanished. Anu heard a voice, very familiar. It belonged to Wei Wuyin. He hadn't expected that the little silver-eyed boy with the courage to bargain for his essence blood was doing so well. The true dragon transmutation method was astonishing, but it was merely a tool to pass down their bloodline in hopes of creating a being to free the dragons trapped in the Auric Sea. It's been a while, Anu. Well, I guess there isn't much I need to say except this: I destroyed the world realm's core, freeing the imprisoned dragons. If you didn't know before, now you do. I don't know if that was your intention when you gave me the true dragon transmutation method, but if it was, well played. I couldn't allow the dragons to suffer in good conscience, and that would have been true even if you never gave me the method. Even if it meant taking an absolutely devastating risk, I would have freed them no matter what. That being said, thank you. Without the method, I wouldn't be able to accomplish the task so perfectly, and I wouldn't have such an amazing existence by my side. This ring contains resources and materials for the dragons. I don't know how long it'll take for this to reach you, but I'm sure the dragon lineage are still far from their former glory. Use it well. The message ended there. Anu stared at the spatial ring that floated to his eye level. He was silent for a moment, realizing what had happened. It seemed his grandmother's plan had worked. He looked towards Shui Fei. Was this fate? The same one who devised the plan to use humans to keep the dragon lineage alive and a possible chance of freedom also became a part of this woman, who, from her own words, was their savior's concubine. Was this her reward for his success? Anu was lost for a moment in his thoughts, but he didn't reject the ring in the end. He slightly breathed in and sucked the spatial ring into his internal world. Tua Bihan knew the last person was also the most important, Shui Fei. Chapter 622, 617, Distance-Defying Selfishness. Chapter 622, 617, Distance-Defying Selfishness. Shui Fei. Tua Bihan's call-out prompted Shui Fei to deeply inhale, slowly exhale, and regulate her racing heartbeat. Anu's dreadful feeling aside, this was a message that was left behind by Wei Wuyin. To joyously add, the spatial ring was designed in a similar manner as the Valkyrie's assigned resources. She moved forward and held out her hand before Tua Bihan, not needing to be asked. When she arrived, Tua Bihan didn't speak any unnecessary words, merely brought out the spatial ring marked Shui Fei. Shui Fei's eyes glinted as she observed the spatial ring. Even though she tried to remain calm, this situation caused her body to betray her mind. The faint throbbing of her heart was audible, even to Anu. This was attributed to her outrageously powerful heart, holding her spirit of cultivation. The ring started to rotate autonomously, spewing out beautiful spiritual light in the surroundings. Tua Bihan's eyes widened as the spiritual light expanded into a sphere that encapsulated both Shui Fei and himself. His old eyes widened as he observed the light, seeing the glittering stars that existed within. It was gorgeous, each mote of light like a vast, celestial star shining radiantly in the distance. As he inspected the sphere in wonder, he realized that each mote had varying colors, even a distinct brightness and orbit that belonged solely to it. All those lights were animated. Was this? Tua Bihan was awed. This seemed like a star map of multiple starfields. As he tried to make calculations, locate celestial bodies and lights that orbited in the unique manner of his old home, Shui Fei exclaimed. When he turned over, his heart nearly erupted out of his chest in shock. In fact, his eyes widened so much that any further might cause his eyeballs to pop out. A figure emerged, standing and facing Shui Fei. He could only see its back, but that back was so familiar that Tua Bihan could never forget it. Wei Wuyin. This was the first time in a long while that Tua Bihan had ever called Wei Wuyin directly by name, his sheer shock completely removing his own uniqueness. A tall, stable figure with black hair stood there. The contours of his muscles were outlined perfectly by his martial attire, and every piece of clothing carried an aesthetic beauty and sense of genuineness that beguiled the mind. While Tua Bihan observed his back, Shui Fei saw his front. Those silver eyes that were as radiant as the stars in the sky, stunning to the visual senses, and that warm, confident smile that seemed capable of giving one the greatest sense of comfort. That tall frame with powerful shoulders that seemed capable of holding the sky even if it collapsed. It was unmistakable. You. Shui Fei's eyes widened, and she rushed to embrace Wei Wuyin. Her heart lurched as she thought that this might be a dream, that she'll pass through his image like before, but when she felt the tender warmth of his flesh tightening around her arms and fingers, she was unbelievably excited. With her head pressed against his chest, hearing that explosively powerful heartbeat that rivaled, no, exceeded her own, she felt a sense of surrealism. You're actually here. While this was happening, Ma Sujiang and Ma Ru's expressions were contorted. They both simultaneously vanished, with Ma Sujiang being faster as she arrived at the area that once housed Tua Bihan and Shui Fei. What remained was a rippling gray sphere that exuded an unfathomable degree of spatial power that even Ma Sujiang couldn't properly sense. What is this? Ma Ru reached out to touch the rippling sphere that seemed to be both solid, liquid, and unreal. However, a hand reached out and grabbed hers. Her cousin had clenched her hand so tightly that her fingers crunched up in pain. Don't touch it! Ma Sujiang exclaimed in a low, deep voice. Her spiritual sense tried to enter the rippling gray sphere, yet it was as if she had entered a chasm, and the other side was a bustling solar star that burned her spiritual sense into nothing. She feared touching it would involuntarily unleash a spatial power that might take whoever entered into the vicinity of a solar star. If that happened, who knew if Ma Ru could survive? While Star Lords were the reason for many of the solar stars' existences, and those at the mystic star phase exceeded mortal limits, that didn't mean the sheer power unleashed by a solar star couldn't threaten them, eviscerate them. After all, it contained the maximum strength of a Star Lord, power that even they couldn't unleash due to the constraints of their physical body. Scared, Ma Ru pulled back her hand. She observed the rippling gray sphere, and winced a moment later. Her spiritual sense was burned as well, but her strength was weaker than Ma Sujiang, so she experienced a harsh backlash. With a series of coughs, she held her stuffy chest. Back in the rippling gray sphere, a world of multicolored motes of radiant light and cyan color walls encapsulated the three figures. Wei Wuyin softly rubbed Shui Fei's head, causing her to nestle deeper into his chest. With a warm smile, he laughingly remarked towards Tua Bihan, "You did it far quicker than I expected. Either this new cultivation world is highly advanced in transportation, or you got massively lucky." Tua Bihan couldn't see Wei Wuyin's expression, but those words told him the truth of the situation. You're here. You're really here. How are you? He was curious, so curious that he stepped forward. It was only after he took that step that he realized the distance between the two hugging figures and himself hadn't changed. He slightly frowned and looked at the cyan-colored floor, uncertain of what was happening. I'm here, but also not. It's just a void image, a little spatial shifting, and some spiritual manipulation. It's nothing much. But it's incredibly taxing to maintain this type of void connection. Fortunately, my cultivation is a little monstrous. Haha, Wei Wuyin commented, but as he kept holding Shui Fei, his expression grew paler. I miss you too, but can we separate for a bit? It's 100 times more difficult to maintain a physical state here. Wei Wuyin helplessly commented. Shui Fei finally broke out of her joy, realizing that Wei Wuyin's face had grown a tad bit paler. She panicked and backed away, but she found that the distance she stepped back to had a limit. After a few steps, any more and she wasn't actually moving. Startled, she swept her eyes on the floor like Tua Bihan did. What type of art or spell was this? With a soft breath, Wei Wuyin swiftly regained his normal complexion. He stepped to the side to observe both Shui Fei and Tua Bihan. From their perspective, it seemed like Wei Wuyin teleported, relocating instantly to the side. 6 months, huh? Tua Bihan nodded and informed, I still have Ma Zheng's and one last ring left to deliver. Wei Wuyin pondered for a moment, then nodded with an approving smile. I thought Shui Fei would be the last of them. Guess my calculations were a little off. Still, you've done a fine job with this task, better than I could have hoped. I imagined it'll take at least 3 years, not 6 months. For the last ring, you can leave that to Ma Zheng, have him deliver it. You should focus on cultivating, I'll need you for greater things in the future. Wei Wuyin's words made Tua Bihan's heart fiercely pound. A strange sensation emerged in his mind. A sensation that told him that the level of his importance in Wei Wuyin's heart had elevated considerably. He no longer felt that he was restrained by his old age, and his desire to walk further in his cultivation had been reignited. Yes, boss. There was no longer a little added, and his subconscious revealed his heartfelt emotions. Wei Wuyin gave Tua Bihan one last approving look before turning to the bright-eyed Shui Fei, who was beholden by wonder and awe. She was utterly astonished that Wei Wuyin was here, because she knew he wasn't actually here. What type of cultivation, type of strength, was required to transmit yourself so far? The underlying profundities within it must be extraordinary. Just as she wanted to ask, the motes of multicolored light that resembled starfields circulating around them started to violently tremble. This caused Wei Wuin's figure to grow fainter. With a frown, he lifted his hands a little and fiercely clenched. The sphere and its insides swiftly stabilized. I don't have long. I underestimated the strain this has on me. I should have left you a long, emotional message, but I wanted to see you myself, to ensure that nothing happened to you. I'm a little selfish, huh? Wei Wuyin pouted his lips a little. Shui Fei was his first official relationship that would offer an eternal connection. He's had many lovers, but none of them had a title that declared themselves as his. Sometimes, his lovers would have other lovers, and while that was during his Scarlet Solaris sect years, it molded his view on the word sexual companion. There was a lack of connection in his mind towards it, but it was different for her. Shui Fei was his concubine, and while notoriously known for being used as beautiful props to elevate their partner's status, he didn't follow the same belief. She had been taken away because of him, so he felt personally responsible for her. Shui Fei's eyes became wet with unshed tears. She now realized that Wei Wuyin had done this extraordinary, world-defying action because he was worried for her, and he couldn't rest at ease unless he personally saw that she was okay. She had a distinct feeling that if she wasn't, perhaps Wei Wuyin would have arrived himself through this very method. Shaking her head, she wanted to hug him, but when she leapt forward, the distance between them didn't change. This caused her to feel incredibly strange. But she still said after gathering herself, "No. I'm happy you're here." Wei Wuin's gaze softened. He stepped forward and embraced Shui Fei, catching her off guard. While his complexion grew paler, the sphere also became unstable and trembled incessantly, but Wei Wuyin didn't act again to stop it. He just kept holding Shui Fei by her waist with one hand and head in with the other, pressing tightly as if to melt her into his chest. And Shui Fei obliged, plunging herself deeper. He moved his head to the side of her right ear, and whispered a few words that even Tua Bihan couldn't hear. A yelp of surprise sounded, and Shui Fei looked up at Wei Wuyin in astonishment. Wei Wuin's figure grew so faint that he was ghostly, yet he kept holding on to Shui Fei. "Time's up. Stay safe," Wei Wuyin said softly before he vanished entirely. The cyan walls and the motes of multicolored lights collapsed into specks of glittering starlight that was like fireworks. Ma Sujiang saw the sphere tremble and collapse into gray liquid, which was condensed spatial energies liquidized by a special alchemic method. She instantly recognized it, and what was left was the oddly positioned Shui Fei, who had tears rolling down her cheek, and Tua Bihan, whose expression was dignified and reinvigorated. What the hell just happened? Chapter 623, 618, Greed Overtakes Heart. Chapter 623, 618. Greed Overtakes Heart. Ma Sujiang's expression was unnaturally solemn. The sequence of events had been outside of her understanding, and as an ascended, this troubled her heart slightly. A wisp of unfathomable curiosity surfaced within her heart, flowing freely through her mind. Who is this silver-eyed alchemist exactly? This question boggled her mind until she was strapped by an inner desire to meet this individual. And if Ma Jing was right, did this silver-eyed alchemist truly have a connection with that person? Ma Ru's eyes brightened with a dense, pulsating spiritual light. She observed the silver liquid that surrounded Shui Fei and Tua Bihan. Refined spatial energies. Liquidized. It's quite pure. It contains traces of time energies too. Her words were said softly, yet it snapped Ma Sujiang out of her thoughts, turning towards Shui Fei, who was standing tall, looking at the spatial ring with a determined, steel-like stare. Slowly, Shui Fei clenched her hand around the spatial ring and faintly smiled. "Thank you, Grand Sage Tua." She politely offered her thanks with a slight bow. Despite her status in Tua Bihan's heart, she did not lose her manners and gave him an earnest showing. Tua Bihan nodded, carrying a faint smile. This young woman was quite something, and seeing how worried Wei Wuyin had been for her, to the point he defied the concept of time and space, he could understand a little. "It's my pleasure to be of use." He had already lost the identity of a grand imperial sage in his heart. Since deciding on that fateful day to follow Wei Wuyin, he was more an ascendant than a grand imperial sage, with his thoughts for pursuing further into cultivation resurfacing, his heart of cultivation strengthened with Wei Wuin's support. He had his sights set beyond. Far beyond. Ma Sujiang had a burning curiosity as she observed Shui Fei's clenched fist with interest. What type of thing would that silver-eyed alchemist leave his concubine? Was it equal to his fiancée? Could there be? Was that miraculous alchemical product also in that ring? If so, obtaining it, they could reverse engineer the product and hopefully reproduce it. The idea of forming a domain seat at the soul idol phase was stupendously outrageous, so much so that the principles of cultivation would shatter within the minds of even ascended. It would reshape the entire grand cyclic stellar region, especially the eternal sky starfield. Whichever force could produce that product would dominate the world in the coming millennia. It guarantees the growth of a realm lord. The Everlore Association would likely kill for it. Or perhaps they had the product's recipe, but not the materials or alchemists to concoct it. Considering something like that might be a mystic rank alchemical product, it made Sensei. Her imaginative thoughts led to her body involuntarily moving. She found herself before Shui Fei, her back facing Tua Bihan. Those light brown eyes of hers fixated on the spatial ring. There was no Wu Yu to halt her this time, and her desire won out in the end. She reached out. Shui Fei gasped, shocked by Ma Sujiang's sudden appearance. She tried to move away, but she found her body frozen by an unseen force. Even her voice was snuffed out before it could be unleashed. Those hazel eyes of hers trembled. Tua Bihan saw this and instinctively acted, his worldly domain manifested. Yet Ma Sujiang, despite being enveloped in it, was unaffected by his world pressure. The dark gray-haired assistant manager merely breathed out. A muffled explosion occurred. Tua Bihan's worldly domain's edges fractured like glass and then directly shattered. He was sent flying backwards for several miles, his eyes, ears, and mouth spewing out blood. Before he could even hit the ground, he went unconscious. His body skidded and rolled across the ground like a sack of sand. Roar. Anu's reaction was the slowest, yet his response was unfathomably swift. He opened his mouth towards Ma Sujiang and Shui Fei. A suction force was born, drawing dust, dirt, rocks, and air towards his giant maw. He wanted to pull Shui Fei into his internal world. Shui Fei could barely react before her body felt weightless and she started to float. But Ma Sujiang's hand was swift, unfathomably so, and grasped Shui Fei's wrist. Her other hand casually waved towards the 30,000-meter-tall dragon. An unseen force pressed against Anu, his eyes bulged and his body contorted as he was lifted and explosively sent hundreds of miles into the distance. His wings unfurled, yet it did no good as he crushed against the ground like a falling mountain. With just a wave, Anu was tossed away like trash. By this time, Ma Sujiang had already grasped Shui Fei's wrist, and exerted a little force. Shui Fei's clenched hand was opened, revealing the spatial ring. She used her free hand to move towards it. Ma Sujiang hesitated for a moment, but her desire won out in the end. She touched the spatial ring, but as she did, her trimmed eyebrows lifted. She vanished on the spot. A hand with 5 incomparably sharp nails became a claw and pierced towards where her head was. The tip of the claws were flowing with faint black, red, and silver light. Zuhai had acted. His movements were incredibly smooth as he grabbed Shui Fei's slender waist and retreated. Ma Sujiang reappeared a few tens of meters away. She stared at Zuhai for a very, very long moment. Zuhai stood before Shui Fei, his mouth revealing sharp, incisive fangs, and the sharp contours of his narrowed eyes was utterly lethal. You don't give off any aura resembling cultivation, how can you? Ma Sujiang slightly frowned. She couldn't sense Zuhai's cultivation state, so she assumed he had none, and with the glaring wound at his chest, it made sense he was crippled and thus unable to cultivate, even after regrowing a new heart. After all, the new heart would be artificial at most, and he'll lose the greatest source of his bloodline powers. Yet somehow, Zuhai's movements were not just faster than some realm lords but also outside her senses. It wasn't that he was too fast, but she hadn't sensed his aura at all. She looked at the flowing light around his fingers, intent. Slaughter. Battle. There's a third. Before she could contemplate the uneasy feeling the void black light gave her, Maru arrived beside her. The petite woman hadn't expected her cousin to act so suddenly. At the moment, she still couldn't understand why cousin. She was deeply concerned. After all, they were given explicit orders to ensure their continued safety. While she didn't harm Shui Fei, Zuhai, and Anu was far too strong to be hurt by a small fall, that old man in gray had his worldly domain shattered. If handled improperly, that old man's strength would be severely affected, as that damage will certainly reflect upon his cultivation base as a whole. Ma Sujiang glanced at Ma Ru, then looked at her hand. There was a spatial ring within it with the etchings Shui Fei on it. She had clearly obtained what she wanted. She was about to send her spiritual sense into it to see if that product was there. An quake of excitement rumbled within her heart. To her, there was no way any alchemist would ever freely give this type of product to anyone. It was just too important. If she could reverse engineer the product, she would be able to usher the Ma clan to the limits. This starfield, in a few thousand years, might be changed from Eternal Sky Starfield to Grand Horse Starfield. She didn't care much about the Golden Life Pavilion, caring more about her own clan's future. The Golden Life Pavilion would eventually be theirs to control with absolute strength, and they were in the perfect situation to do so. As the head clan of the third branch, this was an opportunity she couldn't resist. While she held back before because of Wu Yu, this was her territory, and she didn't fear offending Wei Wuyin. Moreover, the alchemical product might be untouched, not already refined like with Nasini. Sujiang. A soft, ancient voice echoed throughout the surroundings. It contained the vicissitudes of life, the essence of age, and clearly belonged to someone who's lived through too much. Ma Sujiang's body froze. She then hurriedly straightened her posture, respectfully greeting, Patriarch. Ma Ru joined in, her expression tense. They both knew that Ma Zheng was called for before, and that was also his orders, to be alerted if any changes occurred to the beasts or involved the one named Wei Wuyin. Since Tua Bihan had come on Wei Wuyin's order, of course Ma Zheng was alerted with the greatest possible speed, as if emerging from a void portal. An elderly man with pale skin, numerous wrinkles, yellowing spots on his arms and legs arrived. Those limpid and lazy eyes seemed to belong to a man unconcerned by many things. He wore a black Taoist robe with golden embroidery. The third manager of the Golden Life Pavilion. The patriarch of the Ma clan. The strongest expert of the Grand Horse realm. He had all those exceptional titles, and despite his appearance, his every breath commanded respect. Softly smacking his lips, he walked slowly towards Ma Sujiang until he reached a few feet from her. She had her head lowered deeply, her eyes concealed. I don't blame you, Ma Zheng slowly said. Ma Sujiang felt her heart seize up. Despite his words that were seemingly comforting her, siding with her, she knew that this was anything but. Your position as assistant manager of the third branch will be removed from henceforth. You'll stay as a realm guardian of the Grand Horse realm for the next 500 years. Those words were slowly said, yet each one was as clear as a thunderous drum of war. It chilled the soul, especially Ma Sujiang's. Patriarch. Ma Zheng gave her a lazy look. Her next words were caught in her throat, unable to escape. She clenched her hand around the spatial ring, but she didn't exert crushing force. Instead, she breathed in and out to relax herself before handing the spatial ring to Ma Ru. She bowed deeply, and waited to be excused. Ma Zheng said, You'll do well to remember that we're not simple rulers, our ambitions aren't on that path. Dynasties rise and thrive, but eventually, they'll always fall. A business is a belief that'll never fade from the hearts of the earnest and hard-working, the strong or the weak, everlasting and worshipped without fleeting might. Ma Sujiang's heart started to race. She allowed her greed to overwhelm her heart. With an even deeper bow, she replied, I know my wrong. Ma Zheng faintly nodded. Ma Sujiang vanished from everyone's sight. Tanu was enraged. Chapter 624, 619, Down Payment. Chapter 624, 619, Down Payment. A sky-rippling draconic roar resounded. The clouds above roiled, the ground shook, and the air pulsed explosively outwards. The might behind this roar was backed by tremendous power, fueled by the fiery rage of a dragon. Ma Zheng's lazy eyes looked towards the distance as a vast shadow took to the skies. At the top of their shadow, a silver light radiated with a pulsating resonance. The fixed space in the world was going chaotic, distorting and twisting. The world realm spatial foundation was being shaken. Anu's enormous wings were completely unfurled, and his horn at the base of his forehead became silver with various mystical runes swimming animatedly within. It was gorgeous, but the pressure it emitted was heart-palpitating. Dragons in legends were often told as having a reverse scale, a location on their bodies that contained their most vital essence, holding their greatest vulnerabilities. When threatened, they didn't shrink back, but grew ravenous and destructive, thrashing about in utter rage. This legend translated many sayings regarding touching a person's most important treasure. To Anu, his reverse scale was threatening his family. Shui Fei was his grandmother reincarnated, and he loved her to the zenith. In his mind, Ma Sujiang acted against his grandmother. They could beat on him, they could keep him here, but they couldn't harm his family. He was about to unleash the greatest bloodline ability of horned firmament dragons, chaotic firmament surge. If released, even if this world realm was reinforced, it'll collapse. In this chaos, he'll take the dragons in his internal world and escape. Ma Jing softly sighed, sleep. He slowly waved his hand towards Anu's figure. The spatial fluctuation instantly ceased, and Anu's enormous body started to free fall towards the ground. But just as he was about to crash heavily into the hard surface, Ma Jing coughed as he waved his hand again. Like a feather, Anu's body landed on the ground without disturbing even the air. Ma Jing sighed again. With another stuffy cough, his lazy look became a little dim. Ma Ru was awed by Ma Jing's power, yet slightly shaken by Anu's bloodline ability. She was at the Mystic Star phase. Depending on who you speak to, she could be considered an ascendant at the Mystic Star realm, yet the fluctuation from Anu caused her to grow a little fearful. She didn't think she could deal with whatever Anu intended to unleash. Shui Fei fiercely shouted, "No." She felt Anu's aura dwindle considerably in a short span of time. She feared the absolute worst. Without any hesitation, she flew towards Anu with her swiftest speed. While she was just targeted by Ma Sujiang, her priorities had been overtaken by Anu's state. However, before she got far, she felt her surroundings change. Instantly, she saw Anu's closed eyelids, and felt his steady breathing that rumbled the air. She hurriedly touched his azure scales and softly sighed with relief. He was unhurt. Nyla Shur and Zuhiyai were beside her. Zuhiyai's facial expression was emotionless, a stark contrast from his earlier feral state. The danger of Ma Sujiang had vanished, and he witnessed it all. He glanced at the old man that stood a few feet from him alongside the petite little woman, and he remained protectively beside Shui Fei. "He's fine," Ma Jing consoled. "He'll be asleep for a few hours, and he'll be perfectly fine when he wakes." Those words had great effect as Shui Fei's emotions noticeably calmed down. "On behalf of Ma Sujiang, the Golden Life Pavilion, and my Ma clan, I apologize for her actions. She allowed her desires to overtake her reason, and has been punished." If anyone were to hear that Ma Jing apologized to a mortal, they would never believe it. Even Ma Ru was deeply startled. How could this Shui Fei, a measly mortal woman who lived for less than 100 years, be worthy of Ma Jing's personal apology? Be it his identity as the third manager of the Golden Life Pavilion, overseer of operations spanning 3 domains, his independent status as a High Lord, an existence at the third stage of the Mystic Ascendant realm, the Demi-Mortal Lord phase, or the Patriarch of the Ma clan, which one wasn't so highly regarded that most mortals couldn't even fathom? Yet Ma Jing held the calm aura of an old manager, amicable and gentle in tone. Shui Fei turned her hazel eyes towards Ma Jing. She didn't know who this figure was, but she commanded respect from Ma Sujiang, an existence that she couldn't even resist. His cultivation base and status must be absurdly high. Therefore, she didn't hold any ill emotions. Just him interfering was sufficient to state his stance. Moreover, she didn't consider herself important enough to have mystic ascendants act against her. To have an ascended act, the contents of that spatial ring must be incredibly tempting. She respectfully bowed. "It is my greatest honor to greet Senior. I sincerely thank you for your help." Ma Jing smiled, lifting his wrinkles upwards. "You're too kind. Helping the concubine of a mortal sovereign alchemist is my honor, but you'll soon realize that." He hinted to Shui Fei about her exalted status. Shui Fei felt her heart tremble. No one besides the Valkyrie and Wei Wuyan's most trusted subordinates were aware of his abilities as a mortal sovereign alchemist, and she never told anyone nor mentioned it. Ma Ru's eyes widened. Concubine of a mortal sovereign alchemist? What? She couldn't help but look at the spatial ring that Ma Sujiang had passed to her, and she finally understood why Ma Sujiang had acted. There must be valuable products here, outrageously valuable. What type of alchemical product could cause her cousin to act? A genuine ascended. Ma Jing held out his hand to Ma Ru. Instinctively, she handed the spatial ring to Ma Jing, but there was a fraction of a second of hesitation as she was about to release it. Her heart shivered, and she let go. For a moment, curiosity and greed had sunk into her heart. Ma Jing didn't react to this, giving the spatial ring back to Shui Fei. After retrieving it, Shui Fei gave further thanks, gripping the ring harder subconsciously. She had similar thoughts, a desire to inspect it was burning in her heart at this moment. Ma Jing waved his hand and Tua Bihan shifted from his location to before him. He floated before Shui Fei. At the moment, he was bleeding from his eyes, ears, and mouth, and his skin was fracturing. He looked ghastly. If one inspected his internal state, they would be further horrified. Not only was his domain seed cracked, his astral core was incredibly dim, the energies within were chaotic and ravaging his insides. He was injuring himself with every passing second due to losing control of his power. Shui Fei's expression paled. She recalled Tua Bihan's invigorated and refreshed expression, yet he was reduced to this state a moment later. Can he be healed? She cautiously asked, not wanting to act in fear of making it worse. This old man was a powerful expert, so he could handle it. Ma Jing glanced at Tua Bihan. Tua Bihan's body moved, rotating until he was directly before Ma Jing. With a soft tap on Tua Bihan's glabella, his physical state started to rapidly heal and his fractured skin vanished. The blood at his eyes, ears, and mouth dissipated and he returned to normal. Tua Bihan coughed. Simultaneously, Ma Jing coughed. Slowly, Tua Bihan opened his eyes and was left to his own devices. When his feet touched the ground, he hastily looked around and found an unharmed Shui Fei. A wave of relief coursed through his body. Ma Jing coughed again, this time it was heavier than before. He seemed sick, yet his aura was stable and his eyes were bright. It formed such a strange contrast that Shui Fei thought he was faking it for sympathy. But why would an expert of his caliber ever do such a thing? There had to be something else to it. Ma Jing corrected himself soon enough, seemingly returning to a healthy state. Young lad, I'm Ma Jing, third manager of the Golden Life Pavilion. I wonder, what's this message you have for me? Young lad. Tua Bihan turned to Ma Jing, shocked that someone was calling him young, but when he saw the elderly appearance of Ma Jing and his status, he realized he definitely was far older than him. Junior greets senior Ma, Tua Bihan respectfully said. He was startled to find that he was completely fine after losing consciousness. He was certain his worldly domain had been shattered. Maru frowned. Tua Bihan should refer to Ma Jing as High Lord or Third Manager, not Senior. That should be reserved solely for those who were of the young generation and backed by a figure of equivalent or higher status. But this was just a difference in etiquette. If Ma Jing said nothing, then it was fine. You have a strong heart of cultivation. The light of potential is very strong in your eyes, don't lose it, Ma Jing said. It was clear he referred to Tua Bihan as a junior because of his reinvigorated mindset towards cultivation. Most his age and cultivation base had already lost their will to ascend, their heart of cultivation. It was extremely rare to see. Tua Bihan was startled by those words. Thank you, Senior Ma. I do have something for you. He retrieved the silver box that was back on his bag. He was somewhat confused. When did it return to his bag? But he still acted, and he didn't doubt Ma Jing's identity. He didn't think many had the courage to falsely assume the identity of Ma Jing in his own territory. He thought about something. My young lord told me to tell you to take good care of Shui Fei, Nyla Shur, and Zuhiyai. He also said he'll cover the cost of the dragons as well. Ma Jing's eyebrows lifted. He nodded, realizing the hidden message within. It wasn't regarding simply taking care of them. That was obvious, but giving them autonomy and protecting them while he was absent. It wasn't outright stated, so it was open to interpretation. But the fact remained that it didn't need to be said, so coming to this conclusion was eventual. Well, for the intelligent. Is he testing me or the Golden Life Pavilion? Ma Jing amusingly smiled. Wei Wuyin clearly wanted him to help establish the dragon's lineage in the starfield, even stating he'll cover the costs. But this was a little difficult to do, so he had to carefully consider this option. But it was open to interpretation, not an outright request, so not doing so won't ruin their relationship. He realized the mind of this little junior was a little too complex. But he has the spatial dragon bloodline lineage, so doing so will help him too, won't it? As he pondered, Tua Bihan had retrieved a spatial ring with the title, Payment. Ma Jing glanced at Shui Fei and Zuhiyai's spatial rings, laughing in his heart. Tua Bihan added, My young lord said this was a down payment. He had to consciously use the title Young Lord, trying hard to not use boss in front of such an exalted figure. He didn't want to lower Wei Wuyan's status before such an important individual. Down payment. Ma Zheng was startled. The concept of a down payment was far different from a payment. He sent a letter to inform Wei Wuyan that he'll need to compensate for their destroyed world realm that was an ideal training ground. He didn't think it'd be paid all at once. After all, the value of the seasonal elemental world realm wasn't minor. Ma Zheng reached out for the ring and a spiritual light surged, entering his hand. The light carried a message from Wei Wuyan, but it was incredibly short. Just 2 words. Show me. They were said calmly and with an intrigued tone. Ma Zheng was so taken aback that he visibly recoiled a little, looking at the spatial ring with a shocked gaze, the lazy look in his eyes wiped out entirely. He looked at Tua Bihan, who was curious yet quiet, and then Shui Yifei, who had a tightly clenched fist with curiosity abound. He inspected the spatial ring. When he did, his spiritual sense only saw 2 objects. Just 2. The first was a bottle with a single pill within. It was silver, clearly in the 9th grade. It was labeled, Neo-Dawn Eclipse Pill, low quality. This caused him to be excited, his eyes brightened. Ma Sujiang's action might have been reckless and greedy, but it was understandable. She wasn't an idiot, and she considered all the possibilities. She even believed that Ma Zheng wouldn't punish her if she obtained this pill, but she couldn't verify if it was in Shui Yifei's possession. Even if it was, she definitely couldn't allow her to keep it and refine it, especially if it was mystic rank. As for asking her for it, there was no way anyone would willingly give this up, and she would be right. Shui Yifei definitely would not give the pill to another. It was the same as giving up Wei Wuyan's greatest treasure, and it even had his title. She would have told Ma Sujiang to wait until Wei Wuyan arrived and ask him for one or details of it, but who knows when that'll be and if he would do so. Would another mortal sovereign alchemist give up their secrets? No. Absolutely not. Would anyone, cultivator of alchemist, give up a mystic rank pill to be deconstructed? Absolutely not. The value of a mystic rank pill exceeded some developed world realms in their entity. Ma Sujiang wasn't wrong with her instinctive actions to obtain the pill, because there was no other way to obtain it in her mind. As for offending the alchemist who concocted the pill, if the Ma clan could recreate it, couldn't they just replace it or compensate them? They were the Ma clan, head clan of the Golden Life Pavilion's 3rd branch. Did they lack wealth? Unfortunately, she fiercely miscalculated. Ma Zheng's yellowing hands trembled as he observed the 2nd item in the ring with a dignified expression. He was well aware of Na Sini and her current cultivation state, how she had formed a domain seat at the soul idol phase, bypassing the conventions of cultivation, and essentially became invincible beneath the realm lord level. It not only gave one a worldly domain, it would ease their path to the realm world phase. It might be better to not say ease, but guarantee. It was utterly impossible to fail the 7th astral tribulation with a worldly domain even if you had the worst foundation imaginable. The importance of this made him punish Ma Sujiang, but he didn't go too far because he understood her. He deeply understood her. If he was her age, in her position, he might have done the same. While he thought himself as rational and intelligent, the sheer earthquake this type of product could unleash wasn't just world-shaking, it was heaven-shaking. The 2nd item was a slim book, and it was titled, Concoction Method, Neo-Dawn Eclipse Pill. Chapter 625, 620, 3 Oaths and History. Chapter 625, 620, 3 Oaths and Amp, History. The eternal sky starfield was divided into 4 directions: northern sky, southern sky, eastern sky, and western sky. The center of this division was the sole solar star that existed within the starfield, representing the essence of exceeding mortal limits with its exquisitely formed mystic radiance belt. The eternal sky starfield was extremely vast, but its territories were defined, absolutely clear, and without the slightest hint of ambiguity. The 16 mystic tier forces divided the vast expanse into 16 domains, and each domain was under the strict oversight of their respective forces. All planets and lunar satellites were rigorously claimed, colonized, and used for the betterment of the society of cultivation. Yet the concept of independence still existed, with some forces being a part of a domain yet apart from the mystic tier forces themselves. These were special existences, however. These specific existences had true ascended, not wanting to yield, yet not wishing to forego the benefits of the mystic radiance belt solar star. They might not be officially considered as true subordinates, but they were often considered as a portion of the force's overall fighting power. However, while some forces consider these forces to be additional reserve power, others might consider them parasitic. This was especially so for these forces that existed during the nascent stages of one of the mystic tier forces' reign. These forces had powers that rivaled or couldn't be ignored by these forces seeking to rule. At the time, to affirm their rule without further conflict, they acceded certain territories within their domains to these special existences, such as rich life-bearing naturally born planets or unique locations within the dark void that contained certain objects, such as asteroid belts that contained rare ores and materials. They represented a portion of their wealth, a portion given away, but it didn't stop at this. To ensure that betrayal was unlikely, these forces wanted assurances, and so the experts had given it. In the cultivation world, there were two well-known oaths. These oaths were the Heavenly Oath, an oath to the Heavenly Daos which, if failed to keep, would instill enormous amounts of misfortune in your life until your eventual death. This could even manifest into strange heavenly tribulations. One moment, a cultivator could swear to not steal, and the next second as he pocketed an apple, he could turn into burnt dust, as if sundered by lightning with no witnesses. Cultivators heavily disliked taking heavenly oaths, because keeping it was extremely difficult, and the interpretation of whether a person keeps it isn't always consistent with reality. For example, if a person swears a heavenly oath not to steal, they might be able to take all their family's property forcefully, even blatantly slaughtering their family to take it. But because it belongs to their family, including themselves, no matter if there was any legality of men involved, the Heavenly Daos will not see this as breaking the contract. Furthermore, if you force someone to give you an object, then their willingness to do so, even under the threat of death, wasn't considered stealing. Yet if that individual were to enter a forest ruled by a gigantic spider and tried to save its prey, this could be considered as stealing, and they'll have broken their oaths. The ambiguity and nonsense involved frustrated far too many, so very few would do so unless the rules were extremely clear-cut. These would be Tao companion ceremonies or the like. The second, which was the most commonly sworn oaths, was a mortal oath that was referred to as spirit oaths. These individuals swore oaths on their spirits of cultivation, and an unfathomable worldly law would shatter their spirit of cultivation if broken, crippling them. But this was also defined by oneself, and if one truly believed they didn't break the spirit oath, there would be no consequences. An example was if a spirit oath was sworn yet the other was ignorant that a side had been completed. They would remain unaffected, and the arbitrator was solely themselves. Many cultivators with keen intelligence can use clever wordplay to navigate around it. Furthermore, these oaths weren't able to affect those genuine ascended cultivators, and scaled with a cultivator's level, so external cultivators can directly intervene and prevent it from happening or directly destroy its mark on the spirit of cultivation if there are numerous stages or a realm above the one who swore it. These oaths had their flaws and their benefits. But there was a third oath, one that couldn't be erased, one that didn't have a third party act as an ambiguous judge of its own rules, and solely followed the oath's conditions and agreements. It was the strictest yet firmest type of oath, and one can swear this type of oath on themselves, their families, even their force, if they own it. It was called the mystical oath. It was termed as such because it was truly mystical, and it affected all beings, including mystic ascendants. If broken, a worldly force would descend from the void that'll destroy the individual who broke it, regardless of what was sworn on this oath. If one swore upon their lineage, then their direct lineage and those who considered themselves a part of that lineage would be drawn in, suffering equally until their inevitable demise. But it was also fair, as the majority at that time must agree it was more brutal than description, yet there was a certain relief that this oath provided. Yet for some of these mystic tier forces, there was no relief, only frustration and restrictions. This was especially so for the True Element sect. The history behind the True Element sect was complicated, a little depressing, yet also one that championed resilience and cohesiveness. Roughly 40,000 years ago from the present time, the True Element sect beginnings started. Its name was the Lin clan. They were a small family force that pursued the doctrine of elemental cultivation methods. They forged their names with elemental intents, being known as the greatest elemental cultivators of their time. At this time, the Starfield, which wasn't even 1/100th of its current size, was named the Imperial Martial Starfield, ruled by the Imperial clan of that time, and the initiators of the Imperial clan hierarchy within the Starfield that persisted into the present. They ruled with an iron fist and launched fierce territorial wars with other nearby Starfields. The ceaseless fighting and growing expansion gave them a terrifying and domineering reputation, especially with each decisive victory. And fighting beside them were several remarkable clans, such as the Lin clan. They soon grew in strength, 20,000 years later, they forged an indisputable territory with over 10 solar stars. Each star belonged to a conquered starfield that was absorbed into them, becoming a part of the Imperial Martial Starfield. The top forces gathered there, ascended, and devised an ambitious plan that would eventually lead to their inevitable misfortune yet greatest fortune, creating a mystic radiance belt. They used their own solar star as the foundation, the only naturally formed solar star that had been birthed alongside the stellar region. They combined the other solar stars, gathered hundreds more from outside, and merged it with their own solar star. It was ambitious, too ambitious. The act itself caused all sorts of issues to arise, and many ascended died just during the merging process, let alone the number of realm lords, time lords, and star lords. Still, the imperial clan at the time refused to settle, and proceeded despite the tearful pleas of others. To them, they were doing it for a better future. The ascended of that time worked themselves ragged, and after several centuries, the greatest formation in the stellar region was finally completed. The mystic radiance belt's construction had even more sacrifices, especially those ascended of the imperial clan, and it had succeeded, yet their tireless efforts brought scorn and hatred instead. They had worked others like slaves imperiously, forced them to give up their lives for their ambitions despite the pleas, and the other experts soon banded together, using this moment of abject weakness to fight back. The imperial clan was hard-pressed, and their allies split. Even their greatest ally, the Lin clan, had fragmented internally. One half established themselves as the elemental Jade sect, and the other half stayed loyal to the imperial clan, gambling their continued survival, but it didn't pay dividends as they had thought. The imperial clan was utterly devastated, massacred alongside their allies, and hunted down like dogs in history. It was said they were pushed to extinction due to their warmongering ways, strict and militaristic rule, and the unfair demands for the lives of others. They were branded as vile and evil, yet the mystic radiance belt wasn't tainted, becoming the holistic object that defined the heroic intentions of those sacrificed. The Lin clan of the elemental Jade sect became a leading power, and quickly rose as one of the greatest forces within the starfield. With the mystic radiance belt, the quality of essence and resources rose by several dozen notches, elevating cultivators' limits to an incredible peak. The contention of false and genuine ascended was born after this explosive boon of the cultivation civilization. Those who failed to enter the mystic ascendant realm had very short lifespans and were unable to harness the full might of mysticism, while those who succeeded could live for 10,000 years and were unquestionably more powerful. This, of course, was a natural controversy amongst any cultivation civilization that reached that point, especially when no cultivator fully understood the realm itself. But the Lin clan's growth wasn't without issues. The civil conflicts of the starfield rose without a true leader, and war had begun. The entire starfield was ravaged and sent into chaos. Trillions died and an uncountable number suffered the effects of remaining alive. There were many rulers that ambitiously rose up in these disastrous times, thrived with their might and then fell to their demise, unable to hold on to the reins of the starfield. It was simply too vast, too rich in resources, and it was hard to be the strongest clan or force. The chaos only grew with each passing year, but the mystic radiance belt provided an environment where the cultivation civilization was unable to decline. The environment just grew richer and richer despite the deaths of innumerable experts and talents, so more replaced them as they passed. To survive this, the Lin clan that led the elemental Jade sect had to establish bound by oath alliances that exceeded territories and guaranteed certain assurances. They weren't the only force to do so. There were thousands. But the vast majority of these forces fell and vanished, unable to remain united in the chaos. This only ended 8,000 years later, when the Tian clan gave birth to the first earthly saint of the starfield. The power of an earthly saint was unheard of, unimaginable, and unable to be resisted. It was a chasm that formed an unfathomable divide. There was no formation, no multiplanetary array, no gathering of expert cultivators to form united armies that could stand against an earthly saint. The Tian clan swept the entire world with imperious might, and rose as the imperial clan of the starfield, changing its name to the Eternal Sky Starfield. The current system was slowly formed, territories were distributed, domains established, and soon with time, more earthly saints were born, yet the Tian clan was unmovable from their throne. The third earthly saint of the starfield, born from the Lu clan, fought for the right to rule, yet their earthly saint suffered utter defeat. The difference in strength was absolutely earth-shattering. The earthly saint was thus sealed away, kept imprisoned and tortured as a punishment and away as repentance to ensure the Tian clan didn't wipe them out. It also served as a constant reminder that led to the Tian clan's uncontested rule for the next few thousands of years. And then he arrived and everything changed. The King of Everlore. In the Elementus domain, on the deck of a void ship, Lin Xiangxi and Lin Ming faced each other while maintaining the lotus position. Lin Xiangxi had just finished explaining the history of the Eternal Sky Starfield, at least a relatively brief, non-complex version of it. Lin Ming's eyebrows furrowed deeply as he digested all this information. He couldn't help but ask after a long time, "You're part of the Lin clan?" The founder of the Jade Elemental sect. Lin Xiangxi inhaled deeply and subsequently nodded, "I am." Her words made Lin Ming's mind birth so many more questions. Fortunately, Lin Xiangxi hadn't finished. She continued, "My Lin clan had made many concessions to the special existences that remained independent in our territory. We swore to always give them a set percentage of territory, rich in resources relative to what we possess as long as we are in charge. What we didn't realize was the value of territory and resources to grow, and what we would be left with was utterly embarrassing. The degree of issues we have with resources and finances are outrageous in comparison to any other force." Lin Ming's frown deepened. The True Element sect. Lin Xiangxi sighed with sadness. "It was our attempt to bypass the oath. Over 7,000 years ago, the King of Everlore arrived alongside his entourage. One of them was a mystic ascendant by the name of Han Zhe, and he established the Elemental Heaven Pavilion. You should know him well enough. An agreement was forged between the two, and the True Element sect was born as a merger. We no longer led the sect, and we gave it to Han Zhe and his lineage. What happened? Those powers didn't accept it. They refused to accept anyone but the Lin clan ruling the domain. If they allowed it to happen, they'd be forced to suffer at the hands of the Imperial clan, either kicked out or worse, losing their territory, resources, and independence. Just like we had agreements with them, the Imperial clan had an oath with the Lin bloodline that extended to them as long as we remain leaders of the sect. Those powers were willing to wage war against the sect to keep the Lin clan as the leader, and they did just that. They won. They won. Chapter 626, 621, Everlasting Mark. Chapter 626, 621, Everlasting Mark. Baffled, completely and utterly baffled. Lin Ming didn't know how to react to this. According to the present circumstances, not only did the True Element sect lose to these special existences that fed on their territories like parasites, the Lin clan was forced to become the leader of the sect to maintain an oath with them and their connection with the Imperial clan. The entire circumstance was outrageous. After a second of ponderous thought, his expression changed considerably. Lin Xiangxi always had an uncanny awareness of Lin Ming's thoughts. She explained, "At the time, Master was only at the second stage of the Mystic Ascendant realm, and had used the True Element sect in hopes of obtaining a greater starting foundation. He didn't fight in the war, very few did in fact. The total power of the True Element sect at that time would have pushed for a Pyrrhic victory at least, but that was almost 7,000 years ago. Still, they won. We, our Lin clan, was forced to sit at the seat of leadership as a protective barrier against the Imperial clan's rule, sucked dry by these parasitic old things, and being unable to act. The idiocy of our ancestors was quite outrageous. Short-term thinking, garbage." As Lin Xiangxi spoke, her language grew coarse and her expression twisted slightly. Clearly, she hated those ancestors of hers quite fiercely. They were foolish enough to swear a mystical oath on their entire bloodline lineage. How foolish was that for just some allied assurances? Why not just leave? Lin Ming couldn't quite understand it. Couldn't they just abandon their title and responsibilities, just leave the Starfield? At worst it's starting anew. They must have powerful experts, those who've exceeded mortal limits. But Lin Xiangxi's eyes became unfathomably gloomy at his question. "We can't." It took her several minutes of deep, relaxing breathing before she continued, "Our loss forced us into an additional agreement. Unless one of three things happen, we can't leave. Master told me himself, the circumstances were either clan eradication or this. The only use the Lin clan had for these special existences was their pre-existing agreement to starve off the Imperial clan's claim for their independence. If the Lin clan sought to escape, their usefulness would cease and the vengeful wrath of those special existences, those parasites, would have turned onto them. They couldn't survive, because they'll also be abandoning everyone not of the Lin clan who would support them when they're leaving them out to dry. This was why the act of merging, surrendering leadership was perfect, because it would have allowed them to bypass the oath and retain their other oath with the imperial clan. It was a matter of semantics. The special existence's oath needed the Lin clan as the leader. As long as they were the legitimized leader, they have the authority to decide territorial rights, so the domain was theirs to do as they wished. Constrained by the oath, they could only concede. The imperial clan's mythical oath only needed the Lin clan to be a present, leading member of the sect, and any leading position. The semantics led to a unique loophole where they could concede ownership to divine King Hanze yet retain the protections from the imperial clan's rule due to their support of their ascension as long as they had a leading position, such as vice-sect leader or something equivalent to a grand elder. This was designed to maintain the Lin clan's importance to any force, an unfathomable sign of goodwill from the imperial clan. I still don't understand, what specifically do they not want the imperial clan to do, and what's the three things? Lin Ming asked curiously. The situation was far more complicated than he imagined. Lin Xiangxi nodded, expecting these two questions. The mythical oath concerned the right to a certain range of territory, and the imperial clan's bloodline nor their forces were allowed to invade or lay claim to any resources within this territory as long as the Lin clan did not betray them or strike first. The elementist domain became a natural barrier against them. The events of history certainly weren't as simple as I've described, so I have no idea why the imperial clan would agree to this or offer it, but they did during their ascension. As for the three things, the reason why Master was suitable as the leader was because he had the support of the up-and-coming King of Everlore, whose alchemic talent was absolutely phenomenal. Even the mortal sovereign alchemists of that time felt his talent and skills were unprecedented. After all, he brought an entire list of self-created, world-changing alchemical products and legacies to the entire stellar region. From the moment the King of Everlore stepped foot in here, he was as brilliant as the brightest star in the dark void. And after a few centuries, he was respected and well-renowned amongst everyone. This was long before the Everlore Association even formed. But it was during his earlier years, and he intervened. He talked with the special existences and formed an agreement with them, devising the system of chosen. I don't know how he did or why they agreed, but they did. Of those three things, one of which was that if a worldly saint, a fifth-stage mystic ascendant, was born in the True Element sect, outside of the Lin clan, they would automatically replace the Lin clan's bloodline. If that happened, then those special existences would be forced to concede their territories, allowing the Lin clan to safely step down. Lin Xiangxi had a thick light of reverence flicker within her eyes as she said the words, worldly saint. It carried a unique charm that could cause one to lose themselves. Lin Ming's heart shook. The King of Everlore established this type of deal. Did this mean the strongest cultivator of the starfield was a worldly saint? He still didn't know, but his lips went dry as he licked them with anticipation. There was something wrong with this. Lin Xiangxi continued, the second condition was if the Lin clan's saintess became Dao companions with a worldly saint or an mystic rank alchemist. Similar conditions as before, but not exactly the same and almost impossible. The last is the most important though. There's a contest of chosen, the brightest and most elite talents of the younger generation within the entire stellar region, those beneath the age of 500 years old, specifically tailored by the King of Everlore. It has exceptional rewards, and if a chosen of True Element sect can claim the greatest prize, then they'll be given the title of leader of the sect, and the Lin clan will be relegated to a leading position. Lin Ming's thoughts went blank for a moment. Chosen. Chosen of the entire stellar region. Lin Xiangxi's expression relaxed, yes. The Everlore starfield in the desolate Dragnet stellar region counted. Lin Ming frowned. Even if the King of Everlore was amazing, he was just a mortal sovereign alchemist, right? Why was he afforded such respect? Aren't there dozens of mortal sovereign alchemists? Likely older, more experienced, or of a higher level. He didn't fathom how the King of Everlore could dictate this. While alchemists were important in his mind, they weren't true experts. There were earthly saints. There was no way a mortal sovereign alchemist, those who concocted products for mortals, could have much value to long-lived ascended. Lin Xiangxi heavily sighed in her heart. She really didn't know how to approach Lin Ming's thinking towards alchemists. He had the fierce belief that personal strength and talent was more important than external resources. After all, products can only bring you so far. And in some ways, he wasn't wrong, but he certainly wasn't right. There were dozens of mortal sovereign alchemists during that time, you're right. But the King of Everlore didn't halt his steps at just becoming a mortal sovereign alchemist. About 5,000 years ago, just before he disappeared, he took over the former Mystic Tier force, the Godpill Association, and renamed it the Everlore Association. Furthermore, he announced to the world his true alchemic level. The King of Everlore wasn't just a mortal sovereign alchemist, he exceeded that and became the very first mystic rank alchemist in our stellar region's history, a saint alchemist. Lin Ming's mind whirled in disbelief. The King of Everlore became the first mystic rank alchemist. No wonder, no wonder. Lin Xiangxi nodded after feeling content with Lin Ming's response. The rewards he left behind contains genuine mystic rank alchemical products. There is even said to be a pill, the Everlore Mortal Ascension Pill, that can give one a guaranteed success rate at becoming a true Ascended. But that's not all. The King of Everlore was rumored to have left behind an item that carried the secrets of producing a worldly saint. Lin Ming felt his heartbeat halt for a moment. Was the King of Everlore at this level? Was his ability truly so frightening? Lin Xiangxi continued, this was why the entire stellar region is following the chosen system he conceived, and creates terrifying geniuses in hopes of obtaining those rewards, competing against each other. Why the title of chosen is so precious and revered. They have the opportunity to fight for materials and products that would make the Elementus cache seem decrepit and depressing. She didn't mention Wei Wuyan's element heart intent being highly valued due to its potential in this contest. After all, the contest wasn't just about combat strength for his false worldly domain, that might produce similar feelings, but it wasn't nearly as intense. Regardless, the true element sex days surely wouldn't be smooth with both of their existences known by all the other forces. After a long period of 10 or so minutes, Lin Ming finally calmed down. He wasn't so idiotic to think reaching the earthly saint was just talent-oriented, and while he didn't believe alchemists held the keys to the peak, he knew they provided means to establish a stronger foundation to traverse it quicker. So, he disappeared. Lin Ming finally digested everything, including the significance of chosen and why they're so highly regarded. The forces all wanted the final reward from the King of Everlore. But he noted Lin Xiangxi's brief statement. Shortly after the King of Everlore reached the mystic rank, he disappeared. No one knows where he went, but most of those who followed him, such as the 3 everlasting clans of the Everlore Association, the E-clan, the Air clan, and the San clan, and Master remained behind. Lin Xiangxi explained with a wisp of despondent tone. Is he the only mystic rank alchemist? Lin Ming was curious about the limits of the grand cyclic stellar region, both in terms of the alchemic Tao and cultivation. Lin Xiangxi shook her head. He was the first, not the last. He paved the way for others by leaving his legacy behind. But there's only 3 known throughout the entire grand cyclic stellar region. The first, the Sky Zenith Alchemic Saint, is a part of the Imperial clan. It's said that she's the King of Everlore's disciple, but no one can confirm that. The second, the Enya Hall Alchemic Saint, leads the 9-star Sainthal, a force beyond the eternal sky starfield. Venerable Spiritwalker belongs to this force. And lastly, the Evergodpill Alchemic Saint, who belongs to the Everlore Association, and former leader of the Godpill Association, before the King of Everlore renamed it. Prior to his appearance, there was not a single mystic rank alchemist during our entire history, but the moment the King of Everlore arrived, not only did more mystic rank alchemists get born, but mystic ascendants became far, far abundant as a result. He left an unerasable mark on our history, and gave our Lin clan a chance at freedom. Lin Xiangxi words flowed naturally, completely revealing her truest feelings towards the King of Everlore. The two remained silent as they immersed in this feeling. While the void ship soared across the dark void, another followed closely behind, tailing them openly. They were Tang Xingyun's clan, one of the 8 nobles, the Tang clan. What about Master? Lin Ming ignored the void ship, asking a question he felt that Lin Xiangxi had avoided. Thus far Lin Xiangxi's expression slightly changed, and then she opened her mouth to answer. He's in secluded cultivation. We're here, Lin Xiangxi abruptly announced as she turned towards the dark void, clearly deliberately changing the subject. There was a gorgeously 9-colored planet enlarging in her vision. After 6 months, they finally reached the true element sect. Chapter 627, 622, Changes. Chapter 627, 622, Changes. The subtle undercurrents of change flowed throughout the eternal sky starfield, affecting the entire grand cyclic stellar region. While it was unnoticeable, keenly insightful figures could feel this change coursing through the world since the obliteration of the Everlore starfield. the arrival of new cultivators and an infusion of further racial diversity had been an unexpected change, and to some, an unwelcome one. But in many areas of the eternal sky starfield, figures of all types, young and old, were slowly revealing their dazzling radiance. While in some areas, the darkness of the starfield was beginning to leak. The three domains, Everlore Domain, Nine Worlds Domain, and Skyren Domain, had an uptick of population. Those hybrids and genuine members of the demon lineages nestled themselves in obscure locations, eking out a living as best they could, with many residing in the Nine Worlds Domain. The elven race had mostly joined the elven sanctuary located within the Everlore Domain. The Skyren Domain, ruled by one of the 8 noble clans, the Lu clan, accepted all types, but the noticeable favoritism towards the human race was apparent. It wasn't deliberate, simply the vast difference in numbers and needs created outcasts amongst others. The demons needed environments of demonic energies to thrive, terraforming certain areas with unique, innately born abilities. This made these areas uncomfortable and uninhabitable for humans, and those too weak were affected heavily by this, even developing strange illnesses and mutations. A few cultivators had even had their children experience demonic changes, either physiological or physiological. Others, females, would experience miscarriages from the exposure. Their very existences brought discomfort and hate to the common cultivator. They were pushed out, vilified for their habitats and inconsiderateness for others. But how could the demons not? This was how they survived and thrived, and only a few cultivators that have touched upon the astral core realm can freely exist outside of these types of environments, comfortably and without any ill effects on their cultivation or bodies. As for those at the chi condensation realm, only those hybrid of humans and at the 6th stage, the false reality phase, could persist in non-curated environments for prolonged periods. In a month, their once curious and smiling treatment turned harsh, hateful to the maximum. In 3 months, the demons of various lineages were segregated away from humans, relocated by the various forces. Those who resisted this relocation effort would vanish. Some would find their flayed, tortured corpses in the middle of nowhere or stumble upon burial grounds filled with families that were once happy or simply had nowhere else to go. The cruelty had only ended after the Golden Life Pavilion had stepped forward, offering isolated homes for those of the demonic lineage, creating a mass exodus throughout the 3 domains. These would be specially designed locations, much like the extreme demonic mountain, suitable for their cultivation and growth. There were plans for planets to be forged to house them away from humankind, to avoid such destructive developments. The demons would soon become like the elven race, sent to live on special planets suitable for their race. Those from the Everlore Starfield, the desolate Dragnet stellar region, half understood and half disagreed with such actions. In much the same way as their starfield, couldn't this starfield be more accepting? However, they knew the truth in their heart. 7 in accepting locations, such as the Myriad Monarch sect, newborn demons needed specialized environments to develop that brought harm to the other races, and it had always isolated them for their benefit and the benefit of others. The extreme demonic mountain was evidence of this. The demonic abyss mountain lord was the most obscure figure amongst the 4 hegemon of legend, and his entire astral territory was a forbidden zone for all other races due to the dense demonic energies and essence it exuded. It was an eventuality, a sad one, but one nonetheless. The efficiency of the Golden Life Pavilion was astonishing, and even Ascended had taken action, saving many captured and tortured demon hybrids. The severity at which they took this situation was far greater than the Everlore Association, who strangely seemed to turn a blind eye to these matters. In weeks, they finished the exodus, ensuring the continued lives of countless existences. After obtaining their entire number, the Golden Life Pavilion felt troubled at relocating them all. It wasn't that their numbers were massive, but the environment they needed was too hectic and infectious. The temporary isolated housing areas wouldn't last. It was only when 4 Ascended took action, alongside 48 Star Lords, 2,046 Time Lords, and tens of thousands of Realm Lords, that they were able to rapidly construct a planet in the shortest period of time, still requiring nearly 4 months to complete. The overall cost for this planet was utterly massive. While it was only medium-sized, the planet's core and atmospheric layers had to be transformed to filter and generate demonic attributed essence. Furthermore, it had to have an isolated orbit that wouldn't negatively affect other planets, requiring enormous effort to settle. It was a job and a half, and the cost for it was unfathomable. Fortunately, it was enough. The demons were given a proper home, and the planet was named Abyssal Dawn, after 2 notable figures in the Everlore Starfield's history, the demonic Abyss Master and the Ascendant Emperor of Neo Dawn. The former for obvious reasons, and the latter for reasons that only the Golden Life Pavilion knew. Those powerful experts curious about the planet's environment ventured in to explore it. Not only did they find out it was extremely inhospitable to humans and elves alike, they discovered strange demonic beasts or beastmen that hadn't appeared before. The elves' situation was slightly different. Their entire race was compatible with humans, and they could coexist easily with them. They existed throughout the 16 domains, albeit in small, trifling numbers. The majority of that number belonged to the Elven Sanctuary, a small region etched out of the Everlore domain that housed 4 lunar satellites and 1 planet in close orbit. Before Shui Jin had told the elves that the Elven Sanctuary's 4 sects had 4 planets, but this was false. Truthfully, the Elven race had 4 habitable lunar satellites and a single planet. Each of the 4 sects had terraformed one of the lunar satellites and established themselves. Their names were the Aqua Moon, the Woodland Moon, the Blazing Moon, and the Grey Moon, respectively belonging to the Sacred Aquatic Palace, the Sacred Forest Palace, the Sacred Volcanic Palace, and Sacred Desert Palace. As for the planet, it housed the sole Elven-controlled Gold-tier force, the Sacred Radiance Palace. The elves born there, of that lineage, were called Exalted Elves. The name was bestowed upon them due to their lineage exceeding the Star-Lord level, and being the only lineage to do so. The Elven race had 2 core issues. 1. Their history was short. The Elven race had only arrived alongside the King of Everlore 7,000 years ago, and had gotten their start then. Before then, they were a non-existent presence. Thus, they were the youngest race in the starfield. In addition to their young age, the second and most pressing issue was their overall strength and displayed potential was severely low. Despite 7,000 years of time to develop, for some reason, they had never given birth to a genuine ascended before. This made them unable to establish themselves in an environment where all the top forces had venerables and high lords, and that was 7,000 years ago, let alone currently where earthly saints were powerhouses. Unlike Divine King Han Zhe and the King of Everlore, the Sacred Elven Queen's companions had no foundation to stand on, forcefully eking out their own with blood, sweat, and tears. With the world being in a state of peace, they couldn't even thrive in conflict, siding with a stronger power. They were just unneeded. Unable to rival martial might as a whole, their entire race was relegated as lesser than humans. It was unfortunate, but nothing could change the truth of reality. Given 7,000 years, an environment with a mystic radiance belt, and the support of the Everlore Association, no matter how small, they still couldn't develop a true ascended. Yet change wasn't just happening to the demons, but the elves as well. Outside of the Woodland Moon's atmosphere, an old, withered figure shimmered into existence. The figure held his hand to his mouth and performed a series of coughs, but in the dark void, sound couldn't travel. Still, after doing so, his pale expression became noticeably redder. When he opened his hand, a spatial ring was present. It read, "For Extreme Continent's Elven Leader, A.I.Een." Ma Jing lazily eyed the 4 lunar satellites and the planet it orbited. He slightly frowned for a moment, but then relaxed. He slowly began his descent into the Woodland Moon's artificial atmosphere to gain his favor. I wonder what will happen to these elves. These old bones. My mind has to wait a little longer to rest. If anyone knew that Ma Jing, the manager of the Golden Life Pavilion's 3rd branch, overseer of several domains and their respective businesses, a genuine High Lord, was acting as a delivery service, and was excited to do so, they might die of shock and disbelief. But if those from the Everlore Starfield were to hear about it, and learned it was asked for by the Ascendant Emperor of Neodawn, their youngest alchemist, they would feel that it was his honor to do so, and the old man wouldn't deny it, especially now. Chapter 628, 623. Humble Beginnings, Yun. Chapter 628, 623, Humble Beginnings, Yun. The changes in the starfield were influencing more than the future, but an existence that observed it all, the Heavenly Daos. With the inclusion of certain events, those plans of the Heavenly Daos had also been affected. And such, it began to silently take action as it always has, bestowing those favored with its support. The Elven Sanctuary wasn't a domain. It existed within the Everlore Association's Everlore domain, a territory bestowed and protected by the Everlore Association. However, over the years, the level of protection might have remained the same, but the level of support had dwindled considerably. The elves were considered lesser, and top-tier resources by those who ran the Everlore Association deemed it a waste to use any of them. They even decided to use their habitable lunar satellites and planet as a farm for a variety of different types of resources. The aquatic moon used for its mystical waters, the woodland moon used for its medicinal herbs, the blazing moon for its earthy minerals, the gray moon for its metallic ores. These materials became a blessing in disguise for the common elf, as they had a constant source of revenue and work for their inhabitants. They were not poor, even richer than some other less silver-tier forces, and overall, could rival some minor gold-tier forces amongst the human race. This provided the elven race with a lifestyle that was self-sufficient. The woodland moon was divided into 4 regions, further divided into 9 prefectures, and each of which had dozens of towns, villages, and some developed cities. The civilization was thriving, much akin to the state of a mortal world in its golden age. In one of these regions, within one of these 9 prefectures, there was a small village by the name of Oakfall Village. It was given this name due to the unique astral-grade oak trees that were often used for lesser vehicles such as skyships and sea ships. These 2 brands of ships soared across the sky, zipping through the open seas, and providing the common people with a reliable form of transportation. While the supply wasn't much, with other areas being more abundant in its development, the village had been founded on the idea of harvesting these oak trees, and so was given its name. While small, only housing 1 million or so individuals, it was brimming with life and activity. Within Oakfall was a harvesting field, large and expansive. It grew a special crop called the effervescent potatoes. They had a bubbling liquid within them that was extremely nutritious for the body. From the clear-cut and flat fields, one could see that the field had been harvested a short while ago. Yet if one looked closely, the harvesting method had left some undersized potatoes. If lucky, one could find oversized ones. Alongside these forgotten crops, there were numerous individuals dressed in simple attires moving across the fields with baskets on their backs. A young boy, just shy of 16 years old, with a baby face and bright, youthfully blue eyes. He had a healthy and natural tan that exuded an earthy glow, and his hands were rough, clearly a sign of working diligently with his hands. The solar rays reflected off his short black hair with uniquely natural platinum highlights. Who? Oh. You're a big one. With an excited tone, he found an oversized potato that had survived the harvesting process. Feeling lucky, he gave it a slight sniff before tossing it to his basket. That makes 3, got enough for dinner. With a bright smile, he kept moving along. The young man's name was Iyun. He worked as a herbal caretaker mostly, but when he was off, on days where the harvest of crops occurred, he gleaned alongside the others. Not just for himself, but for his mother and sister that stayed at home to rest. Another one. His luck seemed to be good today. With a hearty chuckle, he tossed it into his basket. Since he wasn't the only one, his fellow gleaners typically only worked a set area, finding what they can based on their own fortune. After that last one, he couldn't find any others in his area, but he was quite satisfied. Little Yun. A soft, mellow voice called out to him walking out of the fields. That familiar voice caught him. He turned and noticed it belonged to a middle-aged woman. With a smile, he waved cheerfully. Auntie Pan. The one named Auntie Pan wasn't a relative to him, but she was nice to his sister and mother, so he addressed her in such an intimate manner. But her expression changed slightly, seemingly pausing after receiving that address. In the end, she still walked over with her eyes shifting about. In his heart Ian sneered, but he kept a bright, amicable smile. Is there something you need? He asked, but he felt that in his heart, it was rhetorical. This Auntie Pan had nothing in her basket, clearly her search in her designated area was fruitless. Even gleaning wasn't without its misfortunes. Little Yun, she quietly said as she spotted the 4 potatoes in his basket, notably the oversized one. The desire in her eyes was clear. You've had some success, I see. That's good. I just got a little bit lucky. Ian kept smiling, looking a little embarrassed from receiving such praise. It was just luck of the draw for some, but to him, it wasn't really. Before others could glean these fields, they would pick a number from afar, but Ian had a keen sense towards life, so even from afar, he could sense the areas that still had crops and those who'd been swept clean. Auntie Pan was also embarrassed as she began to tell Ian a sob story about her living situation, a little bit of struggles she had as a housewife, and tried to even inquire about the state of Ian's mother and sister. It was clear that she wanted what he had. He had to patiently listen to her drone on. The heart of elves was not without its selfishness. Still, he didn't want to make things worse for his sister and mother towards the community. Auntie Pan. Here, I have more than enough for us, and it's my pleasure to give this to you." In the end, he gave her the 3 undersized potatoes and left with a bright smile. With that, he skipped off quickly to return home. Auntie Pan was left holding the undersized potatoes and frowned, staring at the direction Iyun left in. The light in her eyes slowly became more and more displeased, until eventually she spat out beneath her breath, "You filthy half-breed. To waste my breath on you, Pa." Iyun's footsteps halted a distance away, but he resumed his steps as if it was just a natural pacing step. While others might be out of earshot, he's always had keen senses, so he clearly heard her words. Still, it was better than the alternative of being targeted for being stingy. Iyun was a half-breed, a mixture of a human and an elf. Unlike in other areas of the Grand Cyclic Stellar region, such as the Everlore starfield, the concept of interbreeding with humans has distorted over the thousands of years. With elves been considered an inferior race by the inhabitants of the Eternal Sky starfield, those humans, how could they not have any hatred towards them? This hatred was interwoven deeply, spreading from the top experts to the minor figures that gleaned the fields due to their poor status. It permeated the society. And it likely wasn't better outside of here. Since being half-elf meant being a part of an inferior race, their treatment was likely even worse there. Iyun sighed in his heart, but had long since gotten used to it. Furthermore, he had to accept such abuse daily, in the whispers of his neighbors and their disparaging looks from afar. Others could be blissfully unaware, but his senses prevented him from being so. Despite it all, he still had a home and a loving family. With a pip in his step, he saw the small wooden house from afar. "Mom. Little sis. I'm back." His excitement was palpable. "Big bro." A delicate, lovely voice resounded from within. The door was pushed open to reveal a young girl roughly 12 years old, looking cute like a freshly made doll. Her platinum blonde hair was dazzling alongside her large, limpid blue eyes. "Missed me." With a swift rush, he grabbed the little waist of that little girl and lifted her up, spinning around. She was momentarily shook before laughing, enjoying the ride. This girl was named Mimi, his half-blood sister. She was a full-blooded elf, unlike himself. After a while, Iyun put her down carefully. "Did you find something?" Her cute eyes brightened as she tried to look into the basket, but there was a cloth hidden over it as if purposely keeping it as a surprise. "I did." Holding her hand, they walked into the house. The first sight he saw was a gorgeous middle-aged woman, with dry platinum blonde hair, and turbid blue eyes. She seemed like an older version of Mimi, and could have been dazzlingly radiant if she wasn't currently in bed, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. Her body exuded a fragile weakness, and when she saw them enter, her eyes brightened before she let loose a series of hefty coughs into her hand. "Mother." Mimi rushed over, grabbing a cloth to slowly and thoroughly wipe the blood that covered her mother's hand and mouth. Afterwards, Mimi carefully placed a blanket over her mother. Iyun walked over, his eyes smiling, trying to hide his true emotions. With a low tone, he said, "The effervescent potato harvest was today. I got lucky, so we got one very big oversized potato. Guess something is looking out for us today. I'll make you something." Mimi's eyes brightened. Those potatoes had special properties that were known for handling easing symptoms for illnesses. A happy glint emerged in her eyes. It was always her brother who was most reliable. The middle-aged woman, Ijingi, gave off a slight, weak smile. "You've worked hard," she hoarsely said before her breathing became a little labored. It seemed even speaking exhausted too much of her energy. Iyun smiled, moving to bring out some other ingredients to mix with. While doing so, his mind was endlessly circulating with all sorts of thoughts. "Tomorrow, if I can get that herb, until then, just stay strong, mother. Stay strong." Iyun in his past life wasn't much, just a thief who died while trying to steal. But he accrued enough karmic sin in his lifetime to warrant being cleansed by the second calamity of hell, the calamity of endless regret. His soul, despite its lowly life, had survived all 108,000 years of its horrific experience of isolation and regret. His perseverance came alongside the special laws that balance punishment with reward, and he was thus blessed by the heavenly Das while his soul was thoroughly cleansed in the third trial, sending him off to the river of souls to be reincarnated. The blessing followed him into this life. At that moment, as he sliced the potato, he experienced the first karmic luck surge of his lifetime. And it was a massive one. Chapter 629 to 624, Blazing Tragedy, Iyun. Chapter 629, 624, Blazing Tragedy, Iyun. Where is she? In Oakfall Village, a chaotic commotion occurred at midnight, followed by a hectic search effort. Numerous men dressed in uniformed outfits scoured the streets, their eyes blazing with spiritual light and lethal vigilance. Black outfit. Find her. A commander of these men shouted, adding, apprehend any female member of slim build and tall height. Go. They burst into numerous homes, grabbed the young women that fit that description with prejudice. The screams and shouts of those panicked few constantly resounded. There was no house left unraided and no suspect given any quarter. Even these men showed little gentleness as they pulled the young women from their homes and sealed their cultivation bases, including their movements. Restrained, in fear, these women could only tremble and weep. They were unaware of what was happening, but they recognized the men that were present. They belonged to the Oakfall Village's army, and some even were familiar with these men, yet their eyes that gleamed with spiritual light seemed to not take into consideration any past relationship. From their dark and solemn gazes, the situation was definitely beyond serious. A few instinctively resisted as having invaders breach their homes, snatch their daughters, sisters, or mothers like bandits startled them, and pushed them off the edge. A few soldiers were injured by higher-leveled cultivators, but those who took action would soon be harshly suppressed, their female members treated even more poorly as they were prime suspects. Huff. Huff. Ha. The pantings of a youngster resounded in the thick shrubbery, but those pants halted instantly as if cut off unnaturally. Rustle. Rustle. A series of men rushed past the shrubbery with weapons gleaming with a deadly glint. Their eyes shone with spiritual light. As they consecutively passed with hurried steps, the last to pass the shrubbery halted. He was tall, thin, and had sunken eyes. There was a villainous gleam within his eyes as he swept them to the surroundings. Anything there? A voice called out from ahead. It belonged to one of the others that had passed. The tall man frowned as he inspected the surroundings again, but replied, no. Nothing. After that, he rushed ahead and caught up with the others. The heavy beating of the youngster's heart was like war drums, pounding and violent. The youth was garbed in black outfit, with shapely curves, a pair of ample breasts, and long, black hair. With a careful survey of their surroundings, they left in a hurry. The search continued as women were inspected and interrogated. From the words of the commander and other men, they were looking for an herb. Those smart soon realized what this herb was and who it belonged to, and their hearts quivered. Who would be so daring? The commander stared at his two reporting lieutenants who replied with unfruitful news. The meadow life herb isn't so easy to hide. It can't be stored in a spatial ring, so find it. The lieutenants assented with nods and grunts before hurrying off with solemn gazes. The commander sighed, this is such a mess. Several hours later, a short black-haired young man with platinum highlights was refilling a hole in the ground with a shovel. It was almost filled entirely, but prior to that, it was dug out and filled with a wig, silk cloth, padded clothes, and platform shoes. While the melons had been crushed entirely. The disguise had changed his body to become tall, female with a buxom figure, but he couldn't keep this evidence, and he couldn't burn it in the middle of the night either. As for throwing it in a river, the possibility of it being found might expand their search to men instead, and he couldn't risk it. After filling the last bit, he heavily sighed and wiped off the sweat on his brow. But then a silly smile formed on his face, filled with abundant happiness. I got it. The meadow life herb was a low-level astrograde material that contained a pure life force, and it was extremely rare. It only grew in areas that experienced the meadow lifewood phenomenon. While these environments could be artificially stimulated, a powerful cultivator needed to do so. In the Oakfall village, where the strongest cultivator was merely at the 7th stage of the chi condensation realm, this was highly unlikely. Yet it happened the herb had been harvested recently after the phenomenon occurred roughly 3 years ago. He couldn't let this opportunity slip, and created an airtight plan to sneak into the village lord's private vault and snatch it. He wasn't greedy, and took only it. Still, this was risky. After using it to heal his mother, they would have to leave immediately lest the loss of the herb was connected with her healed state. Thinking of his mother, he touched a dangling piece of jewelry that hung around his neck. It was a violet-colored lotus that gleamed with a brilliant luster. His 16th birthday was yesterday, and his mother had given him this lotus necklace as a gift. She said it belonged to his human father, and that she kept it as a safekeeping until he returned. While she didn't say it, he could see that she believed she wasn't able to wait any longer. Her illness had taken its toll on her and she knew she didn't have much time. Clenching the lotus, he thought about his absent father, who left when he was just 5 years old, while his mother was pregnant with Mimi. The despicable man left without a word to them, left them high and dry, poor and suffering from the age of 5. He had to learn how to earn for his family, especially with the newborn on the way. He had to do whatever he could to earn whatever was possible to provide, and even his mother, who was suffering from the pains and difficulties of pregnancy, had to put in some effort. While she smiled through it all, he knew she was hurt inside. To bear such a heavy responsibility and alleviate her worries, he worked even harder. He became a herbal caretaker, gleaned towards recently harvested fields for additional food, and performed all sorts of odd jobs. This was further made difficult by the attitudes of the people, so he even had to grovel and beg. It soon became his advantage, as many wanted to take it out on his human side, giving him difficult jobs for little pay, but he accepted it all with a bright smile, all for her, for them. With time, he developed many skills and performed jobs even better than those professionals. He was highly sought after, and as a herbal caretaker, he was widely considered one of the finest young minds to do so. Even the village lord had him take care of certain herbs, for example, the meadow life herb. But 2 years ago, his mother suddenly caught a dastardly sickness. The medicinal sages couldn't diagnose what was wrong with her, just that her vitality was slowly draining out of her body, and this caused her to experience bouts of severe weakness and horrific pain. Furthermore, according to Old Hu, the medicinal sage that took the most care of his mother over the 2-year period, her organs were declining with each passing day. Soon, they'll fail. Unless she received the best treatment or received a miracle cure, she was going to die soon. And he couldn't stop it. Helpless, he searched for any means to alleviate her symptoms, slow down her loss of life, and find a cure. In the end, all the things that could work, hiring top-tier medicinal sages, high-grade alchemical products, or inviting an expert, was far beyond his means. The meadow life herb, however, was a possible cure. If anything, it could give him more time, as it was filled with vitality to replenish what his mother was losing. It was rumored that consuming it could heighten a chi condensation realm's lifespan by 30 years. That was more than enough. Clenching the necklace, he wanted to toss it aside and crush it, cursing his father for being a pathetic excuse for a man. How could he just leave his children? His wife? What was more important than them? His emotions riled as he angrily stabbed the shovel into the ground in his vexation. Regardless of all this, including his pathetic father, he had succeeded in stealing the herb, and his mother will be either cured or have more time. Just like before, he must be the man of this family and take care of them, no matter what. His mood noticeably improved. As a 16-year-old, he could be happy one more, sad the next, and excited soon after. He slowly poured a green liquid over the recently filled ground, and grass started to rapidly grow until it matched the surroundings. There was no sign the ground was disturbed. Ian soon started to return to his residence, that small wooden house he loved to call his home, because the two most important people in his life were there. With a bright smile, he rushed back. What's that? Ian's eyes noticed in the distance a faint fiery glow from afar. The sky had a plume of smoke trailing across the skies, feeling it was a dark cloud of smoke. A sinking feeling grasped his heart, and it started to violently race alongside his thoughts. That direction. The distance. It was consistent with his. No. He no longer held back and used his complete cultivation to urge his body forward, circulating his chi with an explosive force as he propelled forward. While he was just at the second stage of the chi condensation realm, external flow, he was moving faster than some in-form phase experts. In a short time, he arrived at his residential district. The first thing he saw was numerous figures gathered around, standing and mumbling while looking in the direction of the fire. The blazing flames were still bright. With a roar, he charged through the gathered crowd and pushed his way to the forefront. When he finally pushed the last annoying bystander to the side, his eyes were filled with a fiery light, reflecting the image of his small wooden house burning fiercely. No. No. Mother. Mimi. He violently shouted and rushed forward towards the fire, but as he got closer, the scorching heat intensified its effect on his skin and caused him to pause for a moment. But it was minor, as the images of his two most important people flashed in his mind. His body moved fearlessly forward. Ian didn't even realize what happened next when he woke up. his eyes welcomed by the smoky sky and rays of morning light. There was a breeze flowing across his body, and pain filled his lungs. With a hacking cough, he finally regained a sense of himself. The first words he heard were, "We found 2 burnt bodies in the rubble." Iyun's heart went cold. Chapter 630, 625, Grand Course, Iyun. Chapter 630, 625, Grand Course, Iyun. Ayo. Bring the bodies out, place them on the sheet. An aged voice shouted out. The rustling of bodies moving and steps echoing reverberated throughout Iyun's mind. It echoed out endlessly, but an unwilling will was soon born, no. With a few coughs, Iyun lifted his body to observe the men who were carrying 2 bodies that had crispy flesh and burnt skin. He could only make out from his angle the dark and red colors of the 2 bodies, their other features almost unrecognizable. Tears fell from his cheeks, but he still used every last ounce of his strength to lift himself up, attempting to stand. But the smoke that had filled his lungs and his patches of burnt skin was painful, and he winced multiple times throughout. Iyun had experienced 16 years of life, and they included doing all sorts of jobs, humiliating and painful, yet today was the most painful moment of his life. Oi. Boy. Don't move. A voice moved towards Iyun and he felt a hand hold him by his torso and underarm. Iyun turned his wet eyes towards an old man with a worried gaze. He wasn't that tall, but he wasn't short. His gray hair was orderly and short, clearly well taken care of. Old who? Iyun recognized this old man. He was the medicinal sage that took care of his mother's condition the most over the 2 years since. He has helped graciously in giving her prescriptions to ease her symptoms. It was only because of his efforts and discounted services that his mother could survive for so long, and do so without being in heartrending pain. Old who had a faint frown. I'm Sage Who, Sage Who. He had to remind Iyun once again not to refer to him without his official title. He spent decades earning the right to be called Sage, so to be referred as Old rubbed him the wrong way. Sorry. Iyun coughed out an apology, staggering a little into Old Who's embrace. If it wasn't for Old Who, Iyun would have fallen to the floor by now. Do you not understand what happened? You need to rest, Old Who gently informed. Rest? How could he rest? Iyun shook his head, looking at the 2 burnt bodies through the gaps of people that were examining it curiously. They were clearly trying to determine who they were. Old Who thought Iyun was unaware of what happened when he shook his head, so he carried him a little bit towards the burnt bodies. You rushed into a burning house. You've breathed in a lot of smoke and your skin has experienced some first and second-degree burns. You're lucky there were expert cultivators all around. If not, you'd have ended up like those 2. Iyun felt his heart tremble. His eyes never left those 2 burned corpses. Mother, Mimi. His voice was filled with a despondence that could shatter minds and hearts. Old Who was surprised, and he looked towards the corpses from afar. Then, he seemed to understand. With a strong grab of Iyun, who was pushing closer to the 2 bodies, he said, "They're both men." Iyun's eyes widened, snapping his head towards Old Who's face and fiercely analyzing his expression. If this was a foolish joke, he wanted to spot the falseness behind it. They weren't women. They were men. Old Who sighed. You thought it was them, I understand. Old Who carefully carried Iyun towards the bodies. Iyun finally saw the complete appearances of the 2 burnt corpses. They were both men, and fully grown ones at that. There was not a child nor a woman there, and that was evidenced by their breasts and sexual organs. His heart experienced a tsunami of rampant relief that caused his body to become weak. A series of heavy coughs resounded. You've inhaled too much smoke, and your body has suffered quite a bit. Old Who reminded Iyun. Where are they? But Iyun didn't care about himself at this moment. His mother and little sister were not here, and even after searching for them, he was unable to even see their shadow amongst the crowd. If they weren't in the house, then where were they? Also, why were there 2 men in his home? I don't know, but we should leave first. Old Who said, then glanced at the crowd cautiously. Let's hurry, he urged. The 2 started to leave the scene, but a few cultivators blocked their way. Halt. They belonged to the Oakfall village military. They had menacing appearances and inspected Iyun with a heavy gaze. This caused Iyun's heart to clench. Did they know that he stole the meadow life herb? He had to consciously prevent himself from checking on the small herbal box in his robe. Old Who seemed to have guessed something, and his expression momentarily changed for a brief moment before becoming natural and neutral. "Is there a problem?" he asked, his tone carrying the prestige of a medicinal sage. The lead soldier narrowed his eyes, a wisp of spiritual light within. "Sage Who, will he be okay?" After a moment, his concern leaked and those following him noticed, their expressions easing. The soldier had rushed into the fire to save Iyun. It seemed he was only checking on if Iyun, a young boy, would be fine. Iyun was shocked. The concern was genuine, and he had rarely seen individuals look at him with that emotion. After all, he was a half-breed and often suffered abuse and ill gossip from others. Yet this soldier was concerned for his well-being. He was unable to react. Sage Who faintly smiled. "Captain G, I'll be taking him back to ensure he's given appropriate rest. Will you be investigating what happened here?" Captain G was a tall, muscular elf with brown hair tied into a ponytail. He gave off a heroic feeling of a general leading a great battle at all times, and clearly from his subordinates' mirroring act, he was well respected and regarded. Captain G nodded. "We already have. It's been hours since the fire had been doused, and the bodies had long since been discovered yet remained unmoved until investigations had completed on the cause of the fire. They weren't amateurs. We have witness reports stating that 3 cloaked figures arrived and proceeded to raid the small house. There were some screams heard, notably from a little girl, and the sounds of a struggle. 2 local residents entered the house and there was a pair of wailing screams. We believe they were incapacitated or killed interfering with a kidnapping attempt, and the act of arson started to remove any evidence," Captain G explained. This shocked his subordinates. Why was he explaining these details to 2 strangers? Old Who frowned, looking at Iyun. Captain G, too, looked at Iyun. But the target of their gazes were absent-minded and violently pale. Raided. Kidnapped. Why? Captain G retrieved a parchment from his robe after inspecting Iyun's response to his words. Clearly, he was shocked and confused, so it was unlikely he knew of the exact reason, but that didn't mean he couldn't piece together the information. The parchment contained a recently drawn symbol. "Do you recognize this symbol?" Captain G asked. Iyun looked at the symbol. It was unfamiliar. There were 3 circular spirals with one at the top, one at the bottom left, and one at the bottom right. At the center where the 3 spirals loosely connected, there was a strange star-like object. The vertical rays were longer, sharper than the horizontal rays, roughly double. Why? Iyun looked upwards and found a wisp of disappointment in Captain G's eyes. It seemed his ignorance had been deduced. Captain G pocketed the parchment. According to eyewitness statements, these individuals had this mark on their robes. There's a possibility that the kidnapping wasn't the intention, but an eventuality based on circumstance. Otherwise, it would be extremely strange that they were so easily identifiable and sloppy. Iyun was unable to make heads or tails of what happened, but he wanted to find his mother and little sister. "Do you know where they are? Who took them?" Captain G shook his head. "They took off on a skyship. We tracked their escape route, and a few saw them with 2 unconscious bodies. There was a squad of cultivators who were looking for an object that encountered them along the way, but they were subdued easily. This indicates that their cultivation was not low, but they didn't fly, so their cultivation bases were quite limited." "All right, go get treated. We'll find you if we have more questions regarding the incident. To kidnap a member of our Oakfall village, these figures must be underestimating us. Fortunately, if they were taken, then chances are they're alive. You can rest, we'll handle this," Captain G said, patting Iyun on his shoulder lightly to comfort him. He was aware of the identities of the 2 who were taken and their relationship with Iyun. He knew this wasn't much, but this was all he could do. Iyun was numb, mindlessly nodding as Old Who gave thanks to the captain and left with him in tow. When they returned to Old Who's residence, Old Who laid Iyun down on a bed and solemnly looked at him. Iyun had been lost in his thoughts since learning that his mother and sister were taken by cloaked figures. The symbol of the 3 spirals and the central star imprinted forever in his mind. He had to find them. Old Who said, "You stole the meadow life herb. Didn't you?" Iyun's heart trembled and his eyelids jumped. Old Who heavily sighed. "I guess it's a blessing in disguise. If you hadn't done that, perhaps there would be no one who could have saved you from your own recklessness." He felt that Iyun's luck was a little too good. If it wasn't for the commotion brought about by the meadow life herb, he would have certainly not been saved. Taking a few steps back, if he hadn't gone to steal the meadow life herb, it was possible he could have been captured or killed by those cloaked figures. It was quite amusing to think about. Being a thief saved his life. "What are you going to do?" Ian asked. He was too weak to resist Old Who if he wanted to act against him for the herb, and he couldn't stop it if Old Who turned him in. After all, he was a thief. Old Who shook his head. He didn't reply immediately, merely took up to a desk and pulled open a drawer to retrieve a bottle of ointment. "You're my patient, so I'm going to treat you." Ian relaxed. He didn't think Old Who would turn him in, and he didn't seem interested in the herb. Of course, Ian didn't understand the true darkness that others could hold in their hearts. Even as Old Who applied the ointment, he couldn't help but consider giving Ian poison and taking the herb for himself. After all, who wouldn't want a few dozen years of additional life? In the end, he didn't. "I recognize the symbol," he decided to tell the truth. Startled, Ian's eyes brightened as he lifted his torso up. "You did?" Old Who nodded. He didn't know it at the time, but this was the first action that could spiral Ian into an epic adventure of heartfelt struggle, personal discovery, life-defining relationships, and fierce battles. The youth that had never harmed a fly might become era-defining, remembered throughout the ages. It belongs to a certain organization called the Tri-Spiraling Star. They are. As Old Who began to weave the explanation of their origins, what little he knew, there was a figure who was aware of this event, this beginnings of an epic character. Within the void space of the Elven Sanctuary, there was a small-sized void ship floating outside the woodland moon's atmospheric layers. On its hull, there were two radiant characters that highlighted its origins. These two characters said, Everlore and Amp, San. Sanyongli, the temporal reincarnator, was at the helm of this void ship, her crimson eyes staring at the beautiful lunar satellite before her. There was a trace of nostalgia in her eyes, betraying her deep memories of this celestial body in her past life. At her glabella, a glimmer of gold flickered. "We've received permission to enter." A tall, shapely human female with long brown hair stepped forward and said. Sanyongli nodded. With a thought, the void ship made its steady descent. "It's been decades since I've been here. I still can't believe the true martial world emperor originates from here. Let's see if it's actually here." Chapter 631, 626, Archaic Chosen, 3 Factions. Chapter 631, 626, Archaic Chosen, 3 Factions. Since the Everlore starfield had shattered, its inhabitants relocated to the Eternal Sky starfield, a total of 9 months had passed. The various events that had transpired during this period laid the foundation of an incoming quake that will soon shake the entire world. The most notable, the linchpin, was the events happening on a large-sized gorgeous planet tainted by 9 radiant colors. If looked at from afar, the emissions of its brilliance could have made one mistake it as a solar star. If it wasn't for the intensity of this radiance being like a simmering heat, not an explosive flare, very few could guess its actual identity. This particular planet was named Origin. Ruled by the True Element sect, the Elementus domain was the 8th largest domain of the 16 existing domains, and the smallest amongst the 3 world sects. Within it, there were numerous planets, yet the True Element sect only owned and operated in a single planet, Origin. The rest of the space, even the lunar satellites, were either sold off to the Golden Life Pavilion early on to sustain the growth of their talents and cultivation, or bestowed as part of the agreement to the special existences in its territory. The True Element sect situation was not optimistic, and just from their act of selling their greatest trial grounds, the Devil War realm, otherwise known as the 4 Extreme Continent, it was clear that they were in desperate straits. Despite that, they remained an unmovable existence since they possessed Han Yahweh, cousin of the 9 Elementus divine King Han Zhe, and an earthly saint, a genuine 5th-stage expert of the mystic ascendant realm. With the Tian clan's oath standing, no other force wanted to deal with the consequences of an annex attempt, fighting those parasitic leeches alongside Han Yue. As for the True Element sect, while its upper-tier powerhouses were unshakable, their lifespans far too great to see an immediate decline. Their younger generation was clearly suffering from the continuously declining performance in the King of Everlore's Chosen King competition. The decline was most evident in this generation, a result of their severe lack of resources and foundational strength. While their cultivation methods were top-tier, their spells and arts similarly high-leveled, the sturdiness of one's cultivation foundation was fundamentally important to a cultivator's strength, especially when competing against those of equal cultivation. They lacked the means to purchase high-grade alchemical products from the Everlore Association, personalized armaments forged by the Godforge Association, or raw resources to cultivate the three types of creationist, forgers, architects, and alchemists, from the Golden Life Pavilion. The latter of which required an absurd amount of resources for failure and successes. Their financial crisis was clear for all to see. Despite this, the internal circumstances within the True Element sect were continuously complex, interwoven in relationships and selfish desires that stunted its growth. This stemmed from the basis of the True Element sect structure, the existence of the three factions excluding the Lin clan, the figurehead of the True Element sect. There was the first faction, the Elementus faction. This faction was headed by the 9 Elementus Divine King and Han Yuhei, the guardian of the elements, the strongest faction within the True Element sect. At least, on the surface the second faction belonged to the special existences from outside, those clans and forces that had fought and defeated the True Element sect, forcing the Lin clan into their nominal leadership with zero actual power to sustain their oath with the Imperial clan. They integrated themselves within, and while they weren't the strongest with their powerhouses, they had the greatest potential due to their resources and talents. They were named the True Origin faction. The third faction was the weakest faction, yet they existed with the sole goal of upending this status quo. They were formed from the defeated and scattered remnants of the Jade Element sect, those clans and sect leaders that had integrated with the Jade Element sect during its formation prior to its renaming. The third faction's origins were the oldest amongst the factions, and could, in some ways, be considered the rightful rulers of the True Element sect. They were named the Shattering Element faction. Their former glory, however, had collapsed beneath their continuous attempts to sever their relations with the True Origin faction's influence, to regain their autonomy. Despite this purpose, they were overly complex because they didn't outright support the Lin clan. In fact, they wanted nothing more than for the Lin clan to be removed as nominal leaders. After their poor decisions that led to their current circumstance, not a single one of them trusted their bloodline to lead. They were fierce in any action of going directly against the Lin clan, even plotting against them. The Lin clan was small in numbers in comparison to the rest of the sect, and their overall strength was relatively pathetic. If it wasn't for the Bai clan's intimate relationship with Han Yuhei, and the Lin clan's relationship with the Bai clan, they would have been relegated to Qi condensation cultivators forced to stay on the planet, having no real means to fight against their oppressors forever. This complex network of relationships and factions caused the internal infrastructure of the True Element sect to be an even greater mess, thrashed by competition and rife with schemes on Origin, the sole planet of the True Element sect. There was an opulent white and gold palace that floated midair. It was beneath the sky layer, just levitating by itself, lonely and somewhat desolate looking. This palace was named the True Element Palace, the main palace that housed the Lin clan. The current planet was currently in a rumbling commotion. A few months ago, just 3 in fact, the entire planet and sect had been made aware of the existence of a chosen that had completed the Devil War Realm's Elementus Chosen trial. This startled the entire planet, especially those special existences. Those special existences were well aware that the trial was set up by the 9 Elementus Divine King Han Zhe with the King of Everlore's support. The contents of the Elementus cache had even been leaked a year ago by an Ascended, creating a startling rush of fervor. But after the Golden Life Pavilion had bought it, they no longer had the right to send their geniuses in. They were filled with boundless regret. While most knew the trial was established by the combined efforts of the 9 Elementus Divine King Han Zhe and the King of Everlore, they were unaware of the exact rewards. They only knew of it as a cultivation ground. Furthermore, the trial was outdated by several thousand years, almost forgotten by all except the desperate Lin clan. This discovery brought many questions. The most notable question, was this chosen legitimate? The standards of the old had been elevated from thousands of years ago. This was a fact, so did this chosen truly have the capabilities, the right, to become a chosen of their sect? After all, the True Element sect had a rule of 3, like most forces, of selecting 3 chosen amongst them. The reason for this seemingly arbitrary decision and limit originated from the King of Everlore and his chosen king competition. There was a limit of 3 entry spots to every force that had an earthly saint. Lesser forces had less spots, such as gold-tier forces, those led by mystic star phase cultivators, the highly debatable 10th stage of the astral core realm or first stage of the mystic ascendant. These types of forces had only 2. While forces beneath that, those labeled as silver tier, with star lords as their leaders, were given a single spot. Those beneath this level didn't have qualifications to obtain a spot. Fortunately, chosens weren't strictly for established forces. Any star lord or higher, such as those independent, can cultivate their own personal disciples to participate as long as they pass the preliminary test of the Everlore Association. This test wasn't for the disciple but the master. They tested wealth, foundation, and strength. If they can justify their right to nurture a chosen-level disciple, they can send them in. However, these independent cultivators would only receive a single spot, even if they were genuine ascended. The vast majority of individuals accepted this, as freely allowing an unlimited amount of chosen might divide the resources and focus of a talented individual onto others, promoting nepotism. While nepotistic practices still existed, the rewards for the competition was sufficient enough for most forces to disregard family, focusing on true talents. With the question of this chosen's legitimacy being called into question, an epic debate was waged. There was a side that believed that, since the king of Everlore himself had played a part in this chosen being awarded his title, then his status should be legitimate. These individuals didn't care about the nine-elementist divine king, who hadn't been seen in over 1,000 years. There were even some who believed he was dead, unable to ascertain his whereabouts even from the Golden Gate Pavilion. Another side refused to accept it, simply because it wasn't correct to have his status determined by outdated standards, especially with their limited resources and spots. The chosen king competition was too vital to the sect. Just the rewards for a sufficient showing was enough to sustain them for a while. They couldn't risk losing that portion out of a sense of respect. This was a difficult point to argue, causing the expressions of many to become unsightly for several minutes. The third side, however, said that the reward in the Elementus cash should be distributed to the other chosen and their subordinates. After all, the concept of a chosen wasn't just based on their individual strength, but their forces. They actually didn't care about Lin Ming, just the resources and alchemical products he held. The leaked list was utterly absurd. There were even dozens of 9th-grade alchemical products within. They were hysterical. It was fortunate they didn't assault Lin Ming and steal the ring directly, not that others didn't wish to. But the Saintess, an individual that has the guardian of the element's protection, wasn't something these selfish people wanted to face. While the Shattering Element faction had underhandedly acted, attempting to kill Lin Xiangxi with a borrowed knife, causing her to eventually meet Lin Ming, they wouldn't dare act in the Eternal Sky Starfield after that failed attempt with Han Yuhei present. However, this last side had collapsed after hearing that Lin Ming, this archaic chosen, didn't possess the Elementus cache and that his badge that should have granted access to the Devil War domain had been rendered useless, especially when individuals remembered their deal with the Golden Life Pavilion to regain the right of usage if an individual passed. Almost everyone shouted disagreements. It was the Golden Life Pavilion's guarantee of returning their treasured realm that Lin Xiangxi, their saintess, left to act as an overseer. It was also why Bai Yushi, the granddaughter of Han Yuhei, was sent after they lost contact with Lin Xiangxi and lacked an overseer according to the Golden Life Pavilion. Furthermore, the Devil War realm was extremely beneficial after the Golden Life Pavilion elevated certain aspects of it, so Lin Xiangxi and Bai Yushi's cultivation wouldn't suffer and they'll get free resources and an incredible environment. But upon learning this absence of the Elementus cache, all three sides echoed their disagreements with accepting this archaic chosen. An unprecedented moment of unity resounded. Even the factions were shocked, but greed and benefits were obviously trigger points of fueled feelings, be it rage or unity. Eventually, Han Yuhei had to intervene after someone had believed that Lin Ming was lying through his teeth, trying to keep the Elementus cache for himself, acting with an overly aggressive stance. Lin Xiangxi stepped up to protect Lin Ming at that moment. That terrifying figure was unaffected by this show, acting against them and trying to snatch Lin Ming away, but was stopped and subsequently punished with imprisonment by Han Yuhei after taking action. He had to settle this before the situation spiraled further out of control. Thus, he gave Lin Ming the choice of either leaving, forgoing his right as a chosen, or participating in the three chosen aspects tribulation, a measurement for pre-existing chosen to renew their status, reaffirming their right as one after a period of time. Inevitably, Lin Ming agreed. No one cared about Lin Ming at this point. But the question remained, which faction will he join if he passed? The reason why this was even a question was that every chosen must be tethered to one of the three factions. While none of the spots have been locked yet, with the chosen king competition being decades away, this archaic chosen would still have to join one of the three factions to earn his spot or challenge a pre-existing one. Yet, what was more important was his status as a chosen being legitimized. It granted him the support, no matter how limited, of the true element sect to develop his faction to compete with the other chosen. The faction he joined would determine what level of support he would have. Without the Elementus cash, many speculated the low possibility of him running as an independent, challenging for a spot with his own power. It had been done before. This caused a few individuals to be intrigued. Was this figure that passed the chosen trial outstanding or trash? The curiosity filled the Colosseum for Lin Ming's trial, with the contents of it being broadcasted to the entire planet. It was his time to prove his right as a chosen. Outside of a room within the True Element Palace, an elegant figure stood beside the door. Within this room was the reason for the hubbub of the entire planet, Lin Ming, the archaic chosen. It's time. Lin Xiangxi stated solemnly. Chapter 632, 627, Archaic Chosen, Renewed and Determined. Chapter 632, 627, Archaic Chosen, Renewed and Determined. It's time. Lin Xiangxi's verbal cadence was slow, solemn, and heavy, emphasizing her state of mind. This single day would define the future of their Lin clan, and certainly the future of Lin Ming himself. While the True Element sect was struggling, it was not a force to be underestimated, and there were many things Lin Ming could obtain from its support. Furthermore, for him, other alternatives were unfavorable. If he failed to prove himself today, grasp the title of chosen with his own two hands, his life and potential might forever be limited. He wouldn't pass the basic requirement to become his disciple. However, she believed in Lin Ming. She had to. This left her heart in turmoil, unable to do much besides stand by him. Her heart was further stirred by the Golden Gate Pavilion's Grand Seer's words. She was well aware of Lin Ming's developing feelings and intentions towards her, and even she had felt uncertain feelings towards him in her heart, but those words were like an echo. You should not want to find this man. He is everything you seek, foolish girl. All your dreams turned into reality, aspirations fulfilled, and even your future will be abundantly rich in happiness as long as you're with him. There is nothing you can't achieve. But the men before you will suffer from his astonishing brilliance. And if you side with the false chosen, your dreams will be like ash in your mouth, your aspirations will shatter in the most destructive way, and your future will be led down a bleak and uncertain path. Lin Xiangxi's hands clenched into a tightly formed fist and her eyes flickered. While she was aware that the Grand Seer had ill intentions when she spoke, there was a stabbing feeling in her heart that provoked the unquenchable question of, what if? She wasn't ignorant of Wei Wuyan's existence either. During the course of her stay in the Everlore Starfield, she had followed his feats and further delved into his personal history. When she was on the Myriad Year continent, just before they left the continent, she felt a pair of eyes observing her. She had been injured at the time, still recovering, so her concealment spell wasn't completely established. She felt her true self was seen, and she recalled those radiant silver eyes and otherworldly visage. A man that was finer than most, with a disposition that was impeccably irreproachable. She had observed all the events surrounding him during the gathering of the Myriad Year continent's talents, from his conflict with that Long Chen character, his interactions with the several women by that person's side, and how dashingly heroic he was when facing foes and handling his matters. When facing Wu Jiao, a cultivator within the astral core realm, he was fearless and even acted directly, claiming the arm of an expert beyond his realm and sending him fearfully away. At the time, she didn't consider it much of a feat after all. Wu Jiao could be considered an incredibly weak astral core realm cultivator. But it didn't stop there. His ascension was unstoppable as he proved himself an outstanding alchemist, leader, and navigator of political affairs. He had, in just a few years, become renowned as having incredible influence over his sect, commanding the utmost level of respect, and admired by even the developing youths, utterly idolized. While he didn't display outstanding combat prowess during this time, he displayed exceptional cultivation talent, comprehending elemental origin intent, progressing deeply as an alchemist, and breaking into the soul idol phase before 50. He was then heralded as an era-defining character. While she never believed his future would eclipse Lin Ming's, believing that Wei Wuyan was lacking in comparison, those words from the Grand Seer called into question her resolve on this belief. The entire Starfield was renamed in his honor, and he had only been active in the Starfield for less than a decade. This accomplishment was absolutely astonishing, unable to be refuted away with any argument. Furthermore, he wasn't an independent character, having numerous capable followers and subordinates. There were numerous members of the Ascendants that she had observed quietly while awaiting for Lin Ming's results from the trial. Every last one of them was outstanding, especially the women in the faction. They were talented, innately gifted, and breathtakingly beautiful. They were making leaps and bounds in their cultivation efforts in merely a few years. It was unbelievable for such a barren starfield. If it wasn't for the Tiango's arrival, the starfield surely would have been taken over by the myriad monarch sect and the ascendants to terrifyingly add. She learned that not only did Wei Wuyin qualify as a chosen by special exemption, comprehending the legendary and terrifying element heart intent, but he had snatched the elementus cache from Lin Ming, proving his superiority over him, not once, but twice. While Lin Ming and Bai Yushi's accounts that Wei Wuyin used self-harming methods to claim victory, she was skeptical. What caused her much turmoil was a single question: was the Grand Seer right? Was she? She slightly bit her lower lip tense. Lithe door that housed her hope slowly opened. A gushing surge of worldly air expelled from it, sending her hair fluttering about. Her eyes widened as she turned to see the strapping young man with gray eyes, dashingly handsome looks, and an unfathomable glint within his eyes. Lin Ming exited his room, his breathing steady, his back upright and stable as if it could carry the sky, weather any storm, and his aura was firm and steady. Lin Xiangxi felt her heart had unnaturally sped up a little, feeling slightly overwhelmed. Lin Ming looked at her, a confident smile plastered on his face. "Senior Sister Lin, let's go." Lin Xiangxi's eyes brightened. Lin Ming's current state was evidence of his control with his domain seed and worldly domain. That air of worldly air was the same feeling a cultivator would have facing a realm lord. It suffused into space, affected the spirit, and infected the mind. Her confidence was renewed, and her emotions and thoughts towards the Grand Seer and Wei Wuyin were pushed to the depths of her heart, buried and locked away. Her heart was defiant, and she would never allow a Grand Seer to dictate her fate. Even if she met Wei Wuyin, even if he was outstanding beyond comprehension, this man before her was who she believed in, who she was betting everything on. Whatever struggles they faced, she made her choice, she would live with her choice. He had forged his domain seed before the 7th stage of the astral core realm, the realm world phase, and could be considered invincible and an unprecedented marvel amongst his cultivation. When this fact was revealed to the world, those sly and despicable fogies would have to accept his potential. She, however, hastily reminded Lin Ming, "This is your moment. Don't grow careless." Lin Ming slightly started for a moment, the confidence in his eyes reined in, and he grew a little more serious. "I understand, I won't be careless," Lin Ming assured her heavily. He knew how important this event was. It was a time to prove himself before a greater world. With a satisfied nod, Lin Xiangxi walked through the hall, heading towards the exit. Lin Ming deeply inhaled and slowly exhaled, dispersing all the tension and ill thoughts within his mind. Memories of his past floated to the forefront of his thoughts. When he was young, he was poor, unruly, and self-destructive. He fought with all sorts of people, from gangs to the local authority. There was always a gnawing sense of absence in his heart, a lack of a purpose or goal. Cultivation was difficult, and it was the only thing that brought him solace, yet his background was non-existent, so his path was seemingly destined to be uneventful and short. Therefore, he was unable to get the treatment, methods, arts, and spells of those more fortunate. He hated them, despised their luck and fortune. This all changed on a single day. A young girl that he befriended, a gentle soul with a kind heart, was abused by a local young master. He used his authority, family, and strength to take advantage of her. When he learned of this, he, who was already a violent individual, went ballistic. Without care for his own well-being, he challenged that young master, goading him into accepting a fight. He had ferociously fought, trying to give a life for a life, but he could only use his teeth to rip off the other party's left ear. With a mouth of blood and reddened eyes of madness, those who followed the young master were stunned, frozen by such a display of animalistic behavior. Using this opportunity, he stomped on the blood-curdling screaming young master's neck with all his might, directly killing him. With that, he roared, causing the others to retreat. He left in haste, but he was chased down. He heard an unfamiliar voice, the voice of his senior sister Lin, to take certain directions, and he was capable of avoiding their pursuit, escaping and arriving at the Myriad Dao Palace in Golden Milk City. His journey towards cultivating, gaining strength, and finding purpose was ignited. His entirety changed, as he pursued the peak of cultivation and to help his senior sister Lin's ambitions. She saved his life, and he wanted to repay her with his, and this was the moment where he'll be able to prove himself worthy of fulfilling her ambitions, the accumulation of all his efforts bearing fruit. Lin Ming followed after her with a focused gaze. The Colosseum set to house the three chosen aspects tribulation was utterly massive, seating roughly 10 million individuals, all of which were reserved for those with some influence. Lin Ming and Lin Xiangxi were riding a white-colored skyship, a vehicle designed like a slimmer, longer version of a standard sailboat, but there were large wing-like structures sticking out of its hull. The wings were energy-based constructs, not metallic, and they were animated in their movements. They flapped like realistic bird wings, propelling the skyship through the world. It was a majestically exquisite sight to behold. The two flew towards the Colosseum, looking ahead with calm expressions while standing side by side. The saintess of the True Element sect and the archaic chosen, the two may very well define the future of the True Element sect. The three factions would surely be avidly watching with interest, wanting to see how these two will perform. The two soon arrived at the Colosseum, expecting a low rumbling verbal commotion and discussions to ensue. Instead, they looked upon the massive platform at the center stage, and the cavea was empty. Chapter 633, 628, Archaic Chosen, No Audience. Chapter 633, 628, Archaic Chosen, No Audience. The two looked at each other, confusion evident within their expressions. Were they late? Did they get the wrong time? However, when their ship entered the airspace of the Colosseum, they were hailed by a middle-aged man with a bun standing on the platform, his eyes betraying his annoyance. The middle-aged man was a Time Lord, an existence that could establish their own legitimate force within the eternal sky starfield. Despite the vast disparity between truly top-tier powerhouses, his strength couldn't be underestimated. With a swish, he soared upwards and met their ship. With noticeable haste in his tone, he urged, "Let's hurry and complete this tribulation." Lin Xiangxi's trimmed brows furrowed. "Why the rush, Time Lord Duhan?" The rushing tone did not go unnoticed. She added, "There's no one here yet, not even the various elders to oversee the tribulation." Time Lord Duhan gave the saintess a look, a little frustration in his eyes. There wasn't much respect either. But he answered nevertheless, "There will be no one else arriving today. I'll be conducting the three chosen aspects tribulation today, and I've been given that authority by Guardian Han. If you have any objections or concerns, you can forfeit your right to enter or bring it up to Guardian Han later." He brought out a white-colored token that had the 9-colored character for Guardian on it. Lin Xiangxi and Lin Ming were taken aback. No one was coming. The elders aren't presiding over this event. What the hell? Where did they go? Why isn't anyone here? This is the three chosen aspects tribulation and will determine the status of Lin Ming as an officiated chosen of our sect, a figure that can contest for the right to enter the Chosen King competition. Do they take this lightly? Lin Xiangxi questioned. As she continued, her tone turned more and more dissatisfied and severe. But Time Lord Duhan was unaffected. He shruggingly said, "Not even your sect leader will be here, let alone anyone else. As for why they left, it's simple. The Golden Life Pavilion has just made an announcement regarding a new product they'll be releasing in the upcoming years. There's a product demonstration as well, including a first-time auction, so everyone's there." The two Lins were startled. Product demonstration. First-time auction. Golden Life Pavilion. The True Element sect was mostly poor, so while it was somewhat reasonable for those special existences to participate, why would it urge everyone else to go? And couldn't they just send representatives? Did they have to go themselves? Lin Xiangxi was quick-witted, so she immediately realized that this new product exceeded the importance of the three chosen aspects tribulation. She calmed herself down, asking, "What's the product?" Time Lord Duhan's eyes lit with excitement from that question, clearly energized at this topic. No one knows the name or what it does, but the Golden Life Pavilion's third manager, Ma Zheng, has announced that it'll redefine the standards of cultivation. This was something he absolutely guaranteed. Furthermore, alchemic sovereign Ma Leihan had similarly bet his reputation on this matter. Then, why did everyone leave? Couldn't they learn about it after? Lin Ming grew confused. Time Lord Duhan gave Lin Ming a fleeting glance, seemingly dissatisfied with his ignorance. He didn't even feel like explaining, just saying, "Will you forfeit the tribulation or proceed? I don't have time to dilly-dally." Clearly, this figure that could establish a force with his own strength was unwilling to be here. From the twists of his lips to his lazy gaze, he revealed his disinterest. Lin Ming frowned, rage simmering within his heart like molten water. He felt an urge to explode. This Time Lord was treating him like a burden and a hassle. How humiliating was this? "We're ready," Lin Xiangxi directly stated. Time Lord Duhan nodded, flying back to the platform and standing on it. The absence of a lively atmosphere gave the air a chilling, desolate feeling. The avid and energetic discussions, speculations, and guesses that should have been had was non-existent. There was no peanut gallery. No individual to underestimate or speak insured words to be humiliated after being proven wrong. In simple terms, there were no faces to slap and people to prove wrong. Lin Ming was left to participate with just two audience members, Time Lord Duhan and Lin Xiangxi. The three chosen aspects. Tribulation wasn't a trial, but a means to renew the trust of one's chosen status to the world. This meant, by definition, a cultivator has already proven themselves to be chosen material already, being legitimate. Due to this, the tribulation itself was divided into three: human tribulation, spirit tribulation, and war tribulation. The human tribulation was relatively simple. It involved measuring a chosen's comparison to others. If someone of similar age within the crowd questioned their qualifications, they will challenge them in a contest. A chosen should always be amongst the greatest in their age group, so this type of tribulation was often easy to overcome. After all, the figure had been chosen for a while, and received the support from the entire sect. If another figure, of similar age, were to be able to outperform them, then they'll be their own fault. The next was the spirit tribulation. It tested and measured spiritual strength in spirit units. There was a set number that must be achieved for each cultivation phase, so reaching this meant your foundation of spiritual strength, a good indication of one's cultivation strength, was solid enough. It was easy as well, relatively quick. In normal times, there would be a betting station to range their spiritual strength. But with the absence of a crowd, there was no raging excitement or disappointment. There was just silence. The last tribulation, the war tribulation, tested a chosen's combat strength. It was well known that a chosen must have outstanding combat strength, capable of crossing entire phases. To be exact, a first, second, or third stage astral core realm chosen must be able to fight 3 stages above their level. However, if they were at the 4th, 5th, or 6th stage, they must be able to fight against a realm lord. The difference between a 6th stage and 7th stage cultivator was utterly massive, and many would often refer to realm lords as invincible against those beneath their cultivation level. Their domain seed gave them refined energies of all types, elevated spiritual strength, and a worldly domain. Just the worldly domain was enough, providing control over external energies, mana, and astronomical forces, yet the worldly domain also gave world pressure, a terrifying means of suppression. To fight against one was a feat that could echo throughout the ages, but fighting and defeating were two entirely different things. To be classified as a chosen at the spatial resonance, light reflection, or gravity emission phases, a cultivator must last in a fight against a cultivator for a set amount of time, against a realm lord of a set standard. The higher the phase, the higher the standard. Yet also the higher the time needed to last. This made it increasingly difficult to overcome, especially for others. But not Lin Ming. The first tribulation was completed without contest. The absence of all youths his age, there was no one who would try to show up the archaic chosen, proving that his standard was far beneath theirs. Time Lord Duhan was unaffected by this, merely moving on. The second tribulation wasn't difficult for Lin Ming at all. During the Devil War Realm's holy ceremony of divine bestowal, the 3 trials that Wei Wuyin had faced, he met a strange object that could measure spiritual strength. It was called the Soul Mirror of Endless Reflection by the natives, but the mysterious young woman outsider, whose real name was Ming Yuling, called it the Spiritual Reflection Mirror. Ming Yuling had tested herself and received an over 9,000 score with a spatial resonance phase cultivation base. Wei Wuyin, who had 4 soul idols, and Ori with 10 rings, scored just short of 40,000. The standard score for realm lords was an average of 10,000 spirit units. While weaker realm lords, noticeably those from the 4 extreme continent, averaged far lower. This was one of the reasons why Ming Yuling referred to realm lords there as third-rate. She wasn't wrong. In fact, she was being Lin Ming was at the spatial resonance phase with a domain seed. His energies were slightly more refined than standard, which subsequently led to his spiritual strength being elevated. After testing his score, he reached 13,700 spirit units. His 9-ring soul idol and domain seed were pushed to their limits. Even if no one is here, they'll all be awed when they return, was Lin Ming's thoughts as he held nothing back. He wanted to shock them even if they weren't here. Even Time Lord Duhan was shocked by Lin Ming's score, feeling that this kid might actually be exceptional. However, spiritual strength wasn't the only factor that determined combat strength. It was only reflective of one's foundation, not one's strength. A child with the strength of an adult will never be an adult martial artist. It was that simple. Lin Xiangxi relaxed. The tribulation she feared most was the human tribulation. This absence of the crowd was a blessing in disguise. Without any competition, this period should be easily overcome, is what she thought. The last tribulation, the war tribulation, shall proceed when you're ready, Time Lord Duhan announced to Lin Ming. Lin Ming was ready, bringing out the origin spear. This was his most difficult test. Unlike the War Devil realm, fighting those third-rate realm lords under the suppression of the season of regression, this would be a genuine fight with an expert at this level. He was stoked, but also nervous. With a brief glance, he looked at Lin Xiangxi. She noticed his action and gave a beautiful smile, and a nod of confidence. She believed in him. This warmed his heart. Even if the world was absent, as long as your eyes were on me, I'll push forward fearlessly. No matter the obstacle. Those thoughts echoed in his heart as his grip on the origin spear grew tighter. With a heroic stance, he asked, "Who will be my opponent?" The fearless light in his eyes was radiant, absolutely blinding. Time Lord Duhan nodded, having a faint wisp of respect grow in his heart. While this archaic chosen was insignificant in the eyes of most, he had a trace of anticipation on his heart. With a crack of his neck, he pulled at his outer robes and pulled. The robe was removed, revealing a set of pristinely white battle armor underneath. It was metallic in design and well-structured. It covered all his vitals, his limbs, and he lifted an extendable portion beneath his chin, covering his mouth and nose. With a clink, the mask and armor tightened. The surface of the white armor started to flicker with faint runes. It was clearly a high-grade astral armament. With a wave of his hand, a halberd with a curved blade was withdrawn from his spatial ring. With a heavy grab, he slammed the round pommel on the platform, and that stirred the air into a frenzy. "Your opponent is me." As Time Lord Duhan spoke, his voice reverberated with a tremendous wave of power. It sounded deeper, deadlier. Chapter 634, 629, Archaic Chosen, Fight. Prove yourself. Chapter 634, 629, Archaic Chosen, Fight. Prove yourself. What? Lin Xiangxi hurriedly shouted, "You're at the temporal eye phase. This isn't in line with the standard procedure of the war tribulation." Her heart raced. There was a vast, unimaginable difference between a realm lord and a time lord. It wasn't just the qualities of their cultivation being elevated, but access to time energies and their ability, temporal dissonance. If a chosen beneath the realm lord level just needed to fight a cultivator for a while to prove themselves, regardless if they were 4th, 5th, or 6th stage, then one can get a gist of how terrifying the difference was between them. It wasn't even comparable. While Wei Wuyin had brutally killed realm lord experts, they were third-rate realm lord under the suppression of the season of regression, which rendered their abilities and cultivation advantages severely diminished. A genuine realm lord wasn't so simple. Let alone a time lord. But Time Lord Duhan was unfazed by Lin Xiangxi's objection. Guardian Han had arranged this. To equalize, I can only unleash 3 moves. If Lin Ming can remain undefeated after 3 moves, he'll receive the official title as a chosen of the True Element sect. If not, he'll be relegated to a normal disciple. Lin Xiangxi was rendered speechless. How was this fair? 3 moves. Wasn't this making it extremely difficult for Lin Ming? Was this because of Bai Yushi? But what can they do? It was Han Yuhei who gave them this opportunity to prove themselves, to become an official chosen of the sect. She could only grow solemn, her expression dark. You can forfeit at any time. Time Lord Duhan reminded Lin Ming, his uncovered eyes stared directly at Lin Ming. The light in his eyes revealed a hint of kindness towards a talent. Even if Lin Ming wasn't worthy of being a chosen, he could see potential within him. The score of 13,700 spirit units might be impressive, surpassing the average of a realm lord by nearly 4,000 spirit units, but that was the average standard for realm lords. Furthermore, Ming Yuling, who wasn't even a chosen, had over 9,000 spirit units at the soul idol phase. His score was just barely enough to qualify him as a relatively decent disciple, but it was far from a chosen standard. The average chosen at the soul idol phase had 12,000 spirit units, while those chosen at the gravity emission phase having 15,000 spirit units as an average, not even the greatest limits. If it wasn't for Lin Ming's age, being less than 40 years old, he wouldn't even have passed the second tribulation. Still, it wasn't outstanding by any means, just enough to be considered having the qualifications to fight for his chosen title. Lin Ming's heart shivered continuously. He had expected that this test would be abnormally difficult, especially since he skirted past the first and the second wasn't challenging. As for Han Yuhei changing the conditions, he was an earthly saint, the strongest expert in the True Element sect. He could make changes and decide things. Unless they were detrimental to the sect, no one will argue against him. After what happened with Bai Yushi, his beloved granddaughter, he didn't think that Han Yuhei was in the wrong. It was already lucky that he was even given this opportunity after almost everyone rejected his status as a chosen after learning his Elementus token was useless and the Elementus cache was taken. With a firm series of heavy breaths, he steadied his heart. 3 moves. It was just 3 moves. He couldn't back down, he had to fight. This would decide his future. Lin Xiangxi tensely clenched her fists. This was an obstacle she hadn't anticipated. In her mind, Lin Ming possessed a worldly domain, and he had grasped control of a world's air, indicative of his developed control of this unconventional power for a spatial resonance phase cultivator. It wasn't a question that Lin Ming could fight realm lords. But a Time Lord, that was concerning. Lin Ming, you can do this. She had to settle her heart with words of belief. These 3 moves and its eventual outcome will determine both their futures. Her fists tightened that her nails nearly pierced into her skin. Lin Ming was just as tense, but none of it showed through his calm expression. With an upright posture, he wielded his origin spear with his right hand, pointing its tip to the armored Time Lord before him. There was a flicker of ghostly white within his gray eyes. Seeing Lin Ming's unwavering will, Time Lord Duhan applauded this youngster's courage. However, he had no intentions of holding back during those 3 moves. Either Lin Ming rightfully earned his title, or he could settle for a stable life as a normal member of the sect. Begin. Careful. Time Lord Duhan shouted. His first move was imposing. He manifested his worldly domain, his eyes erupting in spiritual light. The air became suffused with a density of spiritual strength, flooding the entire stadium. The sheer power of which reached Lin Xiangxi, causing her to project a ward to defend herself. The worries in her heart increased. Time Lord Duhan's worldly domain instantly unfurled to reach a diameter of 1.4 kilometers. This was an effective range of 700 meters in every direction, completely and totally within his control. A true, genuine worldly domain. The world that it engulfed was theirs to control, theirs to follow their every will. Like Tua Bihan, who was a purist, Time Lord Duhan's worldly domain was similarly a translucent sphere untainted by a strand of intent. The doctrine of purists had survived the passage of time, finding its way into a very small minority of the eternal sky starfield's cultivators. While no genuine ascended have ever been born from them, their belief was firm and carried its advantages. Lin Ming felt the approaching worldly domain and felt his heart shake with an accompanying chill. He had faced a realm lord before, but that realm lord's domain barely reached 200 meters in diameter, roughly 100 meters in every direction. But it was understandable, after all, this was a genuine Time Lord. He clenched his origin spear, with a swift series of kicks, he pushed back and retreated while interfacing with his domain seed. Just as he was about to unleash his own worldly domain, a wave of explosive rumbles echoed throughout his sea of consciousness, and his astral soul stalled and cried out in pain. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. The worldly domain hadn't enveloped him yet, but the spiritual spell of Time Lord Duhan had reached him. This was the means of combat for genuine experts, and he was utterly overwhelmed by this multifaceted assault. Time Lord Duhan's spiritual force collapsed on him, bringing agony and pain to every ounce of his 3 states, mind, body, and spirit. Arg! He cried out in pain, stumbling and losing his footing. The worldly domain was just short of reaching him when his 9-colored dot at his glabella activated. It was a defensive treasure with its own will, and immediately acted to defend against the assault. A pulse of air erupted from his body and the foreign spiritual force was repelled. Time Lord Duhan noticed his worldly domain engulfed Lin Ming. He sighed, realizing Lin Ming wasn't very experienced in the battle of true experts. In a way, this meant he wasn't ready to become a chosen. With a thought, he used his hand to reach out and clench. He was going to seal Lin Ming's body, mind, and spirit with his world pressure, effectively severing his entire combat strength. It's over. Lin Xiangxi felt her heart in her throat. She wanted to speak, but only soft sounds of panic came out. For a brief moment, thanks to Lin Xiangxi's defensive treasure, Lin Ming regained control of himself. His gray eyes erupted with white light filled with elemental origin intent. Just as the worldly domain engulfed him, his domain seed was thoroughly interfaced with. A translucent worldly domain manifested. Time Lord Duhan felt a jolt in his consciousness. A purist's domain. His reaction was first of shock, then confusion, and then ferocious levels of disbelief. A spatial resonance phase cultivator had a worldly domain. When his worldly domain clashed with Lin Ming's, he felt the feedback from their fierce competition of ambient forces and energies, the clash of world pressure. This was. He was utterly flummoxed that he hadn't reacted to continue his assault, giving Lin Ming time to erupt with his full strength, pushing his world domain to its absolute limits, reaching 150 meters in diameter. While severely lacking in comparison to a real realm lord, it was still a bona fide worldly domain. Lin Ming used his greatest strength to speed backwards, leaving the effective range of Time Lord Duhan's worldly domain. It was only then that Time Lord Duhan reacted, his expression incredibly strange as he observed Lin Ming. Lin Ming tightly clenched his origin spear, kept his posture upright and stable, and spat out a wad of blood from his lips. The light in his eyes was energized and fierce, not lacking a single ounce of confidence. First move. Chapter 635, 630, Archaic Chosen, No Moves. Chapter 635, 630, Archaic Chosen, No Moves. You have a purist's worldly domain. How is this possible? Time Lord Duhan furrowed his brows, his eyes revealed a heavy source of suspicion. He was well aware that Lin Ming comprehended elemental origin intent, his domain should have been white-colored, if not nine-colored in form. But it lacked a hint of intent within, being pure as a purist cultivation base. After a moment, his eyes brightened. You're established an artificial domain seed. After seeing Lin Ming's expression change slightly, he nodded to himself that his guess was right. The concept wasn't foreign. There were false realm lords and even an alchemical product that can make them, but they were highly ineffective and unstable. They required the refinement of a naturally formed planet or an artificially created planet that had been in existence for over 100,000 years. It was essentially not worth it to refine a planet for a false realm lord. Not to mention the success rate for this product was abysmal, so using several planets of that level for one was utterly not worth it. Moreover, one's cultivation path would be severed. It was just a horrendously flawed alchemical product, but he didn't understand how Lin Ming had done it. But after their clash of worldly control, he realized that Lin Ming's worldly domain lacked the means to control ambient mana and astronomical forces, only energies. This meant the worldly domain wasn't even a tenth of the appropriate strength. There was also a trace of instability and connectivity issues within, evidenced by Lin Ming's inability to instantly manifest his worldly domain. Clearly, his domain seed wasn't thoroughly connected to his spirit of cultivation, hence his mind and soul. After analyzing this, he realized it wasn't that impressive. In fact, it was highly flawed and nearly caused Lin Ming's defeat. His attempt to interface with the domain seed delayed his other thoughts and reactions, resulting in Lin Ming being smacked by his spiritual spell without any defenses. Still, it was an anomaly. The existence of it will certainly qualify him as a chosen, and fighting a normal realm lord with his foundation shouldn't be difficult. Lin Ming didn't answer Time Lord Duhan's question. This was his secret and he couldn't divulge it carelessly, especially to someone that wasn't very important to the sect. Furthermore, he'll likely earn the ire of the Tang clan and who knows what else. Time Lord Duhan's expression darkened, but he understood that everyone had their secrets. With a soft breath, he realigned his thinking and released a pulse of spiritual force that flooded the entire platform. Lin Ming gripped his origin spear and exerted the maximum amount of world pressure from his worldly domain, keeping the spiritual force at bay. Boom. Boom. A series of explosions from the clash caused his body to fly backwards. He hastily used his astral force and mana control to halt his flight. When he did, his eyes narrowed as he saw a white armored figure flying towards him with startling speed. There was a series of afterimages behind his figure, and before he could process what was happening, he felt his senses become disorientated. At this moment, his 9-colored dot on his glabella roared to light and brightly lit in retaliation. The world he saw shattered, and he was met by the sight of a halberd-wielding figure stabbing at his abdomen. The blade was just 5 feet away. Temporal dissonance. With his greatest strength, he moved his origin spear in retaliation. This elicited a shocked exclamation from Time Lord Duhan, and the spear met the halberd, clashing in an explosive boom that sent Lin Ming flying to the other side of the Colosseum. He heavily slammed into the walls of the Colosseum, with copious amounts of blood gushing out of his mouth. Lin Ming's sea of consciousness felt like it was on fire as a 9-colored light invaded it, clearing out the spiritual force infused with time energies. It hurt like someone was scooping out his brain with a spoon. Time Lord Duhan was truly not holding back at all. Temporal dissonance was the unique ability of Time Lords, capable of infusing their time energies into their spiritual force and affecting the senses of their opponents. It can result in delayed reactions or the senses or thoughts halting entirely, making it an extremely deadly move. The slam made Lin Ming's entire body feel like it had shattered, but besides some fractures on his bones, some splits on his skin, he was relatively fine. While Time Lord Duhan hadn't held back in pushing his advantages, he didn't unleash lethal moves that would kill those of his equal. In fact, if it wasn't for the peak astral armament, the Aegis of the Elements, he would have long since met defeat. Lin Xiangxiai's gift had saved him twice, covering his weaknesses. Yet he still survived because of his refined body, quick reactions, and swift actions. It couldn't all be attributed to the Aegis of the Elements. He spat out another gushing surge of blood before he shot out of the wall, leaving the faint imprint of his physical body. Hovering in the air, his eyes remained vibrant. Second move. Time Lord Duhan noticed that the Aegis of the Elements was present. He glanced at Lin Xiangxiai, his eyes a little heavy. Lin Xiangxiai gave a faint smile. This was the real Aegis of the Elements, not a replica like what Lin Ming had in his fight with Zuhai. That belonged to her, and it was how she survived the attempt on her life all those years before. It was gifted to her by the divine King Han Zhe. It was this armament that allowed her status as his disciple to be known, allowing her more freedom than other saintess before her. Time Lord Duhan felt this was a little unfair. He wasn't allowed to use lethal moves in this tribulation, for obvious reasons. The most notable was the fact that, even if a chosen was no longer qualified to be a chosen, that didn't mean their talent and abilities were just erased. They were still top-notch geniuses that could become vital members of the sect. This was an invisible restraint. He could use his cultivation advantages, but he couldn't unleash astral-grade arts or spells that required Realm Lord or higher cultivation base to fully unleash. With a sigh, he looked at Lin Ming with a bitter light in his eyes. But a tool or armament was sufficient to warrant a person's strength, developed or otherwise. After all, this was a renewal tribulation, not a deciding one. In the Elementus Chosen trial, external forces of strength were restricted from usage, except armaments that befit one's level. Not here. With that in mind, he decided to forego his own dissatisfaction and proceed forward. Even if he was restricted, he still wouldn't hold back. He just needed to bypass the characteristics of the Aegis of the Elements and deliver a decisive blow. Lin Ming could feel the pressure mount on his shoulders. With a fierce wipe of his hand, he removed the waterfall-like blood from his chin. Last move. Careful. Time Lord Duhan said, his entire body started to float into the sky. His worldly domain was fully unleashed and the ambient energies and mana started to tremble as his worldly pressure snatched their might, transforming it into his own. With a heavy breath that rumbled out like thunder, the astronomical forces, light, gravity, and other forces started to twist and distort, circling his floating form. Lin Ming's expression darkened as he lifted his head to see Time Lord Duhan's ascent. The ambient forces of the world were being snatched by him, conquered and converted to his power. This was a horrifying experience. It resembled the arrival of a god in myth. It felt unbeatable. But his heart remained firm, and so was his will to do battle. He couldn't fall here. Just one more move and he would earn his qualifications to become an officially recognized chosen, having the right to establish his own personal forces within the sect. It was the beginning of his path to the apex. Time Lord Duhan grasped his halberd with 2 hands and pointed it towards Lin Ming. The tip glinted with clear light, glistening like the ocean floor to radiant rays of light. It was beautiful, but its beauty was eclipsed by the shivering space that seemed utterly fragile as it affected it. Lin Ming could only resist. With every last ounce of his will, he brought out everything. His worldly domain was manifested to its limits. His elemental origin intent chaotically exploded outwards, affecting the ambient elemental energies, stripping a portion of Time Lord Duhan's power. While he hadn't reached element heart intent, this application of his intent alluded to his comprehension nearing it. With a low roar, his astral core completely revealed itself. When he fought Wei Wuyin, his astral core was 8 centimeters in size, roughly 16 times larger than the average gravity emission phase expert of the Everlore starfield. Now, it had grown by 2 centimeters. A full 10 centimeters in size, reflective of his outstanding growth since. 10 centimeters. Time Lord Duhan was quite surprised, but he didn't stop his galvanizing of ambient powers. He kept building up his own strength, turning the world into his own might. Lin Ming, however, didn't stop there. Behind him, a 900 meters in size. It was of a white spherical existence that seemed both like a solar star and a planet, with the ever-changing environments on its surface. Surrounding this sphere were 9 spiritually cyan-colored rings. At the moment it appeared, Lin Ming's entire existence elevated as his spiritual strength reached its limits, and his astral force was empowered by several folds. With another roar, the world trembled as he pointed the origin spear at Time Lord Duhan. Lin Xiangxi felt her heart clench up, and every breath was heavy and slow. Those eyes of hers remained unblinking. The situation was at its finality and all Lin Ming had was a single more move to survive. Time Lord Duhan no longer charged his power. He wanted to test Lin Ming's upper limits, and with his soul idol manifested, his strongest state was achieved. There was no need to delay his actions any further. With a cold snort, he kicked off in the air. The entire world's forces followed him like an army entering into war. He had turbulent waves of cascading energies, forces, and mana trailing him. With his white armor, he was absolutely beautiful. Lin Ming shot forward. He couldn't remain passive in this, and held his origin spear to the point his hand was bleeding. With a heroic thrust with all his power, every last ounce of his elemental origin force infused within, he unleashed his strongest attack. He became a streak of white encased in 9-colored glow, as beautiful as a rainbow, as gorgeous as the stars. Within that white glow reflected the infinite variations of the world. All things in the world seemed entranced, following this streak to meet its greatest challenge. They were called, and they heeded this call. Time Lord Duhan's eyes released a ferocious light and he stabbed harder, unleashing more of his power into the strike. No expert liked to face a challenge, and their heart of cultivation would be unintentionally stimulated. While he hadn't unleashed any spell or art, he released his greatest blow possible. The two blades met. The world exploded in an array of 9 colors. Boom. The stadium below was covered in cracks and a resounding silence followed such a hectic collision. But the two causes of this collision were nowhere to be seen, especially with the world covered in a multicolored spiritual mist from their fallout. Lin Xiangxi shouted out, "Lin Ming!" Her heart was beset with worry so much that she launched herself forward, entering the multicolored mist. Lin Ming! Lin Ming! A sense of dread enveloped her heart. Was it too premature? Did she rush him too much? She bit her lower lip in anxiety, but her spiritual sense couldn't make out anything in this mist of power. Wading through the mist she heard a familiar cough from her right. She sped forward with excitement in her eyes, and she saw the armored Time Lord Duhan holding Lin Ming by the neck like a little chick. Her heart stopped at that moment. Lin Ming's clothes were ravaged but his eyes were still brightly lit with a fierce spirit. While Time Lord Duhan was unharmed. Lin Ming. Did he fail? Was it all over? She felt a little bit of her world collapse, but that collapse only lasted for a few moments as a bright glow filled it. Lin Ming chuckled with heart, excitement, and triumphant, "No moves." Time Lord Duhan sighed, "No moves." Lin Xiangxi's eyes lit, her world brightened considerably. He did it. He did it. He did it. Chapter 636, 631, True Element Crystal. Chapter 636, 631, True Element Crystal. While there were no witnesses, the archaic chosen had succeeded in overcoming the 3 chosen aspects tribulation, proving his status as an official chosen. From henceforth, the True Element sect, regardless of its complex network of factions and relationships, will support his cultivation and development to a certain extent. The most important event wasn't just his victory in claiming the official title, but the promise from Lin Xiangxi. Soon, Lin Ming will be able to obtain the recognition of the Nine Elementist Divine King Han Zhe, becoming his official disciple. Lin Xiangxi will truly become his senior sister underneath the same master. This moment could be heralded as the greatest piece of news for Lin Ming, yet his epic journey's climax of nearly 20 years had been overshadowed by an unexpected event. Time Lord Duhan had hidden his white armor beneath his robes once more, losing a portion of his valiant demeanor, replaced by a calmer aura. He seemed more like a middle-aged elder than a terrifying warrior. The platform whirled with faint droning sounds as the hidden formations and array took action, sweeping away the elemental mist and fixing the cracks on the platform. The three were standing at the center platform as Time Lord Duhan held an emblem that seemed to exert some control over the array. Cleaning up the mess he made after he finished, he softly sighed as he directed his gaze towards Lin Ming and Lin Xiangxi. They were currently smilingly discussing their recent success, talking closely, while Lin Xiangxi used her astral force to alleviate and expedite the healing of injuries that Lin Ming sustained. However, they were all minor. The Aegis of the Elements wasn't a peak-grade astral armament for nothing. If fully activated, controlled by an expert of equal cultivation, even he would be left helpless to deal any damage to its wielder while unleashing his full strength. While it was merely passively operated, it still reduced all his attacks by nearly 3/4 of its power. He didn't know how to feel. While the challenge was more difficult, and the three chosen aspects' tribulation allowed such outside means, a display of their means and background, it felt somewhat disingenuous to succeed due to it. Well, he has broken the standards of cultivation, forming a domain seed prior to the realm world phase, so I guess his status as a chosen is somewhat justified. Despite his thoughts, he felt this scratching feeling at the base of his heart that dissatisfied him. By standards, even by average of a chosen, Lin Ming's current strength simply wasn't enough to rival them. He lacked combat experience and developed instincts. In his first two moves, Lin Ming had undoubtedly lost due to these reasons. The only reason he remained undefeated was because of the Aegis of the Elements and his own expectations that Lin Ming couldn't resist him after each move. After all, he could have combined his moves in a rapid-fire manner, and Lin Ming's defeat would have been certain. In his opinion, all the battles that Lin Ming had undergone before lacked any true experts. His gathering of energies and forces was slow, his usage of his arts and spells were unrefined, and his tactics and means were severely lacking. Still, he still overcame the tribulation. The end result was all that mattered. He sighed once again. Chosen Lin Ming, you have succeeded in the three chosen aspects tribulation, congratulations. With this, you're an official chosen of the True Element sect. May you bring eternal glory to the elements. Time Lord Duhan took out a piece of multicolored quartz crystal with 9 sides, oddly shaped and uneven. At each side, one of the 9 elements was etched on it in characters. The characters themselves were all white, and if one looked at each character closely, they would see that they were composed of animatedly moving runes. Lin Ming was curious about this crystal, realizing it wasn't simple. He reached out and grabbed it, and he felt a strange tingle from his hand as he did. This is a type of essence refining crystal. It's called the True Element Crystal. It can gather ambient energies and mana to create a type of astral-level elemental essence. It is very useful in cultivating for those with elemental souls of any type. By sending in your intent, you can draw out a specific type of essence to absorb. Lin Xiangxi was clearly excited as she explained. Lin Ming was startled by her explanation. Did this mean if he infused his high-level elemental intent within, it'll produce the essence of that type for his cultivation? He tried it instinctively, using the Grand Gale Wind intent. A surging wind current explosively erupted, causing the robes of Lin Xiangxi and Time Lord Duhan to flutter wildly. Grand Gale Wind intent. Apex level. Time Lord Duhan was finally surprised. He wasn't able to measure Lin Ming's cultivation exactly, because he was far too weak. Furthermore, Lin Ming evoked his elemental origin intent, not his individual intents. While his elemental origin intent was impressive, it wasn't that outstanding. Lin Ming was focused on the changes in the True Element Crystal as it sucked in his Grand Gale intent fiercely, absorbing. The 8 other characters in the True Element Crystal flickered until they vanished, then they were replaced by the Wind character in a few minutes. The entire crystal had spontaneously become a Grand Gale Wind Essence crystal. This caused Lin Ming's heart to quake in shock and surprise. He had only ever seen this intent aura in the Elementus badge that he was given by Lin Xiangxi. How marvelous was this! He hurriedly circulated his cultivation method, absorbing the essence that was contained within with his eyes closed. After another few minutes, he opened his eyes and felt his astral core expanded in size by a very minor amount. The essence portion of his cultivation had elevated by a tad bit, resulting in his foundation strengthening overall. Time Lord Duhan was flabbergasted by Lin Ming's apex-level wind intent to such a degree that he was rendered speechless, his mouth gaping to reflect his shock. Lin Xiangxi smugly smiled. One of the reasons she had bet on Lin Ming was his outstanding talent and comprehension of this very intent. There was a belief, while it might not be completely confirmed, that the material Tao has 3,000 laws, and those laws gave birth to 3,000 intents. Among these 3,000 intents were a single apex-level intent, the king of all other variations. It was said an apex-level intent is the closest to a law, and through it, that powerful will can feel the borders that exceed mortal limits with greater ease. Mysticism. It was rumored that comprehending an apex-level intent greatly increased one's chances of becoming an ascended. This was why Time Lord Duhan was absolutely stunned by this discovery. While elemental origin intent was impressive, it can be formed using 9 of the lowest level elemental intents, so it wasn't nearly as outrageous as apex level intent. For the first time, his opinion of Lin Ming had changed heavily. Lin Xiangxi's smugness didn't cease, joy flickering in her eyes. If Time Lord Duhan knew that Lin Ming didn't just comprehend an apex level intent, but several high level intents, and even fused it into his elemental origin intent, he would be truly terrified right now. Lin Ming's cultivation was too low, but if he was a Time Lord too, he would be able to slay Time Lord Duhan with a single stab of his spear. The thought excited her, reminding her that Lin Ming was a genuine genius amongst geniuses. Lin Ming kept the crystal, joyful light effusing from his gray eyes. This was an unimaginable tool for cultivation. With it, he would be able to make fast advancements in certain cultivation methods and improve his foundation. He wondered what would happen if he used his elemental origin intent on it. Time Lord Duhan once again sighed, but this time, for a very different reason. Given enough time, Lin Ming will surely shine brighter than others. After all, he had an apex-level intent, elemental origin intent, and a domain seed prior to the realm world phase. While his battle tactics and experience was lacking, those things could be attributed to his desolate starfield and lack of any true opponents. Now that he has stepped into the field of the eternal sky starfield, these things will surely remedy themselves with time. Then, he'll be a monster. Well, I'm off. After he finished his thoughts, a tinge of excitement reminded him of the event that was happening. Wait. Chapter 637, 632, Courage to be of use. Chapter 637, 632, Courage to be of use. Time Lord Duhan was about to leave. This caused Lin Ming to be startled. He recalled that Time Lord Duhan was in a rush. There was a product demonstration and first-time auction being held for a heaven-defying object, supposedly now. He asked again, wait. Can you tell me why everyone left? Why couldn't they just learn about the product after? He was truly a little peeved that no one was present for his triumph, but he wasn't too vain to think the world revolved around him. Time Lord Duhan had already exerted his control over the ambient mana, about to take flight when he halted. Before, he had ignored Lin Ming due to his ignorance and inconsequential status he had in his heart, but Lin Ming had just shown the potential to become an ascended. This wasn't true for all chosen. Many of them failed to become ascended or never earned the qualifications to even assail the mystic ascendant realm. There's a recorded statistic by the Golden Gate Pavilion that detailed all successful attempts, while the respective identities were hidden. If you accounted for those, mystic star phase, or 10th stage of the astral core realm cultivators as ascended, then there was a 1 in 74 chance for a chosen to ascend. If one removes the controversial phase, then the chances are severely reduced to 1 in 1016 for a chosen to ascend. And this was in an entire generation of the eternal sky starfield. This counted all those who were chosen, including those who later lost their qualifications due to age or failing to meet the competitive requirements with time. This might seem high, but there were typically only 3 chosen even amongst mystic tier forces. Overall, there were roughly 40,000 chosen in every centennial generation, accounting for all eligible forces and independent cultivators. Not every force was qualified to have a Chacento translate. In a 100-year generation, roughly 40 true ascended were born from chosen. Of course, This number was actually heavily eclipsed by non-chosen, simply due to the outrageous numerical difference, but the chances were much, much, much lower with Lin Ming's apex-level intent and domain seed prior to the Realm World phase. Time Lord Duhan no longer ignored Lin Ming's question. He stayed grounded, turned to Lin Ming and patiently explained, "The Golden Life Pavilion is a long-living business, and this isn't the first time they've announced this type of sudden event. However, they have never disappointed once. They've always brought forth outstanding resources, even new alchemical product recipes or multi-ship designs. Their practice is simple. This product demonstration and first-time auction is to determine the price of the product they wish to sell, and whoever buys it gets further rights to buy more with priority. This priority could save decades or even a century of time waiting. So the competition is often incredibly fierce, with no one wanting to lose out. However, to gain qualifications to enter the first-time auction, you must buy a ticket to the product demonstration or you won't be invited to the auction. This ticket is incredibly pricey, and it can allow millions to observe. So the various forces often bring their elite disciples and upper echelon to observe." Time Lord Duhan explained clearly, ensuring he got all the details. Lin Ming was awed. There was such a thing. Wasn't this driving a competitive atmosphere? Wasn't this drumming up fierce discussion revolving around whatever they sell? By the qualifications just to participate in the auction. There was a wisp of disbelief in his heart for such practices. Lin Ming frowned. What about the others? He couldn't help but look at the empty cavea of the Colosseum. Even if the top figures and disciples left, what about those normal disciples and elders? Couldn't they have shown up? Lin Xiangxi said, "The three chosen aspects tribulation is only for top-tier figures and disciples to observe. Every seat is reserved for a specific person. This is a rule that won't be changed so conveniently." Oh. Lin Ming understood now, feeling a little disappointed. What crappy timing, huh? Time Lord Duhan thought for a moment and then said, "The product demonstration hasn't started yet. Shall we all go? With your status as a chosen and yours as a saintess, entering will be easy." The two Lin's eyes brightened. There was still a chance. They had thought it was already underway, but there was still time. How could they not be a little excited? After all, this event would likely involve billions of individuals. Lin Ming looked at Lin Xiangxi, wanting to see her thoughts. When he saw her looking at him, nodding with acceptance, he smiled brightly in return. "Where is it held?" Lin Ming couldn't help but think that they'll travel to the Endless Prosperity Domain, likely via Void Gate. But Time Lord Duhan gave him an awkward stare, then chuckled. He answered, "Here." With that, he once more exerted his mana control and lifted himself up. With a thought, he soared away, startling Lin Ming. Lin Xiangxi levitated. The product demonstration is observed through a spiritual projection obelisk. It'll be too hectic and costly to pay for the transportation or expect other forces to pay for a two-way trip via Void Gate or waste months, even years, traveling across the starfield using void ships. She gestured and followed after Time Lord Duhan. Lin Ming awkwardly rubbed his nose. Right. They took several months just to travel from nearby domain to domain with continuous travel, and the Endless Prosperity Domain will be outrageously costly for millions to travel to, let alone the tens of billions that'll likely be watching from every domain. He swept his gaze across the empty seats. "One day, I'll be so great that no one would dare ignore or miss a single act I do." With this promise, he flew after Lin Xiangxi and Time Lord Duhan in the Endless Prosperity Domain, the Grand Horse Realm. There was a simple rectangular platform that wasn't very large, being relatively small, and even designed simply. It wasn't very eye-catching, but this was obviously deliberately designed to not subtract from the product being demonstrated or the individual presenting the product. Hanging above this platform was a cyan-colored disc that slowly spun. Beyond it were walls and roof of the building, brightened by soft light-emitting stones that were soothing for the eyes and senses. There weren't any seating arrangements in this auditorium-like venue, just a single podium at the forefront of the platform, clearly designed for a speaker. Currently, several dozen experts, all at the 9th stage of the Astral Core realm, the Star Core phase, were rushing about to inspect the various formations that were established. Surrounding the platform, on the walls and roofs were numerous exquisite lines of runic markings that were beautifully structured. These were the specialized architects of the Ma clan, proficient in formations and arrays. They were all relatively old, of all genders, but their eyes were bright and focused as they hurried along. Outside of the building, Ma Zheng, his old and wrinkled figure, was sitting comfortably on a bench. He stared absent-mindedly at the sky of the Grand Horse realm. His eyes revealed the vicissitudes of the ages, and his thoughts were inscrutable to the common mortal. A series of steps resounded, soft yet noticeable. A voice announced themselves, Patriarch Ma. Ma Jing didn't look away, merely exhaling out a lethe. One who spoke was a familiar woman that seemed to be in her early 20s, having a head full of healthy dark gray hair, and dressed in light battle armor alongside a tight-fitting robe. It accentuated her figure. She was Ma Sujiang, the one recently demoted to becoming the guardian of the Grand Horse realm. She was respectful as she bowed before Ma Jing. As she was no longer the assistant manager of the third branch, she no longer wore her Taoist robes. She stayed bowing for several minutes before Ma Jing spoke. You have questions? Doubts? Ma Sujiang nodded while bowing. I do. She didn't question why she was demoted. It was a matter that has already passed, and she learned her lesson regarding that. She acted on her greed, thinking selfishly, and almost ruined whatever Ma Jing intended to do. She was lucky she wasn't executed on the spot. If it was anyone else, they might have done so for her insubordination, so she was incredibly fortunate that Ma Jing, her own father, was passing down judgment. Ma Jing glanced slightly at this last child of his, a product of his impending crisis, to feel young once again after his life was nearing its end, and no breakthrough was in sight. He had reached his limits, found a talented young wife, his last one, and she bore him a single child, Ma Sujiang. He had raised her to inherit his skills in business, an adequate successor, or so he thought. He knew she had ambition, and that was okay when moderated, but to act in such a way disappointed him. Besides that moment, her actions were all above board and her status was achieved without his intrusive help. He didn't want her to be his assistant manager, however, she refused to be placed in any other branch. He selfishly wanted the Ma clan to keep control of the third branch. After all, they were already slowly losing influence and control of the Golden Life Pavilion. At this rate, they would lose their managerial status after his passing, so he consented. There was a time when he was its leader. A long, long time ago. He calmly looked back to the sky, asked. Ma Sujiang looked at the aging father before her. With each passing day, the air of death increased around him. She calmed her thoughts. My doubts stem from this demonstration and auction. With that alchemical product monopolized, the Ma clan's future would be abundantly fruitful and limitless. Given a few thousand years, we... She halted her words, implying it all. Ma Jing slowly said, your thoughts aren't wrong, the Neodawn Eclipse pill could send us to great heights in a few thousand years. With the added time it'll provide during the early years, the geniuses will all be able to become realm lords, and invincible ones at that. At a certain point, there will be a differentiation between talents and geniuses. Those who have a domain seed prior to the realm world phase and those who do not. The extra hundreds of years of time not spent on comprehending the spatial resonance, light reflection, gravity emission, or fearfully preparing for the realm world astral tribulation, will create an unfathomable gap between centennial generations. Ma Sujiang wasn't wrong with her line of thinking. This pill might not be able to create ascended, but it'll facilitate the growth of numerous talents that'll eventually become ascended. They'll have greater foundations than those of equal ages. Then why? Ma Sujiang questioned. By revealing this to the others, isn't this removing their potential lead? Couldn't they wait 1,000 years? At least a few hundred. It'll be best if they just kept it a secret, never revealing it at all. Ma Zheng's expression remained unchanged. He merely asked in return, if the King of Everlore wanted you to prove your worth, would you destroy this Neodawn Eclipse pill from existence? Ma Sujiang was startled. King of Everlore? What did he, that legendary figure, have to do with this? Could it be about that silver-eyed alchemist? But since her father asked her this question, she seriously considered it from all angles. In the end, she decisively shook her head. I'll do whatever I can to prove myself. The King of Everlore was an alchemic saint with astonishing talent, and his future was boundless. Ma Jing nodded. The King of Everlore could, in a mere 1,000 years, change the grand cyclic stellar region. His origins are mysterious. Some say he originated from the Everlore starfield, that he was born there. Others say he was sent there as a child, a test for developing talents of a clan that far exceeds the scope of our understanding. There are even a few who believe he's the reincarnation of an alchemic heavenly saint, or an immortal rank alchemist. We don't really know the truth, but the fact remains, he was extraordinary. All those who followed him, proved themselves, was worthy enough to experience world-defying changes. Ma Jing had rarely spoken so many words, and his voice seemed a little tired. Yet Ma Sujiang's heart was nearly beating out of her chest. While Ma Jing hadn't explicitly stated his thoughts, she had an assumption. She wanted to scream out that it was impossible, but no words came out. Could this silver-eyed alchemist have the same potential as the king of Everlore? When she thought up to here, remembering her actions of assaulting his concubine, her spine felt a terrifying chill. Ma Jing added, "Silver eyes, millions of high-level alchemical products, outstanding foundation that exceeds imagination, outrageous alchemical talent, unverifiable background, raised in the Everlore starfield, younger than 50, a quasi-demilord servant. If I had you make a guess as to who this person could be, who do you think it is?" Ma Sujiang was stunned, confused by such a string of details. But when she grasped the entire picture, her heart and mind exploded with the force of a supernova. She would have never thought about it until pointed out in such a manner. Impossible. Could it be the king of Everlore's descendant? Whether it's true or not, it doesn't matter, Ma Jing slowly said before rising from his seat. He started to walk towards the door to the building. It was about time to begin. What mattered was that he was interested in seeing what this young man wanted. After all, that young man clearly didn't give him the product to hold and develop his own forces. That was a ridiculous plan that'll take longer than that young man has lived to pull off. Whatever he wanted to do, the Golden Life Pavilion, no, the Ma clan was courageous enough to follow. And this was the first step. Chapter 638, 633, Mother-in-Law. Chapter 638, 633, Mother-in-Law. The trio of Lin Ming, Lin Xiangxi, and Time Lord Duhan, whose full name was Lu Duhan, had flown for several minutes through the skies at high speed to finally arrive at the demonstration gathering. Lin Ming was absolutely shook by what he saw. There were numerous skyships hovering in the air. There were so many that the entire horizon was filled with skyships from every direction, of varying sizes, of various colors. They absolutely littered the scene. They were all pointed towards a single area, and he saw a sky-piercing four-sided object that had a narrowly tapering design with a crystal-clear pyramidion at the top. The obelisk itself was dark blue in color, with strange runic markings etched on it in an orderly fashion from top to bottom, only absent from the crystal-clear pyramid at the top. Those runes were of various colors and they weren't as animated and bright as most runes, being stationary and dim. Lin Ming was awed with wonder. Was this the spiritual projection obelisk? Lin Xiangxi saw the wonder within Lin Ming's eyes and explained, "The spiritual projection obelisk is an exquisitely designed tool at the mystic level. It can project one's spiritual sense of vast distance, and give one a realistic sense of the scene that the revealment disc at the other end displays. It'll be as if you were there, personally. And it does this for every cultivator with a spiritual sense. Even Qi condensation realm cultivators can project their senses millions of miles away without any discomfort or stress!" Lin Ming's mind erupted in astonishment at the description. That obelisk can perform such a feat. But there had to be limits, right? Lin Xiangxi seemed to read his mind, smilingly added, "There's no set limit on the obelisk's end, but there is on the revealment disc side. Those who control the disc can limit the number of senses that can pass through each individual obelisk. Do you see that?" Lin Xiangxi pointed at the sky above the obelisk. Lin Ming lifted his eyes to see three golden orbs that were shimmering with golden light. They looked like miniature solar stars. "Those are the tickets. They're called Golden Life tickets, and they grant the spiritual projection obelisk with certain permissions. With 3 tickets, that means only 9 million cultivators here will be able to sense the events on the other end of the revealment disc. Any excess will cause a rejection of the spiritual sense, and brutally at that. Some even die from the backlash." Lin Xiangxi explained their purpose and the severity of breaking it. Lin Ming was stunned. Die? How vicious! He didn't know how to react to that, but he understood the logic behind it. No wonder the Colosseum was empty. "All right. You two can find the sect leader. I'll be going to meet with a few friends," Lu Duhan announced, shooting off after towards a specific skyship. While he felt that Lin Ming had a great future, he didn't have the right to give them permission to send their spiritual sense into the obelisk. But he had a spot reserved, so he merely said his goodbyes and left. If they were fated to meet again, they will. Lin Ming waved him off. There was a faint sense of melancholy in his heart at seeing his figure vanish amongst the skyships, but that was life. While Lu Duhan had been the turning point of his status, their paths might not converge anymore. In the future, he could be a saint and Lu Duhan might still be a Time Lord, who knows. Lin Xiangxi swept her spiritual sense across the skyships until she found the Lin clan's skyship. With a bright smile, she urged Lin Ming to follow her. She was still jubilant from Lin Ming's success. As for this event, it stoked her curiosity more than anything. The Golden Life Pavilion was not known for their lackluster theatrics. Whatever this was, it might very well redefine the conventions of cultivation. Lin Ming was sent into a trance from Lin Xiangxi's smile. While he always felt that Lin Xiangxi's current scarlet-haired appearance wasn't her true appearance, it was still incredibly beautiful and had its own charm. It was only after she shouted his way did he shake from his stupor, briefly smiling before following her. They weaved carefully through the skyships, finding a white-colored starfield that seemed to have been carved from stone. It was smooth as polished jade, and gave off an imposing aura. But when he observes it for longer, that imposing aura seemed to be weak, barely there. It was as if it was just his imagination. When they arrived at its side, they could see several hundred figures gathered together on the deck, discussing things. They formed groups of similarly aged members, with the elders and disciples being noticeably separated at the second level of the deck. There were individuals with powerful auras, and they ranged from men and women, and their auras brought their existences to focus. They were certainly all at the Realm Lord level or higher, with a few Star Lords amongst them. The most notable figure was a tall female dressed in white robes and golden embroidery, with a slit cut in her robes to allow her long, gorgeous leg and thigh to be seen. She was a blonde-haired beauty, looking incredibly young, resembling a young woman who was only 18 or 19 at most. Her youthful looks were a sharp contrast to her elusive aura that carried an enchanting feeling. It resembled those who've exceeded mortal limits. She was an ascended. As those around her spoke, many glanced her way to see her reactions off of instinct. It seemed she commanded great prestige amongst the group. Her fair skin glistened in the light and her golden irises shone with an alluring radiance. She stopped her discussions as she turned to the two approaching the ship, and her expression revealed a faint smile that could lure the hearts of men at a single glance. With her long fingers, she gestured them over. The act disabled the shielding of the skyship and allowed them open passage. Lin Ming was nervous as they flew into the opening. This was his first time meeting the upper echelon of the Lin clan, and they were Lin Xiangxi's family, so he felt a need to impress. He straightened his back and flew steadily in hopes of establishing a good first impression. When Lin Xiangxi descended, he was shocked to see all the members of the Lin clan turn to her respectfully. They bowed, remained silent, and paid their respects through this gesture. Lin Xiangxi coolly nodded, arriving before the young woman that seemed even younger than her. Those beside her moved out of the way deferentially in an orderly manner. Was this the status of a saintess? Lin Ming was shocked at this display and showing. They were treating Lin Xiangxi as their leader, with the utmost respect imaginable. He expected to receive some jealous glares from the young generation, perhaps seeing someone trying to court her, but even the youngsters of the Lin clan, those hot-blooded elites, were silent and bowing without a single form of disrespect or challenge in their auras. Lin Xiangxi's expression had simmered down from a smile to a neutral expression. She indifferently said, "Mother." "Mother." Lin Ming stayed close to Lin Xiangxi, so he was shocked to hear this. He couldn't help but look at this woman, a little shocked. Lin Xiangxi was scarlet-haired and her looks were different, sharper and more narrow, a little less attractive than the young woman before him. This woman had golden blonde hair with softer, gentler, and gorgeous features. The only resemblance he could find were in their body types. Excluding their different attires, their height and shape was very similar, if not the exact same. It was uncanny. Even Lin Xiangxi's mother, Lin Xianxian, kept her smile as she looked at Lin Xiangxi up and down. She amusedly asked, "Still keeping your appearance disguised? You should just be true to yourself, you'll find a better Dao companion that way. After all." She looked at Lin Ming with a faint grin, enchanting enough to ignite one's internal fire. Men are quite simple creatures. Lin Xiangxi harumphed and retorted, "Simple men are simple creatures." "Oh. So you're saying he's not simple?" She gave Lin Ming another glance. "The archaic chosen. I must say, congratulations on your audience-less victory. It must have felt great to fight without any pressure." Lin Ming furrowed his brows. He felt that Lin Xiangxi's mother didn't really like him, but he didn't know why. They have never met before. Enough, Lin Xiangxi said softly. She had to take a breath before she could continue. We need 2 viewing spots. Lin Xianxian laughed lightly, of course. She sent 2 spiritual lights their way, as if she prepared it beforehand. Then, with a slight pat of her forehead in surprise, she turned to Lin Ming and said, I'm Lin Xianxian, Lin Xiangxi's mother, and sect leader of the True Element sect. You can call me mother-in-law, if you want. With a carefree chuckle, she announced. Lin Ming's entire being froze. It's beginning. An elder announced chapter 639 to 634, Grand Demonstration, a Feeling. Chapter 639, 634, Grand Demonstration, a Feeling. A high-pitched sound emanated out from the spiritual projection obelisk. It blared out for thousands of miles, encapsulating every last skyship in the surroundings, causing them to vibrate slightly. The trembling alerted everyone that the demonstration was beginning. The anticipation in the hearts of the cultivators of origin, not just those of the True Element sect, were at an all-time high. The last time the Golden Life Pavilion had performed such a grand showing, it showed off a fuel-efficient, highly sustainable, affordable, and spacious skyship design. This design was terrifying, and the vast majority of cultivators today used them. It had replaced the archaic designs that were clunky and filled with various issues. The best defining feature of that skyship design was its integrated homeopathic formations. With it, the various formations interlinked together through an array could be repaired without long-term maintenance. This was a huge issue because numerous issues occurred while traveling through planets, such as assaults or natural phenomena, and then the skyship's foundation would be devastated or ruined. This left cultivators stranded. It wasn't easy to safely traverse planets using one's own power, especially with its enormity and various territories. Fortunately, the homeopathic formation allowed self-repairs as long as one has resources. Afterward, all skyships of future generations had incorporated this formation. Despite it seeming as if the formation was the most vital portion of the product, the design for the skyship was still popular due to its exquisite design. It was so popular and efficient that 80% of all skyships in circulation had its general design. After overturning that market, the excitement for the next big thing was as high as the heavens from the entire eternal sky starfield. The spiritual projection obelisk within Origin wasn't just releasing that sound, but every location within the 16 domains that had one. This included the Imperial Clan's domain and the 9 Worlds domain. Despite their restrictions set forth to prevent the Golden Life Pavilion from operating within their territory, they weren't willing to lose this opportunity, and the Golden Life Pavilion wasn't so petty as to turn away potential customers. They, just like all the other worlds, all the forces within their territory, had the ability to buy a ticket to the demonstration. This earned the Golden Life Pavilion an incredibly tidy sum with very little cost on their part. After all, the cost to use the spiritual projection obelisk was borne by these forces, not them. They just had to release the revealment disk's energy fluctuations out to their pre-crafted tickets. The cost was close to roughly a millionth of what they themselves earned from just the ticket sales. Still, they only used it for special events. While there were scaled-down versions of the demonstration, handled by the 4 branches independently or planet-restricted, this was throughout the entire 16 domains. Far off at the edge of the eternal sky starfield, a nascent planet was orbiting about. New Everlore had changed drastically from its original state 9 months ago. In fact, it was totally different to an unbelievable extent. While far away from the radiance of the solar star, the environment of New Everlore was flourishing, a contrast to its bare-bones state before. There were tall, rich forests with freshwater rivers. The trees brimmed with pure wood energies while the waters were infused with special properties. If a mortal were to drink it, their bodies would be flushed of impurities, their thirst quenched, and their cells energized. For cultivators, they would experience similarities, but the water energies within would promote the growth of their innate energies. There were entire fields being cultivated. There were grains that emitted gentle energies in every ounce. There were rice, corn, wheat, potato, and more that were varied from field to field, having various variations. There was one rice field that emitted a strong heat. This light red-colored rice was extremely beneficial to alleviate a cultivator's affinity towards fire as well as absorb fire energies to cultivate themselves. There weren't just farms for food core, but plantations that grew tea leaves, oil seeds, fruits, and sugar canes. The fields were exceptionally rich and had high yields. Regardless of the core desired time to seed, they were all equally vibrant. The common people, those low-leveled cultivators, were working in good conditions and had buildings established to maintain a steady pace and oversee unhindered progress. Yet at this moment, everyone on the planet, the trillions of people, were all looking at the sky to see a gigantic obelisk. There were 8 established, and above this obelisk were a single gigantic golden solar star-like object, far bigger than the other 16 domains at. One of these obelisks were millions of members of the Eternal Monarch sect. At the lead of these millions, amongst them all, were a single woman of astonishing beauty and grace, looking forward with a calm, steady gaze. Wu Baozhai observed the obelisk before her. Roughly a month ago, a half-dozen experts on void ships that seemingly exceeded mortal limits had arrived. She had thought it was an attack, even going as far as ordering defensive measures, but they had instead brought along numerous materials and respectfully talked to her as if she was an equal. The person in charge was unnaturally nice. Then, they explained the concept of the demonstration and auction, informing her that they needed to establish these obelisks so the entire population could observe it at once. She was skeptical at first, but after listening to Wu Yu's assurances, she accepted it. When Wu Yu had told her that it was likely Wei Wuyan's influence that was doing this, she was thoroughly astonished. Wei Wuyan wasn't even here, and there's been no word of him, yet he was having those beyond the mortal limits labor for him. To be so polite to a little astral core realm cultivator like herself, who was situated at the outer edge of the starfield, forgotten by most. She thought Wei Wuyan was amazing when she delved into the spatial ring he left her, finding all sorts of agricultural and environmental alchemical products. How far-sighted must one be? There wasn't a single thing needed besides effort, and they were already capable of growing high-level crops with fertile fields, the growth of which was expedited. What should have taken a century had been reduced to a few months. How terrifying was this? Just anticipating it was terrifying enough, but being able to provide this. She just couldn't stop marveling at his means and capabilities. To add, he wasn't overbearing and demanding as others. She couldn't imagine what other men would have demanded of her to help her with any of this. Wu Baozhai mentally communicated with Wu Yu. Those 8 obelisks and those golden solar star objects above them must be costly. You have no idea, Wu Yu chuckled in reply. He had investigated the Golden Life Pavilion thoroughly after meeting Ma Sujiang, including their past achievements. He was well aware that even mystic-tier forces would have an audience of millions, but they had established it so they could have an audience of trillions. There was probably no force that would spend so much, yet they received this all for free. If he hadn't figured out that it was due to Wei Wuyan, he would fail as a brain-possessing existence. When the high-pitched sound was emitted, everyone received a feminine voice through their spiritual senses, every cultivator on the planet, to send out their spiritual sense, and the obelisk will act to connect with it. They just have to project it outward slightly. Some chi condensation cultivators could barely extend their spiritual senses a few meters, so this was very accommodating. As they did, trillions of cyan-colored light erupted and entered the glabella of each individual. They instantly displayed the image of a platform, and it was as if they were really there. They could even feel the temperature of the room through their spiritual sense. How amazing! Wu Baozhai was surprised by this feature. I wonder what is about to happen. Wu Yu spoke out. What do you mean? Wu Baozhai asked, not sure of what Wu Yu meant. She thought that this could be a trap. But then she thought about it for a brief second and dismissed it. Just the few cultivators they sent to establish the obelisks could casually destroy this planet 1,000 times over. Why waste the effort? Wu Yu amusingly explained, I just have a feeling that this is about to make a certain someone absurdly famous, and shake this entire world at its core. He had seen Nasini, so he was aware of the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill. If this wasn't about that, he would sell his 2 legs. Wu Baozhai wasn't aware of what Wu Yu knew, but she felt a tightening of her chest at his words. She couldn't help but recall that figure that had been almost nothing before. Just like her, a small chi condensation cultivator with no backing entering into an entire new world. Then, in a few years, just a few years, he was a household name that shook the entire starfield and its inhabitants to agree, unanimously, that it'll be renamed after him. Even the will of the San clan was ignored, and they dared not speak a single word against it. It's been barely a year, he wasn't even in the starfield, but was it about to happen again? The ravenous anticipation in her heart started to surge. There were trillions of eyes observing the platform through their extended, interconnected spiritual senses. From those at the chi condensation to those at the mystic ascendant realm, they were all present. A figure walked onto the platform, feeling the countless gazes upon their existence, watching every breath they took and moves they made. Yet the figure was entirely unaffected. Being highly composed, the figure had lightly applied makeup that accentuated her natural beauty, just enough to make others aware of her. She had her dark gray hair tied into an exquisite bun, and it no longer hid her bottom that was hugged by a tight-fitting black and gold cheongsama. Sujiang bowed slightly. I welcome all observers from across the 16 domains to this product demonstration. I, Ma Sujiang, shall be your host. Please forgive me if I'm inadequate. Chapter 640, 635, Grand Demonstration, 2 Sovereigns. Chapter 640, 635, Grand Demonstration, 2 Sovereigns. Her feminine traits were highlighted heavily at this moment, showing off another side of her that most could rarely ever see. She had discarded her earlier battle outfit of a realm guardian, dressing in an enchanting attire suitable for a female host. Ma Sujiang was beautiful, and that wasn't up for debate. From her pink lips to her phoenix eyes, there was just no question. With her fair skin, she calmly arrived before everyone and caused the spiritual senses of trillions to quiver. The vast majority of which were men. A few were even enamored by Ma Sujiang immediately. If they could, they might confess their nascent yet intense feelings instantly. Ma Sujiang calmly gave her opening introduction. With that, she proceeded without a hitch. Clearly, she was highly experienced in handling matters like this. When she was young, she had hosted numerous other demonstrations and auctions before. With a faint smile, she explained. Our Golden Life Pavilion has opened this product demonstration today for all the cultivators of the Grand Cyclic Stellar region, to bring to you our newest alchemical product that'll be on sale in the coming years, available for purchase by the heroes of the cultivation world. To start, I'll explain the intended use of the alchemical product and its qualities. This alchemical product is a digestible pill, capable of being directly refined by cultivators. There are no gender requirements for this pill. There are no cultivation method requirements for this pill. There is, however, a cultivation restriction for this pill. To refine it, one must be at the 3rd stage of the astral core realm, the soul idol phase. Those beneath this stage who attempt to refine this pill would find it useless, wasted. I caution against experimentation. The pill is of the peak tier within the 9th grade. As Ma Sujiang said this, the numerous spiritual senses trembled. Clearly, those words affected them heavily. But from the feedback, it was not positive. These originated from the overly powerful cultivators that had tremendous influence, some even from earthly saints. To them, her words were the same as saying that this pill will be severely limited in quantity, especially with that tier. But even if they searched all other peak tier 9th grade products, none of them felt any of them warranted a Starfield-wide demonstration. It was just too difficult to concoct, or their effects were usually of very little value to Ascended. But Ma Sujiang's next words shook them once more. The pill's purpose is simple. At its lowest graded state, the pill can create a perfectly compatible domain seed, establishing a genuine worldly domain prior to the realm world phase, lacking only a single quality, mana conversion. Ma Sujiang's faint smile seemed to turn into a faint grin, and those terrifying spiritual senses went absolutely wild. She could feel the intense reactions from the feedback. The lesser cultivators, those from the new Everlore, who were unaware of its significance, weren't too impacted, but those in the astral core realm, aware of what this meant, their spiritual senses started to flare just as wildly. Besides those from New Everlore, everyone else had high-tiered origins, so almost all of them understood the implication. On origin, Lin Ming shouted out in disbelief, "Impossible." The tone he used was as if he heard the most unbelievable news in the world. It wasn't just him. Lin Xiangxi's eyes widened so much her eyes seemed about to exit her skull. While their reactions might be intense, but they weren't the only ones. Lin Xianxian dismissed this with a scoff. This must be bullshit. A worldly domain prior to the realm world phase. While it's possible in theory, when has one ever been perfectly compatible? There's too many issues with this. An elder beside Lin Xianxian, whose status seemed relatively high, added, "You're right, sect leader Lin. There's a pill that can do something similar, but it severe one's cultivation path, and can only be used by those at the gravity emission phase. There must be a heavy cost to this pill. Otherwise, how heaven-defying would this be?" Lin Xianxian had a wisp of approval in her eyes as she glanced at this elder, agreeing with her. She nodded. If this pill had no cost, then it'll be the best 9th grade product in existence, hands down. She thought about something, looking at the wide-eyed Lin Ming, and felt a little satisfied. He looked like an ignorant little duck. This amused her that she chuckled softly. She couldn't help but explain, if a domain seed could truly form at the soul idol phase, then every cultivator would have a straight, unhindered path to the realm world phase. In theory, it'll save hundreds of years of time in cultivation, and completely obliterate all lethal danger that the realm world astral tribulation has. It truly is impossible, the elder added while shaking his head. Lin Ming absent-mindedly looked at Lin Xiangxi's mother, who was explaining to him like he was a child. As if he didn't understand principles of cultivation. Furthermore, he was experiencing its effects personally. While he was trying to still stabilize his domain seed, remove the external influences from the 3 foreign soul energies, he knew of its outstanding power and advantages also. His worldly domain lacked 2 qualities, not 1. They weren't the only ones who were dismissing this pill, feeling as if the cost must be equally as terrifying. After all, there's never been an incident where bypassing the standards of cultivation didn't have its accompanying difficulties. Ma Sujiang hadn't stopped permanently. She merely allowed them to digest this information and discuss amongst themselves. They were being primed for a slap, and she knew it. That resounding slap will only stimulate their desires. Ma Sujiang continued. There is a cost for this pill, however. The spiritual senses immediately focused on her. The discussions in the 16 domains had simultaneously ceased. What could this cost be? Was it so heavy that it could be dismissed? But those who were intelligent knew that this would be the highlight of the description. The cost for the pill is that one must, I repeat, must be in the soul idol phase. When she stated this, her grin became brighter, revealing an astonishing innate beauty. The senses froze. She added, there is no other price. The pill is entirely self-sufficient, so it doesn't need any supplementary materials or cultivation methods, just the correct cultivation base. What? 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 The trembling from the senses was just outrageously in disbelief. If it wasn't for the separation of a vast distance, including the inability to communicate through the obelisks and revealment disk, they would have bombarded Ma Sujiang with unending questions. Ma Sujiang waited for a minute, exactly 60 seconds, before she continued. She gestured, and the revealment disk moved to show a figure that everyone of any renown noticed. It was of a brown-bearded, short-haired middle-aged man with a slim physique and round glasses with a thin, black frame. He pushed up the frame further along the bridge of his nose, and observed at the revealment disk. He didn't show the humble posture of a host, but had the stance of outrageous arrogance. From his imposing gaze, it seemed that he looked down on the world and then some. This was Ma Leihan, one of the 34 mortal sovereign alchemists of the eternal sky starfield. There was not a single person amongst anyone of reputation that was unfamiliar with his visage. When he took the stage, even the senses of Ascended became calmer, subdued as if scared of attracting his attention yet also wanting to show how good and respectful they were. A bona fide mortal sovereign alchemist. Since he made his appearance, the doubt that surrounded the pill had considerably lowered. Ma Sujiang introduced, this illustrious figure is alchemic sovereign Ma Leihan, official mortal sovereign alchemist of my Ma clan. He will be acting as a guest for this product demonstration and authenticator of the pill's effects. Then, the revealment disc changed again. This time, an elegant figure, buxom and curvaceous in all the right places, arrived. Despite her vixen-like body, she exuded a haughty elegance befitting nobility. She carried herself with gravitas of an empress, and she looked to the world with an inner pride that was impossible to overlook. Dressed in a blue and gold dress that hugged her body tightly yet revealed no excess skin, as if while others might be able to admire her, they were unworthy of seeing an ounce of her skin. She stood on stage with a mesh veil that only covered her nose and mouth, revealing her heterochromic eyes of light gray, right, and dark gray, left. She didn't even need to speak before the spiritual senses became explosive. They were even more terrifying than when they saw Ma Sujiang. While they couldn't even see her face, the signature marking on her stomach area was known by all. The symbol was a 7-colored diamond-shaped, and divided into 4 equivalent sections by straight white lines, the Everlore Association. Ma Sujiang then introduced through the turbulent senses, this person needs very little introduction, but I will embarrass myself in an attempt to do her justice. This is the gorgeous Twilight Alchemic Sovereign, Muyura, official mortal sovereign alchemist of the Everlore Association. She has been invited by the Golden Life Pavilion to act as a witness, ensuring the effects are without issues and our words are without falseness. If before the doubts had dwindled, at this moment, the elite experts of this starfield started to believe one thing, this pill was real. And the Golden Life Pavilion? They were dead set on proving it. Chapter 641, 636, Grand Demonstration, His Name. Chapter 641, 636, Grand Demonstration, His Name. A collective silence ensued after the announcement of these two breathtakingly grand figures. Two mortal sovereign alchemists. The ones who were most shaken by this reveal was none other than New Everlore. They were raised on the legend of the King of Everlore, the sole mortal sovereign alchemist in their entire history. While some could assume the starfield was incredibly advanced, the legends of the four hegemonic figures told of creating planets, traveling across the stars, and performing insane feats such as creating literal solar stars that they basked in, thrived with. It wasn't outrageous to believe there were other figures who could do similar things. But the legend of the King of Everlore was not even on the same level. He was the sole mortal sovereign alchemist after 8,000 full years. The only ones who they even remotely believed had a chance to reach that legend was the Ascendant Emperor of Neodawn and Princess of Everlore. The former even defeated the latter without any question, cementing his status in their hearts. Yet two mortal sovereign alchemists were shown. Two. They were in disbelief. Some even felt that this was a lie. Others thought that perhaps, just perhaps, this starfield might be far more advanced than their own. Due to being moved onto this planet, left to their own devices, they were just ignorant of many matters. Wu Baozhai was one of them. Her heart fiercely raced as she observed the two figures through her spiritual sense. Is this real? She lost herself in her thoughts like all the others, but this was only momentary. A dissatisfied snort echoed throughout her mind belonging to Wu Yu. Don't be fooled by these people, Wu Yu reminded her. He was well aware of the peak-tier, 9th-grade alchemical product that was concocted by Wei Wuyin himself. As someone who understood the rankings and divisions of alchemists clearer, these two seemed outstanding, but if they were to meet Wei Wuyin, someone who could easily be classified as a grand alchemic sovereign, these lowly official alchemic sovereigns would be unqualified to carry his shoes. That little vixen. She might not even catch his eye. What were they so arrogant for? Just seeing their haughty expressions and stances as if everything in the world was unworthy of their steps was infuriating. Wu Baozhai was taken aback by Wu Yu's words. They were actual mortal sovereign alchemists. How could she be fooled? What was there to be fooled by? Wu Yu snorted dismissively, have you forgotten Wei Wuyin? After saying this, he explained to her the divisions and requirements. When he proceeded to elaborate on the vast difference between them, their ages, cultivation bases, etc., Wu Baozhai's expression flushed a little. Her heart started to race, but not for the reasons Wu Yu expected. The image of Wei Wuyin in her mind became sharper, more defined, and larger than before. On origin, there was someone else who was experiencing great fear, and not for the common reasons. Lin Xiangxi felt as if her entire world was crumbling a little. At first, she grew relieved from those words refuting the possibility that this pill could bestow a stronger, better domain seed than Lin Ming's. She, too, felt it had a cost and was unlikely, but when she heard Ma Sujiang and saw the two mortal sovereign alchemists, especially with the Twilight alchemic sovereign's presence, she felt her world start to shatter little by little. All of Lin Ming's advantages, all of which, went up like smoke. Even his apex-level wind intent wasn't unique enough. He Yanlei and Tang Xingyun had become holy children because they comprehended apex-level intent. They weren't even officially recognized chosen by their respective forces. It's this very reason why Time Lord Duhan might have changed his opinion of Lin Ming, but his mind didn't explode with shock. It was expected for Chosen to be an elite amongst hundreds of trillions of other genius cultivators, so if he didn't have this much, he didn't even have qualifications to fight for the Chosen title. She thought his age would be beneficial. After all, with a domain seed, he could reach the gravity emission phase in 10 years. That'll give him immense time and advantage over others, especially since the Chosen King competition was adjusted by age. Yet, if this pill existed, if it could be bought by the wealthy and talented, all of these advantages would be completely negated. He had already lost the Devil War realm that could have trained his subordinates. But that's fine. He already lost the Elementus cache that had numerous resources that could develop him and his force. But that's fine. Independent strength can bring capable subordinates and wealth. He now lost his only advantage. That's not fine. How could her world not be crumbling? While she was feeling as if all was lost for the limited time they had, Lin Ming was deeply frowning at this. The two mortal sovereign alchemists. He was fascinated that he could see them. These were figures on the same level as the King of Everlore. Lin Xianxian felt her face burning slightly. All her words were likely going to be proven wrong, and she felt a little awkward. She glanced at the elder that had echoed her words with a little anger. That elder became meek. In the end, she didn't say anything. It seems the Golden Life Pavilion is about to show the world new limits. She smilingly applauded the Golden Life Pavilion's efforts. The others nodded, agreeing that this was good for the world. But every last one of their hearts were pounding furiously at the sheer possibility of this being true. They might have nodded, but the majority of their focus was on the demonstration. After Ma Sujiang finally finished introducing the two, she asked, "Shall we begin?" The two mortal sovereign alchemists lightly nodded. Clearly, Ma Sujiang might be acting as the host for this demonstration, but the status of the two afforded them her total consideration. She moved to the center of the platform. She waved her hand, and a young girl, no more than 15 years old in appearance, and less than 30 years in age, she was an incredibly talented Ma clan cultivator by the name of Ma Luling. She was a prospective chosen, having cultivated a Nexus astral sword soul. The Nexus variant amplified her quantity of astral force within her, tripling its limit at all times. If they were going to demonstrate such a valuable pill, obviously they would use their own clan members who'd been thoroughly cultivated by them. Ma Luling was incredibly excited, but exceptionally diligent. She respectfully bowed to the alchemic sovereigns, but only received a slight nod from Ma Leihan. Their attitudes were quite clear. Even a prospective chosen from his clan could barely enter the eyes of Ma Leihan, let alone Muyura. Ma Sujiang wasn't bothered by this. Mortal sovereign alchemists were renowned for being exceptionally arrogant. After all, there were only 34 in a starfield of quadrillions of living beings. It was justified. She kept moving along, calling forth a cart that moved on the stage. It held a medium-sized jade box that glistened with light. It was expertly crafted with dragons and phoenixes circulating around it, animated as if they were completely real. Their dance resembled the immortal dance described in folklore and fairy tales. It was awe-inspiring and mesmerizing to behold. It entranced the spiritual senses of everyone. The box's purpose was to focus the spiritual senses of everyone towards it, and it perfectly performed its job. Ma Sujiang moved to behind the box. "Before I remove this pill, I'd like to first credit the alchemist who concocted this specific product, given to us to use to show you today." The alchemist who concocted this was also the same one who designed the pill, created it. Those words perked up everyone's attention. They thought it was a combined effort of multiple alchemic sovereigns. But it was a single person. Was it the Enya Hall alchemic saint? That was the only figure they could think of who could create a peak-tier, 9th-grade alchemical product alone and provide it to the Golden Life Pavilion. The Sky Zenith alchemic saint of the Imperial clan and Evergod Pill alchemic saint would never do so. Ma Sujiang hesitated for a moment. She glanced at the corner, seeing Ma Zheng. She was worried about revealing this detail, because she doubted it herself. It was only because Ma Zheng that the pill had his aura in its essential core that it had to be concocted by him and only him. Furthermore, the pill's age was only 10 months at most. Ma Zheng nodded to her. She calmed herself down and rid herself of unnecessary thoughts, continuing, "Some of you may know of this individual already, and for those who don't, you surely will. He was born in the Everlore Starfield, became a mortal sovereign alchemist before the age of 50. King of Everlore." The same name popped in the minds of everyone. There wasn't a single person who didn't flicker to this name. But, that doesn't feel right. Didn't the King of Everlore become a mortal sovereign alchemist after 100? What was this? Wu Baozhai felt her heart stop. Lin Ming's eyes widened. Su Mei smiled. Shui Fei felt her heart pound non-stop. Nasini was tensely gripping her chair. Dashan had the largest grin. The other ascendants who had already refined the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill knew the truth for a while, and the Valkyrie were long since told. They didn't expect that Wei Wuyin would make this move. The spiritual senses of everyone figuratively kept their ears open, wanting to hear the name of this figure. Ma Sujiang took one last breath. The Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn, the Neo-Dawn Grand Alchemic Sovereign, Weiwuyin. Who? Chapter 642, 637, Grand Demonstration, Light and Mist. Chapter 642, 637, Grand Demonstration, Light and Mist. Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn. Neo-Dawn Grand Alchemic Sovereign. Wei Wuyin. Amongst the spiritual senses present, excluding those of New Everlore, not a single one lacked personal status, exceptional backing, and cultivation. They were experienced and knowledgeable of the standards of the eternal sky starfield, at the very least. All the prominent characters, the earthly saints, the 34 mortal sovereign alchemists, the 504 prime and grand level alchemic emperors, and elite talents amongst a centennial generation, qualified to be true chosen. However, they were almost all floored by this announcement. Wei Wuyin. There were other Wei Wuyins in their memory, but none of them were even remotely as impressive as announced. The sheer significance of a grand-level mortal sovereign alchemist was stupendously massive. There were 3 levels of an alchemist, official, prime, and grand, which were respectively divided by those capable of reliably concocting a certain tier of alchemical product, low, high, and peak. Not even San Luoyang, one of the most publicly known figures amongst the mortal sovereign alchemists, one of the leaders of the Everlore Association, could be considered a grand alchemic sovereign. For the last several centuries, he's been at the prime alchemic sovereign level. Those spiritual senses that could be divided did so to investigate. They wanted information about this ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn, born in the Everlore starfield, and became a mortal sovereign alchemist before the age of 50. Most were in disbelief, refusing to believe such outrageous claims to justify their viewpoint here. One must know the king of Everlore, a man of outstanding prestige that has left an everlasting mark on the grand cyclic stellar region, had only become a mortal sovereign alchemist after 100 years. Furthermore, the standard of this was based on the archaic rubric, so he might have taken even longer. As for reaching the grand-level mortal sovereign alchemist, this was believed to be achieved after a few hundred years, and only because he was stuck in the desolate Dragnet region, he actually did it. Wu Baozhai couldn't help but feel her heart finally relax, but the concern in her voice was apparent. She didn't expect Wei Wuyin to be so open in his capabilities. After all, he was a little too outstanding, but also still very young. There were dangers involved. However, this concern was fueled by her time in the Wu clan's imperial palace. The conniving schemes of the selfish, petty, and jealous. Wu Yu disagreed with such thinking. The king of Everlore established himself in this territory with only a few genuine mystic ascendants at his beck and call, while earthly saints were present. I don't think that fellow would be received with any less respect after his abilities are verified. Furthermore, he's already making preparations. The Golden Life Pavilion, for example. Wu Baozhai frowned for a long moment, then her furrowed brows lifted. You're right. Wu Yu, however, had other thoughts as well. He didn't believe that Wei Wuyin understood everything about the eternal sky starfield or the grand cyclic region. This type of move had benefits, but it had its disadvantages as well. After all, he was using the Golden Life Pavilion to announce to the world that he was the second coming of the king of Everlore, at the very least. The strength of anonymity shouldn't be underestimated. While Wei Wuyin was never a figure that flew under the radar, in anything he had ever done since arriving at the Myriad Monarch sect, there was a subtle feeling of underestimation from most powerhouses. The San clan and the other 3 hegemon of the Trivision starfield was utterly powerless as long as Wei Wuyin remained in the protective formations of the Myriad Monarch sect, but they might have made a dangerous move if they could have, if they knew of his prestige. Who knew what changes this could bring? Others felt both excited and worried, such as Nasini. Wei Wuyin wanted her to establish herself, to soar past as an independent, but this move could reduce her to a foil again. To be considered as Wei Wuyin's wife, not as Nasini. She twisted the spatial ring on her finger, wondering what Wei Wuyin's thoughts were. Could it be? She felt the pressure to improve in her heart, to prove herself. It grew stronger as this announcement echoed in her heart. Was this Wei Wuyin's way of urging her forward? She couldn't be sure, but the more she considered it, the more her heart of cultivation continued to be pushed into greater pressure, helping it solidify. Before you return, I'll make sure my name resounds throughout this starfield. Nasini swore an oath in her heart, her eyes brilliantly fierce and determined. Shui Fei's eyes were bright like the gorgeous stars in the sky. She was filled with a furious yearning to meet Wei Wuyin again. Those in New Everlore were the most uproarious. For a moment, they were confused, but the name Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn was decided by many of them, given by them to Wei Wuyin to show their utmost respect towards the most talented figure since the king of Everlore. It was a play on words, perfectly tailored to Wei Wuyin, inducted into the Myriad Monarch sect, founding the Ascendants, and establishing a new era in his early years. It fit perfectly. So they knew that this Wei Wuyin was their Wei Wuyin. This was the figure that was primed to establish an entirely new era. While many of those who felt personally connected to Wei Wuyin were experiencing a wide array of emotions and desires, the most intense emotions, mostly on the dark side, belonged to Origin, the sole planet ruled by the True Element sect. The spiritual senses there were currently going wild, but Ma Sujiang didn't wait for others to digest and investigate. She proceeded by touching the lid of the box and pulled it open. When the lid was opened, the spiritual senses were stimulated by a gushing wave of pure alchemic mist erupted. It caused those senses that were divided to snap back to complete focus. The box was inspected with fierce force by everyone, unable to do anything else. This pill is named the Neo-Dawn Eclipse Pill. A single silver pill floated from the box, resembling a miniaturized solar star. It was radiant, gorgeous, and mystifying. It floated completely out of its own power, spun as if it was a planet, and released alchemical light, amazing. The one who spoke had a voice that was refreshing as a minty spring, stimulating the physical bodies of most men. This was because it originated from the platform. The Twilight Alchemic Sovereign, Muyura, had said those words, perfect. Ma Leihan threw in his own opinion. He had seen many ninth-grade pills before, but he had never seen one as perfectly formed like this. The alchemic light and mist it exuded was exceptional. He had never seen such an extraordinary pill before. It truly was worthy of being a peak-tier, ninth-grade pill. There wasn't a single leakage. Even if the pill was left out in the open for 1,000 years, it would still be in perfect condition. The structure was absolutely symmetrical, formed without a slight imbalance. The alchemic light and mist revealed no impurities, and repelled any impurities from reaching it. A natural defensive coating. Whoever creates this. Whoever created this pill. Muyura stepped forward, arriving directly before the pill as her heterochromic eyes inspected the floating pill that rotated with its own power. Her shapely body quivered slightly after being touched by the mist and light. Her eyes brightened as she breathed in. Bits of mist and light entered her veil, clearly going into her nostrils. Those eyes of hers grew intoxicated and unfocused. Ma Leihan faintly smiled. He had already inspected the product before, so he didn't need to do this. However, he knew what the Twilight Alchemic Sovereign was feeling at this moment. The purity of the alchemical energies used to create this pill had an exceptionally mind-elevating factor. He had seen alchemic mist and light before, but this pill was outrageous. During the light-conjuring astral tribulation, Wei Wuyin had used the refraction world light elixir of the transcendent quality to gain insight into unique primary light that his spirits of cultivation naturally exuded. It perfectly reflected their existences. Eden's primary light was the 7 source light. It reflected the 7 principles of alchemy and the 7 emotions relating to sentience. As for the mist, it originated from the utmost purity mist that came from the cauldron. This type of mist could only be produced by the consecutive successful concoction of 7th-grade products and higher, and if an impure quality product is generated, it's adversely affected. Wei Wuyin had completed countless 7th-grade and higher products, including 9th-grade products using the same cauldron. He hadn't concocted an impure quality product in a long, long time. If a product neared that level, he had the mental acuity and decisiveness to destroy it and restart before it completed. This was only achievable due to Eden's powers and his celestial eyes of spiritual divinity. It created an absolutely terrifying utmost purity mist. The Twilight Alchemic Sovereign's body kept shivering for a full minute, and Ma Sujiang just allowed her to assess. However, her expression darkened when the Alchemic Sovereign took another breath, then another. Ma Leihan's expression became slightly unsightly. Ma Jing had only allowed him to take in 1 breath, and even though he begged for more, he was outright refused. The utmost purity mist and primary light that established the alchemic mist and light was highly beneficial to alchemists and cultivators. It can elevate the quality of one's mental energies and gain alchemical insights from the utmost purity mist, which is a product of endless successful products. Mental energies were the most difficult type of the 4 foundational energies to improve, so this was outrageously beneficial to cultivators. Every breath was like a low-tier 8th-grade mental enhancing product. Even if the product was recreated, unless the same cauldron and alchemist concocted this pill, it wouldn't be remotely the same. Alchemic Sovereign Muyura. Ma Sujiang said in a patient yet deep tone, trying to remind her to assess properly. But when she took another breath, completely ignoring everything else, Ma Sujiang's eyes flickered with potent darkness. She felt an urge to slap this woman. She was directly stealing the benefits from their disciple, a perspective chosen. After all, the mist and light weren't unlimited. We're still in the demonstration, Ma Sujiang reminded. She hoped the constant shivering would bring Muyura to an awakening, but the response she got was infuriating. So, Muyura took another breath. She had already exhausted a third of the alchemic light and mist. The insights and elevation she gained from this was absolutely astonishing. Every breath was like a drug that brought one to an orgasm, utterly intoxicating. After all, refining an 8th-grade alchemical product might take a week or so for her, but every breath was instant with far more benefits. Ma Sujiang closed the box, sealing the pill. She spoke with her composure intact, yet through gritted teeth, "Alchemic Sovereign Muyura, please give your assessment." Muyura's eyes narrowed as she gave Ma Sujiang a dissatisfied look. She had an urge to steal the pill but held back. This wasn't her territory, and she was invited as a guest. She pouted her lips behind her veil and softly harumphed she didn't believe someone under 50 could concoct this. Perhaps only the king of Everlore or one of the 3 alchemic saints could produce this effect, at least in her mind. This is a genuine peak-tier, 9th-grade alchemical product. After saying this, she stepped away and gave the center stage back to Ma Sujiang. She directly ignored Ma Leihan's unsightly gaze. Ma Leihan had to take several breaths to calm down. To see someone obtain benefits from his own clan-run demonstration, greater than him, left him feeling all sorts of ways. He went up and verified as well, but he wasn't allowed to take a breath. This made him absolutely enraged, and his emotions stirred. "Thank you, Alchemic Sovereign Muyura and Alchemic Sovereign Ma Leihan." Ma Sujiang understood Ma Leihan's feelings, but she couldn't allow him to take 5 breaths. While the pill's effect wouldn't become diluted due to this being merely excess, it would be stealing from a prospective chosen. The box had been reopened for Ma Leihan's cursory inspection, so she merely brought it out and called Ma Luling to come closer. Ma Luling's eyes were reflecting the silver radiance of the pill. She realized it was absolutely captivating up close. Refine the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill. The grand demonstration was about to begin. Chapter 643, 638, Grand Demonstration, The Refinement. Chapter 643, 638, Grand Demonstration, The Refinement. The moment had arrived to decide if this pill could truly perform the feats it claimed to. Can it really create a domain seed for a cultivator? Furthermore, without a price. Numerous experts were skeptical of this. In origin, on the skyship of the Lin clan, the elder who had grown meek before decided to speak up at this moment. It shouldn't be possible, even the World Infusion Realm pill wasn't capable of this. At least, not without consequences. Lin Xianxian frowned, but her own thoughts echoed this. But at the moment, the name Wei Wuyin was causing her to feel strange and uncentered. The name was strangely familiar, but she couldn't quite pinpoint it. Just like the others, she was sending out an investigation to obtain any information about him. Lin Xiangxi's heart was pounding from the name being said, and it enveloped her every thought. It was only when the elder spoke that her thoughts were freed, and she directed her attention towards the elder. As if trying to seek out a lifeboat, she asked, "Why not?" Lin Ming's mind jolted from her voice. He, too, was absolutely shook by the name. Wei Wuyin. That Wei Wuyin. Born in the Everlore starfield. Under 50. Wasn't this a perfect freaking fit? The elder looked at the saintess of their sect and young miss of the Lin clan and faintly smiled, putting on the appearance of a kind and knowledgeable senior. The World Infusion Realm pill created a domain seed, but how is a domain seed created? It requires a cultivator's foundation, their soul idol rings, spatial resonance ripples, primary light source, and gravitational central mass to gather and establish the domain seed. If this is performed prematurely, then a cultivator can't ascend the 7th astral tribulation. Their path on cultivation would have been diverted too much. The elder explained confidently. Lin Ming's left eyelid started to twitch. He was an actual exception to that rule, so to him, this elder came off as an ignorant idiot. He had used the foundation of others to create his. He used the foundation of others to produce his domain seed, so he didn't suffer any consequences and his path was unhindered. As if it clicked simultaneously, both Lin Ming and Lin Xiangxi glanced at each other with a faint realization. A light of joy for different yet similar reasons manifested in their eyes. "You're brainless. Don't speak again." Lin Xianxian didn't feel like getting slapped again because of this elder. She still felt the faint slap that she caused herself on her cheeks. The elder yelped in surprise, and then looked down despondently. Clearly, he accepted her order. Lin Xianxian glanced at Lin Xiangxi, not wanting her daughter to accept misinformation. The pill is meant for soul idol phase cultivators and above, so from the onset, spatial ripples, primary light, and gravitational central mass isn't present or required. If alchemy was only known for one thing, it'll be for producing what cultivators lack. Let's just watch. The mood became solemn. Their spiritual senses focused on the demonstration. Ma Luling grabbed at the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill with trembling hands. As a prospective chosen, younger than 30, and an absolute talent, she was extremely aware of the advantages that this pill would give her if it was true. Her hand trembled for a moment before the alchemic light and mist it emitted relaxed her. With a steady hand, she consumed the pill and then sat down on the platform to refine it. The level of expectations were outrageously high. If Ma Luling gains a domain seed, a worldly domain, access to spatial force, and all that without any consequence, then this would be absolutely world-shaking. It'll alter the entire standard for geniuses and timelines for cultivation, since most cultivators had to reach the peak of the astral core realm at 500 to 700 years before being ineligible to pay the 800 years of lifespan cost to ascend. This would be endlessly beneficial to everyone. Just the sprint to 3rd stage to 7th stage of the astral core realm was on average 200 to 300 years for most who wished to ascend. Not everyone was capable of doing so. The significance of this pill's existence could not be underestimated. Ma Sujiang and the rest observed every fluctuation from Ma Luling. Those with more powerful spiritual senses could see the entire process that was occurring within her body, while those weaker could only observe her from outside. Still, there were certain things they all felt. The sword howl of defiance from Ma Luling's Nexus Astral Sword Soul. It fought fiercely as a silver radiance started to encroach on every location of her existence. But after it was taken over by the silver radiance, the Nexus Astral Soul sword howl became a screech of defiance to a keen of joy. This shook almost everyone who could see it. It was extremely rare for astral souls to react so lively, in any manner. They were often just silent, agitated usually by their cultivators' hectic actions, or being pressured by external forces, but never in such an animated fashion. For a second, it seemed alive. Ma Luling didn't experience the same defining memories and emotions that Nasini had as her soul aura was grafted onto the pill. Instead, she started to smile like an absolute idiot. Her eyelids fluttered constantly to reveal her unfocused eyes behind it, and they were dilated. While she didn't feel euphoric and orgasmic pleasure, she felt an absolutely explosive feeling of joy and happiness. She would chuckle like an innocent child at times, making others feel like she was just a child. Her entire body took on a silver color, but her features were clearly defined for all to observe. They couldn't help but wonder what she was experiencing at this moment. It must be amazing to smile and laugh so foolishly. How many experts wished they could still do the same? Before long, Ma Luling's entire body started to manifest elemental energies, multicolored primary light, swirling gravitational forces, and refined spatial energies infused with spiritual mana, creating a distinctive aura similar to spatial force. All these energies and forces intermixed, replicating an aura distinctively seen in the event of the creation of an entire world. The pill within her settled in her dantian, acting as a substitute framework for a domain seed. A domain seed forged by her soul aura, perfectly compatible as if it was an organ she had lived her entire life with. It started absorbing the energies and forces that swirled around her. These energies and forces weren't very powerful, but they were remarkably pure, unfathomably so. Even the spiritual senses watching were astounded by the level of purity. They had never seen multicolored primary light together in the outside world, bringing even the ascended a new experience. The entire process lasted roughly 15 minutes, far longer than Nasini. A clear distinction in their body's talents. After all, Nasini refined a high-quality pill, taking less than a few minutes, but Ma Luling took 15 for a low-quality pill. The silver radiance receded into the newly established domain seed. Ma Luling was broken out of her thoughts. When she awoke, realizing where she was, she started to cry. It was a gracious cry, lacking even an iota of sadness. She couldn't help it, even snot formed in her nostrils as she laughed and cried, sniffing crazily. The world watched a young girl, who looked no more than 16 years old, begin to cry her heart out in contented joy. They were unable to process this. Ma Luling, status. Ma Sujiang arrived beside her, touching her shoulder. Whatever Ma Luling experienced, she could feel the genuine happiness in her. What type of pill was this? There was even a temptation to take it herself. Moreover, she was utterly floored by the refinement time. What the hell was this? Even Ascended took a week to refine 8th grade products, but this was completed in a quarter of an hour. She expected the demonstration to last for months, if not several years, and so did everyone else. This was a peak-tier, 9th grade alchemical pill. There was an entire procedure that was meant to accommodate this long wait. She wasn't supposed to complete the refinement, just begin it. How terrifyingly miraculous was this pill? Was it designed to be easily refined? If before everyone was shocked by the possibility of the pill's effects, now these top-tier experts were completely horrified at the short amount of time needed to refine it. What type of pill was this? Ma Luling soon gathered herself. She looked at Ma Sujiang and then inspected herself. She saw the domain seed orbiting her Nexus astral sword soul like a lunar satellite. The astral soul would send out wisps of spiritual energy to touch the domain seed, as if caressing it joyfully. It was a little too intimate. If she had to say so herself, however, she felt a definitive connection. Out of curiosity, she interfaced with the domain seed and sent her spiritual sense into it. When she did, she was flushed with a strange feeling as she felt as if the world had suddenly entered her control. She felt her body grow lighter. Her worldly domain unfurled as her soul idol with 9 rings of a dark-colored sword manifested vaguely behind her. That's a worldly domain. Chapter 644, 639, Grand Demonstration, Conclusion. Chapter 644, 639, Grand Demonstration, Conclusion. Both mortal sovereign alchemists vanished. They arrived before Ma Luling with astonishing speed, their hands both reaching out to touch her shoulders. Muyura grabbed the left and Ma Leihan grabbed the right. They were enveloped in the worldly domain, but it was inconsequential to cultivators of their levels. They thoroughly sent in their spiritual sense and inspected the domain seed. They were careful, not wanting to harm it. The verification of this domain seed's validity was monumental, and with numerous spiritual senses present, they didn't dare to mess around or play any tricks. Muyura breathily said aloud, "This should be impossible." Ma Leihan added, "How can this happen?" Ma Sujiang had inspected Nasini's domain seed before from a distance, but she didn't try to do so directly after because she felt Wu Yu's mark on her body. If she acted, that mark would have certainly retaliated and struck her as a threat. She didn't dare act carelessly. She touched Ma Luling's lower back and inspected it directly by sending her spiritual sense within her body. Her eyes widened as she did, feeling completely flabbergasted by the internal scene and what she felt a genuine domain seed. All 3 of these experts had formed their own domain seed before, so they could easily determine the veracity of such an existence, but they've never seen anything like this. Ma Leihan shook his head slightly. It's her domain seed. There's no sign of bodily rejection or unstable structure. It is as if she formed it naturally. It doesn't replicate the realm world's procedure, but seems to draw its essence from pure and unrefined energies and forces for itself. All these energies and forces have been converted to match the aura of her spirit of cultivation. There's not a single hint of disunity. How incredible! Muyura was speechless. Ma Sujiang understood what this meant, but she felt as if Ma Leihan needed to simplify it. Can you explain what that means for those less experienced? Ma Leihan glanced at her and nodded. Her domain seed is perfectly formed, and there's no consequences to its creation, nor any issue in her worldly domain. She'll be able to cultivate normally, even use her worldly domain freely. Furthermore, the energies and forces within the domain seed are of a higher standard, so she'll have a perfect reference to the next stages of her cultivation. After explaining and clarifying these points, Ma Sujiang and Ma Leihan looked to Muyura. She was here to act as an impartial assessor, to verify the effects of the pill. Muyura was still in her feelings when she felt endless gazes on her figure. She took a long, deep breath before exhaling lightly. I concur. All the senses watching went utterly ballistic after hearing Muyura's agreement. She represented the Everlore Association, the greatest organization of the alchemic Tao in the entire Grand Cyclic Stellar region, only matched somewhat by the 9-star Sainthal, so her words were gold to their ears. Ma Sujiang faintly smiled. She glanced at the corner, looking at Ma Zheng, whose usually lazy gaze was quite heavy at the moment. He didn't expect the pill to take such a short period to refine. The implications of this were even greater than the pill itself. Ma Sujiang spoke to the spectating crowd. The Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill has been demonstrated. You all can feel the faint world pressure emitted by the worldly domain she's emitted, and have heard the review of 2 prestigious mortal sovereign alchemists. With this completed, we'll take a 3-hour break before proceeding to the Golden Life auction for the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill. Thank you all for watching the grand demonstration of the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill. When she announced this, the revealment disc whirled down and gently expelled all the spiritual senses. Not all of them will return, and the number will be significantly less, only involving the richest and most influential forces of the starfield, perhaps even the entire grand cyclic stellar region. Muyura took a soft breath as he regarded Ma Luling. She couldn't help but say, the alchemic saints will surely participate in this. The price for this pill will be. The Golden Life auction was meant to set the base price for the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill, including the priority on who receives the first batch of successful concoction. The alchemic saints will certainly involve themselves, hoping to dissect the product for themselves. This was clearly the Golden Life Pavilion's intentions. But he still felt odd. If those 3 forces that had better alchemists amongst them were to obtain the pill, wouldn't the monopoly from the Golden Life Pavilion be ruined? It seemed somewhat odd that they would reveal such a terrifying pill. However, Ma Sujiang merely smiled at this. It wasn't just because of Ma Zheng's desire to act in Wei Wuyan's interests, but because Ma Leihan had tried to inspect the pill. He was unable to discover any details regarding it. Even his guesses were outright wrong. The essences, materials, and energies were so perfectly intermixed and transformed that none of their alchemists could correctly guess a single material used. Even if they randomly assumed, they couldn't determine its functions or how to apply it. It's not that it was decipherable, but it was certainly not simple. There was something strange about this pill. Without the recipe, it was utterly impossible to know what was used and how it was used, but with it, it was as if it was the easiest concoction method imaginable. They had jointly used multiple grand alchemic emperors and their 2 available mortal sovereign alchemists to concoct it according to the recipe and the respective notes left behind, and despite failing 7 out of 8 times in 6 months, they were capable of concocting a single low-grade Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill. This was absolutely impressive. The alchemists were startled at how terrifyingly precise and self-explanatory everything was. It was outrageously detailed. As long as they followed it exactly, there was very little error and it was exceedingly swift to concoct. They even knew when they failed based on the notes detailing minute shifts to indicate failure, so they could just stop and reset. They wished that every concoction method was as explained as this. They could all become mortal sovereign alchemists. Unfortunately, due to their combined effort, none of those emperor alchemists gained recognition to become mortal sovereign alchemists. Still, it was quite beneficial to them. They even decided to change up how they approached note-taking and concoction method designing. If Wei Wuyan knew that his precise notes overturned a standard of the Golden Life Pavilion's alchemic Tao, he would feel honored. As for the difficulty to decipher, that wasn't deliberate, just a happy coincidence with the grand demonstration over. The various forces and those who spectated it were amidst their fervorous discussions and speculations. They were hyped. The possibilities of this pill hitting the market, being given access to by the chosen of the starfield, even being purchasable by those who weren't very talented, was absolutely mind-shaking. The words Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill, Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn, Wei Wuyan, and breaking conventions of cultivation were being spoken more times than one could even imagine in every passing second. News even started to spread to those less fortunate, and even bronze-tier forces were given the news. Hundreds of trillions of cultivators were discussing, some for the sake of being a part of this new wave, and others out of ignorance, but some were truly enthralled by this piece of news. Others, however, such as those in origin, were experiencing slightly different emotions from those names. Because the investigation soon yielded results. Lin Xianxian had dark expressions as she observed the 3 figures that had just shattered through her skyship's defenses as if they weren't even there. They landed on the skyship as if they didn't even consider her of any importance, as if they owned it. Those that followed her, those others from the Lin clan, all grew meek and respectful at the presence of these 3 figures. Their gathered presence was legendary, and each one commanded an unimaginable degree of authority and respect, including having outstanding origins themselves. One of these domineering presences was a hooded figure dressed in a 9-colored outfit that was perfectly symmetrical in design with a white-colored character at his heart region. It read, Guardian Han Yuhei. He was at the center, clearly the most imposing figure amongst the 3, and the other 2 seemed to accept this positioning. Han Yuhei's facial features were concealed, but he spoke so powerfully that the entire skyship shook with every syllable. The breaths of everyone grew stifled in their chest. Is Wei Wuyan our chosen? Chapter 645, 640, Three Earthly Saints. Chapter 645, 640, Three Earthly Saints. Is Wei Wuyin our chosen? A single question. 5 words. Just 5 words were spoken, yet the expressions of every individual on the skyship, be it Lin Xianxian, the elders, or the disciples with some status, changed, and it initiated the start of a series of outrageous discoveries, of embarrassing truths, and uncertain fates that even the heavenly Daos couldn't correct. The crowd on the skyship were at first a little confused by such a question being asked. How could a mortal sovereign alchemist be their chosen? Then, as if a raging flood of realization simultaneously washed over them, one by one, their expressions experienced drastic changes. The other 2 figures standing beside Han Yuhei had calm looks, but the glint in their eyes betrayed their seething emotions. The one to Han Yuhei's right was a young, mature-looking, dark-haired beauty with a hair-raised bun. Her makeup was exquisitely applied. It was clearly the result of her meticulous, careful, and particular nature. With straight bangs, those clear brown eyes beneath were quite imposing. She wore a white-colored robe with navy blue trim and a thick sash that hugged her slim figure. She wasn't big-breasted or overly curvaceous, but she certainly wasn't lacking in those areas, or any for that matter. With long eyelashes and dark eyeliner, it accentuated her already phoenix eyes, heightening her imperialistic vibes. At the back of her robes were the characters for Grand Elder to highlight her position. Shockingly, despite her aura being relatively lacking in comparison to Han Yuhei, she had a certain gravitas that resembled his. Those who were familiar with such aura would discover that she, too, was an earthly saint. The other to Han Yuhei's left was an average-looking middle-aged man with a heavily grayed beard, lackadaisical posture, and a black baldric at his waist that seemed to hold a dagger that was no longer than 8 inches. Despite his posture, his eyes were ferociously fierce. He gave off a terrifyingly imposing aura without the slightest bit of words or intent. He was dressed in white sword robes, but his trim was blood crimson and not navy blue. The aura that he exuded contained that exceptional feeling, indicating his existence as an earthly saint. 3 earthly saints. The mature-looking woman was named Zhang Zi, matriarch of the Zhang clan within the True Element sect, and leader of the Shattering Element faction. Her clan had jointly created the Elemental Jade sect, yet they suffered under the Lin clan's concessions and oaths by association. This led to thousands of years of bitterness and regret. The middle-aged man was named Gong Lao, the representative of the True Origin faction for the special existences beyond origin. Those who were often referred to as parasites by the Lin clan and Shattering Element factions. All 3 were astonishing figures that decided various matters throughout the sect, and they stood before the Lin clan, the supposed leaders of the True Element sect, without the slightest trace of respect within their bearings. The sect leader, Lin Xianxian, who had acted imperiously before, could only bite her tongue and become meek and quiet. A deep, dissatisfied light surged within her eyes that stemmed from her weakness. The Lin clan lacked an earthly saint. In fact, they even lacked a demi-mortal Lord Phase cultivator, those at the 3rd stage of the mystic ascendant realm. She was amongst the highest-leveled cultivators amongst the Lin clan, and she was at the 2nd stage of the mystic ascendant realm, the soul of mysticism phase. Yet if it wasn't for Han Yuhei's relationship with the Bai clan, and their intimate relationship with the Bai clan, perhaps they would be only Qi condensation realm cultivators bred to maintain their bloodline. Unable to resist any one of them, she could only reluctantly accept their disrespectful intrusion with a respectful bow of greeting. However, she had now recalled that there was indeed news of a second chosen, supposedly one who comprehended element heart intent, that had passed the Elementus chosen trial. Zhang Zi's eyes looked at the frustrated and suppressed Lin Xianxian and formed a faint smile. Are you deaf? The prestigious guardian of the elements, Han Yuhei, has asked you a question. Her words were calmly spoken, but it felt scathing and fierce. Before Lin Xianxian's subordinates and fellow clan members, she directly highlighted her puppet-like status and lack of authority. When they ask a question, she must answer it. There was no alternative, and it should be done at the fastest possible speed. Lin Xianxian clenched her fist, but she didn't dare glare at Zhang Zi or the others. She pushed out a stifled answer, I do not know, Guardian Han. Zhang Zi swiftly fired off, we know you're ignorant and useless, there's no need to remind us. He was asking our saintess, the overseer of the Elementus chosen trial, not you. It was clear she was deliberately making it difficult for Lin Xianxian. The stifled atmosphere grew tense as Lin Xianxian felt her breath become stuck in her throat, her cheeks reddened, and her golden-colored eyes simmering with barely contained explosive rage. Humiliating. How humiliating. However, she kept her head down despite it all. The dynamic wasn't just due to their difference in authority, but talent and strength. Han Yuhei didn't even bother caring about this petty exchange of women, asking the ashen-faced Lin Xiangxi, "Is Wei Wuyin our chosen? The one who comprehended element heart intent? The second chosen of the elementist chosen trial?" Everyone's ears perked. Some found the name Wei Wuyin familiar, like Lin Xianxian, but they didn't link a grand alchemic sovereign with a youthful chosen. Even though Ma Sujiang had mentioned that the person in question were born from the Everlore starfield, being under 50 at the time they became a mortal sovereign alchemist, they didn't connect that with the talented junior who was rumored to have comprehended element heart intent. It was a strange, almost surreal disconnect. Even at the moment, they couldn't understand why they had refused to make that connection. But it only took a moment for them to realize why. Element heart intent was outrageously difficult to comprehend, yet the alchemic Tao was even more terrifyingly difficult to touch at high levels. The sheer amount of time they assumed was needed went beyond the status of a junior. Instead, it seemed to need thousands of years as an established ascended. If these two figures were the same, then wouldn't their talent be a little too unreal? No, not unreal, but utterly impossible. Lin Xiangxi felt her heart pulse erratically. This was one of her greatest concerns and her most terrifying nightmare, Wei Wuin's status being focused upon. However, it was much worse than she could ever imagine. Wei Wuin wasn't just a talented junior. If the Golden Life Pavilion was to be trusted, he was a mortal sovereign alchemist. And not just a normal one. There was a rumor spread about a second chosen by those ascended, including the details of the Elementus cache, but it wasn't too focused on before. She had decided to downplay its significance in her report, leaving it a little open for interpretation. It was why very few instantly recalled Wei Wuin's name when it was mentioned. It was a measly rumor at most, she wanted it that way, and no one really cared about verifying it. Not as if they could. The Everlore starfield was completely devastated, the Devil War realm was destroyed alongside the primary overseer, at least in most of their assumptions. Only a few were aware of Wang Yuqian's multi-connected state, linked to several secret realms and locations of inheritances. The only one that should be more aware of the details was Han Yuhei, as he participated in its eventual creation and establishment alongside his cousin, the divine King Han Zhe. However, he was an earthly saint. This matter was beneath him to personally investigate or pay any attention to. After all, it's not like there's a lack of prospective chosen to select from, to develop fully. She couldn't speak, she had no idea how to respond without knowing of the consequences that'll follow. For her and Lin Mingxi was aware that the two must be the same, or someone was playing a disgusting and tasteless joke on her. After all, the title of Ascendant Emperor of Neodawn was outrageously popular while she resided in the Everlore starfield in its last years. They referred to only a single person who achieved outstanding feat after feat. She couldn't help but recall the Grand Seer's words in her light-headed state. Unfortunately, her current state was unable to alleviate any issues. In the end, Lin Ming had decided to step forward in front of Lin Xiangxi protectively, once more shielding her with his presence. While facing three earthly saints was heart palpitating, he had to retain his cool at all costs. He answered coolly, "The two could be the same, but we're not sure." Gong Lao's left brow lifted, "And you are?" Seeing this gray-eyed youth step forward and speak when he wasn't spoken to was quite amusing to Gong Lao. This young man needed to be taught a lesson in regards to status. Then, he'll learn to mind his status and only speak when spoken to. In his next life, of course, you're the archaic chosen. Zhang Zi intervened at this moment, clearly knowledgeable in Gong Lao's tactics. No matter how Lin Ming answered, Gong Lao would likely cripple him after he spoke, then give him a sternly delivered idiom like a teacher before ending his life as an example to others. However, she couldn't allow that to happen. Gong Lao's left brow lifted higher, "Archaic chosen." He gave Lin Ming a once-over. His eyes didn't emit any spiritual light, but one could tell an ocular spell of an outrageous level was being performed. "You took the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill." Gong Lao was shocked at his discovery, both eyebrows lifted. This prompted Zhang Zi to give Lin Ming another look. She, too, was astonished at her discovery. Han Yuhei didn't react to this. He had already learned all he needed from Bai Yushi in regards to why and how she suffered damage to her soul, including their deceptive plans to make Lin Ming a chosen via the archaic Elementus chosen trial. Clearly, this was a desperate ploy to break the Lin clan free from their predicament. However, this child wasn't much in his opinion. If it wasn't for his granddaughter's sacrifice and her willingness to do so, he would have already killed this brat. If it wasn't for his granddaughter's plea, he wouldn't have given Lin Ming a chance to fight for his right as a chosen, especially against the unanimous disagreements that occurred. Lin Ming didn't know how to respond to that question. He looked at Han Yuhei. If he told the truth, the secret of his power would be told before everyone. This was incredibly detrimental to him and his reputation. After all, the Tang clan, Bai Yushi, and a young woman's entire life was affected by this. Even if that was disregarded, this trump card of his would be openly revealed to everyone. Han Yuhei was uncaring of those consequences, but he wouldn't highlight his own granddaughter's stupidity or create rumors regarding their potential relationship unless necessary. That'll just lead to further issues down the line. But he didn't intervene, allowing Lin Ming to handle the questioning himself. Fortunately for Lin Ming, Lin Xiangxi finally regained her calm after seeing Lin Ming bravely face the incoming storm for her. She took several breaths before walking ahead of Lin Ming, bowing respectfully. Saintess greets Lord Guardian, Grand Elder Zhang, and Elder Gong. She used this greeting time to realign her mentality. With a firm expression, she answered, "The one that is named Wei Wuyin is likely the same youth that had passed the Elementus chosen trial by fulfilling one of the special conditions, comprehending element heart intent." Gong Lao's expression changed slightly. "How old is he?" Lin Xiangxi didn't hesitate to continue. "While I'm unaware of his exact age, I do know he isn't 50 yet, but is in his late 40s. He also has a stellar reputation in the Everlore starfield towards the alchemic Tao, defeating an alchemic astral soul alchemist in an all-alchemic clash. However, I was unaware that he was a mortal sovereign alchemist." There was a long, tense silence. They were all staring at Lin Xiangxi with varied expressions. Zhang Zi broke this silence, her voice somewhat urgent. "Why is he not with you? As the assigned overseer of the trial, given permission by the council to do so, you are tasked with bringing any chosen that have overcome the trial here." Wei Wuyin was a heaven-sent talent. Just from the pill that broke conventions, likely about to realign the entire Grand Cyclic Stellar Region's cultivation standard, he was already paving the way to become the second king of Everlore. If he was brought to the sect, wouldn't he have joined them? Lin Xiangxi's eyes glinted with mysterious light, but she calmly explained, "I was injured and was unable to act as an overseer after being assaulted by unknown assassins en route to the Everlore starfield." She paused for a moment and stared at Zhang Zi. Her Shattered Element faction had launched an attack on her, leaving her nearly crippled and without support. If it wasn't for the aegis of the elements and Lin Ming who later helped her recover her strength, she would have been dead, or worse yet. Zhang Zi was unbothered by her deliberate stare down. There was not a single hint of awkwardness or guilt within her expression of eyes. It was as if she was entirely unaware of Lin Xiangxi's assault. Lin Xiangxi continued after seeing Zhang Zi's shamelessness, "Bai Yushi had taken my position as overseer. I could only wait until the Elementus chosen trial was completed. However, I had not seen Wei Wuyin, only Lin Ming at the time. Shortly after arriving back, I went to the Golden Gate Pavilion to seek details on his current whereabouts. They informed me that he was not in the Eternal Sky starfield. However, this information is several months old, so I'm unsure now." Her words were concise and clear for all to hear. While she deliberately forgot to mention that Lin Ming and Bai Yushi had kept her ignorant of Wei Wuin's status until after they left the Everlore starfield, the rest was truthful without any holes. To others, it was clear she tried, yet even the Golden Gate Pavilion was little help. Han Yuhei frowned beneath his hood. He didn't ask Bai Yushi about the exact details of the Elementus chosen trial. He didn't see the need to care about such insignificant details. As for the element heart intent, word of a second chosen, he didn't believe that news after finding Bai Yushi with only Lin Ming present. It felt like a rumor meant to further worsen the true element sect's position in the Eternal Sky starfield, not legitimate facts. He just never felt the need to verify this information. "We need to know everything that happened in the Elementus chosen trial." "Everything," Zhang Zi emphasized, looking at Gong Lao, who nodded in return. They both looked to Han Yuhei. The only one who could truly answer any and all questions without any glaring holes would be Bai Yushi. Han Yuhei stayed silent. With a wave of his hand, a veiled young woman shimmered into existence as if transported through space. She yelped slightly after discovering the abrupt shift in scenery. Her soul aura was quite stable, almost completely healed. It was clear that Han Yuhei had done everything he could to restore his granddaughter's soul state. Yushir, tell us all that happened in the Elementus trial, from beginning to end. The full report, including details about the one named Wei Wuyin. Han Yuhei said, his voice calm and warm. This caused a few to feel shocked at the difference in manners. Even his voice was controlled, gentle and normal. Bai Yushi looked at Lin Xiangxi, Lin Ming, and the others. So it was time. While she knew it was bound to happen, she didn't think it'd be this fast. With a soft sigh, she nodded. She proceeded to tell them everything. Chapter 646, 641, Truth Comes to Light. Chapter 646, 641, Truth Comes to Light. Every last detail was told, including the details from the live reports of Wang Yuqian. While Wang Yuqian had excluded information about Wei Wuyin deliberately, Bai Yushi received real-time feedback from Wang Yuqian as they happened, to update her on various events and circumstances of the chosen contestants. This included the layout of every force, including the number of Realm Lords, Time Lords, and Star Lords. There was real-time location monitoring, which was why she had found Lin Ming so swiftly, even creating a small play where she caught him peeking at her bathing, and later testing what made Lin Xiangxi consider him as special. She grew to have feelings for him from that moment on, falling for his heroic attitude, refreshing personality, and outstanding potential. When she went over the reported Holy Child trial results, not a single person's expression didn't distort greatly from certain details. 8 years, 7 months, 13 days. Spatial resonance phase, astral core realm. 33,900 spirit units. Killed a suppressed realm lord with terrifyingly brutal precision and might. What the hell? This wasn't even all. Bai Yushi gave reports of the events surrounding the Holy Child competition, and while they hadn't heard the exact, minutely described details, they were informed of the overall events that led to the fall of 2 holy clans and their holy children. With a single challenge, Wei Wuyin had claimed absolute victory. He had obtained 8 out of the 9 tokens, even nearly killed He Yanglei, a genius of the He clan who comprehended an apex-level intent. They were informed by Wang Yuqian's real-time reports that the Ascended protecting He Yanglei saved his life. There were tiny details that were glossed over, but they understood the gist. Then, he fought his way towards a holy temple and reaped the lives of suppressed realm lords like they were cabbages, challenging Lin Ming, whereby, albeit very reluctant to mention, Bai Yushi still informed them that Wei Wuyin had tricked Lin Ming into a surrender using a drug or illusory technique. She made sure to place emphasis that Wei Wuyin used a self-damaging method to amplify his spirit units, elevate his strength to incredible levels, and suffered a near-crippling consequence as a result. This could even be verified by the other Ascended present at the time, so he was only 1 token short from claiming victory. But the Tang clan's young mistress used the Ascended meant to act as only a protector in the Devil War realm to repel him. Venerable Spirit Walker. Han Yuhei's eyes glistened underneath his hood. They could only see a faint deadly light emitted. Some of the elders felt this was a gross injustice. The outsiders had interfered into the Elementus chosen trial for the caches, completely underhanded like thieves, and then had their Ascended interfere. Wei Wuyin survived, sure, but they had robbed him of his victory. According to Bai Yushi, Lin Ming had lost against Wei Wuyin. No, he disgracefully surrendered. That was even worse, but he was still selected as a chosen because Tang clan's young mistress had refused to fight him. Using her Ascended to prevent a challenge? Giving Lin Ming time to obtain his chosen title via a special exception. Then after that, even after all that, at the last moment, Wei Wuyin still timely comprehended element heart intent, using his own abilities to earn a special exception and access to the Elementus cache. They didn't need to be told what happened next. Clearly, Wei Wuyin thrashed Lin Ming again and stole the Elementus cache. The talkative elder couldn't help but speak his mind aloud. So, what did Lin Ming do to earn his chosen title? In the elder's mind, he felt it was absolutely ridiculous. These reports detailed that Wei Wuyin went through the trial rightfully, claiming beautiful victory after beautiful victory, and almost completed the objective using his own means and methods. Yet in the end, Lin Ming, who seemingly did nothing, was the chosen present before them. How the hell did that happen? Lin Xiangxi paled. Hearing all the details again, not just the brief explanation of Wei Wuyin, was incredibly fucking outrageous sounding. Was it really like this? All Lin Ming did was comprehend an apex-level intent to qualify as a holy son, lost his tokens, and then he used an evil method to create an artificial domain seed. Bayushi looked down at her feet, biting her lower lip anxiously beneath her veil. Even she was starting to realize the abhorrent truth. She no longer had blinders on. It was all incredibly damning to Lin Ming's status and feat as a chosen. As for that question was an additional nail into his proverbial coffin. Han Yuhei's face beneath his hood became outrageously dark. He knew the truth. Bayushi and the Tang clan's young mistress had sacrificed a portion of their cultivation and damaged their souls to generate an artificial domain seed to obtain a special exception from the trial. Zhang Zi and Gong Lao were curious about this, so they pressed on the matter. What did he do? Bayushi lifted her head to her grandfather, seeking support, but he shook his head. This meant he wasn't going to shield Lin Ming from this revealing truth. She should answer the question. And she did. And she couldn't hold anything back. Left with no choice, she began to explain. Myself, Tang Xingyun, her maidservant, and venerable spirit walker used the engorging foundation method to strip a portion of our cultivation base to Lin Ming, allowing him to manifest a domain seed with his outstanding talent. It was a special exception and it earned him the title of chosen. Lin Ming's expression was outwardly the picture of serenity and unconcerned emotion. As for the internal picture, it was not any of those things. He felt awful. After hearing about all the details, learning about what happened, everyone formed a timeline and understanding of what happened. It wasn't even concealed, so everyone, including the young talents of the Lin clan, was now aware of every last detail. The talkative elder had a strange expression. Since he wasn't silenced before after speaking, he felt at ease to continue. So, Lin Ming did nothing, right? And this way Wu Yin, the rightful chosen who should have completed the actual condition, was robbed of his title by the neutral overseer and ascended using an evil method. And even then, he broke his limits and comprehended element hard intent to obtain a similar special exception. And, after all that, he still obtained the elementus cash. Lin Xian and everyone else stared at Lin Ming. Their gazes were extremely odd and filled with a hint of shame. Not for themselves, but reflecting what they believed Lin Ming should be feeling. What type of situation was this? What type of shitshow was this? There was a short debate over Lin Ming's legitimacy as a chosen due to completing the trial, and many felt that as long as he overcame the three chosen aspects tribulation, then it was fine, but now. You stupid little girl, Zhang Zi remarked viciously. To work alongside outsiders to falsely establish a chosen. This was clearly an act of fraud. Did she think they were all tools for her whim? She felt an urge to slap Bayushi. Mind yourself. Han Yuhei shouted, the skyship trembled and Zhang Zi paled. Her eyes gleamed with a spiritual light, but she merely harumphed and said nothing else. But her emotions were not just hers, but echoed in the hearts of everyone else. They lost, not just their true chosen, but a mortal sovereign alchemist. This left them with an ash-in-mouth taste that they couldn't get rid of. To freaking add, they had no idea where Wei Wuyin was at this moment. As for relying on the Golden Gate Pavilion, who knew if they would tell them now? They might try to poach him instead. I propose we kill this false chosen, punish the saintess for her ineptitude and then act to find Wei Wuyin immediately. The Golden Life Pavilion must know of his whereabouts. As an officially recognized chosen of our Elementus Domain's true element sect, we'll give him great conditions to redeem our mistake. I'm sure our sect can offer him enough. Gong Lao, the representative of the special existences, stated casually, but there was a trace of a confident smile on his face. Lin Xiangxi's pale expression turned whiter than imaginable. Her eyes widened with fear. The word false chosen echoed in her mind as the Grand Seer's words were recalled. That was what she referred to Lin Ming as. Furthermore, she had no rebuttal to defend him. She was skeptical if even her master would accept a disciple who was embroiled in such a terrifying scandal. Zhang Zi went thoughtfully silent, gazing at Lin Ming. After a moment, she asked, "Unleash your worldly domain." The eyes of Gong Lao brightened. He understood what Zhang Zi intended to do, but he didn't know why she would try to justify this fraud's continued existence. He had received nothing but external support to obtain his title as a chosen. How could the sect support him now? He was the definition of shameless. He had the help of an ascended, the overseer, and the Tang clan's young mistress, yet he still lost the Devil War realm, Elementus Cash, and was bested during the actual chosen trial. He had no qualifications to retain that title. No qualifications to receive the sect's support. Despite the chaos, Lin Ming remained unfathomably calm. With the truth out, there was no need to further stress. With a soft exhale, he unfurled his worldly domain of 150 meters. Everyone inspected it. Zhang Zi's left eyelid started to twitch slightly, but she quickly ceased that involuntary facial expression. Your domain seed is acting like a foreign entity inside your dantian. It's rejecting your spirit of cultivation's influence. It lacks the conversion capabilities of astronomical forces and ambient mana. Your spatial force isn't refined or pure. In fact, it's unstable. There's 3 foreign soul auras conflicting with your own, and this is causing issues to your spirit of cultivation's control. Her words caused Lin Xiangxi to stagger back slightly. They had all just witnessed what the Neo-Dawn Eclipse Pill can do, the assessment of the 2 mortal sovereign alchemists, and their own. After all, their spiritual senses were present to observe the worldly domain of Ma Luling. It was all collapsing. Her entire world. I have no objections, Zhang Zi dismissively said after considering this. With the Neo-Dawn Eclipse Pill, Lin Ming's feat and advantages would soon be minimized heavily. She no longer rejected Gong Lao's suggestion to deal with him and move on. If they could obtain Wei Wuyin, what was Lin Ming? Even if they couldn't, Lin Ming's actions were disgusting to her. Gong Lao nodded, lifting his hand up and pressing it against Lin Ming. Lin Ming's eyes widened as he hurriedly withdrew his origin spear. His worldly domain that had manifested was pushed to its limit, and he readied his astral force. Even if it was a mystic ascendant, he wasn't going to die on his knees, but with his spear in his hands. Just as Gong Lao was about to unleash an attack, a powerful hand grabbed his wrist with tremendous force, sealing his powers within. Gong Lao's eyes dimmed. Han Yuhei acted to halt Gong Lao. Stop. He has overcome the 3 chosen aspects tribulation, and as such, is an officially recognized chosen under my protection until he fails to retain it via the sect rules. Until then, we'll focus our efforts to locate Wei Wuyin. After saying this, he lifted his hood to reveal a little of his features, including a chiseled chin beneath and 9 colored irises. With that little revealed to everyone, he and Bai Yushi vanished abruptly. With his strength and authority, that settled that instantly. The others felt lost. Their gazes towards Lin Ming remained incredibly odd, a little disgusted, and filled with pity. Even if Lin Ming received Han Yuhei's protection, retained his chosen status, whether Lin Ming will receive any support from the sect going forward, be considered a true chosen by the masses, was an entirely different matter. If he wanted to achieve that, he'd have a lot of hard work ahead of him. As for their scarlet-haired saintess, clearly, Han Yuhei had silently agreed to punish her for this egregious mistake. He left immediately to leave this task to the other 2. He surely didn't want it to be small since he did this, and was actively pushing blame from Bai Yushi to her. It was quite cruel. Lin Xianxian's expression darkened considerably. In the folds of the Imperial Dawn starfield space, a cyan-colored humanoid figure was looking at the hexagonal sky beneath a series of stairs leading to a dilapidated palace. Their eyes seemed to pierce through a certain veil to reach another location. This humanoid spirit form, Wang Yutian, was softly rubbing his head, loudly chuckling to himself. As to what he was chuckling about, only he and the heavens knew. Chapter 647 to 642, Intense 3 hours. Chapter 647, 642, Intense 3 hours. The events that transpired on the Lin clan's skyship left those present on it distraught, regretful, and remorseful. An air of gloom remained. If what Bai Yushi said was true, then this Wei Wuyin figure had the markings of an obscenely talented junior. His combat potential surely rivaled chosen, yet his alchemical skills faintly exceeded the King of Everlore's younger days. This junior could have been theirs if Lin Xiangxi had performed her job a little more particularly. Lin Ming scoffed internally, finding their judgmental gazes and emotions laughable. They didn't care a single iota about the Elementus chosen trial until the Elementus cache's contents was revealed, nor paid much attention to a chosen determined by an archaic trial. Now, they were acting as if it was of vital importance. How shameless. Regardless of his own feelings, he was most concerned about Lin Xiangxi. While Han Yuhei had protected him, he left Lin Xiangxi out in the lurch to shift blame from Bai Yushi to her. She was a scapegoat. This was all too clear. The earthly saints, Zhang Zi and Gong Lao, informed Lin Xiangxi to deliver herself to the Traceless Regret Valley, an area specifically designed for torturous punishment for defectors, traitors, rule-breakers, or vicious criminals. Its poetic name did not justify the extent of its horrors. Lin Xianxian, Lin Xiangxi's own mother, went completely pale after hearing those orders. It broke her heart. She wasn't in a position to do anything about it, especially since their strongest backer, Han Yuhei, had silently consented. Lin Xiangxi remained endlessly fearless before her sentence. She had mentally understood that this was a possible eventuality, and while she didn't expect such harsh punishment, she expected some form of consequence to be laid at her feet. While she wasn't totally at fault, she bore some responsibility in this matter, and there was no way the Shattered Element faction would let this chance go. Zhang Zi revealed a wisp of admiration at Lin Xiangxi's stability facing such drastic circumstances. But it was only a wisp. The feud of her faction that consisted of all allied clans suffering due to the Lin clan's decisions wasn't so easily overwritten. Zhang Zi gave a last fleeting glance towards Lin Ming. She had kept tabs on this young man, even witnessed him resist 3 moves from Time Lord Duhan. Aware of Lin Xiangxi's plans to use him as the ignition for their freedom from those parasites, she felt inclined to give him the opportunity to breathe. Unfortunately, his feats and past revealed nothing but fraudulent behavior, and even she couldn't find it in her heart to follow through with protecting him. The truth will certainly isolate Lin Ming, creating an absolute stink of a reputation that no one sought to near. Eventually, the 2 earthly saints departed. The stifled breath of all these disciples and elders were finally allowed to be released. The presence of 3 earthly saints felt like a block of cement had formed around their hearts. Still, there was a strange and uncomfortable silence as most observed Lin Ming and Lin Xiangxi. They didn't expect to bear witness to such mind-blowing developments today. The descent of 3 earthly saints. The absurd reveal that this ascendant emperor of Neo-Dawn had earned himself as a chosen, but faced constantly outrageous odds. Despite that, he still claimed victory and was simultaneously a mortal sovereign alchemist. They were baffled by how Wei Wuyin even achieved this feat, a unique cultivation method to simulate sufficient alchemical energies. Did he use the long-eradicated method of having an alchemical proxy with an alchemic astral soul? Did he have the support of another mortal sovereign alchemist? There were many details that bred suspicion and further questions. Unfortunately, there was no place to obtain an answer. 3 hours came and went. The entire Eternal Sky starfield, however, was in an explosive uproar. Just the sheer number of investigative efforts were outright mind-blowing. The name Wei Wuyin traveled swiftly throughout the starfield. Everyone, their mothers, and their cousins joined in. There were even experts who were planning to travel to New Everlore to further their efforts. However, that wasn't even remotely as intense as the mobilization of the 16 greatest forces within the Eternal Sky starfield. Not a single one was absent from obtaining a ticket to the upcoming golden auction. There would be only a single product, the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill, but it was enough. While the priority rights were involved, purchasing the pill was most vital. The thought of obtaining it, reverse engineering its concoction method, and having endless supply at their fingertips were far too tantalizing to ignore. Even if they can't immediately reverse its concoction process and materials used to produce it, the priority to obtain these world-shaking products was just as valuable. Not a single of them lacked an understanding of the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill's effects and how it'll redefine the standards of genius, be it in age or cultivation base. During these 3 hours, an official mortal sovereign alchemist by the name of Lu Fei, a female alchemist of the Lu clan, one of the 8 noble clans, had issued a statement that circulated like wildfire in the driest of times. She said, "This pill will determine the ruler of the Grand Cyclic Stellar region." Her words were chaos piled on already fragile legs. Her intent, whether to harm those who wanted to buy it, or if she truly believed this, was irrelevant. What mattered was her wording. She had mentioned it'll produce the ruler of the Grand Cyclic Stellar region, not just the Eternal Sky starfield. The Grand Cyclic Stellar region, while heavily affected and reduced in number of active starfields due to the ancient imperial clans' wide and rapid conquering efforts ages ago, had a total of 23 thriving starfields. The Eternal Sky starfield was merely the strongest on the surface, with the best environment thanks to the Mystic Radiance Belt and its gigantic solar star. However, that did not mean it lacked competitors. Despite the cautionary tale of the former imperial clan's ambitions, other starfields similarly annexed and merged weaker starfields to grow in strength and talent. The original tens of thousands of starfields within the Grand Cyclic region just a few tens of thousands of years ago had been reduced to 23, so it was clear none of these starfields lacked sufficient means or strength. The 9-star starfield ruled by the 9-star Sainthal had a genuinely recognized alchemic saint, the Eniahal alchemic saint. They were often considered the second strongest starfield in the Grand Cyclic stellar region, so one could see just from this that the Eternal Sky starfield was not without its competitors. The words of Lu Fei stirred everyone. In a mere 3 hours, not just the Eternal Sky starfield's 16 greatest forces were participating in the auction, but several other starfields. While they hadn't purchased a ticket to the grand demonstration, they paid an absurdly high, outrageously exaggerated fee to gain a seat at the golden auction. The Golden Life Pavilion was a business. As long as they could make money, opening a window for those wealthy enough was within their modus operandi. There wasn't an ounce of dissatisfaction spoken, for fear of being excluded. However, there were those with doubts. Not from outside the Golden Life Pavilion but from within. The third branch of the Golden Life Pavilion was managing this entire procedure, as it was within their authority to do so. But the other branches were completely ignorant of the validity and effects of the Neodawn Eclipse pill. Like most, they believed it would just be fantastical, not utterly world-shaking. There were questions raised in dissatisfaction from the other branches regarding the third branch's decision to publicize such an outrageous product, to keep hidden such a talented alchemist. They were outstepping their authority and acting in self-interest, is what the dissenters cried, even if untrue and hypocritical. Their thoughts were similar to Ma Sujiang. It was similar to Lu Fei. This product will rearrange the world's structure, but to publicly sell it. Who would ever do such a thing? While the effects might not be immediate, give it 1,000 years, and there would be an outrageously clear difference between similarly aged geniuses. An unsurpassable, chasm-like gap. That force would eventually be set to rule the entire Grand Cyclic stellar region. That could have been them. That old Mahjong must be a fool. However, those with a little bit more intelligence would come to realize that Golden Life Pavilion's third branch actions weren't bad at all, especially in terms of gaining an advantage. The sheer wealth they'll obtain from the pill will generate endless benefits. These benefits will include mystic-level resources and materials, cultivation grounds not one bit inferior to the Devil War realm, perhaps even entire planets. The Neodawn Eclipse pill might elevate their geniuses, produce high-end experts in 1,000 years, but those resources could be used on Star-Lords today to enhance their chances to become genuine Ascended. Could be used on Ascended to reach the Demimortal Lord phase or break through into an earthly saint. It was short-sighted not to see these immediate advantages, especially since a large portion of the profits belonged solely to the third branch, specifically, the Ma clan. Furthermore, they still had full and free access to the product, greater than any other force. They lose very little. Let alone the scandal if this Neodawn Eclipse pill was revealed on others' terms. The blowback would be explosive, but now, they controlled the narrative, and everyone was forced into an acceptingly passive state, unable to criticize or strike. They can freely purchase the product soon. Even be the first amongst many to obtain it. Who knows, they might be able to buy the concoction method with enough wealth and goodwill or reverse engineer the product for their own uses. Why wage war for a pill that wealth can buy? Many of the forces were just waiting for an idiot to act, hoping to jump in and obtain the Golden Life Pavilion's favor to obtain better benefits by crushing them. After all, the Golden Life Pavilion wasn't an alchemic association, but a merchant association. They sold more than just a single pill. This upcoming golden auction was bound to be intense. To obtain the lead in developing geniuses, in reverse engineering the pill, in restricting their enemies from having it, not a single force worth its salt on the entire Grand Cyclic stellar region was going to miss this. The 3-hour mark was hit. And the golden auction began. Chapter 648, 643, Golden Auction. Profitable Rules. Chapter 648, 643, Golden Auction, Profitable Rules. The Golden Auction. It had a simple name, but its origins began during the dawn of the Golden Life Pavilion's creation. It carried with it an intensity that belied hectic competition, unimaginable joy, and unexpected suffering. It was only held when deciding the price for a product. Generally this product was new and defining in its era. It was marketed as such, so the Golden Auction was only held 13 times throughout the Eternal Sky Starfield's inception, after the chaos and terror of the preceding war for the right to reign. While it was held far more times than that since its inception, As the Golden Life Pavilion's reach and reputation rose, so did the Golden Auction. It represented the entire Golden Life Pavilion. That being said, the unexpected suffering wasn't very unexpected, fueled and resulted by the hectic competition. This stemmed from its rules. The first rule: all forces that were bidding must pay the minimum price settled for the product in question. This minimum wasn't exaggerated, but it meant that from the moment it began, just entering the Golden Auction meant entering at a loss. This incentivized participants to fight harder, fiercer, with titanic viciousness in their bids, with their monetary investments already set. The second rule: sacrificial bidding. A whopping 5% of the final bid of any participant, whether they've won or not, must be paid out at the time of the bid. This further brought unimaginable suffering and deepened investment, but it also caused each of the bids to be carefully considered and deliberated over. The third rule, the most punishing, set maximum rule. All participants must prove their funds, be it planets, world realms, lunar satellites, solar stars, unique materials, high-level resources, special items, or tools, or essence stones. The registered values were often astronomical, and each bidder had a hidden maximum bid that only they and the Golden Life Pavilion knew. Even if one reaches the maximum limit they registered, if outbid, they would still lose a full 5% of that bid without the ability to bid further. At times, this 5% caused cataclysmic tremors that caused entire collapses of certain clans within factions or forces. All of these things, especially the maximum limit, were all verified during the 3 hours break with remarkably efficient speeds. Not all of the rules were unfavorable, however. The exclusivity access rule: as long as one participates in the Golden Auction, the Golden Life Pavilion offers some exclusive contracts for their other products they wouldn't sell otherwise. These products included unique materials or resources, special items that required immense wealth and time to cultivate, or access to their specific cultivation realms. The Devil War realm, bought from the True Element sect and greatly modified to become a supreme cultivation realm, was one such example of an exclusive contract. Without the resources of mystic tier forces, the inhabitants were capable of reaching the Realm Lord level in great numbers, indicating how rich the resources and conditions were. The 8 noble clans, such as the Tang clan and Yi clan, who specialized in fire and water cultivators respectively, had bought access from the last Golden Auction. For the last several thousand years, they had fostered great talents using the Devil War realm's ideal elemental cultivation circumstances of the 4 seasons and its inhabitants. That was just one of their many cultivation fields suitable for certain cultivators, even areas that greatly benefited cultivators at specific stages, such as areas rich in refined yang or yin energies. The Golden Life Pavilion's assets were unfathomably varied and useful, especially as they continued to develop, each one with their ever-growing wealth and resources. This was enough to urge most to participate, even if just to be included in the Golden Auction to witness the great competition. Furthermore, they didn't have to pay the minimum or register a maximum, just buy a seat to gain access to these exclusive contracts. It was an absolute steal in their eyes. If Wei Wuyin learned of these practices by the Golden Life Pavilion, he would only perform a few actions. Clap. 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 Odd applause. Fantastic. Everything was profitable. They even taxed others to spend money on their products. Whoever conceived of this idea was ingenious, pursuing wealth at all cost without holding anything back, just making it harder to obtain. The only flaw he could see was that they needed strength to protect it all. If one was weak, then all of this wealth would crumble into dust, owned by another after they stepped on your cold corpse. If not careful, the Golden Life Pavilion could be ganged up upon by the greedy and malicious. And the Golden Life Pavilion had suffered this before, even experiencing several hostile takeovers by other forces. Its original owners were forcefully annexed, the name even changing over time. Still, those same original owners still existed, understanding how to survive, to remain patient. It was not without its risks, but the benefits were abundantly clear. Similar to the grand demonstration, the Golden Auction was performed through the spiritual projection obelisk. However, this time, each individual was an elite expert of some sort or elite youngsters. By turning the functions up, the incarnations of these individuals could descend. While these incarnations had only a little bit of spiritual strength, they still contained their terrifying presences. There was no anonymity within the Golden Auction. If you can buy whatever is auctioned, you should be able to protect it. Brutal, but it carried its truths. Not a single force that could obtain this pill was afraid others would steal it in transit, and had confidence in protecting it after obtaining it. After all, stealing it in transit was almost impossible, and even if performed would offend the Golden Life Pavilion. It simply wasn't worth it. The others were just intrigued observers. The cultivation world, especially for Ascended, was oftentimes long and tedious, grueling and boring. It was the act of cultivation and threat of stagnation. There were many cultivators that plateaued, capable of enjoying their remaining time after coming to terms with their remaining lifespan. They would find beautiful wives, suitable husbands, develop forces, or invent an art, spell, or method that encapsulated their cultivation base and identity to last beyond their lifetime. But for those who strove for greater heights, filled with the gnawing desire and need to cultivate again and again, more and more. Some secluded cultivation sessions, even refining alchemical products, would take years, sometimes even decades for certain cultivators. Furthermore, after reaching extraordinary heights, battles were very limited in quantity outside of sparring. The power they wielded was just too devastating. There was an event that happened in the Grand Cyclic Stellar region a few thousand years ago. Two genuine Ascended at the third stage fought ferociously, causing incredible damage as they did. They flew and chased about through the dark void in a tit-for-tat, almost equal in strength and means. These Ascended were accompanied by other Ascended and war-class void ships piloted by numerous high-level astral core realm cultivators. The war took a massive toll on the entire Grand Cyclic Stellar region, and it affected the Eternal Sky starfield. They destroyed several planets and lunar satellites in the domain, causing unimaginable damage to the rest. After the seventh planet was destroyed, an earthly saint of the Imperial clan arrived and crippled them both, destroying every void ship without mercy. She forcefully ripped out their innate energies, using it to restore the damaged celestial bodies. Next, she eradicated their respective clans completely. Then, she forbade foreign Ascended combat in the Tion clan's Eternal Sky starfield. As for those within, wars were restricted in who could participate. If Ascended wished to fight it out to the death, they had to take it outside any active starfield. If not, the earthly saints would take action. No one wanted that. Ma Sujiang stood at the center of the platform, dressed as beautifully as ever. The natural charm she exuded was drool-inducing. She looked at the seats placed before her. In a few moments, these seats will be filled with experts and utmost talents accompanying their seniors. The Neo-Dawn Eclipse Pill had sent the Grand Cyclic region in an uproar, enough to even bring the top forces of other starfields. They were the genuine powerhouses of their vast stellar region. Her eyes were steady, but a particular light glinted in them. I wonder if this silver-eyed alchemist is connected to the King of Everlore. If he is, if he has a similar potential or greater as Father says, then that Ascended I met was right. The very foundation of this world will be shaken. That particular light within her eyes grew oddly excited. The era of the King of Everlore was too brief, but the seniors spoke endlessly about him and how it shaped the world. A high-pitched droning sound echoed as the seats were flooded with spiritual light for several minutes. Ma Sujiang gracefully bowed. I welcome you all to the 108th golden auction of our Golden Life Pavilion. Then, she lifted herself upright, her delightful curves fully revealed by this motion, and fully observed the thousands of incarnations before her. Despite her strength and status, her heart couldn't help but begin to uncontrollably race. The item for today is the Neo-Dawn Eclipse Pill, a low-quality, peak-tier, 9th-grade pill, and the priority rights for the first 24 pills, all low-quality. As a reminder, the Neo-Dawn Eclipse Pill will only hit public availability within 24 years from today. We'll begin the bidding with the starting price, 32 Mystic Essence Stones. There was silence. It was incredibly tense, sufficient enough to be visible, thick enough to be sliced. The first bid will set the tone for the rest. The sacrificial bidding was painful, so the first was extremely dangerous, but oftentimes explosive. A powerful, thunderous voice exploded out, shaking the entire building and Grand Horse Realm with its limited spiritual strength. My Qin clan bids are Obsidian Furnace Realm, 2 small-sized, astral-graded herbal planets, and 40 Mystic Essence Stones. Chapter 649, 644, Golden Auction, Outrageous Bids. Chapter 649, 644, Golden Auction, Outrageous Bids. The spiritual incarnations of numerous figures started to tremble, releasing a variety of colorful light that tainted the air. The first bid was terrifying. To outright bid an entire world realm, 2 small-sized herbal planets, and 40 Mystic Essence Stones was absolutely terrifying. Just the value of the Mystic Essence Stones, or Mystic Stones for short, were outrageously high, and most assumed thought it'll be the first exhausted by the forces before planets, lunar satellites, and realms were introduced. These things required immense time and arduous effort to develop, typically requiring centuries just to reach an appropriate level for these types of forces. Ma Sujiang slowly inhaled. She looked directly at the speaker, seeing a tall, fit, bronze-skinned female with a tight top with a midriff. Her well-toned and muscular abdomen was proudly revealed. She wore a pair of baggy pants that grew tight around her ankles, leading to a pair of bare feet with carefully trimmed toenails and baby-like smooth skin. For those of a particular inclination, her feet would evoke all sorts of feelings. She was an outstanding heroic beauty, with bright, powerful dark eyes and long, sleek and glistening black hair tied into a short-styled ponytail. Despite not being present physically, her spiritual incarnation contained an outrageously powerful presence. Chen Yili. Ma Sujiang instantly recognized this outstanding figure. She was a High Lord from the Qin clan, one of the 8 noble clans of the Eternal Sky Starfield, a genuine demi-mortal Lord phase cultivator. Ma Sujiang performed her duties, calmly responding, "The value of the Obsidian Furnace World Realm is 18 mystic stones, 200,000 astral stones. The 2 small-sized, astral-graded planets will be judged based on the average. Each worth 3 mystic stones and 400,000 astral stones. Adding the mystic stones, the bid is now at 55 mystic stones. The basic conversion from Chi Essence stones to Astral Essence stones is 1,000,000 to 1, this followed true for astral stones. A single mystic stone was valued at 1,000,000 astral stones. The prices weren't that much different from the Everlore Starfield, if not exactly the same, with the Astral Dipper Fountain Pill, a low-tier, 7th-grade alchemical product at the low quality being valued at 1 astral stone. This wasn't its exact worth, but it was relatively close. There were a few cold gasps from inexperienced youths who've never seen such a high amount of wealth, especially for a first bid. Ma Sujiang beautifully performed her job, allowing the others to know the value presented. Since most weren't aware of the exact value of a specific property. This was exactly why all forms of wealth, be it planets, world realms, secret realms, or specific items, must be registered prior and given a valuation beforehand. Chen Yili's spiritual incarnation was standing upright like a pillar of heaven, releasing an intimidating aura. While she wasn't directly threatening the others, it was clear that she was outright challenging them. Her bid cost the Chen clan 5%, a total of 2 mystic stones and 500,000 astral stones. This was close to the average cost of a small-sized, astral-graded planet. Unbelievable. Whoosh. Abruptly, a chilly air swept the crowd. It was a frost-like spiritual aura that caused the various youths to shiver, even though they were just spiritual incarnations. If you think such a small bid can push any of us away, you should sit back down. The Bing clan bids our Frost Glade's secret realm, 3 small-sized, astral-graded planets, a drop of stellar icy dew, and 40 mystic stones. A white-robed woman, expressionless with a pair of light blue irises that refracted light like genuine ice crystals, being absolutely gorgeous. Her ocular cultivation method had manifested even through her spiritual incarnation. Just her gaze alone felt freezing to the spirit, with many juniors who turned to look at the white-robed woman with long, calf-touching white hair that glistened like crystals felt themselves freeze entirely. It was only with their seniors' help that they shattered from their frozen state, many feeling horrific horror after. Ma Sujiang glanced at this woman, noting that she wasn't particularly beautiful, just slightly above average, and her aura gave her an extremely cold, terrifying feeling. Bing Tian. She, too, was a demi-mortal lord. She belonged to another of the 8 noble clans, the Bing clan, that specialized in ice-attributed cultivation methods. Their connections ran deep as they had numerous intermarriages with the Tian clan, the current imperial clan, similar to the Tang clan. Chen Yili turned to face Bing Tian. Her valiant gaze was challenging and fierce, but she was met by an indifferent stare. Their auras clashed, and albeit they didn't have even 1% of their spiritual strength, an explosively fierce collision of spiritual strength erupted. The world was immediately drowned by a blizzard and violent winds. Ah! A careless junior screeched. What type of event was this? His spiritual incarnation was directly obliterated, the resulting feedback traveled back to his sea of consciousness. With a scream of his real body, his eyes frosted over as his skin burst out violently. In moments, he was drenched in blood and completely unconscious. If it wasn't for the timely aid from a mystic star phase expert, the junior might have lost their lives. Ma Sujiang merely watched as she proceeded to calculate. The value of the Frostglade's secret realm is 21 mystic stones, 600,000 astral stones. The total value of the small-sized, astral-graded planets is 10 mystic stones and 200,000 astral stones. The stellar icy dew, a unique mystic-level resource from the Bing clan's stellar ice tree, is valued at 5 mystic stones. Adding the mystic stones, the bid is now 76 mystic stones and 800,000 astral stones. Very few expected such an exceptionally high bid for just a single pill and 24 priority purchase rights. Even the average peak-tier, 9th-grade product was roughly 100,000 astral stones. This was completely insane. Just 2 forces had clashed, and they weren't even remotely amongst the top wealthy forces. Were they expecting others to not bid? Wasn't this just losing money? A few of these juniors amongst the crowd felt these old experts were just too rich and too bored, bidding literal planets. However, how were they to know the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill's value was far beyond the average? Its effects were heaven-defying, breaking the conventions of cultivation and giving one thing that most cultivators lacked the most. This limited most cultivators, even geniuses, to a 700 years of cultivation time limit before they must reach the 9th stage of the astral core realm, the star core phase, and assail the mystic ascendant realm. The vast majority of cultivators fail their ascension due to this fact, pushing at the limit yet still being insufficient. How many false ascended, those at the mystic star phase, would have succeeded if given an extra 200 or 300 years to comprehend the ways of mysticism? No one knew how many pills would be available when the public stock was released. Furthermore, how long each pill will require to concoct with the joint effort of skilled alchemists. It was highly unlikely for the Golden Life Pavilion to outsource unless the other is bound by drastically restricting oaths. This could be a year, a decade, or several. In 100 or so years, many of these so-called chosens will be replaced by those brought up using the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill. After all, a worldly domain wasn't just a combat tool, its domain seed can help with comprehension of phases, and also grants world pressure and conversion abilities can help with refining difficult resources. It was not so simply an hour passed in silence, during which Chen Yili and Bing Tian remained in conflict. The intensity of their spiritual collisions were still running rampant. The weaker forces were cowed. Fortunately, only the ignorant and nascent were foolish enough to buy actual bidding rights. They lost the initial bidding cost just like that. The current prices even exceeded some of their total wealth. It was quite embarrassing. Those truly in the running were contemplating whether to bid. The sacrificial bidding rule urged them to be cautious. They were unsure if they had a chance, but they understood the importance. Most of these forces could eclipse the 8 noble clans in terms of total wealth. The issue wasn't total wealth, but the unknown. What was their maximum bid potential? Was it already reached? Is this why Chen Yili remained frustrated and confrontational towards Bing Tian? Did she reach her limit? Did Bing Tian spit on her maximum bid? Looking at her fierce gaze, many believed so. Then, was Bing Tian also at her limit? Is that why she bid over a dozen more mystic stones than necessary? Ma Sujiang broke the silence with a warning. There is an hour left before the current bid is finalized. The tense atmosphere grew. A 2-hour time limit. It might seem long, but this wasn't just some simple auction. There were far too many factors to consider. Damn it. A male elder grew irritated. He wasn't a native of the Eternal Sky Starfield, but an independent cultivator that nurtured his own talented disciples using his strength and personal wealth. He, too, was a demi-mortal lord. Furthermore, his strength was incredibly high for his cultivation level. When he stood up, a gushing pressure descended and obliterated the spiritual pressure from Chen Yili and Bing Tian. The entire seating area calmed. He wasn't handsome, being relatively heavy-set, but he had an amicable smile that made him seem kind and relaxing. Unlike the fierce tigress Chen Yili or the icy goddess Bing Tian that was terrifying, he seemed more approachable. He patted his belly and light-heartedly chuckled after feeling the pointed gazes of the 2 women. "Please spare the juniors," he said with a smile, but the glint in his eyes was clearly alluding to his eventual bid. The crowd turned, waiting for his bid. The juniors were grateful, including the weaker seniors. These 2 were absolutely terrifying. The last hour felt like an icy tempest of hell. Huang Xiaoming. Ma Sujiang noted this foreign cultivator, who had once fought 2 demi-mortal lords and defeated them. His reputation was not small. However, she wasn't disturbed. She merely smiled and waited. Huang Xiaoming looked at Ma Sujiang. With a rub of his chest and a bright smile, he said, "I bid a drop of mystic origin liquid." A series of gasps, shocked and disturbed, resounded. Even Chen Ili and Bing Tian's eyes dilated. They almost visibly reeled at this bid, feeling intense, unadulterated shock. They weren't the only high-level figures who reacted in this way. Almost every High Lord and Venerable reacted. They all turned to Huang Xiaoming with startled expressions. Was he for real? Was he freaking serious? Mystic origin liquid wasn't something minor just because it was a single drop. It was an exquisite mystic-level material formed in very special circumstances, within an area filled in mystic essence year-round, and enriched with highly refined mana. It can be produced deliberately, but it would take 10,000 years minimum just to do so, the average lifespan of a genuine ascended. However, its phenomenal aspect wasn't its difficulty to produce, but its effects. The first effect renowned amongst most was its ability to be refined to enhance a cultivator's comprehension of the ways of mysticism, of mystic intent. This greatly increased the chances of a cultivator to ascend. Given to a chosen, talented and youthful, it was said they'll increase their chance to ascend by 10%. A 10% chance increase. Most chosen had barely greater than a single percentage. It was profoundly difficult, yet that wasn't even its most valuable effect. Those called venerables, those at the second stage of the mystic ascendant realm, those true ascended, can use it to refine during their attempt into the demi-mortal lord phase. If failure is met, they could burn this mystic origin liquid to dispel their advancement, giving them a second chance. If Wu Yu had this during his attempt, he wouldn't have lost his body and almost his life. Ma Sujiang trembled as she looked at Huang Xiaolong with a ludicrous gaze, as if Huang Xiaolong was absolutely crazy. He had broken her neutral and calm expression, baffled by his bid. Ahem. It was a forceful cough, and it exploded in Ma Sujiang's mind. Her heart thumped fiercely in response. She looked towards the area her father was, Ma Zheng, who gave her a dark look. She was reminded of her duties, but she didn't apologize, merely regained her state of calm. The value of the mystic origin liquid is valued at 152 mystic stones, based on market average. The bid is now 152 mystic stones. Ma Zheng nodded slightly. This alone eliminated most of the forces present, including a few of the 8 noble clans, as their maximum bid had been reached. How unfortunate. Ousted by a foreigner. Chapter 650, 645, Golden Auction, Imperial Prince Bids. Chapter 650, 645, Golden Auction, Imperial Prince Bids. Huang Xiaolong's bid was an astronomical leap from the previous bids. Despite only bidding a single item, the value was a little over double the last bid from Bing Tian. Those in the audience, those spectators that had long since accepted their roles as observers, were startled by his bid. According to the rules, he would have to pay 5% of his bid, losing 7 mystic stones and 600,000 astral stones. Whether he won or not, Chen Yilo and Bing Tian's gazes were extremely unfriendly after their initial shock passed, finding the smiling Huang Xiaolong irritating. They shot him looks that hid none of their dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, he was merely a spiritual incarnation, and his cultivation base was not below theirs, affording him the ability to casually shrug off their spiritual pressure. Unable to give the other party a loss, the two soon sat defiantly. Their actions would be seen as foolish and childish if they remained in conflict after being outbid. Therefore, the two settled their mutual dislike with a glance and receded back to their seats. The price of 152 mystic stones exceeded their maximum limit, leaving them unable to compete. Ma Sujiang was a patient host. The 2-hour period to finalize the bid was left open. The struggle to enter was clearly causing the atmosphere to tense. They didn't wish to be outbid by a stronger and richer force, suffering a massive loss for just speaking out. Just the 7 mystic stones were capable of purchasing 2 small-sized, astral-graded planets. Losing that was no small amount. Ma Sujiang couldn't help but give this foreigner a closer look. Huang Xiaolong's reputation was outstanding and he was widely renowned as an exceptional cultivator, but he was an independent cultivator without an established force, having merely a few disciples and servants to tend to his assets. To enter this fight for the Neo-Dawn Eclipse Pill with such an outrageous bid meant he believed the Neo-Dawn Eclipse Pill's priority was only at the level to have High Lords to participate. No one currently expected earthly saints to intervene. They often controlled the majority of their respective forces' wealth, and their personal wealth was absolutely flourishing. If they were to act, the price for 152 mystic stones would be blown out of the water. Still, this price was a little outlandish, even in her eyes. The Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill might provide unimaginable benefits to the younger generation, but it was absolutely useless to Ascended or Realm Lords and above, those established cultivators with their potential mostly expended, their talents excavated for all to see. It felt absurd if it was a concoction method. She could see this golden auction reaching greater heights, but just a single pill and a priority purchase rights. Yet her thoughts were too immature. The golden auction had only just begun. An hour once again passed by, tensely as others were anxious about every passing second. Most of these juniors have never even seen a mystic stone, yet these powerhouses were spitting them out without hesitation. Some felt a burning urge to consume that pill. If these forces believed its value was so extraordinary, then how amazing must it be? Was it just like everyone said? Just like alchemic sovereign Lu Fei said. The owner of this pill will decide the next ruler of the grand cyclic stellar region. The thought invigorated the beating hearts of the hot-blooded and inexperienced. It was infectious and the spiritual auras of many flared, even amongst the ascended elders in the field. There was a distinct feeling in their hearts that told them that they were witnessing a grand moment of defining period. The time passed. There was only 5 minutes left, 5 minutes before the bid is finalized, Ma Sujiang announced. She couldn't help but be internally shocked by the long silence. Was the first Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill truly going to be left to a foreigner cultivator from outside of their starfield? Was the Imperial clan not taking action? The world sects. The upper tier of the 8 noble clans. There was also the Everlore Association and Godforge Association. Were they not going to take action? Did they believe that they could strike at Huang Xiaolong? Benefit by aggressive tactics. Such thinking was highly flawed, and no one with any bit of intelligence would resort to it. Because if they were willing, then other powers would definitely take action using the chaos to hinder them. Moreover, if driven into a corner, Huang Xiaolong could just have his disciples refine it or destroy the pill outright. The consequences of offending a High Lord for an abysmal possibility at obtaining what you desired was quite brainless. 3 minutes. Huang Xiaolong smiled. The value of 152 mystic stones, his mystic origin liquid, was enough to create the shock factor he desired. Before the others could contemplate the risk, he would sweep away with the pill like a bandit in the night. A blazing glint flitted through his eyes, betraying his excitement. Others might think the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill was just world-shaking due to its effects, but what was truly heaven-defying, absolutely mind-blowing, was the principles behind its effects. The unity of soul and external forces. The integration and fusion of varied forces into a phenomena that was the domain seed. The lack of rejection of a foreign substance. Of this voice. It belonged to a small girl. She looked no older than 10-year-old, an absolute doll, porcelain-like, white-faced, and completely innocent. She couldn't even sit in her seat properly, her legs swinging as her feet were unable to touch the ground. With twin pigtails, her forehead covered by flat bangs, and her flamboyantly pink hair, she gave off a very girly feeling. This was further accentuated by her floral dress, dainty figure, and large, limpid eyes. Not a single person, however, amongst the elder generation had this particular feeling. What they felt was a crushing spiritual pressure that distorted some of their incarnations. A few had their incarnations outright dispersed just by gazing at her bright white smile. Their original bodies bleed from their eyes and ears. The juniors weren't affected. Some even felt that this girl was a little too cute, wanting to pinch her cheeks and carry her in their arms. Ma Sujiang felt her heart quiver. A genuine powerhouse has taken their shot. Huang Xiaolong's pupils shrunk. Without a single word, he bowed before taking his seat. It was as if he had never spoken. Even though he didn't originate from the eternal sky starfield, he would be a failure as a High Lord if he couldn't recognize that spiritual pressure in earthly saint. That should be enough to take this, right? The little girl asked curiously, her voice the definition of innocence. Ma Sujiang remained calm outwardly in the face of this earthly saint. After Ma Zheng's reminder, she hardened her will to expect this golden auction to have some incredible figures descend. I apologize, but the golden auction has rules that even I must follow the letter. If in 2 hours, a bid is not made in response, then the product will be yours. The little girl puffed her cheeks, showing her satisfaction. A few female disciples awed at this, wanting to hug the little girl. Their seniors were sweating bullets, trying to remain composed as their spirited incarnations displayed various signs of instability, from flickering to outright dissipation and reformity. A few looked at Ma Sujiang with a pleading look, absolutely begging her to take action. However, Ma Sujiang hadn't interfered with the actions of Chen Yilo and Bing Tian, so why would she say anything now? She dismissed their gazes and continued, "The martial divinity spheres are valued at 120 mystic stones each, totaling the bid at 360. The juniors were fiercely taken aback. They reeled in disbelief. So expensive. While the experienced elders, those who could keep themselves stable with a little effort, had greedy lights in their eyes. Martial divinity spheres were very similar to the yin-yang god spheres conjured to help cultivators comprehend the sixth stage of the qi condensation realm, the false reality phase. However, it was related to physiques. A single martial divinity sphere can greatly help a cultivator establish their own physique, embarking on another branch of cultivation, the martial path. This physique was different from innate physiques, such as those of Na Sini or Qing Qiumu. It was proven that having a type of physique was a greatly beneficial factor to ascending, and even greater requirement in reaching the demi-mortal lord phase, the third stage of the mystic ascendant realm. Most cultivators would use their star core to refine their physiques. This required time, effort, and immense resources. So much time, effort, and resources in fact that few could fully form a physique before their eventual time limit to assail the mystic ascendant realm arrived. The Golden Gate Pavilion had calculated once before, totaling the cause and effect of 1,000 years' worth of cultivators, and attributed 73% of all unsuccessful ascensions in the Grand Cyclic Stellar region to insufficient martial physique standards, including 98% of all demi-mortal lord failures. It wasn't easy to develop a physique. If it wasn't innately gifted to one by the heavens, one must acquire it through other means. The martial divinity sphere was like a treasure to acquire martial physiques. It is to be greatly noted that martial physique could see that a single sphere was still lacking in comparison to a drop of mystic origin liquid. I must apologize to the hell-crushing Titanic Queen, as I must place myself in direct opposition. I bid 400 mystic stones. Unlike before, there wasn't a nearly 2-hour wait before the next bid. A figure spoke out, and shockingly, it belonged to a junior. The crowd's eyes moved once more, being drawn to a figure with softly curved cheekbones, bright hazel gold eyes, sword-like eyebrows, and a confident, charismatic smile that lacked an ounce of arrogance. Each strand of his black hair shined with a healthy luster as they were styled using a 2-block with bangs. He was handsome. He was beautiful. He was beautifully handsome. Outrageously so. Dressed in a pure white robe, he gave off a transcendent feeling as if he was an immortal descended from another plane of existence. The hearts of many females went aflutter at the sight of him, their bodies heating up, their loins moistening. Despite being a spiritual incarnation, his otherworldly demeanor leaked through and benefited his presence. He carried the grace of true nobility with the air of a ruler-to-be. He was attractive to a zenith degree. The little girl, referred to as the Titanic hell-crushing queen, turned her eyes to this young man, her left eyebrow lifted curiously. Tianyin Wu. I see. 4 words. She said those 4 words and proceeded to pout. She turned around, her eyes betraying her dissatisfaction. She wanted to bid, but her maximum bid had already been surpassed. Chapter 651, 646, Golden Auction, Bid of the Sky. Chapter 651, 646, Golden Auction, Bid of the Sky. Tianyin Wu. Ma Sujiang's eyes were unmoving, reflecting the spiritual incarnation of this imperial prince. There was a peculiar emotion within her eyes, glinting and flitting about, an emotion of admiration and heated passion. She, an illustrious ascended, was unable to suppress her roiling feelings. Ma Sujiang was relatively aged, if judged by mortal standards. If one considered her from the perspective of an ascended, she was remarkably young. Still, there was no true guarantee that she would become a true ascended. She, like other women, had thoughts of settling down and finding a Dao companion. She was formerly the assistant manager of the third branch, is the last daughter of the Ma clan's patriarch who managed the entire third branch of the Golden Life Pavilion. Regardless of status, talent, wealth, beauty, or strength, she lacked none of it. There were very few candidates in the starfield that could remotely grab a wisp of her interest. Tianyin Wu's name was at the very top of that short list. This rang true for many of the talented female cultivators like herself, even those who've reached the mystic ascendant realm. Tianyin Wu was the 7th son of the Eternal Sky Divine Emperor, the ruler of the entire Eternal Sky starfield. However, he was born from a concubine. Normally, this status should have relegated him to a disastrous fate, pushed down into mediocrity by his siblings. He wasn't born with a unique physique. He didn't have a special blessing. There was no great fortune bestowed upon him by others. In a way, one could say that for the first 13 years of his life, he was neglected by everyone. He was unimportant, just like the other children born from concubines of the emperor, which currently totaled 729 others. He was just another one, yet his feats were an unstoppable force, his achievements shocking even the emperor himself. If one considered the term jack of all trades as an acceptable way to describe someone with multifaceted talents, then Tianyin could be classified as the master of all trades. At the age of 13, Tianyin comprehended 9 types of greater than basic intents. This included the ethereal intents of sword intent, shield intent, fist intent, and battle intent, high-level material intent such as yang light intent, violet lightning intent, shining golden intent, and berserking scarlet intent. Lastly, he even merged the 9 basic elemental intents, forming elemental origin intent. At the age of 14, he ascended to the astral core realm. At the age of 15, he was officially recognized by the Everlore Association as an official leveled king alchemist, the youngest king alchemist without an alchemic astral soul, establishing a new record for the Grand Cyclic Stellar region. At the age of 16, he designed and forged a never-before-seen high-level astral tool that had received direct praise from the Godforge Association's own Godforge Emperor. He regarded it as one of the most creative designs he'd ever seen in his years. This came from a man who invented several tools and armaments of his own design that were wielded by high lords and earthly saints. At the age of 18, he designed a planetary spell array that, with very little cost, could even hold back an earthly saint at the highest level, albeit temporary. In regards to efficiency of structure, ease of construction, and lack of high-end resources, it became the staple base template for quite a few planetary formations. It was sold directly by the imperial clan and earned him outrageous amounts of wealth, respect, and renown. These were just some of his feats. He was talented in the Tao of alchemy, forging, and design, while having an absurd comprehensive talent. This alongside his status and birthright elevated his importance to the stars and beyond. But what truly defined his reputation was when he reached the age of 30, when he, at the Sky Ruler phase, fought and defeated a realm lord. It was a fair duel witnessed by all, and experts were utterly baffled by his tactics and means, including the realm lord's lack of restraint. He accomplished what most would think was completely impossible, absolutely inconceivable. There was no season of regression or self-harming method used to muddle the results, just his own strength. Currently, he was 54 years old, gained the title of an imperial prince decades ago, and his mother was elevated as an official wife, only beneath the empress herself. This was all brought about by his very own talent, hard work, and incredible achievements. At present, the legends of his feats still echoed. There was no one who was unaware of his name. He was a highly expected favorite to do best in the Chosen King competition held in a few decades. Either him or his half-sister, a figure that was not the least bit inferior. Despite more than 20 years having passed, based on Tianyinwu's spiritual fluctuations, he was merely at the soul idol phase, absolutely ideal for the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill. There were those who shuddered at the possibility of him obtaining this product. What limits will this break for him? Ma Sujiang's heart raced with a rushing wave of expectation. Ma Sujiang gathered herself, politely declaring, "The highest bid is 400 mystic stones." Yet the crowd was silent as the air grew a little dense. The imperial clan was a highly competitive existence, so Tianyinwu was representing solely himself in this matter. Since he stepped out, most understood a fierce battle was about to take place. It took a mere few minutes from the declaration before a laughter echoed in the audience. A voice, deep and resounding, exploded out, "Ha ha! Little brother Inwu, I didn't think you'd actually participate. I thought someone of your talents wouldn't need it. Unless, you're stuck in the soul idol phase. Your cultivation a little difficult." The voice teased, yet it rippled out with a thunderous momentum. The audience knew this voice, looking to see the second son of the Eternal Sky Divine Emperor, Tian Gaian. He was a hot favorite for the imperial throne, not the Chosen King competition. After all, he was thousands of years old and a genuine expert that had to be called a High Lord, a third-stage mystic ascendant, the demi-mortal lord phase. Tianyinwu merely smiled, completely composed. His spiritual incarnation was unshaken by Tian Gaian's deliberate actions to do so. A heroic figure, tall and muscular, carrying the bearing of a true ruler sat in his seat. He didn't even need to stand. His figure was imposing, but his muscles weren't bulky or ugly. They conformed to his robes perfectly, revealing exquisite contours and edges of each sculptured muscle. With long black hair, he had a pair of hazel golden eyes, remarkably similar to Tian Yinwu. Clearly, it was a trait earned by their noble lineage. His fingers combed through his dark-colored short hair as he regarded Tian Yinwu. Tian Gaian emitted an aura of serenity and authority, unquestionable yet irresistible. But behind those gorgeously enchanting eyes of his, there was a thin, nigh-invisible light of panic. Seeing Tian Yinwu unmoved by his words, he grinned. "I bid dash. I'll add to my original bid, 200 mystic stones." Tian Yinwu interrupted Tian Gaian's bid. The latter's eyes shrunk. He stared at Tian Yinwu, his eyes pulsing with a fierce emotion, yet Tian Yinwu was unbothered. His beautifully handsome appearance alongside his innate grace caused many of the female cultivators present to swoon. "If you can outbid me, big brother, then I'll withdraw." Ma Sujiang said between, "The current bid has been changed, totaling 600 mystic stones." This price was absolutely out of this world. It was merely a peak-tier, 9th-grade alchemical pill with priority rights. There was very little reason to bid enough to buy a large-sized, astral-graded planet. Tian Gaian's eyebrows twitched a little. Then, he confidently smiled. "I, Tian Gaian, represent the Imperial clan to offer the planet, Optimal Sky." Optimal Sky. That's freaking ridiculous. The thoughts of almost everyone matched, simultaneously thinking those three words in some form or slang or curse. Ma Sujiang's eyes brightened considerably. Just the sacrificial bids were outstandingly high, yet Tian Gaian was pushing it further. In her opinion, this was the nail in the coffin. The planet Optimal Sky was a tiny-sized planet that was also a terra mystic mine, one of the most valuable existences in the entire starfield. It contained the unique resource named terra mystic Oregon. It was used in forging tools, armaments, and talismans of the mystic level. It was one of the most vital materials needed for forging those items that exceeded mortal limits. In the entire Eternal Sky starfield, there were only 31 of these planets. Tian Yinwu kept his smile. He clasped his hands to his brother gracefully, accepting his defeat. He sat back down. However, Ma Jing glanced at Tian Yinwu. The internal structure of the Imperial clan was not simple, regardless of which era, or which clan. It never was the fact that they didn't send Tian Yinwu as a representative, but Tian Gaian was extremely telling of the power balance within the clan. It was likely that, unless it was concocted and sold privately, that Tian Yinwu would never obtain a Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill. At least in the foreseeable future. Ma Sujiang was internally sullen, also understanding this point, but she stayed true to her duties. Optimal Sky is valued at 1,320 mystic stones. The current bid is 1,320 mystic stones. When the Imperial clan made a move, it was not small. It eliminated 99% of all bidders, exceeding their maximum. Ma Zheng, however, knew it wasn't over. There was one alchemic saint that has yet to take action, a force that didn't fear the Imperial clan. Chapter 652 to 647, Golden Auction, Light of Ambition. Chapter 652, 647, Golden Auction, Light of Ambition. The value of the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill had reached heaven-shaking limits, especially for a 9th-grade alchemical product, even if it was a peak-tier pill. Due to this, the market price for the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill would certainly force a type of exclusively, a required limit on financial stability and connections. However, the many spectators, especially the talented juniors, were unable to properly wrap their heads around why this was the case. Could the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill truly redefine the state of cultivation? Could it be that a divide will truly be born from this pill's existence? It wasn't a pill that exceeded the concept of mortal limits, so why was it fought over? The words of Lu Fei, the alchemic sovereign of the Lu clan, echoed throughout the minds of many. Did the many forces believe that this pill was only beneficial to cultivators of a certain realm, within a certain stage, that this product will decide the next ruler of an entire stellar region? Their thoughts wild, curious, and invigorated by the possibility fed a desire to obtain this pill. Those prospective chosen who were brought over to observe, those genuine chosen that have already been selected, had eyes gleaming with want. Ma Jing understood that this pill isn't what's valuable. Even if one took away the effect, the intricate principles, the most valuable aspect was its creator. The priority rights for the pill was secondary, the pill itself was important, but letting the creator know the value they held to them, to this stellar region, was the core objective. Show me. Ma Jing recalled Wei Wuyan's succinct words. The question was never singular in its meaning. 2 words, yet contained layers upon layers that could be peeled away continuously. Those keen and insightful would understand, those dim-witted and slow would find only ignorance and confusion. Show me how capable you are. Show me who values talent. Show me who has the means to catch my interest. Show me the threats. Show me. This was why he understood that this bidding war had yet to end. He personally saw the arrival of the King of Everlore. The first thing the King of Everlore did was not establish his own factions, but grew a series of talented, loyal followers. His talent and skills soon paved an eventuality where the highest association for alchemy had kneeled to him in defeat, becoming his own despite their over 10,000 years of outstanding history. While their manner of doing things were different, he felt a distinctive similarity between these 2 figures. When he investigated Wei Wuyan's background, he understood that he had achieved a series of acts very similar to what the King of Everlore had done here. While in the Everlore starfield, the King of Everlore was less involved, but as he rose to newer heights, found his own, he elevated his tactics. A strong foundational base, loyal, talented followers, conquering the head alchemist association, establishing his reputation far and wide with outrageously extraordinary, absolutely legendary feats, the Ascendant Emperor of Neo-Dawn. Ma Jing muttered slowly to himself. Regardless if they were related, even if it was a mere coincidence, their path was both grand, with seemingly unstoppable momentum. However, that didn't mean others wouldn't try. When he felt that the Everlore Association wouldn't make a move today, his aged gaze dimmed considerably. Perhaps, things wouldn't be so easy for Wei Wuyan. His thoughts weren't unique. There were others speculating and contemplating the fate of the creator, not the pill itself. These included those grand figures that were readying themselves to enter the field as players. With the board set, there was bound to be chaos and inevitable shifts in power. An hour past the Imperial clan's bid, made by Tian Gaian, held strong. No one thought a force would bid higher. That would be a direct challenge to the Imperial clan. While it might sound domineering and overbearing, it was also the reality of the situation. The sacrificial bid rule stipulates loss by participation. As long as you're involved, if you're not the final winner, you're the inevitable loser. There were only a few forces that might have placed a maximum bid of this level, and they were limited to the world sects and mystic associations. However, the boundless martial sect has already been outbid. Clearly, they weren't as overly invested in this pill or its prospects. Even if they sent an earthly saint, the true element sect might have had a chance, but their resources were too divided, their interests far too segregated. Furthermore, there were rumors that the alchemist in question could be linked to them. While the exact connection was speculation, the fact was there was a connection. They might not need to bid to obtain the pill. The Void Voyage sect has always been a mysterious entity. They rarely ever made a move in the open. If they decide to act, it'll definitely be discreet. That left the Godforge Association and the Everlore Association amongst the Eternal Sky Starfield's participants. The former was unlikely to have invested much in their maximum bid, the latter might not see it as relevant. In their eyes, whoever bought the pill will likely bring it to them with a deal to reverse engineer it for the promise of more, and in steady supply, at a discounted cost. Their loftiness was warranted, however, backed by their skills. There was no other competitor left, or so everyone thought. The 9-star Sainthal bids 5 high-tier, low-quality, Mystic Earth-grade Mystic Will Convergence pills. The spectators gasped, turning towards the origin of that bid. They saw a woman, her appearance concealed by a layer of spiritual mist. They only assumed her gender due to the sound of her voice that was distinctively female. What type of person bids for a lower-ranked product with a higher-ranked product? Were they crazy? Ma Sujiang's eyes flitted with the light of surprise. She was momentarily startled, but she remained collected as she proceeded to announce the pill's value. The value of each high-tier, Mystic Earth-grade Mystic Will Convergence pill is estimated at 300 Mystic Stones each, for a total value of 1,500 Mystic Stones. The bid is currently at 1,500 Mystic Stones. Unlike mortal rank alchemical products, Mystic Tier products were divided into 4 grades, from lowest to highest: Mystic Earth, Mystic World, Mystic Heaven, and Mystic Soul. Each divided into 3 tiers: low, high, and peak. These were divided into 5 qualities: impure, low, high, peak, and transcendent. The last quality, transcendent, was also recognized officially by the mortal rank within the Grand Cyclic Stellar region. These particular products contained certain uniquely designed features, pushed beyond their limits of possibility by infusing other sources of power. For the mortal rank, it was the perfect melding of mortal and mystic. For mystic rank, it was the perfect melding of mystic and immortal. It was once said that only those who've touched these realms could concoct these products. That being said, the grading system for mystic rank alchemical products was not as simple as the mortal rank. For example, the first, second, and third grade products were suitable for non-cultivators and foundation establishment realm cultivators. The fourth, fifth, and sixth grade products were suitable for chi condensation cultivators, from the lower, middle, and upper phases respectively. Fourth grade for the chi creation phase, external flow phase, and elemental birth phase. The fifth grade for yin form phase, yang growth phase, and false reality phase. The sixth grade for sublime chi phase, infused spirituality phase, chi essence phase. The seventh, eighth, and ninth grade products were for astral core realm cultivators by the same principle, with the same structure. As for the concept of high tier and peak tier, it is related to difficulty and functionality. The higher the tier for the pill, typically, the more beneficial it is for that particular cultivator phase, and if a higher graded product, such as the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill, was extremely beneficial to lower ranks, it'll be classified as peak tier. It was this very reason why the Everlore Ascension pill, despite its grade, the majority of its usefulness existed in the ninth stage of chi condensation to the first stage of the astral core realm boundary, was rated as low tier. There was also the level of resources used and difficulty to factor, but usefulness contributed to roughly 40% of its tier. However, it was slightly different for the mystic rank grading system. The Mystic Earth grade was suitable for 2nd through 4th stages of the Mystic Ascendant realm, while Mystic World grade was suitable for 4th through 8th stages. The Mystic Heaven and Mystic Soul exceeded the limits of the Mystic Ascendant realm. As for the 1st and 9th stages, this was deliberately excluded due to their peculiar states. The former often had 9th grade listed as their suitable product, while the latter wasn't understood enough. Tian Gaian deeply frowned. His imposing gaze shifted to the concealed figure. The Mystic Will Convergence pill was a product used to converge mystic intent around yourself, increasing the ease at which one could comprehend it. It was useful for ascended and non-ascended alike. It was this very pill that allowed him to reach the demi-mortal lord phase, after consuming 2 of these products. He knew their worth, and they were outrageously valuable. Even earthly saints would fight for those products. The value of alchemical products, however, were outrageously inflated due to their scarcity. This problem held true even in the Everlore starfield. Even if the materials for a 7th grade product was worth a few hundred chi essence stones to concoct, the value of the 7th grade product would still exceed an astral stone, roughly 1,000,000 chi essence stones. This was why alchemists were all absurdly rich, at least for their levels. He didn't bid further. It wasn't because his maximum bid was reached, but the concealed figure had sent him a spiritual transmission of her maximum bid potential. It was too ridiculous. He didn't find her words to be deliberately meant to scare him off either. Knowing that alchemists were all like this defeated, he looked away with a carefree gaze. The only ones that could reclaim the face of the eternal sky starfield were the 2 associations. If the imperial clan had prepared more, if their wealth was more centralized, not divided and tied into certain political figures' pockets and continuing conflicts, they could certainly outbid any force. Unfortunately, their investment into the maximum bid just wasn't enough. Well, as long as Tian Wu didn't get it, or that half-sister of his, Tian Gaian was sitting very relaxed. As a demi-mortal lord, this pill offered him no use. Many expected the Everlore Association to enter the war, bidding to uproot the 9-star Sainthal's bid, but shockingly, there was nothing but silence. A few even tried to find their representative, but they couldn't. Were they not present? Or were they hiding and stating a stance? Thinking about it, there's a possibility that the Everlore Association might have already started researching a way to create a similar product. This invigorated people's interest, igniting the hope in their hearts that they might be able to afford one. Their faith in the Everlore Association was unfaltering. 2 hours. Ma Sujiang announced, the golden auction has concluded. The winner of the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill and the priority purchasing rights for it is the 9-star Sainthal. There were still many that held ugly expressions. The force that didn't belong to their eternal sky starfield bought it. If what Lu Fei said was true, wasn't this giving them a head start to become the ruler of them all? The dark thoughts of others were born. Enmity was born. Caution was born. all directed towards the open ambitions of the 9-star Sainthal. Ma Jing frowned, realizing the dark expressions and dusky light in the eyes of those glancing at the concealed figure. The schemes never stop, huh? Thinking back in hindsight, it now seemed strange that Lu Fei would make such an announcement. The Lu clan. With a soft sigh, Ma Jing placed such thoughts away. There was no need for an old man like him to integrate himself in such sinister plays any longer. His time was near. As for how the 9-star Sainthal handles these matters, that was on them, little brother, better luck next time. Tian Guiyan sneered as he directed his voice towards Tian Yinwu. His spiritual incarnation vanished. There were a few figures that glanced at Tian Yinwu with pity, a hint of regret. If a genius like that had this type of product, wouldn't he grow wings? But Tian Yinwu kept a neutral expression, undisturbed by his half-brother's sniding comment. Ma Sujiang's eyes carried a wisp of worry. She wondered if there was a way to obtain a Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill. As a businesswoman, she could invest in Tian Yinwu. Right. This would pay dividends in the future, right? Tian Yinwu's lips arched upwards slightly, one infused with a feeling of triumph, before he dissipated. Ma Sujiang felt that her eyes were fooling her. Did he just smile? With the curtain closing, the final winner being declared, the world went into an uproar after a series of news were released. Firstly, the final bid on the auction. It was stupendously high, reinforcing the already floating idea that this pill shall redefine the world's standards. Secondly, the official sale price for the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill had been determined and announced. While the pill and its temporary priority rights sold for 1,500 mystic stones, each product was still reasonably priced at 880,000 astral stones. While still outrageously high for a 9th-grade product, it was affordable. After all, some gold-tier forces lacked a single mystic stone. Not just in terms of having one, but in liquid wealth overall as well. The value of an small-sized, astral-graded planet was worth over 3 mystic stones. You can't expect these forces who shared these types of planets with other forces to have such expendable wealth to begin with. But now they were still capable of affording it if they went all out. Lastly, the stock minimum was announced. There'll be 8 Neo-Dawn Eclipse pills available every decade, after the priority period passes. Most would have to wait roughly 3 decades for one. That being said, it was a minimum, not the maximum. There could always be more. This gave others hope. Several days later, Ma Jing and Ma Sujiang sat at a bench. A relatively joyful park filled with kids was there. Their parents were cultivators, enjoying time socializing and gossiping about news. The two were extraordinary, but seemingly ignored as if they weren't there. Ma Sujiang was dressed much more simply than before. She had many different flavors and wore them all well. Even now, she gives off a gentle feeling in her blue robes. Ma Jing remained the same, his aged face possessing a pair of eyes that reflected the vicissitudes of his lifetime and wisdom. The main branch, are you sure this is fine, father? Ma Sujiang asked, a hint of worry in her tone. The main branch of the Golden Life Pavilion kept troubling them for the concoction method for the Neo-Dawn Eclipse pill, and to meet the creator of this recipe, but Ma Jing refused both demands. There were moves to reduce Ma Jing's authority within the Golden Life Pavilion, even attempts to strip away power from their Ma clan. All because of their refusal to share the concoction method or reveal the creator's location to them. She didn't expect their moves to be so vicious. There were also those other clans within the 3rd branch that were readying to grasp their position. There was already a plan being finalized to replace her former position as assistant manager with an avid competitor of theirs, someone within the 3rd branch. With her father being at the edge of his lifespan, they were clearly demanding that he groom that person as his successor in the event of his death. It was a blatant threat. The opening that her removal presented them with an opportunity to reject her from taking over the 3rd branch. She felt somewhat guilty. She wasn't foolish enough to think it was her father's decision that landed him in this position. Ma Jing remained entirely unconcerned. When he arrives, everything will be dust in the wind. Why waste time on these minor matters? After that, he coughed. With a few out, his breathing and complexion regained some normality. Ma Sujiang's trimmed brows furrowed with indescribable worry. She could tell her father's condition was worsening. Ma Jing deeply inhaled, looking at the little kids playing with innocence in their eyes and joy in their movements. With a slow exhale, he smilingly said, my final sights aren't on the 3rd branch. I think it's time for the Ma clan to start regaining what was originally ours. Ma Sujiang's eyes widened. She had never seen the light of ambition in her father's eyes before, it was unexpectedly refreshing. Chapter 653, 648, Fate of the Few. Chapter 653, 648, Fate of the Few. The grand cyclic stellar region's undercurrents were surging, thriving, permeating throughout the seams of causality and leading to eventuality. The influence of the heavenly Daos, the heavy decisions of a few, and the actions of a single man, a world-defying pill, and an earth-shattering belief had set the stage of an ensuing flood. The tangible effects were already erupting into existence. An azure-scaled, one-horned dragon nestled against a mountain, resting its eyes as a gorgeous woman sat on its snout, meditating in the lotus position. The ambient energies of the world were being pulled into her immediate surroundings from several miles. The flow into her body, absorbed through her meridians, refined by her spirit of cultivation, and merged into her own innate energies to strengthen them. Shui Fei cultivated peacefully, but the air around here seemed to embody the world as faint wisps of world pressure were emitted. She, like Nasini, had refined a high-quality Neodawn Eclipse pill. The resulting worldly domain allowed her to use her world pressure to tame energies, causing her to absorb them with greater ease. Just this feat alone accelerated her general cultivation efforts, be it with alchemical products or with ambient energies, by 4 times its normal pace. This was miraculous. She slowly opened her eyes after absorbing enough energy. Her hazel-colored eyes, accentuated by her navy blue flecks, revealed themselves to the world, emitting a vigorous spiritual light infused with a dragonic pressure. Anu felt the surge of power, opening his eyes lazily as he snouted softly. "How is it?" he asked via spiritual transmission, clawing at the air to stretch. The ground trembled and a portion of the mountain was ripped off, collapsed and sent into a tumbling avalanche. Shui Fei regulated her breathing before responding. She said only one word: incredible. It was filled with earnest admiration and joyous excitement, and a large chunk of pride. This was the product Herman had created. She had difficulty, like most, with cultivating the profundities of the next stage. She struggled with sensing and deducing the secrets of fixed space, spatial energies pertaining to it, and how to incorporate those energies into her spirit of cultivation. Even with all of Wei Wuyan's alchemical support, this only enhanced her speed, not negated it. All types of enlightenment products that gave one an opportunity or bettered one's affinity existed, yet they still required the cultivator themselves to finalize the gain. 7 With all the support in the world, if you're inept at grasping opportunities, then nothing can help you. However, her questions and confusions, those intricate details of how, why, and what, was slowly pieced together with greater ease than any enlightenment pill she'd ever consumed. The domain seed already contained all the answers to every single question, leading to the eventual forming of a domain seed itself. So how could it be difficult? Cultivation doesn't seem remotely as difficult as before. I feel like Wei Wuyan is guiding me. She gently touched the heart area of her chest. She felt the pulsing domain seed that orbited her astral soul, swimming within her. Here Tanu was intrigued. However, he didn't have a follow-up question, so he just laid there quietly. Since being brought here, he hasn't been able to do much except absorb the ambient energies of the world and rest. It wasn't that bad. It was far better than hiding like a rat, fearful of being discovered and then trapped. Moreover, he was given a ring as well. He was shocked at how effective these alchemical products were. Just in these last few months, he refined certain energies in greater quantities than before. Even his physical body was slowly growing larger, stronger with some of these products. It was nice, actually. Shui Fei's eyes stared at the sky of the Grand Horse Realm. Just as her thoughts were fixated on a single, indubitably irascible figure within her heart with a visage of unearthly looks, her cheeks showing signs of blushing, a figure arrived before her. It was the petite young woman, Maru. Shui Fei had long since familiarized herself with Maru, even taking a liking to her. This was especially so after her feelings of dislike towards those who kidnapped her was dispelled by Wei Wuyan. She knew they were here to protect her, not harm her. So her emotions became natural and her thoughts unbiased by circumstances. She smiled at Maru. Maru was about to speak but was momentarily sent into shock by her appearance. With Shui Fei's bright eyes and faint blushing cheeks, even she was briefly taken aback by her exquisite beauty. Missy Fei, the patriarch has sent me over to give you an account of your earnings, including to be of service if you wish to directly purchase anything with it. Maru calmly said as she organized her thoughts. Confused, Shui Fei asked, "Earnings?" "Yes. As the Neo-Dawn Alchemic Sovereign's concubine, in his absence, you'll be given a set percentage of his total earnings for all sales, auction purchases, and event buy-ins established in his honor." Unless, of course, he has specifically ordered to revoke such rights. Maru was orderly with her words. She spoke of the legal rules of the eternal sky starfield that had been set by the imperial clan. Just like a mortal society, or any society, the rulers established certain rules to be followed or adopted to remove ambiguity and give rights to the individual or group. This was to better benefit the weak. Typically, this rule was put into effect upon one's untimely demise with outstanding items still on sale. The profits shouldn't be fully pocketed by any merchant association, giving some of the earnings to the family. While Wei Wuyin has a fiancé, in an official capacity Nasini wasn't truly connected to him, according to the laws established. So only a single person was allowed that right. Shui Fei, the officially recognized concubine Shui Fei, was startled as Maru proceeded to explain to her the rules, including the auction. She was there for the grand demonstration, but not for the auction. She hadn't even been told the results of the golden auction yet. She guessed this was it now. Anu was perked by this, smiling with deep interest. How much is it? When he learned that Wei Wuyin was an alchemic sovereign, he couldn't fathom how that fragile and weak youth could rise to such levels. He wasn't ignorant of alchemic sovereigns, after all, he lived throughout the entire King of Everlore era. Maru looked at Shui Fei, who had the same question in her eyes. Maru brought out a receipt. It was relatively long. There were exact earnings based on each bid, each golden ticket bought for the grand demonstration, each minimum buy-in to the golden auction, including the more expensive ones sold after the grand demonstration by those who hadn't bought one prior. However, she didn't read it all out. Instead, she looked at the bottom line. Her breath hastened and her heart raced. She hadn't looked at this before. She gulped heavily, with a slightly hoarse voice. The total earnings, your 13.2% percentage of the total as a sole legally recognized family member, after deductions, is 329 mystic stones, 683,000 astral stones. You can use this to buy whatever you need. Just speaking out the total, 329 mystic stones and 683,000 astral stones, was extremely difficult for her. What type of outrageous wealth was this? Shui Fei's was frozen. The elven sanctuary, on the woodland moon, was an emerald-haired, white-robed female with an exquisite figure that was currently within a garden suffused with pure wood energy. Swirling around her were 9 swords that emitted 9 distinct types of wood energies. They danced through the air, bringing forth a picturesque scene as she moved along them according to a strange, fascinating rhythm. A light bronze-colored elf with brown hair descended in the garden, gazing at the gorgeous display of flying swords. After a few minutes, she spoke out to grab the others' attention. Little sister Chiyomu. Qing Chiyomu spun, and with a flourish of her long, smooth fingers, the sword's flight ceased without any issue. She lowered her hands and the sword stabbed into the ground in front of her, being nourished by the wood energies of the garden. Ai-in, Qing Chiyomu still hadn't adjusted to calling Ai-in using the big sister title yet. She corrected herself with an apologetic smile. Big sis-in. Ai-in was unbothered by such trivialities. She looked at Qing Chiyomu with a smile. I thought you would be more disappointed that Wei Wuyin hadn't left you anything. Qing Chiyomu's smile froze briefly, but she regained motion quickly enough. She went to touch the hilt of one of her swords, saying calmly, I'm not a part of his faction or his lover, so why would I be disappointed? I'm not entitled to anything. Ai-in looked at Qing Chiyomu with a faint smile. While visiting Qing Chiyomu to try to get a grasp on Wei Wuin's location and details, Ma Jing arrived before them and gave her a spatial ring that contained resources for her and the entire lineage of elves that originated from the 4 extreme continents. She was given a wave of explosive relief after realizing the Holy Sun was alive and thriving, keeping her in his thoughts. After all, she had given her untouched body for nearly 1,000 years to him in hopes of obtaining his holy bloodline. While that objective had become irrelevant with these newfound circumstances, when she learned that elves were still a suppressed race, and that it was even worse here, she felt afraid. It was only natural to seek out your lover after, a pillar for the sky that carried hope, and that was Wei Wuyin. However, when Qing Chiyomu had seen the spatial ring given to her by Ma Jing, alongside a spiritual message, Ai-in could see the heavy disappointment within her eyes. Ai-in teasingly smiled after thinking up to here, not entitled. Not even to a spiritual message. Qing Chiyomu's body trembled. She didn't respond, but the images of all those receiving messages that made them excited, thoughtful, or outright crying and emotional had left an impact on her heart. Is our friendship not worth a single message? She clenched her right fist tightly. Even if Wei Wuyin owed her not a single chi stone, he should have still left her a message to tell her that he was okay, right? The feeling caused her heart to ache. Well, it seems he thinks you are entitled to something. Ai Yin's words snapped Qin Qiumu out of her thoughts. When the latter looked at the former, she saw her holding out a spatial ring with a carefully made etching that read, "Kindred Spirit, Freed and Amp, Flourishing." When Qin Qiumu saw this, she immediately knew who it referred to. While it wasn't outright written, she had been saved by Wei Wuyin twice. She realized it was a play on words, a nod to their relationship, and her thoughts towards her heart grew unfathomably warm. Before Qin Qiumu could even take hold of bearings, she found herself directly before Ai Yin. Her feet had brought her here instinctually, acting on her greatest desire. She couldn't help but ask curiously, why now? Ai Yin's smile became gentle. The message I received from him was about you. To ensure that you remain safe until his name resounds. Only then was I to give this to you. After the grand demonstration held by the Golden Life Pavilion, I think his name has spread far enough. She was shocked that Wei Wuyin was an alchemic sovereign, but she knew nothing of the King of Everlore's legend. Furthermore, her born and raised bias regarding alchemists due to the four extreme continent couldn't be abolished so easily. Still, she understood the significance of such a title. Just off the products he left for the elven race, she knew how valuable they were, and how precious Wei Wuyin was. Even better than a holy son. Qin Qiumu was confused. She reached for the ring, resulting in a spiritual light infusion that she wanted even in her dreams. When she heard that familiar voice, her emerald eyes brightened to the utmost limits. And then, she understood the Traceless Regret Valley was a secret realm with reinforced spatial bindings that heinously vicious criminals, despicable defectors, disgusting traitors, and idiotic rule-breakers were held. It was a sealed prison with no hope for escape. It lacked any form of solar light emissions. It was a location without the slightest light, darker than night before the absence of the solar star. It was colder than a frozen tundra, but it was freezing, just sufficient enough to have one titter upon the line of being frozen to death and still barely surviving. Unfathomably uncomfortable. The secret realm had a droning sound that was endless, sporadic, and prone to random bursts of mind-exploding noise that could be felt throughout the entire body, like worms swimming through the ears into the body. This noise was like the sound of a banshee's horrific screech. It was difficult to obtain the slightest bit of sleep here. That was just the ambient environmental conditions. That was merely the beginning. There were numerous cells within the secret realm of darkness, horrifying chill, and chaotic noise. Within one of these cells was a woman, completely naked, her body revealed to the world if it wasn't incredibly dark. She was shackled to a spinning wheel, crucified to eat as it spun. Lines of slim and abrasive rope would intermittently whip towards her once delicate skin. It was thin, so only small lines of blood were formed, yet it reached deep and touched even the nerves. These whips were launched 20 times a minute, randomly and without any warning. They could come from the front or behind. After 24 hours, an infusion of life energies would pour into her body, healing her completely. Then, the process would continue. Sleep-deprived. Constant pain. Unable to tell the time that has passed except when healed. Torture. Absolute torture. This was merely the beginning, because when the cycle reset, so did the punishment change. Whips, drowning, being burnt to the utmost limits of the body, stabbed by blades, being eaten from the outside by poisonous insects. Lin Xiangxi's eyes were dim as she underwent this without stopping. She now realized why most criminals that suffered this and survived came out different. Most reformed, others suicidal. Hell. If she had to guess what it felt like, this would be it. She only heard steps, unable to see. Her cultivation had been sealed, her innate energies drained, and even her foundation was slowly being siphoned away by this abuse. Yet those steps were familiar for the last few days. It was her caretaker, her overseer, who fed her and ensured she remained alive. Furthermore, to remind her why she was here and tell her how long she had left. After all, if they wanted to deal with all problems, places like this wouldn't exist in any society. All criminals would have just been killed and forgotten. They wanted her to feel regret, to suffer for her actions, but still be of use. Lin Xiangxi, you have 12 years and 351 days left. The female caretaker proceeded to move forward as if she could see, and fed Lin Xiangxi a pill. With a gluttonous fervor, Lin Xiangxi ate the pill. It was a pill to sustain her cultivator body's natural needs. If one refused to take it, they would eventually die from the lack of innate energies to fuel their bodily functions. Unlike mortals, cultivators needed far more energy to survive. Usually this would be dealt with by slight effort to cultivate, but not here. And she refused to die here. The caretaker was about to leave, her steps moving away, but Lin Xiangxi called out, "Wait." The footsteps stopped. Lin Xiangxi felt relieved. She hastily asked, Can you tell me how Lin Ming's doing? Please." Her plea didn't go on deaf ears. The female caretaker felt the raw emotion in her voice, and it pricked a string in her own heart, desiring to see her own lover, the one she worshipped, and the one she served. As a newly assigned overseer, she wasn't that experienced and bendable to certain rules. She answered, "I don't know much, but the false chosen, realizing she might have been insensitive using the derogatory title given to Lin Ming by the majority, she changed her address and continued, "The archaic chosen is doing well. I heard he defeated a few geniuses that challenged him." Lin Xiangxi felt a sigh of relief. Lin Ming was still her best opportunity to change her clan's situation. "He couldn't fall, thank you." The caretaker was silent for a moment. Then, she asked her own question, "Do you have any idea where Wei Wuyin might be?" Lin Xiangxi was sent into confusion. Why was the caretaker asking that question? Was she sent to interrogate her? But that didn't seem right. The earthly saints should have verified that she was telling the truth earlier. Never mind. The caretaker walked away, leaving a series of fleeting steps behind. Chapter 654, 649, Gravity Source Astral Tribulation. Chapter 654, 649, Gravity Source Astral Tribulation. Karmic Luck Value, 15,348.2. First Calamity, survived, July 7th. Second Calamity, claimed, 1/1. Third Calamity, suppressed, 43 years. The devastated ruins of the Everlore starfield. The debris from the flat continental Earths and planets that had been eviscerated by the start of Hour's explosive release of power were floating chaotically about in the dark void. Without the shine of a solar star, the entire space seemed to have descended into the depths of unfathomable darkness, yet it was not empty of life or without light. 6 years. A faint glow was emitted on a large, fragmented landmass of a former planet. Sitting on its solid form, a man with dark-colored hair, dragonic eyes that emitted a silver radiance, and gray-colored hexagonal scales that radiated heart-shaking presence. He gazed out to the dark void. The direction of his sight was a sleeping beast, the start of our Tiango. Her gigantic form and faint signs of rhythmic breathing was a sight to behold. Since she had consumed the 3 solar stars, she had gone into a hibernation state. There was not a single thing that could move her. She even seemed fixed in space, not floating like others. Wei Wuyin closed his eyes, concealing its radiance. Since restoring his bloodline source after its subsequent exhaustion, moving the 4 extreme continent and its inhabitants through the void, Wei Wuyin has actively used his dragonification form to resist the dark chill of the void. The innate resistance stemmed from his physical energies and its protective membrane that naturally formed. It was similar to an astral ward, preventing all external factors from intruding into his physical body. All star beasts possess such means. They were labeled star beasts because of their general abilities to traverse throughout the stars, unlike humans, elves, and demons who have yet to reach the astral core realm's 7th stage, the realm world phase. When Kratos mentioned that existing in the dark void would have no issues, he was skeptical at first, but after discovering that his void dragon form can refine the chaos mana, convert it to life-sustaining materials, like plants due to water and solar light, he was shaken. He could, in theory, exist perpetually within the dark void without any set time limit or difficulty. Objectively speaking, it felt far more comfortable here than living on an actual planet with a regulated life-sustaining atmosphere and environment. He kept the void ship and thrived in the dark void, living without any issue. As he inspected his cultivation base, he released a very light exhale. The scenes of 3 years prior were relived in his memory. Ever so faintly, his body trembled. Wei Wuyin was standing on the deck of his void ship, looking out towards the Tiango that slept like a rock in the dark void. There was a peculiar glint within his eyes. Bai Lin still requires a little bit more time. An expectant smile formed as he recalled that white-feathered, long-legged, prideful existence that was his partner in the skies for decades. Despite her mischievous nature, she was as reliable and loyal than any individual he'd ever come across. He missed her so much that at times, it felt cold and desolate without her. For the last 3 years, he's focused his attention elsewhere, fully restoring his bloodline source and pushing his cultivation foundation to its limits for physical, mental, essence, and spiritual energies via 9th-grade alchemical products. Despite the outrageously rapid speed of refinement for his astral souls, they still needed more and more time. With the greater the grade of product, he also needed to personally concoct each product. To depressingly add, he realized that the requirements to push his innate energies to their limits were becoming greater and greater. It was even difficult for 9th-grade alchemical products, meant for realm lords, time lords, and star lords to help. He had to supplement this requirement with quantity, after maxing out in quality. However, he understood. Even before he started to maximize his cultivation, his initial light reflection phase cultivation foundation boasted a 32 cm sized astral core for each of his cultivation bases. This was 64 times the average for gravity emission phase cultivators. A full 64 times. The size of an astral core wasn't an exact determination of quality, so each iota of his astral force was far, far greater than size would reflect. However, that was just the beginning. After reaching the utmost limit of the light reflection phases cultivation would allow, the perfect foundation in regards to innate energies, physical, mental, essence, and spiritual, his astral cores reached 69 centimeters. A full 69 centimeters. By his calculations, this was far too excessive of an increase. After inspecting thoroughly, discussing with his astral souls each, he realized that he may have broken the limit of one's astral core, startling him outright. However, after calming down, he discovered that was unlikely. What happened was likely. The factors of his 4 10-ring soul idols, 10-ripple spatial resonance, and the 4 unique primary lights elevated his innate energies limit, amplifying the qualities of his astral force to an extreme. After contemplating this possibility, he felt it more and more likely. To break the rules of cultivation should have been met with some rejection from the world itself. He felt that something very similar to what happened to Sume, for whatever reason, would occur. Still, he didn't know why Sume experienced what she did. It was still an unanswered conundrum. When he thought about it, he couldn't help but think that there might be others with better foundations than him. If so, was his current cultivation base perfect? Or limited by resources? Perfection. Is there any? Eden asked, genuinely curious. The others chimed in, with Kratos explicitly stating that he was perfect. King, on the other hand, said nothing was perfect when faced with his edge. In the face of it, everything will be met with an imperfect end. Ori just unintentionally instigated as she questioned King if it could ruin Kratos' perfection. If it wasn't for Eden, they might have tested this theory in his body. This development was amusing, but it brought Wei Wuyin to a fork in the road in his thinking. Did I really have a perfect foundation, or the perfect foundation for what I am at this moment, with what my limits allow? If he was a mystic rank alchemist, could he exceed these limits? Would the perfect foundation of his rise in terms of quality? This thought invigorated a want, a seed of an idea. A desire to touch upon that level and see. He considered waiting until he reached that level. However, his astral souls actually disagreed, particularly Eden. They believed that nothing was unchanging, but if they wanted to pursue a greater foundation, they needed to grasp a better strength. Eden outright felt that he didn't have the means to reach the mystic rank. They weren't alchemical products that he could even touch as he was. When asked why, Eden directly responded that it didn't have the right tools to do so and didn't know when it would. Confused, Wei Wuyin tried to gain a better grasp of this deficiency, but Eden barely understood it. Unable to figure out why, Wei Wuyin was left with no choice but to continue his steps. He didn't have time to waste, and his foundation had touched upon a ceiling that couldn't be further elevated through any other means. The only option was to challenge the astral tribulation for the gravity emission phase, gravity source astral tribulation. He understood the principles behind it, comprehending the profundities of gravitational force. He didn't expect it to be difficult. After all, the last 2 tribulations were incredibly easy. As he grew stronger, so did his means, so did his foundation, and as such, so did the astral tribulation. After this, he would have the freedom to race to the star core phase, the 9th stage of the astral core realm, consecutively. After all, the base requirements to surpass these lethal tribulations, he felt he already had them in just astral force, not even considering intent, soul idol rings, spatial resonance, or primary light. It should be super easy, barely an inconvenience in his eyes. Oh, how wrong he was. How horribly, terribly wrong he was. He had never felt so much fear before, even when he was dragged across an entire starfield. Even when he faced the inevitable demise of his starfield. Even when he faced the calamity of hell. It started out simply enough. A simple gravity source astral tribulation, right? To assail the tribulation and complete it, one has to produce a gravitational central mass, a small object that will later form the foundation of one's domain seed. It was a small mass, compressed again and again by external forces originating from the world. It collapsed onwards, crushing the physical body of its challengers. The process could be likened to a planet's formation, with the body and innate energies as the core of the planet. As long as one can last against the gravitational force engulfing one from every direction, not be squashed into bloody paste, as the gravitational central mass within one's body stabilizes by generating enough mass, then it'll be fine. Right. 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 Absolutely fucking not. His astral souls once more tinkered with the limits of the astral tribulation once again. They were joyous and excited, increasing the pressure that Wei Wuyin had to be subjected to. With his powerful physical body, he could resist this increased gravitational force. After all, he possessed the physical defenses of a peak mortal tier true dragon. However, Wei Wuyin was welcomed by a sight he never expected. An event that only happens when the degree of gravity reaches a certain limit. Not only did he feel his body's life force be slowed down in its consumption in an unnatural manner, the rate of which time was affecting his body changed, but his gravitational central mass was absorbing too much gravitational force. He felt his entire body begin to be squeezed to disastrous levels. It was outright the most painful experience he has ever had. The area around him started to become extraordinarily bright, not dark. Absolutely, terrifyingly, engulfed with light energies that existed for millions upon millions of miles. It was then that he realized that his astral souls, his four gravitational central mass, had merged into one, and was distorting time, drawing in all light, and making movement impossible. There was a sound resounding, masking Wei Wuyin's will to scream, as his gravitational central mass started to pull in all these astronomical forces, forming a dark circular hole that seemed to have no front or back, surrounded by these compressed light energies circulating around it. What the hell is this thing? Was all he could think about as he observed the event horizon and singularity within his body. Wei Wuyin shivered as he opened his eyes, 3 years after that event. Fortunately, he was still alive. Barely. Kratos and the others referred to the event as a black hole, an event that happened when gravitational forces reached an extreme. They deliberately elevated the tribulation to transform their segregated gravitational central mass into this black hole. He had a literal black hole sitting at the center of his body, but it was only imposing its compression qualities to his astral force and innate energies, making it denser, purer, before spewing out its refined contents. Intermittent Lithy essentially referred to the spewing out event, the change of the black hole, as the white hole, when the gravitational forces were removed, including the mass within, allowing things to leave. For a brief moment, a moment that felt like dozens of years to his perception, they jointly created a black hole and he was at its center. He never wanted to experience that again. Cree. A cry resounded. Wei Wuyin revealed a smile as he looked towards the Tianguo, observing an incoming object covered in golden scarlet flames. You're done messing with the Tianguo, huh? Wei Wuyin laughed, standing up from the landmass. Is it time to go? Chapter 655, 650, Ancestral Path, Genesis Beasts. Cree. That familiar cry brought a smile to Wei Wuyin's face, infused with warmth, excitement, relief, and a little amusement. It's been 6 years since the Starfield's destruction, 3 years since his last breakthrough, and a few days after that, by Lin's glorious return. She had completed her full 9 years. What was normally extremely short for even astral core realm cultivators, even to some upper stage chi condensation realm cultivators, felt incredibly long to Wei Wuyin. He was only 54 years old, so he still felt every day with remarkable clarity. Thinking about his last 2.5 decades of life, he would often feel it was surreal. Then, he was just a core disciple at the Scarlet Solaris sect, staving off schemes, assassinations, and fighting for every last bit of resources possible. Now, he had touched levels of power and means that his past self couldn't even imagine. He received the bloodline of sin, becoming an inheritor of sin, and survived the rite of a sinner and 2 calamities of hell as a mere mortal. There was still a cascade of never-ending stress, the weight of crushing pressure on his shoulders, and a constant tick-in. His thoughts reminding him that every moment must be cherished. Yet, he felt that his current life, his current circumstances, felt much better than his life before. Whether it was his feats or his abilities, his astral souls or his women, his subordinates or his reputation, he was grateful to have lived to this point. When he watched Bai Lin vanish into the sky, becoming ash, there was an emptiness within his heart. A piece of himself had burnt along with her. With her return, so did that portion of his original heart. The heart that held his belief that simple joy of living and loving your best life, the life you wished to live by choice, was always the right way to do so. Cree. As the fiery figure approached closer, the golden scarlet flames that surrounded it slowly started to diminish in intensity. This cry of hers contained a trace of disappointment and dissatisfaction, causing Wei Wuyin to laugh again. A rushing wave of flames landed before him, sending bits of gorgeous flames spewing out in all directions. Wei Wuyin was brushed by the flames, but remained unharmed. Bai Lin always had the unique ability to only bring harm to those she wished. It was as if her flames were one with her heart, capable of distinguishing friend from foe. He didn't even feel its heat on his scale, but the temperature of the dark void was certainly at an outrageously high level at the moment. Wei Wuyin took a step forward and he felt a spiritual message. It's not fair. How come she's so big? Bai Lin complained gloomily, speaking through mental transmissions. The she was certainly the Tiango that was resting, not even awakened after Wei Wuyin had become the living embodiment of a black hole. She was an astonishing creature. Since her nirvanic transformation, entering the new limits of her phoenix bloodline, Bai Lin has been continuously taking action against the Tiango. After learning that she destroyed her home, how could she not be pissed? She would unfailingly fly to Tiango whenever she made a noticeable improvement in her strength, gaining control of her abilities or elevating her powers through Wei Wuyin's alchemical products, and begin to release a torrent of relentless strikes. Her strikes could burn a hole through a planet, yet it didn't even singe a single hair on the Tiango's gargantuan body. Besides a soft snort from the startive hour, Bai Lin's actions did very little, if not outright nothing. Yet Bai Lin was unwilling to give up. Even though she was unwilling, she was unable to even move the Tiango or awaken it. Her will to assert her dominance, to get some vengeance for a destroyed home, was left unable to be enacted. Wei Wuyin found this quite funny. Bai Lin's golden scarlet flames fully dissipated, revealing her newly evolved self. She was entirely different from her original self, a white feathered crane with golden eyes, beak, and tail that stood at several dozen meters. Her current size had shrunk, reaching just 11 meters, far smaller than other beasts. She had truly evolved, becoming more complex, more exquisite, closer to the myths regarding phoenixes. While her distinct features of a crane remained, such as her elegant beak with a slight curve, sharp eyes, long legs, and her feathers were a mix of pristine white and radiant gold, a perfect balance of the two. Her head resembled that of a male golden pheasant, yet it was more flourishing, more rich in color. If it could be described, then it was a mixture of a female crane and a golden pheasant's head. Her wings were filled with feathers, but their overall structure changed, resembling swallows. Her breast area was more robust, proud, and noble. The tail of hers was a mass of feathers that flowed elegantly like a river as she moved. The feathers of her tail were notably different from the others on her body, containing a strange golden gleam that trailed the world as she moved. Utterly mesmerizing. Wei Wuyin now believed the legend that phoenixes were the progenitor of winged creatures, especially the avian species. Bai Lin, while retaining some of her original appearance as a crane, seemed to have become a mash of perfectly synergistic features of other birds. However, this only highlighted her beauty rather than give one a sense of disunity, as if it was the correct form of all gorgeous birds. This was especially so to Kratos, who was incredibly restless after observing Bai Lin's new form. According to it, Bai Lin's form was otherworldly and attractive to his dragon bloodline. Wei Wuyin felt the earnest admiration and heated desire as well, but his mind was reinforced by Eden. Such primal instincts were within his total control. It wasn't just a one-way feeling either. Bai Lin's eyes towards him whenever he was in his true draconic form was just as intense, heated, and wild as Kratos' reaction. This slowly dissipated as she grew used to it, suppressed by her powerful will, but he could tell it was present. She's a star devourer. Of course she's big, Wei Wuyin smilingly said. Bai Lin snorted, unfurling her wings and batting them in denial. One day, I'll be just as big. Then we'll see if that heap of meat can stay asleep before my slaps. Wei Wuyin didn't find this a laughing matter. Giving her words some serious thought, because she might one day be able to do it. Since her nirvanic transformation, Bai Lin's physical form had been unchanging, staying at 11 meters no matter how increased her physical energies became, far from the standard means of a beast. However, if one thought she was small and weak from it, they'll certainly be surprised, likely played to death filled with regret. Her transformation brought about a lot of changes, such as her ability to actively communicate. Just like Anu, she gained a higher degree of intelligence and control of her mental energies. It took her a few months before she got used to her ability, capable of perfectly sending syllables and structured sentences to others. However, he was still a little confused. Why was she and Anu capable of doing this? He always thought it was a unique ability of Anu, because no beast at the star level had such means, and there was no record of it in the Myriad Monarch sect, yet Bai Lin could do it directly after her transformation. Was there something wrong with the beast species? Or was it just their starfield? As he was lost in thought, a bird's head lowered itself to his gaze, a pair of eyes looking at him curiously. "You're doing it again," Bai Lin remarked. Wei Wuyin became more contemplative since her return, considering far too many matters with each passing day and spacing out randomly. Wei Wuyin broke out of his thoughts. Warily smiling, "Sorry. I'm just curious about beasts, that's all. Why are you different from others? How come other beasts at the star level can't communicate via mental energies?" Wei Wuyin spoke his mind, not concealing or dismissing his questions. He would never hide his thoughts from Bai Lin. There was utterly no need. Bai Lin lifted her neck up, contemplating with a focused gaze. She was an avian creature, lacking the required facial muscles to frown, but Wei Wuyin could tell she was focusing heavily on his questions with seemingly furrowed brows. After a short while, she eventually asked, "Am I a star beast?" This question caused Wei Wuyin to freeze. Bai Lin twirled around Wei Wuyin, bobbing her head up and down in thought, sending mental messages. "According to you, I was a star beast before, right? If I'm different now, then am I still a star beast?" Wei Wuyin couldn't help but ask, "You don't know?" Bai Lin lowered her head, shaking it slightly. "Star beast, isn't that what others came up with?" "How could I know?" Wei Wuyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, he realized that there were no distinctions of beasts in the true dragon transmutation method. In a way, mortal-level beasts were beasts too weak of a physical existence to survive in the dark void, and star-level beasts were referred to as beasts that can survive the dark void. "It does kind of feel too general and made up," Wei Wuyin remarked with a little bit of shock in his heart. Was the mortal-level and star-level classifications just distinctions, not cultivation levels? "Bai Lin, do you feel like you have a cultivation level?" Wei Wuyin asked. Bai Lin lifted her head, batting her wings, "I don't know. Nirvanic rebirth realm. I think. Maybe." She understood what cultivation was, being with Wei Wuyin for decades and being around cultivators since her birth, she picked up many things. She tried to place her thoughts into a similar fashion as cultivators. Wei Wuyin added, "First stage." Bai Lin's golden-colored eyes brightened with excitement, she moved her neck and head in a vibrant nod. "I have to overcome 8 more. So I guess so. First stage, Nirvanic rebirth realm. 9 rebirths. Haha, I'm a cultivator." She cried out a series of joyful noises. She soared into the sky, circling Wei Wuyin with astonishing speed and grace. Wei Wuyin warmly smiled, but his mind was circulating madly. Were beasts functioning on a different cultivation system? If they reached a certain point, they weren't humanoids. But then, what about the mark of myths? The heart of blood that he formed alongside Kratos. Was it just a byproduct of circumstance, a unique path of 2 different systems merging? But that didn't seem quite right. "Bai Lin, do you have any unique abilities? Something that feels outright different from before? Something powerful?" Wei Wuyin asked the gleeful Bai Lin. Bai Lin spun midair, twisting upwards, and then spread out her wings before gracefully landing. Her movements were incomparably elegant, smooth, and well-practiced. She had years to adjust to her new body. Yes. I feel like I can communicate with something inside my heart. It resembles me, but I also can't see it clearly. It's strange. When she truly thought of it, she now realized certain things were quite odd. Wei Wuyan's eyes brightened. He felt Kratos rumble in his heart, both coming to a clear conclusion. You figured something out? Bai Lin was filled to the brim with curiosity. She didn't understand herself well enough or what it meant to be a phoenix. This was the first time the two had ever talked about it despite their almost 3 years together. While important, it was difficult to grasp. Wei Wuyan nodded, his eyebrows soothed out and he felt a little relief. It's hard to put into exact words, but I think I understand what's happened to you. Including the certain reasons for events. The golden phoenix fruit, the heavenly Dao's karmic gift, and why it was given. The instinctual reminder to help Bai Lin overcome her nirvanic journey. All of it was connected to Bai Lin's cultivation path. He had thought that Bai Lin was like his mark of myth, divided into mortal, mystic, and immortal, growing stronger as the bloodline purity was enhanced. But he realized it wasn't. The mark of myth was still a product of a spirit of cultivation, a metaphysical bloodline. It wasn't actually natural like Anu's and Bai Lin's. Their paths were fundamentally different. If the mark of myth was about elevating bloodline purity and qualities, infusing mystic intent and then later immortal properties, then it followed the characteristics of his cultivation. Even if his bloodline originated from the lowest species, with the trashiest bloodline, then he could still elevate it to immortal rank, manifesting abilities unique to it even if something of that level never existed in reality by following his path. However, Bai Lin's cultivation geared towards becoming one's ancestors, awakening their bloodline, eventually transforming into the progenitor of their entire species. The image that Bai Lin sees in her heart was likely the true form of a fire phoenix, a true divinity. She was pursuing her origins. He was establishing his own path. The heavenly Daos had interfered, deliberately awakening her bloodline to have her support him in his cultivation efforts. They were karmic bonded. The reason why others weren't like Anu and Bai Lin, to Wei Wuyan's assumption, is because they haven't awakened their ancestral bloodlines, allowing them to step towards their official cultivation path and reach the peak of their existence. Or at least, a peak. When he explained all this to Bai Lin, she thought for a long moment before nodding in agreement. She felt that Wei Wuyan was right. That image felt like it was her goal. She was to undergo nirvanic transformation 9 times, becoming a true phoenix. After another hour of back and forth, trying to deduce certain characteristics of her bloodline and path, Wei Wuyan finally came up with a name for her current type of beast, those that have awakened their ancestral bloodline qualities, gaining heightened intelligence and capable of pursuing divinity. Genesis beasts. They were at the beginning of their paths to pursue their origin, their ancestral paths. If Bai Lin experienced further changes, he would add to this classification. Anu and Bai Lin were both Genesis beasts who've awakened their ancestral paths in his mind. Unfortunately, this was just his own means to differentiate and analyze for future reference, not an official designation. The paths of cultivators and beasts were different. One pushed towards their own paths, the other followed their progenitor. I wonder if there's actually a true void dragon that actually exists in reality. The thought caused Kratos to throb fiercely. To be the first of its kind, how legendary would that make it? Chapter 656, 651, Leaving after 6 years. Are we leaving? The feminine voice of Bai Lin coursed through Wei Wuyan's mind. The voice was youthful, velvety, and soothing, yet there was that upbeat vigor within that added a slight mischievousness to it. Wei Wuyan felt it fitted Bai Lin perfectly. Yeah, Wei Wuyan casually spoke out. His silver eyes with vertical slits of a dragon scoured the immensity that was the start of our Tiango. Bai Lin turned her gaze towards Tiango, her gaze flashing a little bit of pity. There was another reason why she tried so hard to awaken the Tiango, and that was in the hope of communicating with it through her unique means, something Wei Wuyan wasn't able to do. Wei Wuyan had informed her of its shout for help, and while it had destroyed her home, it was still a creature of nature. Her instincts were to eat, and Bai Lin knew hunger. The time she was alone, struggling to eat was still fresh within her memory. She turned towards Wei Wuyan. Those golden eyes reflected a distinct warmth, a gentle emotion, and her truest feelings. We leave today, Wei Wuyan clarified as he removed his gaze from the Tiango. He was unable to find a way to awaken her, and he had spent an entire year trying to deduce a means to do so. Even if it meant just communicating with it, none of his powers were effective. Whether it was alchemical, spiritual, or mental, there was no reaction whatsoever. It stayed in its hibernating state without any indication of its awakening. He had no idea when it would open its eyes again, but he knew that when it did, when he grasped enough power to help it, there might be something uncovered. It could relate to his bloodline of sin, his celestial eyes of spiritual divinity, his true dragon bloodline, or even Eden's origins. He knew there were far too many questions in this world that he would have to slowly discover answers to. He noticed Bai Lin's emotion-filled gaze and smiled. I've set the foundation. I just have no idea how it'll turn out. Still, it's about time we meet the others. Bai Lin released a cry, burning excitement seething within her eyes. She wanted to show off her new form to Xiaobai and Sumei, once more establish herself as the superior beast and receive her well-deserved praise. I don't know how much I can affect while not being there personally. There's just too little knowledge of this other cultivation society. What if my efforts amount to nothing? Even with the karmic luck surge and the fail-safes, is it enough to set the stage? His thoughts were relatively reasonable. He wasn't able to predict much, just push certain pieces forward. How these pieces reacted, such as the Golden Life Pavilion's attitude and capabilities, was completely up in the air. Wu Yu might be insignificant in this new cultivation society. His efforts to protect the others might not be enough. What he feared was his moves being like a pebble in the ocean, creating no waves, only irrelevant ripples that'll inevitably disperse into nothing. From Wang Yuqian's analysis, he didn't believe this cultivation society and its civilization was fragile. The Imperial Dawn starfield was frail, weak, and declining. It was far different from a flourishing society that didn't lack powerful experts, environmental conditions, and developed history. The what-ifs were far too numerous, the variables, unlimited. The heavenly Daos might be supporting him, but he was well aware that the heavenly Daos were not all-powerful, all-knowing, and can't influence everyone and everything to its favor. If the temporal reincarnator was as the black skeleton suggested, then this individual had enough karmic luck value to have the heavenly Daos directly affect time itself, giving them a second chance alongside a portion of themselves. The karmic luck value for that feat must be absolutely outrageous, yet that person still died. If a person like that can die, then he knew that his karmic luck value wasn't some heavenly shield that can prevent his death or those who are tied to his karmic fortune. Long Chen reminded him of the reality of this, recalling Wu Jiao's action of killing his allies directly in front of him. A calamity that is far too great can only be faced. The heavenly Daos support was limited. If an expert far beyond Wu Yu acted against his subordinates, against Wu Yu himself, would the heavenly Daos be able to save them? Would it even try? He didn't know, and that uncertainty kept him on his toes, kept him constantly thinking, constantly trying to find ways to rely on himself. In the end, these thoughts could only reaffirm his belief to rely on himself, not the heavenly Daos. The faults of blessed and their inevitable failings shall not affect him. He couldn't let it. Bai Lin moved in front of Wei Wuyin, lowering herself to take his position. Wei Wuyin faintly smiled. Bai Lin was more than just a mount, and he absolutely didn't need one. He was a hybrid himself, being a beast and an incredible cultivator. He even had wings, but he didn't dare to say this. Bai Lin would certainly flip on him if she was no longer his partner in the sky, if her usefulness was reduced. Fortunately, in his heart, Bai Lin was never useless. He settled himself on her back, mounting her, and she cried out a screech of joy. They both were visited by their old memories, a wave of nostalgia washing over them. Once upon a time, a crane, a man, and a saber slayed numerous cultivators in a brilliant display, fearless and imposing. They were of one heart, one will, and one mind. They were once again together. Bai Lin erupted in golden scarlet flames. The temperature was warm, the aura gentle, and the flames harmless. Wei Wuyin even felt faint life energies infusing into his body, increasing his lifespan by a tiny amount. For every second consumed, roughly a tenth of a second was recovered. Bai Lin unfurled her wings, her white and golden feathers flourished their beauty. Unfortunately, no one was able to witness this phenomenal sight. She took off. They moved at incredible speeds, blitzing a golden trail through the dark void. Her speed was far faster than even the top speed of his void ship. Wei Wuyin was used to this. Bai Lin's speed certainly exceeded Star-Lords of legends. Her evolution into a Genesis beast was not without its improvements. During these 3 years, Wei Wuyin had even used a variety of bloodline-enhancing and physical energy improvement products for her, kept over the years of his concoction efforts. She enjoyed the best treatment since her return. Before she underwent her nirvanic transformation, she wasn't very strong. She might have been able to fight a lower-staged astral core realm cultivator at best. He was even curious of her current power, but he somewhat feared facing her flames when they were destructive, so he didn't dare test it on himself. This was even with his outstanding cultivation foundation and current strength. The feeling of danger was just present whenever she showed off her power. Her bloodline abilities likely no longer fits within the mortal limits, yet it might just be slightly immature. They flew for several tens of thousand miles, streaking through the dark void in just a few minutes of time. Her speed was quite impressive, yet it barely reached far in the ruins of the Imperial Dawn starfield. By Wei Wuyan's calculations, traveling to the location pinged by his spatial rings at this speed might take several years, if not a decade. Traveling through the dark void was not simple. The dark void was massive. The issue wasn't the starfield space, but the space between starfields. They were like chasms of nothingness, an absence of light and life. They were great dividers that made travel even more arduous. Kratos called these areas void blank spaces. Inevitably, he softly sighed in his heart. Bai Lin, I'm going to open a void portal. Be ready. Kree. She didn't mind using a void portal to travel. She was just happy to fly as two, piercing through the space together. That was enough. Wei Wuyan clapped his hands together. The void force within him became vigorous. He closed his eyes, sensed the distance, direction, and location of his spatial ring. He locked onto Ing as if he was still on assignment, then this would give him the freedom to observe the situation and learn about this unfamiliar world. As he gathered the void force necessary, his eyes brightened as he felt the lock. With the rise of his cultivation, of his bloodline strength, and his own skill in usage, he found it relatively easy to produce a void portal. The issue was the cost. However, with some calculations, he realized that his current foundations would only use up roughly 70% of his total reserves of astral forces to accomplish this feat. This included the support from Eden, King, and Ori sharing their energies. The sheer volume of power was unfathomable for a little astral core realm cultivator to pull off, especially due to the Mystic Radiance Belt's unique strengthening of fixed space. With a faint smile, he proceeded to push outwards as a void portal started to manifest a few hundred miles ahead. They were flying towards it at incredible speeds just as he was about to finalize its creation. Own. Karmic luck value, 15,348.2 15,138.1. Third calamity, suppressed, 43 years. Chapter 657, 652, Karmic Detour. 210.1. At a time like this, Wei Wuyan was briefly stunned. The familiar sting of the heavenly Daos influence at the back of his head and arm struck again, his eyes brightening with an iridescent radiance as a result. The light was complex as his celestial eyes were fully invoked, even using the eye of truth and his own spiritual senses to observe the world's trend and surroundings. When he did, his pupils shrunk slightly as he realized his void portal's lock had yet to complete. The heavenly Daos influence was slight, incredibly subtle, but he felt a desire to make just a very minor alteration in the void portal's lock and fluctuations. If I was a normal blessed, would I have been influenced to change my destination without my own awareness? Accept it as my own mistake. Wei Wuyan was deeply startled by this type of urge to sabotage one's own destination. However, he soon came to an understanding in his heart. This wasn't the first time something like this happened, but it affected Bai Lin, not him. The last time they were directed towards a certain location was due to the Ash Dragon City's fiasco in the Myriad-Year Continent's Wu country. They sped towards a certain direction without stopping, traversing a set route by heavenly Daos influence. There, they timely arrived to steal from the cultivating city lord. How curious. Wei Wuyan wasn't going to sabotage a possible fortuitous encounter, especially after lacking one for so long. Since his rise in cultivation and needs, the heavenly Daos has been helping others tied to him, not himself. Where was the heavenly Daos trying to lead him and why? Intrigued, he did the slight alterations to his void portal in a split second according to his instincts, following the intentions of the heavenly Daos. When he did this, his expression immediately changed. However, it was too late. The speed Bai Lin was moving had been far too fast. The two entered the void portal almost immediately afterwards and vanished from the Imperial Dawn Starfield's ruins, leaving behind a slumbering Tiango and shattered remnants of a once thriving society. In the dark void, there were numerous strange occurrences, relics of stellar phenomenon, and naturally formed treasure throughout the decades. In the Grand Cyclic region, the void blank was a large area without the influence of solar stars. These areas were considered dark, lifeless, and a host of dangerous phenomena. The majority of the dark void was filled with void blank space, spaces between starfields, away from their influence. However, despite their name, this does not mean the absence of objects, or sometimes even life in these areas. Oftentimes, these spaces were a byproduct of solar stars being eaten by beings like star devourers or solar stars that have died long, long ago. They were ruins of starfields. One day, the Imperial Dawn starfield would one day become this type of space. The outer layer of the starfield will soon dissipate, causing a distinct absence of life, light, and orbits. Only floating debris of planets and flat continental Earths would remain. These locations have a unique type of celestial body. A planet or lunar satellite that wasn't destroyed by the eventual demise of the starfield, formed inexplicably in these areas via natural means, or was pushed out of the starfield naturally. These celestial bodies would maintain their molten cores, rotating and existing alone without a set orbit or home. They hurtled slowly through space and existed without purpose. Because of the lack of a solar star's life emissions of light, they were often severely lacking in the field of birthing and maintaining certain life forms. They were called celestial rogues. There were some cultivators who saw the space between starfields as areas of danger to be avoided at all cost, but there were others who saw the objects within and unique phenomenons as treasures waiting to be claimed. This was a reflection of courage and relative strength. In the Grand Cyclic stellar region, those who ventured into the unknown to search for these treasures were often referred to as void hunters. Some of the Eternal Sky starfield's various forces even had dedicated units of cultivators who lived for this occupation, just like sailors of the seas that ventured out for resources and food that the sea provides. They weren't the only ones who acted this way. The other starfields and their respective forces also explored the void blank space. In a particular location within the void blank space between starfields of the Grand Cyclic stellar region, there was a celestial rogue. It was originally a planet ousted by a starfield hundreds of thousands of years ago. It had a dark red, gaseous surface. The molten core's luminescence leaked through at times, as if it was breathing. On the surface of this small-sized planet, there was life. They were active and lively, moving in an organized fashion with well-practiced movement. Just outside the atmospheric layer, 3 high-level void ships were berthed in a closely knit fashion. They were running on very little power, covering all signs of their existence with concealment formations. If one wasn't looking directly at them, their spiritual senses would find nothing but a celestial rogue that seemed nothing special. If they were cultivators within mortal limits, this would ring even more true if they inspected deeper. The 3 void ships belonged to 3 separate forces from their unique insignia marked on their void ships. The first ship was painted in navy blue and sky blue colors, and had a golden-colored cloud as their identifying symbol on both sides of its hull. The second ship was dark gray. At both sides of its hull were a white character within a brightly colored, yellowish ring. The character read, Kuan. The third ship was jet black. There was no character or symbol on either side of its hull. Instead, there was an image being displayed by its 3 masts at its highest level. The image was of a silver sword stabbing into an azure-colored planet. It resembled a heart being pierced by an arrow. The ships belonged, respectively, to the vast cloud pavilion, the Kuan clan, and the reaping sword. They were all of different types of forces, a pavilion, a clan, and an independent group of cultivators. The fact that these forces were together in void blank space foretold that this celestial rogue was by no means ordinary. Above the 3 void ships were 3 figures, gathered together with their attendants and disciples. They numbered no more than 10, but the 3 figures in particular were exceptional. They didn't need to evoke their powers to sustain themselves in the dark void. Those behind them were all urging their forces to resist the chill of the dark void. While they found this easy, the fact they had placed them firmly within the limits of being mortal, even if they've touched beyond. As for the 3 figures, they were emitting auras beyond the limits of the mortal Tao. They were 2 men and 1 female. The 2 men were middle-aged, the wrinkles on their faces somewhat apparent, but the black-haired woman looked youthful, roughly in her late 20s. She wasn't a gorgeous, heaven-defying beauty, but she gave off her own charm that firmly established her as beautiful. One of the men, dressed in navy blue and sky blue robes, had a dark and hostile expression as he stared at the other men. That other man was relatively handsome with a faint smile on his face, wearing black robes, and his eyes contained expectation and excitement. At times, his eyes would shift downwards to inspect the planet below. The light in his eyes would elevate in intensity each time. Venerable Kuan Yiming, what is the meaning of this? The multi-blue-robed man asked, not taking his eyes off the black-robed man. Are you trying to push me out? Do you think I'm so easy to bully that I'll just leave? Venerable Kuan Yiming was a beautiful woman, dressed in gray and yellow robes. In the face of the multi-blue-robed man's fierce questioning, she smiled enchantingly. Venerable Blue Cloud, please settle down. Venerable Slaying Sword is just here to help us excavate faster. Venerable Blue Cloud's expression became unsightly. Excavate faster. Your actions go against our previous agreement. Venerable Kuan Yiming shook her head. There was no agreement. Just your suggestions. There was a wisp of ridicule within her eyes. How can you ascend and survive this far with so much trust in others? She disdainfully mocked within the depths of her heart. Venerable Slaying Sword added with a contemptuous smile, there was no oath established, so no agreement was reached. You're becoming more muddled with age, old man. Venerable Blue Cloud exploded with fury. What did you just say? You ungrateful little brat. I've been making honorable agreements before I taught your grandmother how to suck properly. The flaring heat within his gaze betrayed the complicated history between the two. Furthermore, it was certainly deep. Despite their similarly aged appearance, it was clear there was an age gap. Venerable Slaying Sword's smile faded. A vicious killing intent flickered within his eyes. The insult was far too humiliating, especially with his subordinates behind him. He interfaced with his spatial ring, his aura seethed, causing those attendants behind Venerable Blue Cloud to shiver with fear. Enough. The enchanting smile on Venerable Kuan Yiming's face was wiped off. She gave Venerable Slaying Sword a sharp glance, enough to rein in his aura, reluctantly, and calm down with a few breaths. She turned to Venerable Blue Cloud. The Teramistic mine will take far too long to excavate with just us, just assessing it is taking so long. Other forces of our United Source Starfield are already starting to take notice of our absence, and we can't just leave here. We needed a larger workforce. But we can't transfer any from our homeland without alerting the others. You know this, so don't act naive. However, she looked to Venerable Slaying Sword. With his Reaping Sword Association, composed of elite void hunters, they have far more forces that can be mobilized without alerting others, as if natural. We can increase our mining speed and efforts by 3 to 4 times, perhaps even extract all of the Teramistic ore in just 2 or 3 centuries. Am I wrong? Venerable Blue Clouds. Blazing flames of aggression were slightly doused. He knew her reasoning was legitimate and with sound logic behind it. If the others knew they had found an unclaimed Teramistic mine on a celestial rogue, perhaps a bloody war would ensue. In the best-case scenario, they wouldn't even get a slice of this delicious pie. Those High Lords would take action, leaving them with not even a scrap. If things were truly revealed, Saint Kings and Queens might take action. They just don't have the qualifications to monopolize such a valuable resource. After all, it was used in the forging of tools, armaments, and talismans of the mystic level. Even the Golden Life Pavilion valued the Teramistic mine, Optimal Sky, at 1,320 mystic stones. That planet was tiny-sized. This planet was small-sized. 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 That was roughly 10 times larger than tiny-sized planets. If the mine was just as rich, filled with just as much Teramistic ore as Optimal Sky relative to surface area, it was enough to cause an entire bloody war between starfields. Even the Eternal Sky Starfield and 9-Star Starfield would take action. Venerable Slaying Sword had calmed down, looking at the planet below with ardent greed. It's too bad the mine can't be moved, if only. A trace of pity within his eyes flitted through. The Teramistic ore wasn't a single mineral. Just a small pebble of it can't be moved to a spatial ring. Even moving it through the folds of space would require efforts of dozens of saints to offset its volatile reaction to spatial forces. TCH, full-hearted thinking of the naive, Venerable Blue Cloud jabbed out mercilessly. Venerable Kuan Yiming ignored Venerable Blue Cloud's childishness, saying as she stared at the planet, "Has the assessment finished? How much is the estimated value?" Venerable Blue Cloud seemed to have begrudgingly accepted the situation, not thinking about forming an oath or anything to solidify their relationship. There was just no need. If any of them didn't want a large piece of the pie or even their lives, they were free to reveal it to others. None of them would get any. The other forces might even eliminate them to silence off any news. At least Venerable Slaying Sword was a manageable variable. And while he might be annoying to the eyes, he was smart enough to know this fact. As for betraying the others after, that's the same as betraying yourself. They can establish oaths of silence if they succeed in this dangerous operation that was essentially playing with their lives. Venerable Blue Cloud excitedly answered, "We've mapped 30% of the planet. An estimate of 1,600 mystic stones worth of ore has been discovered. However, we haven't found the central core of the mine yet. My surveyors are estimating its total value at 4,000 mystic stones. Perhaps slightly more." The Venerable's eyes simultaneously glowed, including the attendants. They hit the freaking motherlode. Even if they just took away a tenth of it, they would all be absurdly rich, far beyond the wealth of all their forces combined. And selling it to the Golden Life Pavilion of the Eternal Sky Starfield, especially with their discreet policies and honorable practices, they wouldn't fear being exposed. Mystic rank products. In their reach. Mystic grade resources. Affordable. Elevating their defensive formations. Their means of travel. Mystic tools and weapons. None of these things would be out of the realm of possibility. The seed of greed in their hearts grew 3 sizes. Unbeknownst to them, 2 figures, a man and a beast, had arrived a little over 100,000 miles away from them out of a void portal. Chapter 658, 653, Grasping Fortune. Where is this? Wei Wuyin exited the void portal alongside Bai Lin. They swiftly halted their flight, investigating their surroundings with all their means. They discovered that they were currently within void blank space. There was no solar star here. Wei Wuin's silver eyes and Bai Lin's gold eyes flared with scintillating radiance, observing the world before them. "Keep your flames," Wei Wuin said. Bai Lin dispersed her nirvanic flames, removing the source of bright light. As she was like a miniaturized bright solar star in a dimly lit environment. Fortunately, her swift response and Wei Wuin's quick thinking prevented others from easily noticing their presence. Bai Lin didn't cry out, remaining tactfully silent. Her vocal range was extremely powerful, capable of shaking space and even alerting others. You could feel her cry through the trembling of fixed space. This was the very reason why Wei Wuin could still notice her distinct cries within the dark void. It further suggests that the dark void is within the natural environment of beasts, making them incredibly adaptable existences. Wei Wuin kept his emission of spiritual light at the minimum as he observed his surroundings with his celestial eyes. When the heavenly Daos had influenced him to change his coordinates, he suspected that he would land on a planet or lunar satellite, not in the middle of void blank space without any signs of life. What type of fortune could be here? After finding nothing within an area of several thousand miles, he calmed down his overly taut mind as he observed the heavenly Daos influence. It brought me here for a reason, right? According to his knowledge, the variety of karmic fortune for blessed was different for each, tailor-made for them. Long Chen's fortuitous encounters surrounded beautiful, talented women, with the only notable distinction being the meeting with Wu Yu. While there were likely others, Wei Wuin could deduce at least this much as for his own: it geared towards opportunities to be grasped, not counting how it benefited his subordinates and lovers. Every karmic encounter so far, even those that the Black Skeleton had mentioned earlier in his life, had been opportunities with min-max which stressed his strength, comprehension, knowledge, intelligence, courage, tactics, and decision-making. If he didn't have the keen insight to observe others closely, the knowledge to gain an understanding of innate physiques and how to awaken them, not taking this subject lightly, he might have missed Nasini during their hunt. If he didn't risk his life, he wouldn't have obtained that essence stone that propelled him into the chi condensation realm. While he was extremely poor, if his principles were merciless and his thoughts short-sighted, he would have stolen the saber of that blacksmith. If he had done so, he would have obtained a decently suitable chi weapon, but missed out on a tailor-made, handcrafted, absolutely grateful saber. The Yin-Yang God Sphere was bestowed to him by Qin Qiumu's father only because he noticed his presence, revealing his talent and skill. It eventually led to him reaching the false reality phase with a calculated risk. If he didn't have the courage to fight the Ash Dragon City Lord, to strive to snatch his possessions, not counting the heavenly Daos blindness due to the bloodline of sin, he would obtain nothing. Every last karmic encounter followed this logic. All the heavenly Daos did was influence certain events and individuals, opening up certain opportunities for him to grasp. This suggests that most, not all, of his karmic fortune was based on his own decision-making and ability. He could obtain nothing or far, far more than the heavenly Daos could ever calculate. With the bloodline of sin, he knew this was extremely beneficial to him. The heavenly Daos was unable to properly understand him, fooled by the bloodline of sin, always underestimating his means and methods. He soon realized there was no additional influence or hints from the heavenly Daos, as one would expect with his type of karmic fortune. After leading him to the water, he would still have to drink himself. Whether he decided to use his hands or find a bucket, that was all on him. His karmic fortune was to be here, at this moment. After thinking this, his eyes sharpened. A 210.1 karmic luck deduction was massive for an opportunity that he could miss. By all means, he could travel again through the void portal, reaching his previously intended location after a brief rest. Keep your eyes open, Wei Wuyin transmitted to Bai Lin. Whatever their purpose, it was his to discover and find out. To grasp that elusive opportunity alongside its dangers. Wei Wuyin didn't fly without purpose. He pushed his celestial eyes to their limits, causing his pupils to faintly reveal a pulsing formation of the celestial eyes of spiritual divinity. His perception in void blank space was not infinite. He couldn't grasp everything within a single glance, only capable of comfortably observing several 10,000 miles of distance in his line of sight. Everything else looked like floating rocks or dots in the distance. He didn't dare to carelessly spread out his spiritual sense. The dangers of void blank space was not to be underestimated, and he didn't wish to trigger anything untoward or reveal his presence carelessly. Wei Wuyin was unaware that 3 genuine ascended were just slightly 100,000 miles away, alongside a few mystic star and astral core realm experts. His spiritual strength could have easily reached such limits if stretched outwards, but his location would have been revealed to them all almost instantly. He had just avoided being discovered, likely silenced with extreme prejudice due to his vigilance and caution. The issue with this type of karmic fortune was the lethal risks involved. It was foolhardy to release your spiritual sense with wild abandon in a territory you know nothing of. His mindfulness kept him from a chase. After several minutes of observation, his celestial eyes observed a floating rock that gave off a strange aura. It seemed to be a fragment of a planet, broken off by an attack. He felt faint traces of fire force within. Wei Wuyin patted Bai Lin. Move there. Don't ignite yourself. Seeing how solemn Wei Wuyin was, Bai Lin took on the same attitude. She softly flapped her wings with little force, slowly making her way to that direction without creating any outrageous disturbance in space. She smoothly sailed through the dark void with minimal movement. After knowing that the Tianguo existed, she was well aware that beings and existences beyond her imagination existed. They soared for 20 minutes and only traveled a few miles until they arrived at a chunk of rock. Wei Wuyin neared it, his eyes piercing the rock and analyzing its entirety. He discovered that the fire force was indeed present, and it belonged to a temporal phase cultivator, someone at the 8th stage of the astral core realm. It was fresh. Perhaps a few months old. The chunk was roughly the size of a small boulder, fragmented and broken off by force. Whoever hit this object did so with tremendous force, and it wasn't the target, just a casualty. Its small size could have been easily missed with all this floating debris and vast space. The two landed on the fragmented rock. Bai Lin plunged her claws into it for a grip as she leaned closer for Wei Wuyin to touch. With a faint rub, Wei Wuyin frowned. This rock has something in it. But it feels strange yet familiar. Have I sensed this before? His frown deepened as he contemplated. His celestial eyes only saw fire-attributed astral force and the natural minerals for its composition. It seemed to have faint deposits and traces of gases. Bai Lin pecked the rock softly, breaking off a piece with her beak and biting it. She licked it, curious. Her actions were quite interesting, and Wei Wuyin was about to inform her to be cautious, but her eyes flared softly and she gulped the piece whole. After a few seconds, she pecked again and consumed another portion. But this time, she spat it out in disgust. Wei Wuyin was confused. Undercooked. He jokingly said, but Bai Lin answered with something that made his heart quiver. It wasn't the same. Disgusting. Just plain rock. The other piece was delicious. Bai Lin said with a hint of anger. She felt as if she was tricked by this rock, so she dug her claws in deeper and started to break off pieces in her frustration. Wei Wuyin chuckled for a bit, but then his expression changed. It wasn't the same. He inspected the rocks and found that all the rocks were the same, in composition and everything. How could it not be the same? Wait. Stop, Wei Wuyin urged. He hurriedly moved to gather the broken pieces and inspected them. I've sensed this before, and a few times too. The veils. He immediately realized where he recognized this strange, elusive familiarity. Every female outsider he observed had it. They concealed their looks. Tools. Mystic tools. Even his celestial eyes couldn't sense through it. And if he followed this thinking in Bai Lin's statement, then this was an ore deposit that he couldn't sense. There were portions that were normal and portions that weren't. The fragmented rock must have flown out during the mining process, likely the early process of explosive blasting. This was basic mining practices used in the mortal world to extract ore and discover ore bodies. But if cultivators were to replicate it, then this would be able to send entire pieces of rock through the dark void. This was especially so if gravity wasn't very strong. This rock. Does it contain pieces of mystic grade ore? Is this my fortune? With this, I can leave and sell this off for an unfathomably high amount, can't I? Wei Wuyin considered. This was likely his fortune. If he had just left or went to recover his astral force before leaving, ignoring this error, or just lacked the means to discover the rock, then he would have been left with nothing. The heavenly das, huh? However, just this little. If this was a small piece blown off casually, then there must be a mine somewhere. Right. But if it was being mined, then there must be miners. If they could mine out this ore, there might be mystic ascendant realm cultivators present to oversee the process. However, a mine often contained a huge amount of resources within. If mystic graded materials were valuable, then what if he could obtain the entire mine? Greed was always ill-advised to have, but ambition was not. He could only make some plans. Because he was not going to give up such a great treasure without trying. After running through some simulations, testing out his thoughts and means, his eyes lit with palpable excitement. Bai Lin, let's find our mine. Chapter 659, 654, Plans, Issues, Difficulties. Wei Wuyin's excited mood infected Bai Lin's own heart. She knew that gaze of his, having seen it many times in the past. The two stayed near the fragmented rock. Wei Wuyin furrowed his brows as he inspected his spatial ring. It was currently trembling vigorously. The dimensional space within it was also on the verge of collapse. Just a few seconds ago, Wei Wuyin tried to keep the fragmented rock within his spatial ring. In his senses, he didn't feel any overt volatile energies within, so he tested whether he could store it. Unfortunately, he discovered that the unseen energies of the ore had adversely affected the spatial energies within his spatial ring, and even its internal structure and formations were harmed. This mystic grade ore can't be stored in spatial rings. Is it because of the limitations of the spatial ring's grade or the volatile nature of the ore? The mystic intent? The derived energies of it? Both. He carefully considered this from a few angles, but he couldn't determine the exact reason behind it. Trying to understand things beyond mortal limits as a mere mortal was difficult. His celestial eyes granted him outstanding perception, yet it was still held back by his own cultivation and mortal limitations. This was his first time interacting with objects that contained the will that ascended the mortal Tao. The Elementus cache had no mystic-grade materials, tools, or items. After seeing how this material reacted to his spatial ring, he understood why it didn't. This fragmented rock wasn't very large. Let's see if void crystallization works. He hesitated after saying this, inspecting the surroundings. The void crystallization can cause fixed space to rumble. He didn't know if this would alert any cultivators nearby. The abilities of mystic ascendants still were far beyond his understanding. However, if a few of his plans were going to work, he needed to test if he could accomplish the feat of safely storing the mystic grade ore. With a soft breath, he executed void crystallization. His bloodline energies and void force surged as he focused on the fragmented rock, slowly bringing his hands together. Rumble. The nearby fixed space started to shake vigorously. It was this move that sealed and shrunk the myriad-year continent. However, this fragmented rock couldn't even be considered a millionth of its size. He tested it for a single second, then his expression drastically changed. With urgent haste, he halted his actions. A feeling of crisis overwhelmed him. Bai Lin, dive. He tightly held onto Bai Lin's feathers. Bai Lin started, but she reacted quickly. Without any hesitation and with complete trust, she started to plunge downwards at a rapid speed. She didn't ignite her nirvanic flames, just swung her wings and used their natural momentum. Wei Wuyin hastily formed a hand seal, his spiritual force enveloped them swiftly. Then, he executed a concealment spell to hide their auras and life signs, using elemental earthen force to encase their bodies as they became a lifeless rock floating without any aura. They kept plunging. His heart was racing violently. They kept moving for several minutes. 5 figures arrived. They were dressed in various outfits, with 3 dressed in blue. They had the symbol of a golden cloud on their chest. The figure at the lead was a middle-aged man with a very thin body, his eyes sunken. He had a powerful aura. Wei Wuyin kept his celestial eyes active, observing those several miles above them. 4 Time Lords. A Star Lord. He realized that his actions had lured them over from wherever they were hiding. 3 different forces. He noted 3 different insignias marked on them. However, this caused his heart to become heavy. If a Star Lord is a part of an investigative team, then they must have Mystic Ascendant Realm cultivators in their lineup. While not completely verified, the 5 seemed like subordinates, not leaders. As a leader himself, he would never investigate abnormalities himself. Otherwise, why even have subordinates if you had to do everything yourself? Furthermore, if there was lethal danger present, then they acted as scouts. They were communicating using spiritual transmissions. They observed the fragmented rock with some surprise on their faces, then elation. The 5 discussed something, but the strongest shook his head with a dark expression. With a wave of his hand, he wrapped the fragmented rock in astral force and gave the area a sweep with his spiritual sense. Wei Wuyin held his breath. He wasn't afraid of these cultivators, but their leaders. If he alerted them, there would be too many variables to react to. The spiritual sense swept towards their false rock structure, masquerading as a lifeless rock. It lingered for a moment, as if to sense if there was any mystic grade ore within it. After that brief moment, it kept going until it receded. The 5 experts left. Wei Wuyin stayed quiet, not showing his inner frustration at losing his mountain. He observed their route until they reached a certain point, then their auras vanished as they disappeared behind a gaseous planet. The planet wasn't the only planet floating in the void blank space, but all of them were lifeless and lacked any activity. Is it there? Wei Wuyin realized that there were concealment formations somewhere near the planet and around it. He couldn't observe anything within the planet, just its gaseous surface. There should be individuals moving on its surface. They took my food. Bai Lin scowled. The mystic grade ore was delicious to her. She wanted more. Unfortunately, those bastards snatched it. Burn them. Her scorching rage was reflecting in her blazing gold eyes. Wei Wuyin was startled. Can you sense them? They were currently encased in earthen force, further surrounded by spiritual force, so it was shocking that Bai Lin could sense them. They're really bright, Bai Lin stated innocently. Wei Wuyin's eyes brightened. He hurriedly asked, you can see life auras? Bai Lin thought for a moment, and then she hesitatingly nodded. I think I can. I haven't seen any other living beings besides you and the Tiango since my transformation was completed, so I don't really know. Wei Wuyin understandingly nodded. Cultivation was all about self-exploration and discovery. There were many abilities that even he wasn't aware of until he tested them. Even when he gained his bloodline abilities, he only roughly knew of their abilities. Cultivators often cultivated methods of others with detailed explanations of limitations and abilities, explicit guidelines to follow, tested by the creator and others, so this was often avoided. Can you see my life aura? Wei Wuyin asked curiously. But Bai Lin shook her head, I just see you. Wei Wuyin pondered for a moment and understood. His void dragon bloodline was likely blocking his aura from being emitted out, so his life aura concealed within him. This was likely why Bai Lin never discovered her newfound ability. Unbeknownst to Wei Wuyin, even some genuine ascended couldn't peer into his body without extraordinary means. At least, only demi-mortal lords would even have a chance to do so as he was. Venerable High Eater had this issue after he restored his bloodline source. Can you see that planet? Are there any life auras there? Wei Wuyin asked. He kept them concealed with his spiritual force. He couldn't allow others to notice them if they were suspicious. If he was a leader that learned of the possibility of losing profit because of blown-out mystic-grade ore, the next action was to scour the immediate area to find anything else that could escape his grasp. Bai Lin turned her gaze towards the direction that Wei Wuyin pointed at. Her golden-colored eyes had nirvanic flames flickering within. Yes. There's a lot. Like, a lot. Her voice was filled with surprise and joy. This was an amazing ability. Was she always this awesome? Wei Wuyin realized her eyes even exceeded his celestial eyes in some ways, such as sensing life auras, even through powerful formations that exceeded his mortal limits. After some back-and-forth exchanges of information, Wei Wuyin determined there were roughly 12,000 cultivators present on the planet's surface. According to Bai Lin, some were stationary while others were actively moving. Surveying? Guarding? Were they protecting the entire planet? The thought that an entire planet was a mine was outrageously baffling, but he felt that from Bai Lin's words, this was a real possibility. If so, his original simulations and plans could all be thrown out. Earlier, he tried to use void crystallization on just a piece of fragmented rock that contained mystic-grade ore, but his estimated consumption would exceed the myriad-year continent. A planet this size filled with mystic-grade material. This planet was roughly the same size as the myriad monarch's main planet. Screw that. He would be killing himself in the attempt. Unable to bring such a gigantic object with him, he felt a little bitter in his heart. Did he just lose his karmic fortune? 3 forces, planet-sized mine, possible mystic ascendant realm cultivators. He couldn't seal and shrink it to fit inside his spatial ring. So plan A, B and C were depressingly discarded. The idea of moving a planet or mining it wasn't very feasible. He didn't have that power yet nor the appropriate subordinates. Yet the value of this planet was likely massive. There wasn't any way to obtain the entire planet without. Wei Wuyin's eyes lit with radiance as he brought out a normal, non-mystic ore piece that came from the fragmented rock. Bai Lin shifted her head to see Wei Wuyin's expression, and her heart thumped. She knew that expression. A fierce glint roared to life in her eyes. Let's hope he's not useless. Wei Wuyin remarked as he waved his hand, shattering the earthen shell around them. The two started to move towards the planet. Wei Wuyin hurriedly brought out a few astral force recovery pills. He calm-zummed them. Chapter 660, 655, Unable to Escape Trouble. This is so bothersome. A handsomely regal middle-aged man dressed in a multicolored imperial robes flew through the dark void. His chiseled cheeks and sword-like brows were accompanied by a dissatisfied frown. At the moment, his eyes glinted with a vexed light. This is really so bothersome, Wu Yu remarked again alongside a sigh. He rapidly blitzed through the dark void. He was coming up to a lunar satellite of a medium-sized planet within the Aquagai's domain, the territory of the Yi clan, one of the 8 noble clans. With a tilted drifting maneuver, he flew at the edge of its atmosphere with frightening smoothness. Stop immediately. A spiritual sound burst erupted from behind it, trembling the fixed space. A wave of incredible power ceased coming after Wu Yu, redirecting itself for free of activating the planet's defenses. Yeah, sure. Give me a minute to adjust myself, Wu Yu quipped back with a faint spiritual sound burst. His body accelerated as he kept going, leaving the planet in the dust. A snort filled with rage echoed. Behind him, 4 figures flew rapidly towards him, covered in strange fluctuations that mortals were unable to visibly perceive. They were all dressed in a uniform, indicating they came from the same power. They were all wearing icy blue heavy armor. At their front was a character inscribed with mystical runes. It read, Bing. At their center back was a sky-viewed, 8-petaled lotus forged by ice crystals. They were from the Bing clan, another one of the 8 noble clans, and renowned for their ice-attributed cultivators. 5 years ago, one of their powerhouses, Bing Tian, had participated in the bidding war for the Neo-Dawn Eclipse Pill. Wu Yu didn't look back, calculating his route as he shifted his direction. There was an inhabited lunar satellite nearby. It'll serve as another shield. His thoughts were quite vicious, but his actions were not without warrant. At the head of the 4 figures was a female figure who exuded a murderously chilly aura. If her face wasn't concealed by a helmet, it would be recognized as being Bing Tian. A genuine demi-mortal lord expert. He was being hunted by a high lord. Across domains. Wu Yu was already executing the second grand transformation, exhausting his refined Imperial Heaven aura to increase the strength of his innate energies, amplifying his strength. The first grand transformation evolved the world pressure of grand lineage cultivators into Imperial pressure. The second grand transformation used the Imperial Heaven aura to increase the quality of innate energies within the cultivator's astral or mystic core. The third grand transformation evoked the full power of the Imperial Heaven physique. He wouldn't dare use the third grand transformation. After all, without being at the demi-mortal lord himself, refining his physique to its limits, he ran the risk of exploding and dying on the spot. There wouldn't be a chance to stay as a spirit in a ring. How woeful would that be after being reborn? One of the armored men behind Bing Tian frustratingly cried out, "How can a venerable be so fast?" To escape from a demi-mortal lord and 3 similarly staged cultivators. Who was this guy? We're going to find out. Bing Tian's viscerally icy vocals resounded through the dark void. She urged her power, infusing the 3 with it. They simultaneously sped forward at even greater speeds. Wu Yu's brows never lifted from their furrowed state. After sensing the outburst of power from behind him, he knew his speed was being faintly exceeded. It was only a matter of time before he was caught up to, likely captured at best, directly killed at worst. This is all his fault. With gritted teeth, he thought about unleashing the limits of his power and dealing with his pursuers. While very unlikely with a demi-mortal lord on his tail, he might be able to severely injure her enough to force a retreat. Bup. Just as he was about to unleash his power, he heard a strange sound from his hand. He glanced at his spatial ring to realize that it was flickering with spiritual light. He had never heard this type of sound before. The hell? This is the ring he left. Another message. Wu Yu was startled by the sudden development. He had a faint desire to ignore it. The timing wasn't great at all. However, he still held a faint fear towards the mortal sovereign alchemist that had already shaken the eternal sky starfield without being present. Prudently, he interacted with the ring and felt the spiritual message. When he linked with the light, he found that there wasn't a message inside. The sound and light dispersed almost immediately. Openly confused, he felt an urge to toss the ring. Those on his tail were now closer. However, just as he was about to turn around and release an ultimate strike, ready to use a nearby lunar satellite as a shield for his weakened state afterwards, his eyes constricted. What's that? Those from the Bing clan immediately noticed an abnormality in the dark void. Near the lunar satellite was a dot of blackness, at the edges was faint multicolored light. It resembled an activated void gate. Wu Yu's eyes brightened. Without even the faintest of hesitation, he abruptly shifted his direction and flew towards the void portal a few thousand miles from him. In the matter of a blink of an eye, he arrived. With a smug smile, he turned around and waved at Bing Tian and her subordinates. "See you." He stepped into the void portal. Bing Tian halted her pursuit. She wasn't going to chase after someone into an unknown void portal that manifested without reason, without a void gate in the middle of the dark void. It could be a spatial phenomenon with an unknown location at best, a lethal trap at worst. The void portal shivered violently before fading away. The 4 looked onwards, their eyes were vigilant yet blank. What just happened? Why is the Bing clan present in my He clan's territory? A thrumming, vigorous voice quaked the immediate dark void's fixed space. It contained a level of terrifying power and pressure that caused the icy blue armors of the 4 to tremble. Bing Tian's heart throbbed fiercely in response. The He clan's earthly saint. In the void blank space between the United Source Starfield and the Treasured Light Starfield, there were 3 venerables with their respective forces concealed near a celestial rogue of a planet, floating above their 3 void ships. Their ambitions were far-sighted, their greed heightened by the prospect of their boundless futures. It's been 3 full weeks since the addition of the Reaping Sword, the Specialized Void Hunter Association, had joined the operation. Their skills in surveying the Terra Mystic mine had quadrupled with skilled individuals on the task. Not only did they complete the surveying, they found the Terra Mystic core, the central bulk of all the Terra Mystic ore, and therefore now knew of its full value. The 3 were gathered again, discussing their plans for excavating the ore for their uses in the quickest manner without arousing suspicion or creating too much of a commotion that might attract other void hunters. Venerable Slaying Sword's eyes were in a state of perpetual excitement, unable to be concealed even in the presence of Venerable Blue Cloud. You all vastly underestimated this planet's value. This is why you should have professionals take action, not amateurs. Venerable Blue Cloud was about to speak in retaliation, but he found himself laughing before the first syllable could escape. The smile on his face was unable to be removed, so it was hard to even muster up the desire to fire back. He was just too joyful at the moment. His mood was unable to be extinguished by verbal jabs by an immature, still suckling child. Venerable Kuan Yiming was the only one with a heavy frown, her eyes betraying her solemn thoughts. What's the total value? Venerable Slaying Sword excitedly stated, the Terra Mystic Ore's core has the bulk of the ore, roughly 40% of the entire mine's contents. The entire planet, if we use generous measurements, can be priced at 17,000 mystic stones. He started to laugh with joy. Venerable Kuan Yiming. Venerable Blue Cloud. The gleeful smile was wiped off his face instantly. There was abhorrent shock in his expression. He stuttered out, completely unbefitting of his venerable title, 17,000. Venerable Slaying Sword laughed, nodding with a triumphant smile. He was completely unaware of the shifts in the other two. Venerable Kuan Yiming placed her hands on the void, pressing against it as if it was a solid, flat surface. Her delicate hands tensed. I think. Venerable Blue Cloud was older, more experienced. The total value of this planet far, far exceeded their estimations. If his knowledge wasn't failing him, this planet sat at the third largest Terra Mystic mine in the entire Grand Cyclic Stellar region. A bloody war. No. Chaos would descend across the entire stellar region. Death. Violence. Blood. It would be endless. He audibly gulped. Venerable Slaying Sword realized the atmosphere had shifted. His expression started to calm down as he frowned. We can just do this quietly, efficiently. As long as we need mystical oaths, Venerable Kuan Yiming said suddenly. I concur, Venerable Blue Cloud echoed her sentiment. Shocking Venerable Slaying Sword into confusion. Was things so drastic that these measures needed to be taken? But when he looked at their eyes glinting with the utmost solemn light, he decided to nod in acceptance. He was a little too young to understand the consequences of this news escaping out. If they hadn't already locked down all news, all spiritual transmissions on the planet, they might consider slaughtering everyone on the planet and taking this slow, very, very slow. Still, their gaps of security must be dealt with swiftly. Just as they were discussing the details to which they and their subordinates will systematically swear oaths to, a fluctuation nearby grasped their taut, sensitive spiritual senses. There was a faint pressure and surging spatial ripples. It was unable to be ignored. They soared out instantly. The three venerables looked to the distance and saw a black dot, perhaps a sphere, manifest alongside faint multicolored light at its edges. Their hearts simultaneously sank. What type of spatial phenomenon was this? Venerable Slaying Sword remarked, a void gate. A void portal. They had never seen a naturally occurring void gate, but their hearts sank even deeper. They glanced at each other. A single thought echoed simultaneously through their minds. Void Voyage Sect. A multicolored robed figure was thrown out of the void portal, spinning around rather embarrassingly. After a brief moment of hectic movement, they oriented themselves rather skillfully. After patting their robes to remove the wrinkles, the appearance of a handsome middle-aged figure was revealed to the three. The void portal behind him vanished. The figure looked around, noticing the nearby planet, the area that lacked the influence of a solar star, and the three void ships that were concealed by various formations a few thousand miles away. If he wasn't visibly seeing it, he might miss it in his spiritual senses if he wasn't looking for it. He realized even the planet felt odd, as if it was concealed deeply. To add, he felt the auras of three cultivators at the second stage of the mystic ascendant realm, the soul of mysticism phase. Odd, Wu Yu said. Where was Wei Wuyin? Just as the Grand Monarch's thoughts reached this point, he felt a surge of intense killing intent. His expression changed. Chapter 661, 656, An Attempt to Silence. Wu Yu was baffled. The killing intent of three mystic ascendants were not to be underestimated. The spiritual power infused within was terrifyingly harsh, permeating for tens of thousands of miles with frightening intensity. The fixed space of the dark void quivered in response. The three's killing intent were unified in goal and objective, honed onto a single figure which amplified its effects. Wu Yu furrowed his brows. He didn't understand the animosity at first, but after considering the concealed formations of the void ships and celestial rogue of a planet, he realized that he had stumbled upon a secret. A secret where 3 Ascended were willing to kill to keep. However, he glanced at the 3. They didn't take immediate action. A warning. He clearly understood it was their direct warning against remaining here, urging him to escape. He knew why they didn't immediately take action. They were all similarly staged cultivators, at the soul of mysticism phase, so from this distance, any assault would lead to him dodging or running away with suspicions in his heart. Unfortunately, Wu Yu wasn't certain about the situation, so he couldn't leave, nor was he the type to be dissuaded away by cultivators of the same level. Where was Wei Wuyin? Was he captured by these individuals? Why was he sent here? If he left and Wei Wuyin was taken away and imprisoned, he would suffer an unimaginable loss. After losing the King of Everlore's support, his cultivation path had come to an almost immediate end during his 3rd mystic ascension, nearly losing his body and life as a result. After learning that little boy named Han Yuhei had reached the earthly saint stage after all this time, he was incredibly bitter in his heart. It would be an outright fool's decision to abandon Wei Wuyin. He was his golden ticket to greater levels, his golden thigh to tightly hug, thick and delicious. Wu Yu's heart was the definition of serene in the face of the 3 Ascended's fierce spiritual auras. Almost entirely unconcerned, he thought, that void portal certainly belonged to Wei Wuyin. He used something similar on my planet, bringing alongside the chill of the dark void with him, if I recall correctly. He even incorporated the Imperial Heaven aura within to make sure I'd recognize it. It seems his cultivation has truly reached far greater levels in such a short period of time. It is probably true that he has a connection with the Void Voyage sect. That celestial jade key he wears on his neck. The very same thought Venerable High Eater had was shared by Wu Yu after gaining an awareness of the Eternal Sky Starfield's affairs. The celestial jade key was the chosen candidate's token of qualification for the Void Voyage sect. When the 3 Ascended realized their simultaneous unleashing of killing intent didn't prompt Wu Yu's immediate retreat, their expressions darkened considerably. They were vexed, feeling as if they were forced by Wu Yu. They exchanged glances with each other, and a string of swift spiritual transmissions were performed. If he stays to inspect long enough, there's a chance he notices the Terra-mystic mine. Venerable Blue Cloud. We should kill him. Only the dead can keep secrets. If he belongs to the treasured light Starfield, sends word back, he could bring over a High Lord to investigate. Venerable Slaying Sword. Venerable Kuan Yiming. We can invite him to take in a portion for himself. Killing an Ascended is a difficult matter, even with the 3 of us. If he escapes, we'll be dealing with further issues and unknown variables down the line. He could be from the Void Voyage sect of the Eternal Sky Starfield. Venerable Blue Cloud. Absolutely not. While difficult, it's not impossible to kill him. At least, capturing him would be possible. We have 3 combat-type void ships, and 4 Mystic Star subordinates. Together, they can hold him down and prevent his escape as long as we're willing to pay the cost. I refuse to share a portion of this with another. Venerable Slaying Sword. We act. Ready our men. Venerable Kuan Yiming seemed to be the tiebreaker of 2 trains of thoughts. One that pursued peace and caution, the other that wanted silence and violence. They were both reasonable, but Venerable Kuan Yiming knew the consequences of news traveling out. There was no turning back, especially since they hadn't even begun to mine the planet yet. How disgusting would it be if they were pushed off this treasure trove? Unable to taste a single profit. She knew her stomach would be twisting uncontrollably for centuries. Venerable Blue Cloud thought for a moment, and then the light in his eyes solidified with a fierce resolve. While he wanted to pursue peace, he understood the consequences of news leaking out. If he was going to be outvoted here, then he'll act with his full effort and strength. Venerable Slaying Sword's eyes brightened with blazing excitement. It's been far too long since he fought against an Ascended for real, a very rare occurrence in any starfield. A faint sword aura flared around him. They sent orders to their void ships who were reading their formations to engage in battle. Wu Yu's left brow trembled. They were about to attack. He could feel the formations being primed on the void ships and seething auras from their bodies. They weren't even hiding it. Wu Yu swept his amused glance at the three, faintly chuckling to himself. He had already deactivated his grand transformation, being at his base state, but even though he had exhausted quite a bit of mystic energy while strategically outrunning his pursuers, he was a monarch of the grand lineage. When have they ever feared cultivators of the same level? Could this be a test? After witnessing the three's auras, Wu Yu had his suspicions. After experiencing Wei Wuyan's means and methods in the Everlore Starfield, and later the shaking of the entire world in a new starfield with just a few letters, he was quite cautious towards Wei Wuyan. The words he said before, capable of taking everything he bestowed to him away if he found him unsatisfactory, still echoed in his heart at times. If this was some sort of test designed to find out his relative worth to nurture, then wasn't this ideal? With a calm gait, he made a series of steps forward and sent out a spiritual pulse carrying a wide-range transmission. There was only one word within: surrender. The expressions of the three venerables changed, feeling the oppressive spiritual power within Wu Yu's words. Their hearts quivered. There was a creeping seed of fear in their minds, planted and festering. He was strong. Venerable Slaying Sword was a sword cultivator, yet he was the youngest out of the three, the most inexperienced. When he felt the overwhelming pull sweep through the world, thoughts of retreating emerged in his heart. His mystic soul was cowed, his energy slowing down their circulation, and his battle spirit receding into his bones. An overwhelming feeling of defeat engulfed him. Venerable Kuan Yiming took a step back. She was readying herself to retreat, seeing every step of Wu Yu in the dark void as a cascade of danger that echoed ceaselessly. Her beauty was marred by fear. Clap. Venerable Blue Cloud violently clapped his hands, sending out an explosive burst of spiritual power. There was a soothing, gentle force to it that impacted Venerable Kuan Yiming and Venerable Slaying Sword's bodies. They instantly trembled intensely for a brief moment. When they regained their sense of self and awareness, cold sweat was dripping from their backs and foreheads. Venerable Slaying Sword heavily gulped, looking at the still distant Wu Yu whose steps barely took him a few feet further. He had felt his body, mind, and spirit concede without a single thought. You were all affected by his spiritual spell. Be wary, this man has terrifying spiritual power with a pervasive aura. Venerable Blue Cloud said, exuding a multi-blue light that encapsulated the two. It was a spiritual ward mustered by his strongest spiritual power with his most intricate spell, the Sky-Shielding Spirit. Wu Yu noticed this? He's a spirit-type cultivator. A faint smile on his face. Cultivators like this specialized in spiritual spells, utilizing their spiritual strength in complicated and impressive ways. While their spirit units might not match their opponent, their usage of each individual spirit unit exceeded others, bringing out their greatest strength. Facing those of equivalent spiritual strength, their spells would absolutely devastate their opponents. Their adeptness at affecting the body, mind, and spirit, including the senses of all three, were dangerous. Seeing themselves protected by Venerable Blue Cloud's spell, their hearts eased and their eyes flared with a battle spirit that had been reignited. Their will to kill resurged. Venerable Slaying Sword touched his spatial ring, bringing out a sheath that was quite curved. As he placed his hand on its hilt, touching the base, which was a spherical bottom, the sword intent from his eyes emanated ferociously outwards. It was incredibly sharp, absolutely lethal. With a low shout, he pulled out his weapon to reveal a pulwar-type sword. Its curve was exquisite, its length exceeded 3 meters, and its edge was deadly. Wu Yu's eyes became serious. Sword cultivators were always existences that required caution against. And that sword was definitely not simple, its design and length was something he hadn't seen before. Venerable Kuan Yiming spread her arms apart, and a pair of silver-colored wings seemingly forged from flexible steel was conjured onto her back. Another mystic-grade armament. Venerable Blue Cloud sat in a lotus position, a multi-blue cloud manifested beneath him. It was roughly 10 meters in width and 5 meters in height, and solid enough to carry him. He formed a strange hand seal, his eyes becoming entirely blue, from his sclera to his pupils. Go. Venerable Kuan Yiming acted first. Her speed was swift as she transformed into silver streaks of light, becoming thousands of identical clones as she blitzed across the distance of tens of thousands of meters in a matter of moments. Wu Yu's eyes widened slightly. With a step back, he shifted 1,000 meters, then his eyes flared with spiritual light as he observed the thousands of streaks of light. His expression changed as he was unable to determine which was the real one at a single glance. A sword howl resounded. Wu Yu's mind felt a pressing danger incoming. A sharp feeling pressed against his neck and he hastily slammed his fist thunderously forward. A sword light at speeds even faster than Kuan Yiming arrived before him, as if it was deliberately slamming against his fist. The two collided and his sleeves were sliced apart. Wu Yu didn't even flinch as his left hand was lacerated by the sword energy. He stepped forward this time, flickering towards one of the approaching clones of Kuan Yiming. When he arrived, Kuan Yiming's eyes widened in surprise as she hurriedly sent a fist forward in haste. Wu Yu lanced his fist towards her with no mercy. It pierced through her fist, then impacted her face amidst her shocked expression, causing her skull to explode violently in a mess of blood, bone, and brain matter. However, upon seeing his attack go through, his expression changed as he felt over 1,000 piercing lights pummel his broad back at the same time. With a stuffy cough, he spat out a bit of shining blood and was sent barreling forward. His body became like a loose bag of sand as he spun and twisted chaotically through the dark void. The figure of Kuan Yiming that was punched and seemingly killed earlier vanished into multi-blue light, taking the form of a blue cloud that spun and dissipated. The assault hadn't stopped. Venerable Slaying Sword had taken this opportunity to follow up on Kuan Yiming and Blue Cloud's joint deception and assault, using his curved blade to slice heavily towards Wu Yu. His entire body was engulfed by sword energies with intense sword intent as he shot towards Wu Yu's barreling form, getting closer. There was an indescribable power within that intent, distinctively beyond mortal limits of normal sword intent. Kuan Yiming was mixed within thousands of clones that surrounded Wu Yu, following after him, and seemingly ready to support Slaying Sword at the ready. Despite their hasty team-up, their actions were synced and well executed. Blue Cloud had a faint smile on his face as a long streak of sword energy bore down upon Wu Yu. If this connected, it would be lucky if he wasn't sliced in two. Wu Yu's aura was chaotic. Those eyes of his reflected the scene of endless stars, observing the sword energies that sought to claim his life. As it approached, he withdrew a book. A faint smirk formed on his lips. Venerable Blue Cloud's eyes became unusually focused, tiny like needle points. He hurriedly sent out blue-colored spiritual light that pierced through the void at astonishing speeds like arrows, aiming not towards Wu Yu, but the attacking Venerable Slaying Sword. Venerable Slaying Sword felt a wave of deadly crisis bombard his senses almost instantly. A fear pressed heavily against his heart as he tried to recall his sword energies that could split apart an entire planet, yet it was too late. He felt death was near. Kuan Yiming reacted instantly. She accelerated towards Venerable Slaying Sword, her thousands of clones transforming into needles that violently shot towards Wu Yu. Her real form was revealed, but her speed was far, far greater than before. Wu Yu noticed this, his expression unsightly as he twisted his body with finesse and ease, realigning himself and executing a movement art. With a shadowy flicker, he moved tens of thousands of miles away in a single breath. The needles pierced where he was, missing him entirely. The blue spiritual light swirled around Venerable Slaying Sword protectively and Kuan Yiming had arrived next to him, grabbing his shoulder and flying back to Blue Cloud. In what could be described as a blink of a mortal eye, an earth-shattering exchange of tactics, danger, and narrow escapes occurred. The entire dark void was an utter mess as streaks of silver light, blue ripples, and sword marks lingered on fixed space for hundreds of thousands of miles. Wu Yu had regained his position, observing the trio with eyes filled with an indescribable darkness. Tricky deceptions, sneak attacks, and a well-timed lethal finisher. These three weren't ordinary mystic ascendants. Even his own plan of action was seen through and reacted swiftly. The myriad monarch cannon, his own mystic-grade armament, was in his hand. After deliberately falling prey to their tactics for a decisive opportunity, he wasn't able to finish the greatest threat of the trio or deal any damage. He wiped the blood off his lips, his eyes terrifying to behold. Three void ships moved into position, surrounding Wu Yu in a triangle formation. Their cannons on the ship were blazing with various lights with fully primed states. All aimed towards a single figure. Enough of this. Wu Yu's expression was dignified, severely dignified, and his aura started to actively seethe for the first time. At his glabella, a faint mystical glow that resembled endless solar stars in the night sky was born. When the trio saw this, their eyes widened in shock, surprise, and fear. Chapter 662, 657, Only Reason You're Alive. This shouldn't be possible. He's at the second stage, not the third. The trio reacted to Wu Yu's actions with abject shock and awe, the fear in their eyes was seated, festering with each passing microsecond with disbelief and uncertainty. And if there were others at the second stage of the mystic ascendant realm, the soul of mysticism, present here, they too would feel a wave of absurdity from what they were seeing. Wu Yu's entire aura started to drastically change, and the strange glowing imagery of the boundless night sky emerging from his glabella started to grow. It expanded from his glabella outwards into the world like a rushing wave of water engulfing the senses. Wu Yu had exhausted a large portion of his mystic energy while fleeing. His body and mystic core was stressed considerably due to the usage of the grand transformations, so much so that he couldn't reactivate these trump cards so easily after deactivating them to limit the resulting consequences. While he seemed upright and stable, his internal meridians and cultivation base was anything but. It had been pushed to a state where he was about to unleash his strongest means for a chance at survival and escape, even if it left him at the mercy of a demi-mortal lord cultivator should it fail. Therefore, he was left with resorting to battle trickery to claim an advantage in a battle. Inevitably, his current state wasn't sufficient to effectively eliminate these three genuine ascended or suppress them with their combined strength, unaffected by exhaustion or internal injuries, so he was left with invoking his strongest card left. The unique, extraordinary power limited to demi-mortal lord phase cultivators, the demi-mystic state. The starry night exploded out at astonishing speeds. The three ascended gasped, their powers roaring out in defense. Venerable Kuan Yiming shouted urgently, "Fire!" She was the only one who remained quiet, realizing that this situation was becoming increasingly disadvantageous to them. She ordered the void ships to unleash their barrage of cannons upon Wu Yu. However, only one ship fired. The Kuan clan's ship. The rest awaited orders from their own leaders, not reacting to Venerable Kuan Yiming's demanding shout. This was perfectly understandable considering their lack of cohesive cooperation on authority. Yet, it was also the final nail to all of their coffins. Burrow. A deep, explosive sound erupted from one of the cannons that shook the space. That sound occurred purely because the fixed space was unable to handle the stress from a fully powered cannonball of condensed mystic energy. A shot that could kill even Soul of Mysticism phase experts if they didn't take it seriously. Just this one shot exhausted 1 mystic stone and over 3 million astral stones. The amount of wealth used was absolutely terrifying to think about, exceeding even small-sized, astral-graded planets in terms of value. The mystic and astral essence was converted into energy, centered around the immense strength contained within the naturally formed mystic runes, such as the mystic intent and other strange, incredible properties that went beyond the mortal limits and pushed it to rival mystic power. The wave of starry light was impacted by the ball of mystic power the size of a small mountain with a speed that distorted light and even gravity itself. The world bent itself to its cyan colors, forming a strange phenomenon as it traveled that seemed like a fast-moving object pushing against wind resistance. When it entered the wave of starry night that blanketed Wu Yu's form, the attack seeped into the starry night and vanished, seemingly without rhyme or reason or an end result. No. Again. Order them to attack. Venerable Kuan Yiming realized that only one ship, hers, had launched an attack. Realizing the mistake they've made, her frustration manifested in explosive spiritual shouts that caused Venerable Blue Cloud and Venerable Slaying Sword to tremble. Without any hesitation, she shot away on her silver wings in an attempt to flee, much to the shock of the two Venerables. She was well aware that if that state finished without any interruption, they would die here today. All of them. While sending out their orders, the two Venerables felt a rushing surge of energy depart. They followed Kuan Yiming's figure with widened eyes. However, this prompted Venerable Blue Cloud to react, executing a few hand seals that sent out blue streams of clouds like gossamers towards Wu Yu before flying after Kuan Yiming. To him, they needed to stay together lest they be picked off one by one. But Venerable Slaying Sword didn't retreat. He was a sword cultivator, he was aware that attacking at this moment could change everything, so he took his line of thinking into a plan of action. Cursing their cowardice in his heart, he brandished his pulwar and, sword at ready, rushed towards Wu Yu. The fool. Venerable Blue Cloud cursed vehemently in his thoughts, feeling frustrated as he turned back. With a few hand seals, his cloud accelerated and transformed into a stream of blue light that chased Venerable Slaying Sword. Even if the boy's an idiot, he was still his grandson. That earlier comment that seemed like an insult was the truth. He had taught his grandmother how to properly suck. And suck she did, very well in fact. That aside, Wu Yu's transformation and the events that followed took a long time to describe, but happened almost instantly. When the glow of the starry night reached several hundred meters in size, it seemed to stretch to its limits, growing taut and trembling. Mysticism of Imperial Heaven. Wu Yu shouted out, causing fixed space to ripple endlessly. The ensuing shots fired out with vicious intent. But the glow rapidly condensed and shapes itself into the form of a single man. Wu Yu had become painted by the glow of starry light that moved animatedly beneath his skin. His eyes opened to reveal a pair of darkly colored eyes that resembled the eyes of a ruler, a lord of all things mortal. The two mountain-sized balls of cyan-colored mystic power arrived and Wu Yu reached out his large hands in front of him. With a press of his palms, the two balls of mystic power were halted. Sheeing. A sword howl erupted. A long stretch of sword energy, like a flowing rushing river filled with killing intent, sped towards Wu Yu with unprecedented accuracy. Surrounding this sword energy was spiraling swirls of blue-colored spiritual energy that were as thin as gossamers, yet as numerous as the stars in the sky. Wu Yu's eyes shifted to the incoming sword river. He didn't move a single step. Instead, he clenched his fist and thrusted it towards the wave of energy traveling tens of thousands of miles a second, capable of slicing into two planets with ease. Within the river of sword energy, a cry of abhorrent shock resounded. Watch out! Venerable Blue Cloud arrived beside the sword energy, his aged hands stretched into it and wrenched. After a pained shout filled with agony, he retreated with Venerable slaying sword in tow. As if to prove that his efforts weren't for nothing, the sword energy exploded. It erupted in a gushing wave of chaos, completely destroyed by an invisible force. But he was too slow. Venerable slaying sword roared even louder in agony, his legs exploding in a torrent of blood, mangled flesh, and crushed bones. The destructive wave of power kept encroaching on him without any signs of halting, reaching his thighs as he tried his best to release a horrified call for help. But his internal powers were being suppressed. A unique aura had integrated into his body, affecting his spirit, restricting his access to his own strength. His vocal screams did little in a world without air particles. Soundless and afraid, was that how he was going to die? An unresigned expression emerged on his face. Venerable Blue Cloud was too concerned with running away, not noticing the deadly circumstances of his own grandson. While he couldn't be faulted, if he delayed for another few microseconds in helping, he would have saved only a mangled and dispersed corpse. A silver light pierced through space. A beautiful female with a pair of silver wings arrived besides the two. You returned. Venerable Blue Cloud was absolutely shocked. He expected Venerable Kuan Yiming to have long since left. She was the first to strike and the first to leave, yet she returned. Venerable Kuan Yiming didn't answer him. She smashed her palms on Venerable Slaying Sword's legs, using her strength to pump out outrageous amounts of mystic energy to fight against the Imperial Heaven aura infecting Venerable Slaying Sword. Pale as ash, Venerable Slaying Sword was thankful, but all Kuan Yiming could do was halt the destruction. His cultivation base was still subjected to horrendous levels of suppressive power that she couldn't dispel. Leave, she said, looking at Wu Yu. There was a faint suspicion in her eyes, but she didn't voice her thoughts at the abnormality of Wu Yu's demi-mystic state. The fact he could unleash it was enough. After all, it was a sign of merging mystic intent with physique, the unique cultivation aspect of demi-mortal lords. The three left behind their subordinates and departed with incredible speed, Silver and Blue Light conjoined in their escape efforts. As for their subordinates, they could only hope they could escape. Wu Yu was standing in the dark void, two balls of mystic power beside him. With a wave of his hand, the two balls swiftly shot towards two void ships. It crashed into their defensive formations and exploded with such force that a half of the celestial rogue's atmospheric layer was shaved away for a few moments despite the vast distance. The void ship's shielding held, and they hurriedly retreated in their damaged state. The undamaged void ship had sped away the fastest. With the retreat of their leaders, staying was futile. As for those still on the celestial rogue, their lives will be up to fate. Wu Yu only coldly watched the void ships escape. After several seconds, a stuffy cough echoed and a spurt of glowing blood exploded from his throat. The demi-mystic state vanished, revealing his true state. He was a bloodied mess, drenched from head to toe, but his eyes were still bright and reflected strength. With a steady and long breath, his body and clothes returned to normal as if time had reversed. Only then did his eyes reflect a distinct weakness. This was a unique temporal ability of the soul of mysticism phase, an evolution of the temporal eye, called time reversion. It could revert certain things to a previous state, even saving others from death as long as their souls were complete and retained. However, its cost was lifespan. Just that act had cost him roughly 200 years, and he felt every last drain. The laws of time weren't so easily interacted with. Just a few seconds cost this much. If all 3 cannons were shot, I'd be dead. Wu Yu calmly remarked, as if he wasn't on the edge of death just now. He wasn't a genuine demi-mortal lord, just partially due to Wei Wuyan's every birth pill. His bloodline and physique contained traces of mystic intent, allowing him to temporarily, and strenuously, execute the invincible demi-mystic state, where one leaned towards the mystic, further away from the mortal. The cannon had impacted his body, and while there wasn't an explosion, he was fully hit by it. If it wasn't for his strong physique empowered and slightly infused with mystic energy, he would have been dead. With a soft sigh, he looked towards the direction of the ascended who escaped. With a snap of his fingers, the concealed imperial heaven aura within venerable slaying sword erupted. Boom! A solar star-like explosion erupted in the distance. The brightness and radiance gave light to the lightless void blank space. The spatial winds buffeted his robes. The imperial heaven aura wasn't just a means for suppression. It was insidious and multifaceted. As if he would just let his enemies leave just like that. He withdrew and consumed a 9th-grade recovery product that he had saved from Wei Wuyan's bestowed ring. With a deadly flicker in his eyes, he explosively shot towards the void ship's fleeing direction with the myriad monarch cannon in hand. None of them will escape. He couldn't let them. After all, Wei Wuyan could be in one of those ships. That's the only reason they were still alive. Meanwhile, concealed on the celestial rogue's surface, Wei Wuyan's silver eyes regarded the fight. The imperial heaven aura is quite terrifying, but Wu Yu is even more terrifying. As he observed the still blazing star-like existence, he wondered if it was a cage, not a fatal move left behind. When he considered this, he faintly smiled. Wu Yu was incredibly concerned about him, not allowing anyone to escape. He was worth nurturing as an expert and as a loyal subordinate. Well, you're ready. Wei Wuyan could consider this more later. His silver draconic eyes suddenly became completely white, reflecting the power of infinite variations. Yes. 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 Ori shouted excitedly.